Chapter 161. It made her half-awake brain sober. Zhuang Xiao sat up suddenly from the bed. She rubbed her nose. What was that smell? It was so refreshing. Better than the wind oil. She looked out the window. It was already daybreak. There were shadows in the yard. It was Xiao. Why did this guy get up so early? Zhuang Xiao put on her clothes, came to the window, and opened it. A chill mixed with the stench of feces hit her face. Xiao, what are you doing? Zhuang Xiao asked. Standing by the window. Xiao put down the sack in his hand, turned his head, and looked at Zhuang Xiao. I'm going to bring some gifts to Yan Hu and the others today. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the sack in his hand. The smell must be coming from it. Could it be the feces of the mutant wild boar? Would anyone give someone feces as a gift? Zhuang Xiao said. Are you sure he will like it? Xiao smiled and said. Don't worry. He will like it. Okay. Whatever you say. It's what it is. Zhuang Xiao washed and ate in the smell of pig feces all morning. Going out, walking together, in order to prevent pig feces from leaking out of the gaps in the sack. Xiao also specially repackaged the sack. But the smell still escaped into every piece of air they passed by. Occasionally, pedestrians on the road could be heard fanning the air with their hands in disgust. Complaining, what is this smell so strong? Zhuang Xiao walked in front of Xiao, and from time to time heard the complaints of the crowd behind him. Alas, will this really be liked by brothers Yan Hu and Yan Ming? Even if I give them a piece of edible grass leaf, it is better than the things in Xiao's sack. Zhuang Xiao has been to Yan Hu's house twice, and she can still find the way. The moment the door was opened, Zhuang Xiao saw another shiny boiled egg, and a completely unfamiliar face with a slightly grayish complexion. Zhuang Xiao took 2 steps back and looked around. Yes, it's here. Boss Hua, you are here. When Zhuang Xiao thought that she had knocked on the wrong door, Xiao, who smelled bad, was behind her. The 2 brothers shaved their beards and bald heads together. Yan Hu's complexion is really not good. Look at their Xiao again. His face is obviously much rosier. The effect of enough energy stones is different. Cousin, come in. Yan Hu hurriedly opened both doors and let the 2 people in. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the yard. The damaged areas after the storm have been repaired, and even look more solid than before. I didn't see Yan Ming. He should have gone to scavenge early in the morning. We are going to the safe zone, so I give you something on the way. Xiao put the sack behind him on the ground. Yan Hu naturally smelled the sour smell. However, Boss Hua would definitely not carry useless things all the way to him. He opened the sack and asked, what's in it? Xiao said, it's the feces of mutant wild boars. Zhuang Xiao, who was standing next to him, saw Yan Hu's earthy yellow face immediately showed a super big smile, and then heard the other party say ecstatically, thank you Boss Hua. This is really a good thing. A weapon to defend against mutant animals in winter. Although it is not 100% effective, it can effectively avoid the attacks of many mutant animals. Xiao glanced at Zhuang Xiao. The little girl's surprised expression was not concealed at all. As long as you like it, Xiao said calmly. Yan Hu said excitedly, I like it. I like it. I like it very much. Zhuang Xiao, Although she also knew that this feces could effectively prevent mutant animals from appearing in the sphere of influence of mutant wild boars, she did not expect that the Wastelanders liked it so much. Chapter 162. Will she still be able to live a good life by picking up manure in the future? The gift is over. The 2 left. Yan Hu brought a sack of wild boar manure into the house. And now this thing has to be stored. This amount is enough for him to bury a circle around the familiar families. For example, Hu Qianli's family. Xiao gave this to Yan Hu alone to ask him to do this favor, within the limited scope of his ability. He still hopes that the 2 people who share the same suffering can have a stable life. Looking at Zhuang Xiao, who was finally willing to stay within 3 meters of him, Xiao's eyes and eyebrows were full of doting smiles. His future is different. Old Man Yu sat in front of the grocery store. From a distance, he saw 2 familiar figures, one tall and one short, coming towards him, squinting his eyes for a long time. The wrinkles on his face suddenly squeezed into a ball. Come on. Come in. Xiao's sister. Old Man Yu pushed away Xiao, who was blocking people in front, and greeted Zhuang Xiao enthusiastically. Oh, it's been a long time since I saw his big client. Xiao, who was pushed aside, no. Is it necessary to treat him differently? Facing the old man's enthusiasm, Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered her flattering and humble expression when she faced the 9 gods of wealth. It's exactly the same, isn't it? Hello, Grandpa Yu. Zhuang Xiao greeted politely. Hearing the name of Grandpa Yu, the wrinkles on the old man's face deepened a little. There is only one stinky boy in his family, and the stinky boy is still a stinky boy. The girl looks soft and cute. All good. All good. What do you want to buy today? Grandpa Yu will find it for you. Zhuang Xiao said, cloth for making quilts. And she looked at Xiao. What else do you want to buy besides cloth? Brother, please say something. She just wants to be a cash machine quietly and enjoy the happiness of being a rich woman. Receiving Zhuang Xiao look for help, Xiao slowly said, there are also insulation boards, heaters, kettles. The heaters need to be the kind that burn wood and can also boil water. In addition, there are. While listening to Xiao name of the items, old man Yu shuttled back and forth between the shelves in the grocery store. Recently, people in the safe zone and the shantytown are busy harvesting autumn crops. And the business here at the grocery store has been much quieter. Not to mention customers, like Xiao, who are buying winter supplies in large quantities. That's even rarer. Of course, old man Yu had to take care of them. If the business is better, their family can have a better winter. After all, the grocery store cannot open for business for a long time in winter. If there are acquaintances, they will make an appointment in advance, and he will come over. Xiao looked at old man Yu busying around and casually said, can you get some gasoline? Old man Yu paused while looking for something, turned his head and said, are you going to buy a car? Zhuang Xiao, who had nothing to do, suddenly turned her head to Xiao. Is their family going to buy a car? How could she not know? Xiao also had a sudden idea to buy gasoline. The car that Zhuang Xiao was thinking about could be salvaged. And Feng Xiang said that Xiaoyan took people to the blind spot these 2 days. It should be to explore the road and survey the reserves of iron ore. If part of the route they took to enter the blind spot overlaps with the route they fled in, the probability of their success in salvaging the car is still very high. After all, as a route that will be frequently taken in the future, the cleaning work on Xiaoyan's road will definitely be done well. Xiao did not answer old man Yu's words, and continued, can you tell me if you can get it? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Old man Yu replied hurriedly. He can earn a lot of labor fees from this. He must. At worst, he can give some points to the old man next door. He must earn these points. Seeing that the old man gave a positive answer, Xiao gave Zhuang Xiao a calm look and said, let's talk about it when we get back. Chapter 163. Zhuang Xiao maintained a calm face, but her mind had already begun to wander. Buy a car. What kind of car? Or do they want to go to the blind spot to retrieve the car? No matter which situation, she can do it. She is rich and willful. She wants to go to the blind spot, cars, and the rich edible food. Everything makes her salivate. Wait until old man Yu finds everything. Xiao talked about the pearls. This time he planned to hand them over to old man Yu to deal with. A total of 28 pearls. Old man Yu took the small cloth bag from Xiao and opened it carefully. Even if the pearls are of different quality, they are still in large quantities. If you are lucky, that is tens of thousands of points. He takes 10%, which is also a few thousand points. And the higher the price, the higher his commission. If this business is successful, he can do nothing this month. As the saying goes, if you don't open a business for 3 years, you can eat for 3 years after opening it. Although it is still a little far from being able to eat for 3 years. This is the feeling he wants. Today, he finally got to experience this small grocery store. Old man Yu patted his chest so hard that his eyebrows were about to fly out of his face. Don't worry. I promise that you won't suffer any loss. I will definitely find a good buyer for this business. Zhuang Xiao listened to the strength of old man Yu patting his chest, and was really worried that this little old man would accidentally break his ribs. Xiao was not worried that old man Yu would cheat him. If he didn't have this little credibility, old man Yu's grocery store would have collapsed long ago. The two came out of the grocery store empty-handed. It was still early, but it would definitely not work to go to scavenge in the morning. Old man Yu also thoughtfully arranged a door-to-door delivery service for them, and asked his son to deliver it to their home in the morning. So, at least one person had to stay at home in the morning. In this case, the two of them might as well pick cotton seeds at home in the morning. After scavenging in the afternoon, they can sew quilts and cotton clothes. Halfway through the journey, They met Hu Qianli and Lan Hong again. Every time he saw Lan Hong's belly, Zhuang Xiao felt his heart tremble. People often say, the child's birthday is the mother's suffering day. Zhuang Xiao felt that this was not accurate at all. Every day of pregnancy was the mother's suffering day. Not to mention the long nurturing career. Every new life deserves to be cared for. And every mother who nurtures a new life deserves to be respected. Hu Qianli took his wife to the hospital in the safe zone for a checkup. She was about to give birth. He was still worried. 2 days ago, his wife went to the sweet potato collection point without telling him. He heard about this from others, but he didn't dare to say a word to his wife. After Zhuang Xiao got home, he moved the peanuts that were drying in the front yard to the backyard. Someone will come to the door later. Once the door is opened, you can see the peanuts drying on the ground. Just when she sat down and was ready to fight to the death over cotton seeds and chat with Hu Xiao about the car, someone knocked on the door. Hu Xiao put down the cotton in his hand and stood up to open the door. It was Old Man Yu's son. Old Man Yu's son was more than a generation older than Hu Xiao. Therefore, Hu Xiao still had to call him Brother Yu. Zhuang Xiao was in the living room, tilting his head to look outside. He was a thin uncle, who looked about 70% similar to Old Man Yu, but his face was more honest and simple. Hu Xiao asked someone to push the cart in. After 3 or 5 minutes, the two unloaded all the things on the cart. The two exchanged a few more words, and Hu Xiao sent the person away. Zhuang Xiao then came out of the house and helped carry the objects into the house. The cotton cloth was already in place. The big quilt and the flowered cotton jacket could be put online one after another. Zhuang Xiao tapped the cotton wool in his hand and said, "This morning you told Old Man that you wanted to order gasoline. Is this the time for our family to finally buy a car?" Chapter 164. Hu Xiao shook his head and said, "No. Wait for news. The autumn harvest is only a few days away. I see if I can take you to salvage the car. If not, the gasoline will be useful in winter, and can be used to deal with mutant animals. Wait for news about Feng Xiang," Zhuang Xiao said. Hu Xiao nodded. "Well, it's definitely not possible for the two of us to go there. We must rent a car and try to come back on the same day. If the car is still usable, someone has to drive it back." Zhuang Xiao thought about it. Although she can drive. But, in the Wasteland, the road conditions are a bit complicated, and it's hard to guarantee that it won't go into the ditch. You can't ask the people from the future team now. "Right," Zhuang Xiao said. "This is the car that the group of people paid a lot of money to compensate. Giving some labor fees will definitely not suit their wounded hearts. Besides, in addition to the car, she is more envious of the supplies in the blind spot that no one cares about." While the two were talking about the car, the safe zone announced another collection activity. The car in the blind spot, her lotus root, and the autumn grain collection that popped up again. Really? Give her a clone? Of course. The clone is absolutely impossible. For tomorrow's plan, Zhuang Xiao thought about it again, and chose the autumn harvest collection activity organized by the safe zone. After all, she can freely control the time adjustment of the first two, and the safe zone's fleet will not accommodate her schedule alone. Before going out in the afternoon, Hu Xiao was strongly asked by Zhuang Xiao to absorb more energy stones at home and quickly get well. And there are a lot of chores at home. For example, the items bought today have not been properly handled yet, and she can't help much. It's better to leave Hu Xiao at home to deal with it. Now, Zhuang Xiao can fully experience the fun of going out to pick up waste. She doesn't want to do these trivial things at home at all. She always feels that there is no sense of accomplishment. She hasn't strolled by the stream for a while. Otherwise, why not go and see if the mutant squirrel is at home? After all, their first not-so-good encounter was there. The dead tree nearby had grown a lot of wood ears at the beginning, and I don't know if it grew any more later. There is also a tree hole where the mutant squirrels are. Whether it is the mutant squirrel's winter reserve food or the energy stone treasury, it is very attractive to her. After arriving at the stream, Zhuang Xiao found that there were quite a lot of people here. But she didn't plan to hunt the river fish in the stream, so she didn't bring any fishing tools this time. Going upstream along the stream, she didn't encounter mutant crabs or other mutant animals along the way. She did detect a few edible mutant wild fruits. However, it was the taste that made her unforgettable for life. So she decisively excluded this mutant wild fruit from her daily collection list. The further upstream you go, the fewer people there are, and it's closer to the edge of the blind spot. At the beginning, her first blind spot trip started from here. The closer she got to the tree hole last time, the more mutant bees there seemed to be. The mutant bees that should have been encountered in spring and summer were unexpectedly encountered at the end of autumn. This is really a pleasant surprise. She still remembers the sweet dessert last time, although the taste is a bit hard to describe. Sugar is one of the most important sources of energy for the human body. Zhuang Xiao still wants to find a plant that can extract sugar. What can mutant bees do? Mutated bees can produce honey. Honey, royal jelly, honey, as a natural sugar substance, can be absorbed by humans without passing through the digestive system. It can quickly replenish the energy needed by humans and relieve physical fatigue. Chapter 165. She felt particularly satisfied thinking that she would be able to drink a cup of sweet honey water every morning. With her requirements already lowered to such a low level, the hardworking mutant bees in front of her would not disappoint her. Zhuang Xiao followed the flight path of the mutant bees and shuttled through the forest. Perhaps this was the compensation for the mutant squirrel that stole her chocolate last time. The tree hole where the mutant squirrel once lived had changed its owner. Zhuang Xiao was in a beautiful mood as she hid in the distance and watched the mutant bees coming in and out of the tree hole. This beautiful mood was not only because she found the mutant bees hive, but also because she saw the faint white light on the tree trunk. Today is another day of getting rich. This tree hole must be dug today, but it must not be done directly like now. Zhuang Xiao took out a sack from her bag and stared at the sack in her hand for a long time. Gritting her teeth, she dug 2 small round holes in the brand new sack. If I had known earlier, I would have brought the sack with holes that had accompanied her in collecting wheat and mulberries. Now, a good sack has been wasted. What a waste. Yes, she also has to wear gloves, which she carries with her. After checking her equipment, she didn't know if she could withstand the poisonous needle attack of the mutant bees. After all, the mutant bees are so big. After confirming that the skin was wrapped again, Zhuang Xiao tiptoed towards the sweet tree hole. The mutant bees seemed to have not seen her. Still busy. Of course, she is not a flower. The mutant bees naturally have no love for her, and it is normal for them to ignore her. Zhuang Xiao stood under the tree with the sack on her, looking up at the tall tree hole. She still had to climb up. The last time she dug the tree hole, it was Xiao who did it. This tree hole is basically empty from the hole to the root of the tree. It is not easy for this tree to survive, except for the place where mutant bees enter and exit. The hole is full of beehives. I don't know if the hollow tree hole is also full of mutant bees' beehives. However, she can see that there are many energy stones. If the hollow part is full of mutant bees' nests, it is really a bit difficult to operate. She didn't bring an axe. It is not realistic to dig another tree hole below. She can't dig up this tree with its roots. Although she is very strong now and has a small spatula, these two things combined do not mean that she is really Lin Daiyu who uproots the weeping willow. There is still a certain gap between her and Master Lin. It seems that she still has to do this job from top to bottom today. Just pick it up bit by bit. Even if she is against all the mutant bees today, she has to clean this tree hole. Just as Zhuang Xiao started to climb, the mutant bees seemed to sense that the caterpillar-like things crawling on the tree might pose a threat to their nests. Some mutant bees have begun to consciously defend their homes. Their wings trembled violently, and they began to fly towards Zhuang Xiao. They wanted to steal the house. No way. The honey in the hive is related to whether they can hibernate smoothly this year? Can the queen bee survive? It is a matter of life and death. So there is no room for carelessness. At first, Zhuang Xiao just felt that the buzzing of the mutant bees was getting louder and louder, and she didn't feel any pain. But when she was half a meter away from the mutant hive, the mutant bees were not happy, and they started to give her small needles with the intention of defending the queen bee even if they died. Although the poisonous needles of the mutant bees are not fatal, they are painful and itchy when they are pierced into the body. Chapter 166. Zhuang Xiao felt that her protection today was of no use to the mutant bees, and soon she felt the sack on her head tightened, and her stinging face came into close contact with the sack fibers. There was no need to think. This must be a blister, and a big one. Of course, the more times like this, the more she couldn't give up. The mutant bees were determined to fight to the death. And she, Zhuang Xiao, also had the courage to risk her life. For that sweet bite, she had to rush. Since the damage had been done, the mutant bees had to compensate her for some medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and mental damage. Sitting on the branch at the entrance of the tree hole, Zhuang Xiao unfolded the sack in her hand and let the mutant bees surround her. Her swollen carrot hands cleanly picked off the outermost honeycomb. A sweet smell of honey hit her face. Quickly tested it with the watch. Ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. It's edible. It is not clear how to test the honey in the end. But for the possibility of edible honey and the energy stone inside, it is worth it for her to empty the tree hole today. Zhuang Xiao was in better condition. In addition to the outer layer of clothes, she also had an anti-radiation suit inside, which also played a little protective role. Her face was numb from the stings of the mutant bees. Despite this, she was very careful to put the honeycombs she had taken out in the sack layer by layer. However, she gradually stopped caring about whether they were neat or not, and decided to finish the honeycombs first. Her face hurt so much. After picking the honeycombs at the entrance of the tree hole, her huge head broke through the defense line of the mutant bees and probed in. In the dark tree hole, a faint light flickered. She dug with her but sticking out, digging hard. Wherever she saw a faint light, Zhuang Xiao directly dug it out and put it in the bag in front of her. In the end, she herself turned into a mutant bee, drilled into the tree hole, and completely merged into the crowded mutant bee colony. At this time, he didn't care whether the beehive would be dirty by himself. As the old saying goes, if it's not clean, you won't get sick. After a while, the entrance of the tree hole was blocked by mutant bees. Zhuang Xiao could only dig out the beehive in the dark, fill a sack, and then break through the blockade of the mutant bees and throw it out. When Zhuang Xiao came out again, he had completely turned into a little sugar man. From head to toe, his body was covered with sweet honey. Perhaps for this reason, the mutant bees seemed to have suddenly lost their target of attack, and just flew around Zhuang Xiao and the sack. Zhuang Xiao put her compensation money on her back and left the place immediately. As the distance from the tree hole got farther and farther, the mutant bees flying around became fewer and fewer. She took off the sack on her head, but she didn't throw it away, because it was stained with a lot of honey. Half an hour after she left, another creature that had been eyeing this hive for a long time now looked at the empty tree hole and let out a cry. Who stole my honey? It had been eyeing this mutant hive since it was first built. As winter was approaching, it had been busy clearing out mutant hives in various places recently. This was the last one today. As a result, it was actually stolen. The mighty and strong creature under the tree hole beat its chest and stamped its feet. Regretting it, it slapped the tree trunk and vented its anger. After calming down a little, the tip of its nose moved slightly, and a faint sweet smell came from one direction with the wind. Its honey seemed not far away from it. Zhuang Xiao, who was walking through the woods, suddenly heard several heart-wrenching animal roars. She even felt the ground under her feet trembling slightly. Chapter 167. It's over. It's said that bears love to eat honey. Listening to the roar, this couldn't be a mutant wild bear. Her pace was already very fast, and now it was just running wildly. From time to time, grass clippings or leaves stuck to her while running, and she instantly turned into an upgraded version of a little sugar man wrapped in bread crumbs. She was almost out of the woods. Now she didn't dare to go out. If it were weeds and shrubs, they would not be able to stop the big mutant wild bear. According to the mutation law of the Wasteland, she knew the size of this mutant wild bear must be several times larger. She was small, and she was definitely more flexible than the mutant wild bear when moving around in the woods. Moreover, the trees in the woods could also hinder the running speed of the mutant wild bear to a certain extent. This way, the possibility of her escaping was even higher. Even so, Zhuang Xiao didn't dare to relax for a moment. In the woods, the effect was indeed very significant. The footsteps of the mutant wild bear were always kept at a relatively safe distance from her. However, he didn't give up tracking her. She threw the honey-stained sack that was originally on her head onto the tree branch in the air. The little sugar man continued to run. After the mutant wild bear got the sack off the tree, it felt that it had been deceived. The bear became even more irritable. When Zhuang Xiao could no longer feel the footsteps of the mutant wild bear, she bent down and began to breathe heavily. The surrounding scenery suddenly broke into her field of vision. The endless green obviously entered the depths of the bamboo forest. The not-so-beautiful picture suddenly flooded into her mind. Damn mutant bamboo worms. After a moment, the roar of the mutant wild bear came into her ears again. The mutant bamboo worm and the mutant wild bear. Who is more terrifying? The answer is self-evident. The latter can kill people. looking up and slightly identifying the direction. The little sugar man Zhuang Xiao ran in one direction like the wind. The snapping sound of bamboo joints breaking behind him came one after another. Yan Ming, who was looking for mutant bamboo worms at the bamboo forest collection point, stopped tapping the bamboo pole and asked Xiang Su next to him, "Did you hear any sound?" Xiang Su stopped the detection work in his hand, listened carefully and said, "It's just the sound of the wind. What else can it be?" Before he finished speaking, the two felt the ground under their feet tremble slightly. The other people in the mutant bamboo forest also noticed this unusual difference. Then, a bear roar came from the depths of the bamboo forest. Then, they saw a short, fat, big-eared man with 2 sacks on his back, running out from there. Everyone was slightly startled, because there was a mutant animal crossing the border in the blind spot, listening to the roar and the vibration from the ground. It must be a big guy. Today, in addition to Yan Ming and Xiang Su, there are he and Meng Qingyang, a total of 4 people. Even so, their strength is not enough to challenge this mutant animal that has not yet emerged. So, now they can only run. In just a short while, the person who was originally some distance away from them had already come close. A sweet smell filled the air around them. Oh my god! Listening to the roar in my ears, it was definitely a mutant wild bear. Where did this reckless ghost come from? He actually dared to snatch food from a bear's mouth. He was simply risking his life. Reckless ghost Zhuang Xiao, eh. The 4 people cursed the reckless ghost in their hearts, and immediately ran out. When she felt people appearing around her, Zhuang Xiao glanced at the side with her only small eye they could still see normally. It turned out to be an acquaintance. "Hi, cousins." Seeing that an acquaintance appeared, Zhuang Xiao was not as nervous as before. The 4 people running side by side with Zhuang Xiao, eh. This sound. The 4 people turned their eyes to the reckless ghost. Who is this? Chapter 168. And should they stay away from this reckless guy? The mutant wild bear was obviously running towards this person. Just now, they just thought about running away, and didn't notice that their running direction was the same as this reckless guy. Instantly, the 4 people had the same idea in their minds. No, they had to change direction. At this moment, the brains and limbs of the 4 people reached an unprecedented unity, and they immediately changed direction. Zhuang Xiao, eh? What's going on? Didn't everyone used to be quite enthusiastic? However, now they don't have the heart to think about these things. Just run. They run theirs. She runs hers. The noise caused by the mutant wild bear soon caused the mutant bamboo forest collection point to explode. This is the first time for many people to encounter such a large mutant animal, full of desire to survive. However, the mutant wild bear didn't pay any attention to the messy crowd, and now it only had the little sugar man in its eyes. So, in the end, the mutant wild bear didn't hurt anyone. Most of the injured were scratched by the mutant bamboo while running away, and some were trampled. Zhuang Xiao did not run to a crowded place. This person can run and move, unlike bamboo that stands there and does not move. The crowd will directly slow down her escape speed. What is a narrow road to meet? Now is it? Zhuang Xiao met her cousins again. Of course, one of them is her cousin. That is Meng Qingyang. Hey, what a coincidence. Zhuang Xiao shouted to the opposite side. Everyone, eh? How unlucky. Encountered this reckless ghost again. The 4 of them immediately turned around and started running wildly. But Yan Ning seemed to react suddenly. This voice. His sister. This is his sister. Hey, don't run. Don't run. Yan Ming ran behind and reached out to pull the sack on Xiang Su's body, panting and saying, "That's our sister." Xiang Su shook Yan Ming's hand away and said, "What sister? I don't have a sister." Seeing that everyone didn't react at all, Yan Ming stopped suddenly and shouted loudly from behind, "It's brother Hua's cousin." Brother Hua? Boss Hua? Cousin? Isn't that Zhuang Xiao? The 3 people running wildly in front stopped at the same time, turned around and panted heavily, bent over with their hands on their knees and said, "Cousin?" The dwarf with a swollen face like a pig's head. This is really reckless. Everyone looked at Zhuang Xiao, who said hello and ran in another direction, and gradually turned into a small black dot. What should I do? Yan Ming said anxiously. This mutant wild bear was obviously chasing his sister. Meng Qingyang took a breath, stood up and said, "What else can we do?" "Chase. I know there is a mercenary team doing a mission over there." He pointed in a direction. They alone can't beat the mutant wild bear. In this case, such a big gift should be given to the Chilean mercenary team. Anyway, they came out to hunt mutant animals. I think they should like this gift very much. Chilean mercenary team, we really thank you. Anyway, let's catch up with the person first. Like Zhuang Xiao. Running around in the forest is obviously not a long-term solution. Zhuang Xiao was also very tired at this time. This mutant wild bear has really good physical strength. She took it for a walk in the forest for more than an hour. And it was still chasing her. Isn't it just a beehive? Your name is not written on it. Sister, can't we take it out? Zhuang Xiao's mind is completely confused now. There is no way she can drop the sack on her body. Isn't it just a test of physical strength? She will never let go until the last moment. This is what she got by paying for her beauty. The wind blows on her face. It's just a feeling of pain. No need to think. You know that her face must be full of lumps and disfigured. What should I do? Lost? Yanming said, panting. He is the worst among these people in terms of physical fitness. If it weren't for his love for his sister, he would have been useless long ago. Chapter 169. Now, his feet felt like they were filled with lead. And his throat felt like it was on fire. He really couldn't run anymore. Meng Qingyang held onto a thick bamboo and breathed quickly, saying, Go to the Kirin mercenary team. Maybe they bump into each other on the road later. Haven't they just bumped into each other twice? A third bumping into each other isn't a dream. It's just that their cousin's stamina is so great that they really feel inferior to her. Go get help. Xiang Su bent over, holding his trembling knees, and said. Meng Qingyang glanced at Xiang Su and hummed. A mutant wild bear was just given away to the Kirin mercenary team for nothing. They had been jumping around on the border of the blind spot for several times. And the alarm on the watch kept ringing. I don't know how Zhuang Xiao chose this running route. Zhuang Xiao, walking the bear. What else can you choose? Free play. Just when the alarm sounded again on Yanming and the other four people's watches, they finally let them meet their cousin again. Behind them was the obviously furious mutant wild bear. This thief is really good at running. The bear is so tired. The four people ran towards Zhuang Xiao, and the mutant wild bear behind her. We can't lose them again this time. While running, Meng Qingyang waved and shouted, Cousin! Cousin! This way! This way! Zhuang Xiao, who had just left the edge of the forest and was about to go back, heard someone calling her. There were four people standing in the bushes opposite. Why are they here again? Want to walk the bear together? Seeing that the people were about to run again, Meng Qingyang pointed in a direction and shouted, Over there! Over there! There is a mercenary team. The wind clearly sent the three words mercenary team into Zhuang Xiao's ears. What? Mercenary team? Does that mean she doesn't have to walk the bear? Walking the bear is really tiring. Let's put aside the matter of fasting the mutant hare and the mutant turtle tonight. She needs to eat meat to replenish herself. Zhuang Xiao, who finally got rid of the fate of walking the bear, immediately ran in the direction of Meng Qingyang's finger. The Kirin mercenary team, about 3 kilometers away from here, was fighting wits and courage with a group of mutant pheasants. This group of mutant pheasants was the one that Zhuang Xiao, Feng Ziying, and the other 5 encountered. Since they crossed the border last time and were bullied by a group of humans, they have never entered the sphere of influence of the safe zone again. So, the mutant pheasants were also confused today. They were strolling in their own territory. How could they provoke these vicious and unruly people? Can't everyone just say hello to each other and be well? In short, the voices of people, gunshots, and roosters are mixed together in this area, perfectly covering up the earth-shaking running sound of the mutant wild bear. Lu. Captain Lu. Who is that? A young man patted Lu Feng, who was still focusing on the mutant pheasant. After being patted by the young man, Lu Feng's hand shook, and the bullet he fired deviated from the direction. Fang Minghui. What do you want to do? Kid? My chickens are flying. Lu Feng, the captain of the Chilean mercenary team. It is said that a person lives up to his name. When many people first hear this name, the 4 words that come to their mind most often are, weak willows supporting the wind. However, Lu Feng is really not related to the word weak willows supporting the wind. What's more, if he really fell down when the wind blew, he would not be able to get the position of captain of the mercenary team. Fang Minghui was frightened by his captain's loud voice and shuddered. He quickly said, Captain Lu, look over there. Fang Minghui pointed to the small black dot in the distance. Then, Before his captain could react, he became excited and stammered. Captain Lu. Captain Lu. That is, a mutant wild bear. Lu Feng slapped Fang Mingwei with his palm, like a cattail leaf fan, staring at the big guy behind Zhuang Xiao and said, I'm not blind. Chapter 170. The mutant pheasants seemed to feel the blood suppression from the animal world. The crowing sounds, one louder than the other, reminded the companions around. Danger is coming. Before she saw the mercenaries, Zhuang Xiao had heard intermittent gunshots in the forest. She was less eager to walk the bear. This would change her fate immediately, and the mutant wild bear could be walked by someone else. So, after seeing the people in the mercenary uniforms, she rushed into the mutant pheasants without hesitation. In an instant, the mutant pheasants became chaotic. The mutant pheasants, who were not united to begin with, suddenly became confused and messed up. At this time, everyone in the Qilin mercenary team saw the sudden intrusion. The pig-faced dwarf, and the huge mutant wild bear behind her. It was so fantasy. Is this a dog walker? No. Is this a bear walker? After Zhuang Xiao rushed into the mutant pheasants, everyone felt a lot warmer. The chicken feathers floating in the air, without exception, all fell in love with this running little sugar man. Wrapped her whole body up. Winter down coats are online in advance. Zhuang Xiao randomly pushed the chicken feathers stuck on her face aside and looked at the people in the woods. What are you looking at? Why don't you go up? This is a mutant wild bear? Bear skin, bear paws, bear bones, bear gull, all of which are good things. And she took the opportunity to take a look at the mutant wild bear that was chasing her. Well, there are energy stones in it. That's right. She really didn't have the blessing today. After interspersing back and forth in the mutant pheasant group, Zhuang Xiao saw that the mercenary team had no reaction. So he simply interspersed back and forth again. Captain Lu, what is that dwarf doing? Fang Mingwei looked at Zhuang Xiao intersperse back and forth in the mutant pheasant group in amazement and asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng was a little confused for a while. However, there is no doubt that the dwarf was chased by the mutant wild bear. But how did he avoid being caught by the mutant wild bear? Just by listening to the angry voice of the mutant wild bear. You can tell that the bear is very irritable now. Even so, the dwarf can still keep a safe distance from the mutant wild bear. What a talent. The four-man team hiding not far away. Yan Ming said, what should we do? Why did the Qilin mercenary team suddenly become so quiet? Weren't they just shooting mutant pheasants? How come they didn't make any sound when such a big mutant wild bear was in front of them? His sister has been in and out of the mutant pheasant group for several times. The forest is now very lively, with the help of the mutant pheasants. The sound waves of clatter are higher and higher. Ming Qingyang looked at his cousin who was darting around like a loach, shook his head, and said, let's see. If it doesn't work, let's help my cousin attract firepower. After a pause, he said, blow out the people from the Qilin mercenary team. Lu Feng, you are really great. Thank you so much. Captain, are we going to save people? Fang Mingwei said when he saw that his boss didn't react at all. Lu Feng said calmly, don't worry. I think the dwarf can run quite fast. Let her walk for a while, and then we will go up. Although this mutant wild bear is very powerful, their team still brought a lot of heavy weapons to prevent encountering large mutant animals when they were doing missions in the blind area today. Since it has been delivered to the door now, we have to fight anyway. The probability that this large mutant animal has energy stones inside is quite high. Zhuang Xiao originally thought that if he walked around the mutant pheasants for a few times, the mercenaries would probably take action. Then he could take the opportunity to escape. But who would have thought that? Except for the increasingly excited calls of the mutant pheasants and the increasingly violent roars of the mutant wild bears, there was no sound around. Not even a single gunshot. Chapter 171. She clearly saw the people behind the tree. Isn't this group of people just watching her walk the bear? If so, her performance is really coming to an end. She has to collect fees. How can you watch a show without charging money? After the mutant pheasants and the mutant wild bears completed another exciting performance together, Zhuang Xiao locked in today's payment target. A car that looks very enviable. That's the car she has always dreamed of. She wants to see it up close. And in the Wasteland? Anyone who has such a car must be rich. Lu Feng, no. He is poor. He has no money. This is all public property. Captain Lu, this doesn't look right. Why do I feel that the dwarf is coming towards us? Fong Mingli said in a trembling voice. Lu Feng looked at the pig-headed dwarf, who was getting closer and closer, spat on the ground, cursed the Chinese quintessence in a low voice, and said, "Get in the car." If the distance was too close and they attacked head-on, their chances of winning would be greatly reduced. On the side of the four-man team, Meng Qingyang secretly praised his cousin in his heart, saying, "Well done. Let those bastards just watch the show and not work." The people of the Qilin mercenary team who were watching the show saw the hairy pig-headed dwarf running towards their car. And then the captain's hateful voice came from the intercom. "Everyone prepare to capture the mutant wild bear." When the first gunshot exploded in Zhuang Xiao's ears, she knew that the performance fee was being paid. It was time to retreat. The mutant wild bear was chasing the little sugar man and was getting annoyed, and felt something hit him. Although it didn't penetrate the skin and flesh, it still hurt. The mood was even worse. There are actually animals that dare to snatch the little sugar man from me. This is intolerable. He looked at the little sugar man in front of him reluctantly, and the four-legged monster that just attacked him, and decisively ran towards the competitor. Zhuang Xiao was now only chasing Lu Feng's car, and he didn't realize that the mutant wild bear behind him had changed his mind. However, the four people hiding in the dark saw the running route of the mutant wild bear clearly. The mutant wild bear that was originally following Zhuang Xiao had no longer followed Zhuang Xiao enchanting running route, but ran straight towards the car of the Qilin mercenary team. After the four people looked at each other, they immediately jumped out of the bushes. Then, they bumped into the people of the Qilin mercenary team, who jumped out of the bushes at the same time. After a brief silence, the two parties. "Hi. Hello. You are hunting mutant pheasants. What a coincidence. Us too." As he said this, Meng Qingyang also showed the crossbow in front of his lower body. However, the people of the Qilin mercenary team quickly came back to their senses after hearing Meng Qingyang's greeting, and they didn't have time to deal with them now. Lu's team was still waiting for their support. It was also a coincidence that none of the two people who jumped out knew Meng Qingyang of the future mercenary team. They just thought that these four people were just desperate guys who entered the blind spot to pick up waste. After glancing at them, the two went towards Lu Feng. When the four people saw the two people walking away, Meng Qingyang exhaled a breath of turbid air. It's good that they don't know them. It's good that they don't know them. Then, they started to run towards Zhuang Xiao. Since the people of the Qilin mercenary team are going to play, the cousin should hurry up and leave. They are not worried that someone will recognize Zhuang Xiao in the future. After all, the cousin is like that now. It would be a miracle if they can recognize her. "Cousin! Cousin! Here!" Meng Qingyang shouted hoarsely in the direction of Zhuang Xiao. "After watching my cousin walking the bear for a while, my originally dry throat became even more uncomfortable." Chapter 172. Zhuang Xiao heard someone calling her cousin, and she ran while looking in the direction of the voice. The foursome. She glanced behind her. Where was the mutant wild bear? Several gunshots rang out again. Zhuang Xiao running footsteps changed direction and gradually slowed down. The mutant wild bear had long deviated from her route and was chasing after the luxury car. It was finally her turn to watch the show. However, before that, she still obeyed Meng Qingyang's call and ran towards them. Yin Ning looked at the little feathered sugar man in front of him, whose face was so swollen that even the facial contours were deformed, and he was very worried. Is his sister going to be disfigured? "Sister, is your face okay?" The young boy looked at Zhuang Xiao worriedly. What girl doesn't love beauty? Even in the Wasteland. If her face becomes like her sister's now, it will be difficult to get married in the future. Love at first sight, and love over time. Both start with appearance. Was Xiao, His face should be okay. Zhuang Xiao waved her hand and said, "It's okay. It's okay. I was just stung by a bee." At this time, Zhuang Xiao didn't know how terrible her image had become. What she cared about most now was that she had to leave this damn place immediately, and never wanted to walk the bear again. The four people saw that she didn't care, and they all thought that Zhuang Xiao was not the kind of person who cared too much about her appearance. So, they were a little relieved. After the confrontation over there, the war gradually became fierce. As the oldest and most experienced person in the group, Meng Qingyang naturally served as the leader of the five-man team. He glanced at the sack behind Zhuang Xiao and thought, no wonder the mutant wild bear kept catching my cousin. Good guy. It probably took out all the food. Let's leave here first, Meng Qingyang said. Zhuang Xiao had no objection. She had already messed up the running route today. Now she could barely distinguish the east, west, south, and north through the setting sun. Since there is someone who can lead the way, that would be the best. Seeing that all 4 people agreed, Meng Qingyang walked in the front. Yan Ming, Xiang Su, and Wan He were 3 young men. For the fact that Zhuang Xiao took a walk with the mutant wild bear for half a day today, the 3 of them were full of admiration. Didn't you see that Meng Qingyang in front of him was trembling when he walked? The 3 of them knew Zhuang Xiao, and they all had a friendship of collecting in the wild together. So the 4 people walking behind never stopped talking. No, it was the 3 people who never stopped talking. Zhuang Zhao's mouth was also swollen, and it hurt to talk, so she didn't speak if she could, and only nodded and shook her head occasionally to agree. Meng Qingyang, who was walking in front, was speechless. Young men, are we on a picnic now? We should take advantage of the fight between the 2 parties to quickly leave this troubled place. However, when passing the battlefield between the Qilin mercenary team and the mutant pheasants, Zhuang Xiao suddenly stopped. There were many mutant pheasant corpses left in the forest, and her squinting eyes were particularly powerful for her to see a few white lights. Are you really not going to see the mutant pheasants on the ground? Zhuang Xiao said this sentence with great effort, and regardless of their reactions, she was ready to pick up the corpses on the ground. If you don't pick them up, you will regret it. After hearing their sister suddenly say such a long sentence, the 2 of them followed her happily. Wan He, who am I on? In a breath, Wan He also followed Zhuang Xiao's steps happily. Meng Qingyang, this team is really hard to lead. However, when the Qilin mercenary team was urgently finishing work just now, they watched it carefully from the side. They didn't have time to test any of the mutant pheasant corpses. Maybe there are edible mutant pheasants in it. Chapter 173. As for the energy stone, I dare not even think about it. This pheasant, can it have an energy stone? In the high radiation area, they only found 3 in the stomachs of more than 10 mutant wild goats. The 4 of them went to pick up the corpses, and Meng Qingyang could only follow them resignedly. Most of the mutant pheasants had scattered after being frightened by the Qilin mercenaries and the mutant wild bears, although the calls of mutant pheasants could be heard from time to time in the forest. The 4 people were not worried about being besieged by the mutant pheasants. Especially Zhuang Xiaoza was not worried at all. After all, in her heart, the mutant pheasants were still the representative of the disunited animal groups in the Wasteland. So, after entering the war zone, Zhuang Xiao went straight to the mutant pheasant corpses with energy stones. Since the mutant pheasants were not small in size, she could only carry 1 in each hand. Now there were other people present, so she couldn't label all the mutant pheasants with energy stones. Moreover, it was for the 2 shouts that Meng Qingyang had contributed to her ending the bear walk today. Let them have this opportunity to see the charm of the energy stone. Both hands were still swollen, which affected the speed of her disemboweling the mutant pheasant. She took out the energy stone from the abdomen of the mutant pheasant and put it on the watch. Ding! Energy stone level F. Energy value 72. Zhuang Xiao, That's it. She overestimated this chicken. 4/5, This mutant pheasant actually has an energy stone. The 4 of them hurried back to find the high radiation mutant pheasant that had been tested. Zhuang Xiao endured the stinging pain on her hand and dripped the blood on the dagger on the watch. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. Zhuang Xiao, The impression of the mutant pheasant in her mind immediately fell into the dust. Without unity, the energy stone is still small, and the meat cannot be eaten. What's the point of living like this? The contempt for the mutant pheasant only lasted for a second. Yan Ming's scream came from the other side. Ah! Sister! You are my real sister. Followed by Xiang Su's muffled voice. Sister! You are also my real sister. Yan Ming, Who said that he didn't have a sister? Then the voice of the 3rd boy. Oh my god! Can I eat a bite of mutant pheasant meat tonight? Meng Qingyang's eyes turned back and forth between the 4 people. Why did he have nothing? We are all in a temporary team. Is there such a difference in treatment? Zhuang Xiao's 2nd mutant pheasant's energy stone level is still F level. But this mutant pheasant is edible with moderate radiation. Just barely. At least she can eat meat again at night. The 4 people spent half an hour checking all the corpses on the ground. Zhuang Xiao got 6 energy stones, all of which were F grade. But the mutant pheasant got 2 edible ones. Although the energy stone harvest was not as expected, the meat was not bad. After enduring several devastating blows, Meng Qingyang got an energy stone that just entered the E-grade standard line, and a moderately irradiated mutant pheasant. Yinming only got 2 F-grade energy stones, which he was very satisfied with. As far as their family was concerned, energy stones were the most important. Xiangsu got an F-grade one, but no edible meat, and one he had the richest harvest among the 3 teenagers, with an E-grade energy stone and an edible pheasant with moderate radiation mutation. The 5 people tacitly put away the energy stones. Yinming and Xiangsu were particularly considerate and wanted to carry Zhuangxiao mutant pheasant. Every time I see her sister, good things happen. I really want to wait at her sister's door every day to punch in. The battle on the Kirin mercenary team is coming to an end. The mutant wild bear now regretted chasing after the little sugar man. Chapter 174. Isn't it just a beehive? There are so many of them. It doesn't matter if I give one to the little sugar man. Now, Xiong's life is probably going to end here. The brown fur has been stained with blood, and one of its claws was hit by a shell. Bloody, and its running speed has been greatly affected. However, in order to survive, for the cubs at home, the mutant wild bear avoided the attack of gunfire, endured the severe pain of its claws, and desperately fled to the depths of the blind spot. But how could the Qilin mercenary team let this fat bear, that was about to be captured with great difficulty, escape? Another shell. Today this mutant wild bear is in our pocket, Lu Feng said with a telescope. The mutant wild bear in the field of vision ran slower and slower. There was a loud noise of boom. The grass and trees in front were broken. Dust was flying, and the fleeing mutant wild bear was overturned to the ground. Blood was gushing out from its back, and the originally brown mutant wild bear gradually turned dark red, which looked shocking. The mutant wild bear struggled for a few times, and finally fell down dejectedly. When Lu Feng and his team arrived, the ground was stained with the mutant wild bear's blood, and the mutant wild bear had been exhaling more and inhaling less. Fong Mingwei parked the car. The people of the Qilin mercenary team got out of the car. Lu Feng held a pistol, aimed the muzzle at the mutant wild bear's eyes, and sent the bullet into its brain. Rest in peace. At this time, Fong Mingwei was so excited. It was the first time for their team to hunt such a large mutant animal. The other team members were in the same mood as Fong Mingwei at this moment, and they were all like telepathy. A little blood was taken from the mutant wild bear's hair and stained on the watch. Several watch sounds rang. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Okay. It wasn't too disappointing. The mercenary team has been doing missions in the blind area for many years, so they naturally know that large mutant animals, like mutant wild bears, mostly live in high radiation areas. The probability of being edible is very small. The meat cannot be eaten, but the skin is a good skin, although some parts have been bombarded by artillery fire and are a little unrecognizable. The whole skin is big. Lu Feng looked at the sky and ordered in a deep voice, "Hurry up and touch the energy stone. See how to bring this mutant wild bear back." Although the meat cannot be eaten, it still has other uses besides the skin. For example, the feces that Xiao gave to Yin, whose family can only be said to have the same purpose. They chased this mutant wild bear for a while, and they were already some distance away from the boundary line between the safe zone and the blind zone. Besides, they haven't tested the mutant pheasants they rounded up today. In Lu Feng's opinion, time is very tight. The 2 people who met with Meng Qingyang and others were completely immersed in the excitement of touching the energy stone. After a while, the 2 men had 4 more energy stones full of sweet shit smell in their hands. Even if the energy stone is smelly now, it is definitely really fragrant in their hearts. The body of the mutant wild bear was finally dragged behind the car. Half an hour later, Lu Feng stood in a forest full of mutant pheasant corpses. "Captain Lu, this should have been picked up by those guys who came to the blind spot to scavenge." The 2 young men lowered their eyes and said timidly, "Oh, it was really. If it weren't for the 4 energy stones just now." Lu Feng would have wanted to curse. However, he also wanted to curse now. Who stole the results of their half an afternoon today? Zhuangxiao, your fee for watching the performance today has been paid. Thank you for your patronage. At this time, the 5-member team has returned to the main road. The 4 people surrounded Zhuangxiao in the middle. Even so, it was impossible to completely block the pedestrians on the road from looking at Zhuangxiao from time to time. It was really miserable. Chapter 175. How could she be so miserable? And she looked like a girl. Right? Before coming out of the woods, Ming Qingyang asked Zhuang Xiao to distribute the sack and mutant pheasant on her to the other people. If Zhuang Xiao's image today was not so impressive, he would not worry about this cousin. Although the two people in the Qilin mercenary team did not recognize him. Who knows what will happen in the future? What if they bump into each other one day? And it was so late. They couldn't let her carry so many things back alone. Especially the honey. The sweet smell was too strong. It was hard to cover it up. So, the cousin's image could only be dispersed. Just a pig head. Probably just curious to take a look, if these gains were added. It was estimated that some people with bad intentions would follow her home. Zhuang Xiao felt that what Ming Qingyang said made sense, and did not insist too much. She was very happy today to have someone share this physical work. I brought some nutrient solution with me when I went out. I was so hungry now. While I had nothing in my hands, I simply sent a message to Xiao. Just 3 words, hungry, hungry, hungry. As soon as Zhuang Xiao felt the message was sent out, he heard the sound of a new short message coming in. When he opened it, there was only one word. I felt very happy when I saw this word. I didn't need green porridge today, which was great. Just when they were about to reach the shantytown, a car horn sounded behind them. Those eyes that were originally fixed on Ming Qingyang and the others disappeared instantly. Several people hurriedly followed the crowd to hide on both sides of the road. Zhuang Xiao was still surrounded by 4 people in the middle, and his ears were filled with the exclamations of the crowd. And then, there were all kinds of whispers. It's a mutant wild bear. Which mercenary team is this from? So powerful. They hunted a mutant wild bear directly. This is the first time I've seen such a big mutant animal. Oh my god. This is too powerful. When Ming Qingyang and the others saw the mutant wild bear behind the car, they subconsciously lowered their heads. A few people surrounded Zhuang Xiao more tightly. Fortunately, it was half dark, and they were mixed in the grass beside the road like everyone else. So they were not very conspicuous. Being too short is a disadvantage. They can't even watch the excitement and see the new things. However, after Zhuang Xiao heard the words mutated wild bear, he consciously shrank into the encirclement of the 4 big men. When the car drove away, everyone returned to the road, and Zhuang Xiao and his group were completely ignored at this time. The voices of the 2s and 3s were all discussing the mutant wild bear. After replying to Zhuang Xiao's message, Xiao shook the quilt in his hand to make every inch of the cotton cloth smooth and flat. Then folded it and placed it on the stool in the living room. Then he went to the storage room to get a mantis egg and a potato and went into the kitchen. The winter quilts have been prepared, and the items that need to be placed in his bedroom and living room have been dealt with. Now he is waiting for Zhuang Xiao to come back in the evening to add some winter warm items to her bedroom. And the matter of the dancing grass. When the last handful of firewood was put into the stove, there was a knock at the door. Xiao patted the dust on his body and walked quickly towards the door. The door opened, and the first thing that came into view was Ming Qingyang's face. Brother Hua. Yin Ming squeezed out from behind and said, "Well, you must be mentally prepared." "My sister." Xiao's heart tightened immediately. Didn't she send a message saying she was hungry not long ago? This? Don't block it. I have to go home sooner or later anyway. I will see it. Just get used to it. A weak female voice came from behind. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao's heart was half relieved. Chapter 176. Cousin Ming. Please move aside. Zhuang Xiao continued. Along the way, she had a certain understanding of her current image from the strange looks of passers-by and the expressions of 4 people who were hesitant to speak. Alas, she is just very ugly. Yes, her hands are like this, and her peerless beauty is not much better. But every time she felt the heavy energy stone in her bag, her mood would be a little better. After hearing Zhuang Xiao's words, Ming Qingyang moved his steps to the side. The solar lamp hanging in the yard cast a slightly dim light on the person behind Ming Qingyang. Xiao's breathing stagnated, and he strode to Zhuang Xiao and asked, "What happened to you?" Zhuang Xiao said hesitantly, "That? I was accidentally stung by a mutant bee when I was digging out the beehive. Tomorrow. The swelling will probably go down tomorrow." Seeing the 2 people like this, Ming Qingyang hurriedly said, "Boss Wu, let's go in and talk about it." "Yes. If there is anything, we should go back first. And the bee stings on the face, and body must be treated as soon as possible." Xiao wanted to reach out and pull the little girl's arm, but he saw that hand again. Forget it. He turned around silently and went back to the house first. Meng Qingyang and a few others followed him into the living room. Meng Qingyang said, I still have some swelling and pain-relieving medicine at home. I will send some back to you. Cousin, after I go home, I also have it at home. I also have it at home. Xiang Su hurriedly raised his hand and said, Wan He, who was standing in the corner, also raised his hand and said, that, I also have it at home. Why don't I go back and get it now? This atmosphere is too depressing. He couldn't stand it. Yin Ming, what should I do if I don't have one at home? The living room, which was not big to begin with, suddenly had 6 people rushing in, making it seem particularly crowded. And the 4 people were talking at the same time, which was noisy. Zhuang Xiao endured the discomfort on his face and said, No. No. You all should go home quickly. It's very late. Then he seemed to remember something and turned to ask Xiao, Xiao, do we have medicine at home? Xiao nodded. He said to the 4 people, You all should go home first. Seeing that the 2 people started to chase people away, the 4 people put Zhuang Xiao things on the table. They left quickly. If this cousin was scolded, they couldn't help. It's better to leave first to avoid embarrassing her. As soon as the harvest was on the table, Zhuang Xiao felt relieved. She has made great contributions to this family. So why should she feel guilty or short of breath? Xiao. Medicine. 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 My face hurts. It doesn't hurt much. But we have to play the victim when it's time. Maybe before her face gets better, she can eat meat. Meat every day. Under the light. Zhuang Xiao's unrecognizable face and the colorful feathers on her body are particularly visually impactful. Xiao said, Go wash up first. Change your down coat. I go get the medicine. He turned and went back to his bedroom. Zhuang Xiao, down coat? Zhuang Xiao lowered her head and looked at her image of being the best among the chickens. Now, with a cluck, she could perfectly go undercover in the mutant pheasant group. When Zhuang Xiao came out, Xiao had already arranged the things on the table. And dinner was already on the table. Eat first, I apply the medicine, Zhuang Xiao said. The pain of the mutant bee sting was numb. She was worried that after applying the medicine, she would experience a blunt knife cutting her flesh. So she might as well eat first. The most important thing is to feed her 5 internal organs. Looking at her 2 eyes that were faintly glowing with green light, Xiao knew that she was very hungry. Seeing that she was struggling to speak, he decided to ask slowly. Zhuang Xiao ate the whole meal with a grin on her face. Then, she took the medicine back to the bedroom and applied it to the stung parts of her face and body. I don't know what this medicine is made of, but it has a faint smell of green grass. Looking at her green hands, her face must be a miserable green. Chapter 177. Her lotus root. Her car. Her autumn harvest activities. It is estimated that they will be put on hold again. Her face is really hard to describe. She must have a very high rate of turning heads when she goes out. After Zhuang Xiao came back, all the plans related to Zhuang Xiao arrangements tonight will be postponed. The next morning, white mist rose quietly and filled the dark night sky. The dancing grass outside the window was looming in the white mist. At the call of the biological clock, Zhuang Xiao woke up on time. When the fabric of the clothes met the wound on her body, the burning feeling reminded her that she didn't need to go out today. So, the hand holding the clothes loosened instantly. The sleepy eyes closed immediately, and the person lay back on the bed. When I woke up again, it was already bright. The white mist outside the window was so vast that I couldn't even see the gate in the yard clearly. When Zhuang Xiao opened the bedroom door, Xiao happened to enter the living room with breakfast. Are you awake? Xiao said. Zhuang Xiao said, Well, do you think my face is less swollen? I feel it's smaller. In fact, she guessed it based on the redness and swelling on her hands. Xiao stared at Zhuang Xiao's green face and said, It has been reduced a lot. Apply it again in the morning. If it's fast, you can see people tomorrow. That's good. That's good, Zhuang Xiao said happily. But why is it so foggy today? Xiao put the breakfast on the table, motioned Zhuang Xiao to sit down, and said, It's going to get colder. Every autumn, there will be such a fog before the temperature drops. It will retreat by noon at the latest. Zhuang Xiao murmured and started to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao, under Zhuang Xiao's supervision, began to install various insulation equipment in her room. Zhuang Xiao could only watch from the side this time, and couldn't even help. It didn't hurt if she didn't move her hands, but it hurt if she moved them. So, she sat quietly on the side and watched Xiao work. Suddenly, she remembered the energy stone wrapped in sweet honey that was still in her bag. I don't know how many I got yesterday. I stood up from the stool and went to the wall to pick my bag. I looked at the dancing grass outside the window. How did this grass grow so tall? Xiao, what's wrong with this grass? Xiao looked at the little beauty outside the window in surprise. No, now it's a big beauty. Xiao hammer suddenly stopped, and he said he forgot to say something, but he didn't know what happened. So he answered honestly, it was just yesterday. It suddenly grew up. The fog was too heavy in the morning, so he didn't notice it. And now, as the fog gradually dissipated, the full picture of the grass was revealed. Xiao stared at the dancing grass outside the window and thought, this is too sudden. This is 3 times the height of the original height. If it grows longer, it will be flush with the roof. Could it be that it wants to fly to the sky? Xiao thought for a moment, and said hesitantly, also, it hurts more when it hits people now. This grass can't be a demon that is cultivated into a spirit. Xiao asked cautiously. This dancing grass now somewhat subverts the worldview she has just built, which is not very solid. If I had known earlier, I would have agreed to Xiao's request for the femme fatale to dance alone. Plant this femme fatale under Xiao's windowsill. Xiao smiled silently and said, it's not a demon. I have heard people mention that there are all kinds of strange animals and plants in high radiation areas. It's just that due to the radiation problem, humans have no chance to see it. Yesterday he tested this dancing grass for a long time, and it likes to beat people when it is irritated. Under normal conditions, it is still very obedient, especially when watering and fertilizing it. It is even more so. Xiao reached out and touched the leaves of the dancing grass. Very good. No reaction. As soon as Xiao hammer rang, her enchanting dance moves came online. Okay. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Even in her world, there are many unsolved mysteries about plants and animals, let alone in the wasteland. Chapter 178. Xiao took the bag and poured the energy stones on the ground. A lot of them were stuck to the inside of the bag. She could only pick them out one by one. After counting, there were 126 in total. While Xiao was counting the energy stones, Xiao put down what he was holding and went out. After a while, he came back with a worn-out watch and handed it to Xiao, saying, use this to measure energy stones in the future. Xiao took the watch and asked in confusion, why? Xiao explained, the information of the watches we usually use will be recorded in the system database of the security zone. If the number of energy stones detected is too large, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Xiao nodded in understanding. Sure enough, no matter which world, information security is a problem. No matter what platform or system, the promise that we are absolutely safe is not credible. As long as you enter someone else's system, you will be subject to corresponding monitoring. Sometimes, you don't know when your personal information was collected, and when you agreed to the other party's collection. It depends on whether you are worthy of the other party's effort to investigate your data. Anyway, Xiao feels that while internet technology brings convenience to people, it also makes her feel insecure. Okay. Then I will use this to detect energy stones in the future. Xiao promised Xiao. Now think about it. If she had known that the safe zone of this world was like this, she would think it would be good to be an illegal resident. At worst, she could just barter. Xiao counted all her gains yesterday. Of course, the most important thing is to count the energy stones. The matter of mutant pheasants and honeycombs was left to Xiao to handle. Do you have enough energy stones? Xiao fiddled with a pile of small stones in front of her boredly. Obviously, she should be considered a super rich woman in the wasteland. But it seems that the value of this rich woman is reflected when she goes out with Xiao to buy, and pay the bill. Xiao said, you can just keep the energy stones yourself in the future. I'm in good condition now. After this period of busy work, the house has everything for all seasons. He doesn't need to stay at home every day. That's good. Sure enough, as Xiao expected, towards noon, the white mist gradually dissipated. The sun shone down, and the sky was like a dream. The temperature also dropped a lot. The temperature difference changed so fast that it was completely beyond Xiao's imagination. Fortunately, the quilted home has been put into use. Otherwise she would have been woken up by the cold at night with a thin quilt. These 2 days at home. Hui Xiao went out every day. On the first day, he went to the safe zone to find someone to deal with the honey in the beehive, and brought her a pigskin coat. Yes, it was a pigskin coat. This pig was the wild boar that crossed the mountains and ridges to her bedroom during the storm. Zhuang Xiao had only heard of shoes made of sheepskin, cowhide and pigskin before. This was the first time she saw a pigskin coat, which looked quite novel. In addition, there were 2 pairs of pigskin shoes. She and Hui Xiao each had a pair. The next day, Hui Xiao also went out. Zhuang Xiao didn't ask what he was doing. Recently, she has been focusing on the planting area behind the bedroom. It was specially built when the house was built. However, the few plants she dug up at the beginning were all raised at Hui Xiao Place. Her place has been vacant. These 2 days, she happened to be at home, and she thought of her winter vegetable cultivation again. There are wild mung beans and peanut seeds at home, and Zhuang Xiao plans to continue hydroponically cultivating these 2 seeds. Moreover, she was particularly extravagant this time, and put a piece of energy stone with a very low energy value in each of the 2 pots. Suddenly, I remembered a sentence someone said. Money is just a number in my eyes. Chapter 179. Since she knew that the encyclopedia was repaired, she felt that these energy stones were just shiny little stones in her eyes. You don't understand the feelings of the Wasteland rich woman. During the 2 days that Zhuang Xiao stayed at home, the dancing grass at home grew a lot taller. Every day when she was tossing in the yard, the dancing grass really swayed wildly. From the initial surprise and curiosity, she has now been able to ignore it. I hope this is a cold-loving and cold-resistant plant. This way, there will be some greenery in the house in winter. That is, in the afternoon of the 2nd day, near dusk, Zhuang Xiao entertained a wave of guests. Why are you here? When Zhuang Xiao opened the door, she saw 3 neatly arranged boiled egg heads. One had actually joined the bald army. Zhuang Xiao doubted for a moment that she would not be surrounded by boiled egg heads on the street in the future. Sister, your face really looks much better, Yanming said. Zhuang Xiao, young man, please clear your mind of the pig-headed image of sister. I heard from Brother Hua that you like poisonous plants. When we 3 went out these 2 days, we dug some for you. Xiang Su, who was standing next to him, also said, he and I dug it back from the blind spot when we were on a mission today. I don't know if my cousin likes it. As they said that, the 3 of them pushed the green plants behind them in front of Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao held the gate, took a step back, and said, You 3 come in first. How did Hui Xiao spread rumors? She said she likes poisonous plants. Who likes poisonous plants? Didn't she dig them home because she thought they were useful? As soon as the 3 of them entered the courtyard, they saw the particularly charming dancing grass. Is it windy today? No wind. Because we came at night the day before yesterday. No one noticed the existence of this dancing grass. It looks especially weird today. Sister, what is this moving plant in your house? He said with a stuttering voice. Although they often go in and out of blind spots, they will also see some uncommon plants. However, the one in Zhuang Xiao home is really rare. Dancing grass? Fun. Right. Zhuang Xiao said calmly. I don't know if it can produce seeds. If it does, I give you some later. He waved his hand and refused. No. No. If it's late at night, it's still moving around like this. It looks quite scary. Yanming and Xiang Su said at the same time, we want. This looks quite interesting. Zhuang Xiao gave the 2 people a look that said you are very good and have good vision. Then he looked at the plants in their hands and asked, what plants are in your hands? The eyes first fell on the plant with small red flowers in Yanming's hand. This flower shape is a bit like morning glory, and it looks quite festive with its bright red color. Yanming said, this is a pitcher plant. The flower can secrete toxic mucus. If an insect accidentally gets on it, it will quickly burn the skin. Zhuang Xiao, this is comparable to sulfuric acid. Then why don't you put it down quickly? Is it okay to hold it like this? Zhuang Xiao said quickly. It's okay. It's okay. When the flower turns from red to white, the mucus secreted will have such an effect. I cut all the white flowers before. Red usually represents danger, but I didn't expect that the little white flowers in the wasteland are the most lethal. That's good. That's good, then put it down. Then she asked the other 2 teenagers. Xiangsu had rouge zui in his hand. It can bear fruit, and the probability of the fruit being edible is still very high. But the disadvantage is that people will be drunk after eating it. Strictly speaking, it is not a poisonous grass. One, he himself didn't know what he was holding. The watch couldn't detect it, so it was poisonous. Zhuang Xiao knew that the unknown plant could be exchanged for points, so he wanted to refuse. Take this back and exchange it for points. Why was he the only one rejected? Chapter 180. The young man suddenly felt a little depressed, and said aggrievedly, "Is it because my plant is not good looking?" When the three of them met, he found that the plant he was holding was the ugliest, with hairy thorns on the leaves. However, he only found such a poisonous plant today. As a result, my cousin still doesn't like it. Zhuang Xiao's face was full of black lines. What does this have to do with whether it looks good or not? She hasn't felt wrong yet. The first time the Wasteland received a gift, it turned out to be the 3 poisonous grasses. Then leave yours too, Zhuang Xiao said speechlessly. The smile on the young man's face instantly became brighter. The 3 people helped Zhuang Xiao plant all the plants, and then left. When he went out, he happened to meet Hua Xiao, who had just returned. "Hello, Brother Hua, we leave first." After that, the 3 young men ran away in a lively manner. When Hua Xiao entered the yard, he saw Zhuang Xiao watering several plants under the wall of his bedroom. "Why are they here?" Zhuang Xiao said without raising his head. "Someone said I like poisonous plants, so they came to send me poisonous plants." Hua Xiao, Why does this tone sound strange? And who is this someone? Hua Xiao was confused for a moment, and said "Oh," and was about to go back to the house. Zhuang Xiao's faint voice came from behind. "I want to eat chicken stewed with potatoes tonight." "Okay," Hua Xiao replied. Zhuang Xiao, Is it so easy? Hua Xiao, Otherwise, the sting on her hand has almost healed. So after dinner, her subject 3 is online again. Tomorrow is the last day of the radish collection activity. She must go. Radish is durable in storage, and can also be made into small pickles. It can also be eaten with green porridge in the future. I always feel that she will drink green porridge many days in winter. After all, her family's food reserves still make her feel a sense of crisis. So, her lotus root and her car can only be postponed for 1 day. After getting up the next day, Zhuang Xiao put on her new pigskin coat. Although the style is not very good looking, it is still good for warmth. Hua Xiao made an appointment with Yan Hu today, so she can act alone again. Brother Hua has been busy these 2 days, and I don't know what he is planning. However, she doesn't care much. After all, everyone has their own private space, right? As long as she can find someone when she encounters something unclear. The people she met on the road were in a hurry, and their clothes were a little thicker. Zhuang Xiao also unconsciously quickened her pace. She got up a little late today, and she didn't know if she could catch the last bus. When she arrived at the square, the convoy had arrived. The crowd was bustling and shoulder to shoulder. Can't I get in the car? Just when she was worried that today's collection activity would be ruined, she suddenly heard someone calling her. "Cousin! Cousin! Here!" Meng Qingyang stood in the car and shouted to the short person with a little green on his face in the crowd. For today's radish collection activity, only he and Hu Qianli were sent out from the future mercenary team. "Cousin? Where?" Hu Qianli, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat of the car, shouted to Meng Qingyang in the back car. As he spoke, he also got off the co-pilot seat. Meng Qingyang pointed in a direction and replied, "It's that short person with a little green on his face." Zhuang Xiao, Hu Qianli looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, he saw the petite cousin in a group of tall and mighty people. "I'd pick up my cousin." After saying that, Hu Qianli jumped out of the car and ran towards Zhuang Xiao. Today, his wife Lan Hong didn't come either, and Meng Qingyang was alone again. The quota for the relatives in this car must be given to my cousin. Zhuang Xiao felt better when she heard that she could take a free ride. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you are a bastard. Finally, it was her turn to be a relative. "Hi, cousin." Meng Qingyang stood at the back of the car and prepared to pull Zhuang Xiao up. Chapter 181. "Hello, cousin." Zhuang Xiao responded enthusiastically. "Qingyang, hurry up and get your cousin in. We set off," Hu Qianli said. Zhuang Xiao climbed into the car without Meng Qingyang's help. As soon as he sat down, someone asked gossipingly, Meng Qingyang, is this your cousin? I haven't heard that you have a cousin. Yes, she is my cousin. My relative, Meng Qingyang said. Then why does Hu Qianli also call her cousin? The man asked again. Hu Qianli, who had just opened the passenger door, shouted, what does this have to do with you? This man is just a chatterbox and a coward. The relative of his family, who was thousands of miles away, said that if he caused trouble for him, he would not be able to take advantage of him next time. After being yelled at by Hu Qianli, the man immediately shut up. He shut up, but his eyes kept looking at Zhuang Xiao. With two cousins escorting her, Zhuang Xiao didn't want to bother with irrelevant people. Under Meng Qingyang's thoughtful arrangement, she got a sheltered position. Although Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli could provide her with the convenience of hitchhiking, she still had to queue up for the number plate to collect in the radish area, because the probability of edible radishes was particularly low. This time, the safe zone did not require the harvest to be handed over. Cousin, Meng Qingyang and I are on duty nearby. You can come directly after you are done, Hu Qianli said naggingly. Since getting off the car, Hu Qianli has been nagging in various ways. Zhuang Xiao felt that her ears were about to be calloused, and hurriedly said, okay, I know. After saying hello to Meng Qingyang, he flew to the position where the team received the number plate. Hu Qianli, you are too nagging. Look at how scared your cousin is. Meng Qingyang patted Hu Qianli on the shoulder. Hu Qianli turned his head and said, where am I nagging? Didn't you hear your cousin saying good all the time? How well behaved and obedient. Meng Qingyang, okay. As long as you were happy. When they first met Zhuang Xiao, when they came back from the blind spot, they all called each other cousins and cousins when they talked, without even mentioning their names. Later, even he gradually got used to this name. After seeing the cousins' bear-walking skills in the last bamboo forest collection, he was also very impressed. The plot of land that Zhuang Xiao received happened to be near Hu Qianli and his friends. If she stood up straight, she could see the figures of Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang. Fortunately, the radish seedlings were quite tall, which could block her figure to a certain extent. She was really afraid that Hu Qianli would talk to her from such a long distance. Zhuang Xiao took out the small spatula in her bag, and today's digging activity was online. In the wasteland, every day, I was either digging a pit or on the way to dig a pit. Although the temperature has dropped, the radish leaves on the ground were not affected at all, growing lush and green, which was very pleasing. Moreover, these radish leaves are not only edible, but also have high nutritional value and can relieve cough and phlegm. But, because of the roots of white radish, people often ignore its leaves. Therefore, Zhuang Xiao's purpose today is not only white radish, but also radish leaves. And she believes that ignoring the leaves is probably something that only happens in her world. In the wasteland, even bitter edible grass leaves can be used as staple food. So how can people forget radish leaves? Zhuang Xiao put 2 sacks beside him, one for white radish and the other for radish leaves. That is, radish leaves. The radish is still the same radish. White, fat, and cute. Ding D. Highly mutated due to radiation. Inedible. Ding D. Highly mutated due to radiation. Inedible. Ding D. Highly mutated due to radiation. Inedible. Did she break the law of heaven today? Did she break the law of heaven today? I feel tired and don't love it. Looking at the pile of inedible white fat dug out in front of me, I can't help asking the heavens, the spirits of heaven and earth, respond to the changes without stopping. The spirits of the 5 directions communicate with me. Nervous Xiao is online again, mumbling to summon the pitfall of Jiao Tianxian Nu. Chapter 182. Alas, Zhuang Xiao felt that she had gotten a serious illness after coming to the wasteland. This mental state would occasionally go crazy. Ding D. Highly radioactive and mutated. Inedible. Zhuang Xiao, Okay. The summoning of the gods failed. She sat on the sack behind her and took a break. She decided to sit down and test the leaves of the radish for a while to calm down. Ding D. Highly radioactive and mutated. Inedible. Ding D. Highly radioactive and mutated. Inedible. Where is Jing Jing? Where is Jing Jing? She wanted to be quiet. Zhuang Xiao lay in the radish pile with her arms and legs spread out, looking at the blue autumn sky. And her mood was not much better. After lying for about a quarter of an hour, Zhuang Xiao slowly got up from the ground. There were fallen radish plants all around. The sacks of the people closest to her plot also looked deflated. No one to the safe zone didn't want to harvest this time. The probability of the radish being edible was so low that she had no desire to live. If she had known this, wouldn't she have gone to dig lotus roots? The radish plot allocated this time is quite large. Looking at the remaining half of the country, for the first time, she felt that she didn't want this country anymore. Okay. Zhuang Xiao sighed, squatted down, and continued to dig the soil. Brother Hua, there are no strange mutant aquatic animals in this pond for the time being. Yan Ning stood on the shore, stirring the pond with a long stick in his hand. Hua Xiao and Yin, who had been observing on the shore for a while, pushed the temporary simple raft into the water. The depth of the water needs to be confirmed again in order to circle the range for their activities in the water. Although this pond doesn't look big, it can raise a huge mutant turtle and grow so many lotus flowers. I always feel that there is something under this pond that they can't observe. The water quality of this pond is clear and has no odor at all. It doesn't look like dead water at all. If it's not dead water, there may be some underground rivers or something like that. This water network is very interconnected. Therefore, they still have to be careful. Hua Xiao's physical condition has recovered almost completely, and he should have made some contribution to this winter. Besides, the temperature is getting lower day by day, and there might be a big drop in temperature one day. After the pond freezes, the lotus root can't be dug at all. After much consideration, he finally made an appointment with brothers Yin Hu and Yin Ning, and the three of them pulled a cart to the pond. Zhuang Xiao, you actually brought people to steal my lotus root. Hua Xiao thought that even if the probability of edible radish collection points was lower, Zhuang Xiao had some luck on him, so he should be better than others. Zhuang Xiao, ding. Highly radiated and mutated. Inedible. Single loop. Hua Xiao and Yin Hu stood on the raft and circled the location where the dead lotus was. Half of the area was deep water, and people couldn't go down at all. Only within 5 meters of the pond could people go down to touch the lotus root. However, this area is enough for the 3 grown men to work for a whole day. After all, they have no experience in picking lotus roots, and they can't see under the water. It's really just picking lotus roots in the mud, relying on luck. After the exploration, the 3 people went into the water. Let's talk about Zhuang Xiao. I almost vomited from listening to the single song on repeat. In the future, whoever wants to come to this radish collection point can come. She will never come to it even if she is beaten to death. It's too heartbreaking. Suddenly, there was a surprise cheer from a distance, and the person's scream was soaring into the sky. Zhuang Xiao heard the murmurs of others. Oh! Who is this person? He is so lucky that he dug up an edible radish in just half a day. I'm so envious. Zhuang Xiao, So, is the probability of finding an edible radish already as low as 0? Wasteland. Defend. The radish game is going well. This challenge is difficult. Chapter 183. If she had passed the level, she probably wouldn't have been able to hide her emotions. This is too difficult. Isn't it? Even if it was just checking a blade of grass on the roadside, it would be better than this harvest. The excitement gradually faded, and everyone withdrew their envious eyes and continued to dig their own radishes. No one can have it as good as I do. In the late afternoon, several male and female sopranos were heard in the radish collection point. Zhuang Xiao was still playing the song on repeat. She had automatically blocked these voices that made her envious. Ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. What? Did she hear it hallucinating? Drip the juice on the dagger again. Ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. So, this is true. Really? Zhuang Xiao was so confused while digging the pit. Even after confirming it again, she was still a little dazed. I didn't expect that this ugly radish with such a rough skin could actually be eaten. As expected, you can't judge a person by his appearance. The mutant radish is the same. Just right. Isn't this appearance too different? Others are white and clean, but you have a sallow skin. But she doesn't dislike it. After all, no matter how good it looks, what's the use if you can't eat it? Zhuang Xiao's self-confidence returned instantly. She was too depressed in the morning, and she had plucked all the hairs of the radishes on this field. Now, looking at the few bald radishes left, she suddenly became excited. Maybe her good luck is all in these few radishes left. However, the goddess of luck. She was absent from work today. apart from the ugly radish and half a sack of radish leaves. Zhuang Xiao didn't get anything else. Zhuang Xiao kicked the fat white radish that almost tripped her feet away. Today, she really squatted on radishes enough. She squatted on white radishes all day. She never got up. "Cousin, you got a good harvest?" Hu Qianli stepped forward and greeted. Zhuang Xiao, brother, are you sure you're not being sarcastic? But when Zhuang Xiao got in the car, she found that, well, her harvest was really good. No, these locals knew that the radish harvest rate was so low. So why did they all gather here? This rotten radish collection point doesn't look like a treasure land at all. Fortunately, she only came for one day. Otherwise she would have vomited to death. And there are nothing but radishes around here. And there are endless radishes. There's no chance to go out and earn extra money. It's okay, Zhuang Xiao replied, and said hello to Meng Qingyang and climbed into the car. Hu Qianli was responsible for driving. Meng Qingyang was in the passenger seat, and Zhuang Xiao was able to have a quiet time. While closing his eyes to rest, he heard the chatterbox in the morning say, "I heard." He heard the chatterbox in the morning say, "I heard." Everyone's ears trembled, waiting for the man's next words. Seeing that everyone's eyes were drawn to him, and their curiosity reached its peak, he continued, "I heard that someone dug ginseng again today. Is it true?" "Oh, it should be true. I heard someone say it yesterday. I just didn't expect that someone would have such good luck today. Every year, everyone comes to this broken radish collection point just to encounter ginseng and try their luck. That's right. If it weren't for this, I really wouldn't want to come." Zhuang Xiao, the mystery is solved. No wonder so many people gather here when the radish harvest rate is so low. It turns out that it's all for that ginseng. However, shouldn't ginseng generally grow in deep mountains and old forests? How come it's mixed with radishes now? The best way to figure out something is to give up thinking about it. Why bother thinking about it? Anyway, she didn't even have ginseng today. She was able to dig up an edible radish. She felt that she was lucky in the end. Chapter 184. As soon as the topic was opened, these relatives of the mercenary team, who were not very familiar with each other, fell into various emotions of envy, jealousy and hatred. Ding. It was a message sent by Hu Xiao. Zhuang Xiao opened it, and saw a cart full of lotus roots. Fool? This guy actually went to dig lotus roots? Brother Hua, today's harvest is good. He touched his sack again quietly, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. In the evening, lotus root stewed with chicken? Mutated pheasant, Isn't it to stew everything with potatoes? Why does it feel like it has become a baby chicken stewing everything now? Hu Xiao and the other two looked at the full lotus roots in front of them. This harvest was completely beyond his expectations. How to cover it up? The cart can't go through the weeds and forests at all. What should we do now? Yin Ning looked at Hu Xiao. They really didn't expect that so many edible lotus roots could be dug out of a broken pond. Before loading, they didn't think the quantity was so huge. After loading, they felt that they were really lucky today. This harvest is too eye-catching. And it is also a burden. Hu Xiao said calmly, "Try to cover it up. If there is really someone who doesn't have eyes, we can only fight against the enemy and cover the water with soil. Everyone depends on their ability." And he also brought a pistol when he went out today, so he could show it when necessary. The three people found thatch from the surroundings and began to pile leaves on the car, trying to cover the lotus roots completely in it. Sure enough, as soon as they got on the road, this cart attracted the attention of many people. Some people took a look at the things on it and immediately looked away, while some people were more thoughtful and wanted to pull open the haystack to see what was underneath. But most people still maintained a cautious attitude. After all, being the first person to eat crabs is still very risky. As the first person to attack, the probability of being killed by crabs is quite high. In the end, the matter was settled, and all the meat was snatched away by others. Along the way, everyone had their own ulterior motives. Yan Ming, who was pulling like an old ox in the front, glanced at the increasing number of people around him, and his palms were sticky. Hu Xiao and Yin, who were standing on both sides of the rear of the cart, ready to fight. With crossbows in their hands, they were ready to shoot anyone who came up. Beep, beep. The sound of a car horn came from behind. The three people hurriedly moved the car to the side of the road. Hu Xiao's sight bumped into Feng Xiang inadvertently. "Hey, Boss Hu." Feng Xiang signaled people to stop the car and said to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao nodded and his sight fell on the back of their car. Well, the girl's dream of retrieving the car from the blind spot was shattered. Did you get the car that was left in the blind spot back? Xiao asked in a very calm tone. Feng Xiang looked at the return car and said, "It's just on the way. So I went to take a look. Maybe it can be driven after repairing it. This car cost them so much money in the beginning. Even if it can't be repaired, the parts can be sold after being disassembled. At least we can get some back." Xiao, That's great. You guys go ahead, Xiao said, signaling that they could leave. Feng Xiang looked at their flatbed truck and shouted into the car, Wanhe, come out and give Boss Hua a ride." Hearing the call of his captain, a salted egg head stretched out from the back car and agreed, "Okay." Then he jumped off the car. "Then I go first." Feng Xiang said goodbye to Xiao and asked the team to move on. "Hello, Boss Hua." Wanhe followed Xiao happily, his mercenary uniform shining brightly in the afterglow of the setting sun, and the gun looming around his waist. Most of the people who were originally walking next to the cart suddenly dispersed. Chapter 185. Xiao nodded and ignored him. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Wanhe simply ran to the front to help Yan Ming pull the cart. Seeing one more person, Yan Ming's nervous mood suddenly relaxed a lot, and the two teenagers chatted while pulling the cart. Xiao and Yan, whose tense hearts also relaxed a lot. Although Wanhe looked young and unreliable, the mercenary uniform alone could still shock many people. The second half of the journey went very smoothly. Zhuang Xiao just walked to the fork on the way home, and saw two teenagers on the opposite side desperately waving at her. Sister! Sister! A cart slowly came towards her. There was a person on each side of the car. Judging from the walking posture, it should be Yan Hu and Xiao. She simply stopped at the intersection and waited for them to get closer. This thatched pile. No. This lotus root. It looks a little taller than it looks in the photo. Think about what she gained today. Are you depressed? Are you discouraged? Are you disheartened? None of them. They have a share of the lotus roots in this cart. So happy. Looking at the cart getting closer and closer. Well, we are one step closer to stewing lotus roots with chicken. Xiao took the sack from Zhuang Xiao and put it on his back, whispering to Zhuang Xiao, "Half of it is ours." "Ah, shouldn't it be 1/3? Zhuang Xiao whispered, just when Xiao was about to say something else. Yan Ming shouted in front, "Sister, come and open the door." Zhuang Xiao responded from behind and ran away. Xiao, Okay. We can talk about it in the evening. After sending Yan Ming and the other two away, Zhuang Xiao and Xiao looked at the pile of lotus roots. "You guys are too awesome today. Aren't you?" Zhuang Xiao was blowing rainbow farts for the lotus roots and chicken stew in the evening. Xiao pursed his lips slightly, and there were smile lines at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. When he couldn't stand the praise from Zhuang Xiao, Xiao said, "How was your harvest today?" Zhuang Xiao, He was touched in the heart. After a day of picking radishes, he only picked an ugly one. "Well, it's okay." Zhuang Xiao hesitated for a long time and said something that seemed to be true. It was indeed okay. After all, she still had half a sack of radish leaves. This can be made into pickles and eaten with green porridge. He poured out the sack on the ground, and the ugly radish rolled out from the pile of radish leaves. "You call this okay?" Xiao stared at the radish. Zhuang Xiao choked. "Isn't it just not as good as the lotus roots you have in your cart today? There's no need to be so choking. Is it not okay?" Zhuang Xiao glanced at Xiao with a cold look and said back. Xiao, Why did his tone suddenly become so cold? However, he still praised sincerely, "You are very good. Especially good." While saying this, he gave Zhuang Xiao a thumbs up. This ginseng can catch up with several carts of lotus roots. Zhuang Xiao's mind suddenly couldn't turn around, and he stammered, "What did you say? This ugly thing is actually ginseng?" Looking at the ugly thing that rolled on the ground and was despised by him all the way, there is no need to comfort her like this. After all, she has seen what ginseng looks like. Although this radish is a bit ugly, it is not necessary to give it the name of ginseng just to comfort it. Seeing Zhuang Xiao's unbelievable look, Xiao emphasized again in a very sincere tone, "Well, this is ginseng." As he said this, he carefully fished out this precious lump from the radish leaves. Zhuang Xiao, Destroy it. So, all the words she said to comfort herself today were in vain. Her heart didn't need her comfort at all. "Then let's drink ginseng chicken soup tonight." After calming down, Zhuang Xiao said, chicken stewed with lotus root. Let's wait for a while. She hasn't had ginseng chicken soup yet. Hui Xiao looked at the ginseng in his hand over and over again and said, let's stew it with these roots first. What should I do with these lotus roots? The goal was exceeded. And Zhuang Xiao began to worry about the lotus roots on the ground. Chapter 186. Hui Xiao said, separate the old and tender lotus roots. Use the old lotus roots to make lotus root powder or slice them and dry them for preservation. Use the tender lotus roots to make candied fruit. Don't we have honey at home? That's right. This way it can be preserved for a longer time. In addition, if you want to eat fresh, you can pick out some and bury them in the soil. This can also keep it fresh. Okay. Then you go cook. I sort the lotus roots. Zhuang Xiao paused for a moment and said, how do you distinguish the old and tender lotus roots? She couldn't hold every section of the lotus root and take a bite. Hui Xiao stopped turning around and squatted down to explain to Zhuang Xiao how to distinguish the lotus roots. After that, the work of sorting the lotus roots was officially launched. When sorting, Zhuang Xiao suddenly thought that the lotus roots didn't need to be sorted into medium and low radiation. However, she figured it out after a while. Anyway, whether it was medium or low, their family didn't sell it, and they ate it themselves. So there was no difference. Zhuang Xiao picked out 2 tender lotus roots and washed them clean. She was chewing one lotus root, making a crunching sound, and she went to the kitchen to give the other one to Hui Xiao. Not to mention, this raw lotus root is quite delicious. Crisp and slightly sweet. Much better than the wild fruit she found. This lotus root is quite delicious. Would you like to try it? Zhuang Xiao saw Hui Xiao holding the lotus root and was reluctant to eat it. So she hurriedly urged him. Hui Xiao put down the fire stick in his hand and said, okay. How is it? It's really good. Then let's go dig it next year. Hui Xiao, There is still a whole year to next year. Digging lotus roots and collecting radishes are both done. So should we put the remaining blind spot car recovery on the agenda? So Zhuang Xiao asked. Is there any news from Fengxiang? We can go to recover the car after determining the route. And it makes me happy just thinking about it. Hui Xiao paused while chewing the lotus root, and said in silence, Fengxiang and his team recovered the car today. Zhuang Xiao, Sure enough. We are all smart people. They have first-hand information about the route. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Okay. Zhuang Xiao left the kitchen with a gloomy face, and her saliva would flow out if she didn't leave. This ginseng chicken stew smells so good. If she stays here any longer, she will probably be unable to resist lifting the pot. As for the car, if she doesn't have it, then she doesn't have it. She has walked here on foot for the past 6 months. Not to mention that winter is coming soon. They don't move, and it doesn't seem to be of much use. Hui Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao lonely back as he left the house, and was silent for a long time, then added another fire to the stove. Autumn night. A bowl of thick ginseng chicken soup enters the stomach. The whole person is warm. Delicious food can cure all bad moods. Before the start of subject 3, Zhuang Xiao went to check all the plants she planted. The water hemlock is still the same. The new seeds have not been collected yet. The dancing grass under the windowsill has grown a lot taller. Now most of the wood ash in the house is buried under the roots of this guy. The leaves of the plant set by the 3 teenagers have no tendency to wilt, so they should be able to grow. And what she is most looking forward to is the plant with small red flowers turning into small white flowers of yanming. She did not check the seeds of peanuts and wild mung beans in the planting area behind the bedroom, so as not to delay their germination. After mastering the essentials, Zhuang Xiao practiced the 3rd subject more and more handy. Presumably, she will be able to become a wasteland sharpshooter soon, dominating the world, dominating the rivers and lakes, and rising up in the underworld are not dreams. Before going to bed, I received a warning from the safe zone. A cold wave is expected to hit tomorrow. Please keep warm for all people within the safe zone. She can still wear a coat today, but tomorrow she has to put on her little flowered cotton jacket. It seems that she hasn't had time to make her little flowered cotton jacket yet. Zhuang Xiao jumped up from the bed. She also wanted to take a look at their storage room to see if it was enough for her to spend the winter. Chapter 187. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Hui Xiao coming out of the bedroom. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Hui Xiao asked softly, holding a package in his hand. Oh, didn't they say there was a cold wave? This temperature drop should be very severe. Our family's food reserves are enough to eat. I want to see. She didn't go to the storage room often, and she really had no idea about the food rations for the two of them. Xiao put the package on the table in the living room and said soothingly, "This cold wave doesn't mean that the temperature will drop to the point where people can't go out immediately. We can still go out to collect waste. As long as our family's food reserves are distributed in a planned way, it will be more than enough. I will go to the grocery store to stock up a few more boxes of nutrient solution in a while." Seeing Xiao say this, Xiao immediately felt a lot more at ease. Then she saw the package in Xiao's hand and asked, "What is this?" Xiao opened the package and said, "This is the winter clothes I asked someone to make for you. He is good at making quilts. But forget about making clothes. This is a technical job." Xiao's eyes lit up immediately when she heard it, and she stared at the open package with a fiery gaze. The big red flowers were undoubtedly her flowered cotton jacket and cotton pants. In such a spiritless wasteland, this color and pattern are still refreshing. It looks festive. In addition to the cotton jacket and cotton pants, there are several other warm clothes. Brother Hua is so considerate. She put the flowered cotton jacket on her body and turned around. It's quite suitable. Xiao picked up her big package and went back to the house happily. Tomorrow is another beautiful day. In the inner city of the safe zone, Xiao's study. A fat middle-aged man, his face flushed, pointed at the young man in front of him with a slightly trembling finger. This young man is the unlucky guy Xiaoyan mentioned by Xiao. And the middle-aged man is Xiaoyan's father, Cui Fanjin, the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Did I get it right? Are you so angry now? Xiaoyan sat leisurely on the sofa, looking at the furious man in front of him. I really can't understand why my mother would like such a man back then. You have no money, no ability, but at least you have a face. Just like Feng Xiang. It's just that this man doesn't even have a good face? I don't know why my mother was so blind to like such a man with nothing. Do you still know who is the father, and who is the son? Cui Fanjin suddenly became furious. An old man with gray hair stood outside the door, looking at the father and son in the room from time to time with a worried look on his face. Xiaoyan calmly played with the cup in his hand, and said with a smile, "Of course you are the father, and you can only be my father in this life." Cui Fanjin had been so angry that he didn't notice the hidden meaning in Xiaoyan's words. When his grandfather and mother died, he was still young. The safe zone can only be taken over temporarily by his father. But what has he managed over the years? When his grandfather was alive, their safe zone was not the strongest, but it could still be firmly in the top 10 list. And now, it has fallen to the point of being abandoned. He will never let his grandfather's hard work be destroyed in the hands of this ruthless man. Also, you'd better take care of the one you are hiding. And the little kid. Xiaoyan threw the cup in his hand casually on the table. The transparent glass cup turned on the table for a few circles and fell off the table. Pop! The cup broke into pieces. Just like their father-son relationship that was about to fall. Illegitimate child? That woman is really interesting. What's the point of spreading such rumors? Everyone in the inner city knows the inside story. Such rumors can only deceive the lower-class people. Think about that trip to the blind spot where you almost died. Cui Fanjin. You are such a good father. If Xiao could watch this drama, he would definitely say, really, no matter which world you are in, as long as you are a human being and you still have emotions, your ability to produce melons will not be weak. Chapter 188. Look, it's all wasteland. But the melon fields are still there. At most, there are fewer people who have time to be a spectator. The old man at the door saw Xiaoyan coming out and hurried forward and said, "Isn't this not good? After all, Cui, he has been in charge of the safe zone for more than 10 years and has accumulated a lot of power." Xiaoyan looked at the old man in front of him and comforted him softly, "Uncle Pei, if it weren't for you..." He didn't finish his words, but his eyes were full of disdain. Seeing that the young man didn't even want to call him father, the old man could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Forget it. No matter what choice you make, Uncle Pei will stand by you." Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Pei. It will be fine. You should go back and rest early." After that, Xiaoyan went downstairs. The wind whistled at night. Xiao slept sweetly with a freshly baked quilt. Her dreams were all about her dominating the wasteland. In reality, Xiaoyan also began to embark on his legendary life. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Xiao. At 4 o'clock in the morning, The alarm clock rang on time. As soon as Zhuang Xiao stretched out her hand from the quilt, she felt a distinct chill. The temperature dropped so quickly. This sudden climate change made her wonder what to do today for a while. Zhuang Xiao huddled in the warm quilt and didn't want to get up. So she sent a short message to Hui Xiao with her watch. Hui Xiao, are you awake? After a while, the watch replied, well, what's wrong? Zhuang Xiao, where are you going to scavenge today? Hui Xiao, Yan Hu and I will go to the sweet potato collection point to see. Zhuang Xiao, oh. Hui Xiao waited for a long time, but didn't see Zhuang Xiao say anything else. So he decided to knock on the door and talk directly. Are you going? Hui Xiao asked at the door. Zhuang Xiao shrank his head back into the quilt. Oh, go or not? So tangled. She wanted to eat roasted sweet potatoes, but she hadn't adapted to the weather yet. So melancholy. After struggling for a few seconds, Zhuang Xiao suddenly opened the quilt on her body. She had to go. That was sweet and soft roasted sweet potatoes. Go. Wait for me for 3 minutes. Zhuang Xiao hurriedly put on her clothes. The cotton-padded jacket didn't need to be worn in this temperature. Hui Xiao heard Zhuang Xiao answer and started to pack the things he wanted to take with him. 3 minutes later, Zhuang Xiao stood in front of Hui Xiao in neat clothes and said, shall we walk there or rent a car? The sweet potato collection point was quite far from them. Since the last collection activity encountered mutant moles, the safe zone has never arranged a collection team to go there again. Hui Xiao handed the bag to Zhuang Xiao and said, rent a car. Yan Hu is already at the intersection. Ah. Is Yan Ming going too? Zhuang Xiao said. Brother Hu has been working very hard recently. She really wanted to ask if this guy had experienced a corpse being dumped when he went out alone. So he now forms a team when he goes out. Hui Xiao hummed. In fact, if it weren't for the guys from the future mercenary team who followed Xiao Yin to run blind spots every day recently, he would have wanted to bring a few more people to go with him. There was no hope before, and these social interactions were meaningless. It's different now. If there is really a problem in the safe zone, whether they go to other safe zones or migrate to the current safe zone, they will need to stick together with others for warmth. Where there are people, there will be struggles. Since they can't get away from the crowd for the time being, they have to integrate. Although Zhuang Xiao doesn't like socializing very much, it doesn't mean that she likes to hide in the mountains every day, talking to animals and complaining to plants like a lunatic every day. It's one thing to dislike the hustle and bustle. It's another thing if there is no hustle and bustle that she likes. Sister, are you going too? Yan Ming jumped out of the car and asked neatly. Why? I can't go, Zhuang Xiao said with a straight face. Before Yan Ming could answer, Zhuang Xiao immediately put on a smiling face and greeted Yan Hu. Hello, Brother Yin. Chapter 189. Yan Hu said with a smile, hello, cousin. Yan Ming touched his bald head anxiously and said, sister, you can go. After that, he began to laugh foolishly. Zhuang Xiao looked up at his bald head and said, is your head really not cold? It's not cold. Yan Ming scratched his bald scalp in confusion, not understanding why his sister always cared about whether his head was cold. Zhuang Xiao nodded seriously, thinking, young people are full of energy and are not afraid of cold. Yan Hu is responsible for driving. Hui Xiao sat in the co-pilot, and Yan Ming and Zhuang Xiao huddled in the back of the cab to block the wind. Even so, when the car started, Zhuang Xiao still felt the chill. It's not below zero yet. She couldn't stand it. If it really reached minus 50 or 60 degrees, would she be able to stick to the bed and not be pulled off? A cold wind swept through the night. Many plants on both sides of the road were a little wilted. It was early in the morning, and the mist was everywhere. Despite this, there were still many pedestrians on the road. These were people who were going out to scavenge early in the morning. It seemed that she was still a long way from becoming a qualified wastelander. She just wanted to lie down and be a salted fish every day. Along the way, in addition to the honking and roaring of the car, Yan Ming was chattering about their digging lotus roots yesterday. Did you decide yesterday to go to the sweet potato collection point today? Zhuang Xiao suddenly asked. What Yan Ming wanted to say was interrupted by her sister, and he forgot it instantly. He responded after 2 breaths, yes. After the safe zone dealt with the mutant mole nest, many people went there in groups. Zhuang Xiao said. Oh, and thought to himself, Brother Hu's daily schedule is really tight. Unlike her, except for the activities organized by the safe zone, any other collection activities can be said to be impromptu. When the car arrived, it was already bright. There were quite a few vehicles near the sweet potato collection point. Sure enough, there were quite a few people in the team like them. Yin parked the car a little far away. In fact, every car that came here also consciously kept a distance from the surrounding vehicles. This can effectively avoid certain disputes. After all, everyone came here to dig sweet potatoes, not to fight. Zhuang Xiao looked at the sweet potato vines that were still lush and green with dew hanging on them. He thought, these sweet potato seedlings are really cold resistant. At this temperature, they can still be so energetic. The 4 people got out of the car, carried sacks on their backs, and walked slowly in the sweet potato field. Some plots of land had obviously been dug by people, and the 4 people could only slowly search for those plots without traces of human digging in the sweet potato field. Soon, the 4 people found the plots that suited their own wishes. Today's sweet potato digging work was also online. As soon as Zhuang Xiao squatted down, she somehow remembered the white round thing she encountered last time. The meat can be eaten, the needles can be used, and the skin can be used as medicine. She still remembers the precise summary she gave to this guy clearly. Zhuang Xiao leaned towards Wu Xiao and said in a mean way, Wu Xiao, do you think we won't encounter mutant moles today? Xiang Su said that the mutant animals digging holes underground are particularly difficult to clean up, and she doesn't believe that they can be cleaned up after coming to the safe zone once last time. Wu Xiao looked up at Zhuang Xiao big eyes that were both afraid and expectant, and was speechless for a moment. Sister, can't we look forward to it? We have just started digging. At least wait until we earn today's car rental fee. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Wu Xiao's face that was difficult to read and said embarrassedly, okay. We will definitely not encounter mutant moles today. It's so boring. Zhuang Xiao muttered and moved further away from Wu Xiao. The small spatula in his hand dug until it took off. Wu Xiao now felt that this little girl was completely different from when he first met her. Chapter 190. Sometimes, he really couldn't figure out her incomparably strange brain circuit. I dug and dug in the big sweet potato field. Hey, I dug out a big sweet potato. But unfortunately, it can't be eaten. Zhuang Xiao hummed a messy tune while testing the sweet potatoes in her hand. The first sweet potato. A green start. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Then a different tune sounded again. I dug and dug in the big sweet potato field. Ding. Low radiation mutation. Edible. Zhuang Xiao weighed the sweet potato and thought, could it be that my singing has magic power to purify radiation? Every time I sing, I seem to get a lot of money. Little cabbage, picking mushrooms, radish squatting, and digging. I just don't know if her Chinese music library can match every mutant plant and animal in the wasteland. It doesn't matter if the song is out of tune. And it doesn't matter if the lyrics are not remembered clearly. The key is that we just have that intention. Wu Xiao was at the edge of the field next to him, listening to Zhuang Xiao messy music, and felt tired. This song is really not very good. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Listening to the refreshing reminder sound on the watch. Well, this song is not that bad. The third sweet potato is actually edible. Zhuang Xiao worked very hard all morning. This sweet potato field is really a good field. Not only did she dig up a lot of edible sweet potatoes, she even picked more than half a sack of sweet potato leaves. I have to come again tomorrow. There are still many melon fields in the distance that no one has set foot in. Lunch break. Yanming ran over and said, Sister, the interesting plant I said I would take you to see last time is nearby. Come on. I take you to see it. It's in the forest over there. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Wu Xiao and said, Then, I go. You eat slowly. Wu Xiao, You two didn't ask me if I wanted to go? Seeing that no one invited him, Wu Xiao nodded and said, You two don't run too far. Be careful. Brother Hua. It's very close. We be back soon. Yanming patted his chest and promised. Zhuang Xiao was quite curious about what kind of plant it was that made Yanming, a young boy, mention it every time he came to the sweet potato field. Watching the backs of the two people walking farther and farther away, Wu Xiao and Yan Hu, who were not far away, looked at each other from a distance, stood up and followed silently. Alas, the naughty child still needs to be watched carefully before he can rest assured. I haven't seen the special plant mentioned by Yanming yet. Zhuang Xiao was first attracted by the fresh and pleasant special fragrance in the air. She sniffed hard with her nose. How to describe it? It was a bit like the fragrance of oranges. Do you smell anything? Zhuang Xiao asked Yan Ming, who was leading the way. Yan Ming turned around and smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know in a while. We will be there soon." Okay. This boy knew what it was at a glance. And it was very likely related to the plants he recommended today. Zhuang Xiao nodded. And the two continued to walk deeper into the forest. As the light in the forest became darker, the smell at the tip of her nose became stronger. Just as Zhuang Xiao was immersed in this charming fragrance, she heard Yan Ming's voice. "Sister, we are here." Yan Ming consciously stepped aside, and Zhuang Xiao's sight was fixed on the plants in front of her. Isn't this the one? It's afraid of heat in summer and cold in winter. Isn't it the enlarged version of the monkey-faced dragon orchid, which is known as the monkey king of the plant world? She has raised this one herself. The result is predictable. Is she, who can even kill a cactus, worthy of such a delicate flower? Of course not. So, this monkey-faced dragon orchid finally died twice on her balcony. It survived the scorching heat of summer, but couldn't stand the severe cold of winter. It survived the severe cold of winter, but couldn't stand the scorching heat of summer. In short, she didn't get to see the face of the Monkey King as posted by the seller on Taobao. Chapter 191. I didn't expect it. Such a delicate plant actually survived in the wasteland. And it can survive the cold and heat. This is quite surprising. It doesn't conform to the logic of natural selection. Hey, why are there no mutant snails? Yan Ming circled around the mutant monkey-faced dragon orchid for several times, but didn't find a single mutant snail. The reason why he strongly recommended her sister to come and have a look. The first is that the flower shape and fragrance of this plant are very special. The second is that many mutant snails and mutant aphids can often be found on this plant. Zhuang Xiao saw Yan Ming mumbling around the plant and asked, "What are you looking for?" "Mutated snails." Yan Ming looked up and answered without thinking. Zhuang Xiao, So this is looking for meat. However, the flower of this mutated monkey-faced dragon orchid has a stronger fragrance. And the flower has become so huge. Just like Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. Huge monkey heads are hanging all over the green plants. It's quite scary to look at. However, the fragrance of this mutated flower is more and more like the fragrance of oranges. If I dig it up and put it in the backyard, it's okay to look at it every day. If she can't eat oranges, she can't smell the orange scent. Maybe the weather is cold, and the mutant snails are hibernating, Zhuang Xiao said. Ordinary snails hibernate, and this mutated snail should be similar. Yan Ming raised his head and said with a little disappointment, "It's possible. After all, I came here in spring before." Hui Xiao and Yan, who stood not far away, watching the two people who had been wandering around the plant for a long time. After a while, the two people over there picked up the shovel and started digging the soil. "Sister, do you think the mutant snail will hibernate here?" Yan Ming said while digging the soil. Zhuang Xiao, maybe. Probably. Maybe. After all, she is a fake charlatan. Zhuang Xiao said while digging quickly with her spatula. Maybe. After all, you can eat delicious food when you come out of the ground in the spring of the second year. She had also thought about the days when you can get food whenever you go out. But, before Zhuang Xiao finished her words, her spatula seemed to have come into close contact with something again. It was very hard. It might be a stone. It might also be the shell of the mutant snail they just talked about. "Sister, I think I dug something." Yan Ming's voice was a little excited when he spoke. Zhuang Xiao, that? I think I also dug something. So, the two people who both thought they had dug something didn't care what was underneath? They dug the soil more vigorously. As expected, the two dug out dozens of mutant snails with black, white, or brown spiral textures on their skin. The shell opening that should have been exposed was sealed by the white mucus secreted by the snail. Zhuang Xiao used her fingers to pick it open. But it didn't work. She asked Yan Ming, "How do we detect this?" Yan Ming looked at the pile of mutant snails on the ground and said happily, "Just get some dried mucus powder from the shell opening." Ding ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Good news came from Yan Ming watch. This is really good news. Zhuang Xiao looked at the more than 20 snails around her. There must be at least 3, 4, 5 or 6 edible mutant snails. Stir-fried snails. Salt-baked snails. Fried snails with sauce. Spicy fried snails. Snail stew. On 108 ways to eat snails. Ding. Highly mutated by radiation. Inedible. Zhuangxiao, Stir-fried snails. Please leave. Ding. Moderately mutated by radiation. Edible. Zhuangxiao, Salt-baked snails. Ready to serve. Ding. Moderately mutated by radiation. Edible. Zhuangxiao, Sautéed snails. Ready to serve. In the end, Zhuangxiao thought of 8 ways to eat snails. And she got 8 dragon fruit-sized mutant snails. Yanming results were the same as hers. And he also got 8 edible mutant snails. The biggest difference between the two is that Yanming food was all moderately mutated, while hers was a mixture of moderate and low radiation. Chapter 192. The two put their harvests into their bags and continued to dig the mutant monkey-faced dragon orchid. When they left, they walked around again and did not find the same plant again. When they came out of the forest, they met with Xiao and Yen who had not yet left. Brother, why are you here too? Are you here to go to the bathroom? Yanming's joy of harvesting mutant snails has not yet dissipated. And he is not very polite. Yen Hu, What should he say? Yen Hu's face suddenly turned red. And his palm wind like iron sand palm swept towards his brother bald head. Your sister is still here. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhuangxiao, You guys are free. She is really not embarrassed. After all, everyone has to go to the bathroom at some point. So, Zhuangxiao looked at Xiao with concern and said, Have you guys finished using the bathroom? Xiao, Where's the girl's modesty? Why don't you have it? Xiao, who is just making fun of Yanming, said calmly, Well, I came here with Yen Hu. Yen Hu, Damn, you accompany me. Don't be such a bad teammate. Zhuangxiao said and stopped talking. It turns out that boys also like to form gangs when they have to go to the bathroom at some point. And there's more strange knowledge. In order to make up for the lost image. Yen Hu said with a smile. That cousin. We were worried that you were in danger. So we came to see you. Damn convenient. Zhuangxiao said again. I understand. Yen Hu, Understand? You are not a girl. What do you understand? Zhuangxiao, I understand. No need to explain. Can we go back and continue digging sweet potatoes now? Zhuangxiao looked back and forth at the 3 people with different expressions and said, Or do you want to continue? Go back. Go back. Go back quickly. The sun has gone down. Yen Hu pulled Yanming's arm and walked out of the forest. Yanming held Zhuangxiao monkey-faced Xiaolonglin in his hand and complained, Brother, be careful. Don't damage my sister's flowers. Yen Hu's hand paused, and his anger just now was a little bit too much. He silently said in his heart, Don't be angry. Don't be angry. He still wants to live a few more years to beat this stinky boy. After the 4 people came back, with Xiao and Yen Hu checked the car and the items on it. Yanming and Zhuangxiao put away their things and went straight to their melon fields. Because of the harvest at noon. In the afternoon, when Zhuangxiao encountered inedible sweet potatoes again, her mood was not so bad. After all, the meat stored for winter was abundant again. The sweet potato field was very quiet all afternoon. Zhuangxiao did not encounter any strange mutant animals. Even the people who were far away from them did not hear any exclamations. For such an ordinary day, Zhuangxiao was still a little uncomfortable. Every time she went out, she would encounter some mutant animals or something. Although she could not eat them every time, it was still quite rare to have such a peaceful day. Maybe it was because the weather was cold, and most of the mutant animals began to hibernate. Or maybe, the luck of the mutant animal she encountered today was all on that nest of mutant snails. People are sometimes really strange animals. If you are given a stable life, you still want to seek excitement. However, if you are given too much turmoil, you will dislike the hardship of life. Therefore, people will never know how to be content. And desires are hard to satisfy. Although the rented carriage was still more than half full, the 4 people still had a good harvest today. On the way back, everyone was in high spirits. There were not many cars on the way here. But on the way back, people who came to the sweet potato field to collect formed a large convoy. Zhuangxiao and his car left neither too early nor too late. So, they were in the middle of the convoy. There was a car in front to lead the way, and a car in the back to follow. Zhuangxiao was very satisfied with this, and felt full of security. Along the way, Zhuangxiao's breath was filled with the fragrance of oranges, which was particularly attractive in the night. Chapter 193. The moon has climbed up to the sky. The cold moonlight falls on the road. Even the flowers, plants and trees around can be seen clearly. She hasn't felt the feeling of being able to see things by the moonlight for a long time. 5 or 6 kilometers away from the shantytown, the moon was swallowed up bit by bit, and black clouds covered it. Zhuang Xiao stared at the night sky, looking at the stars that suddenly appeared and flickered with faint light. Is there a meteor? It's just that the trajectory of this meteor looks a bit weird, moving parallel to the night sky in a straight line. The moon has been completely covered by the black clouds, except for the place where the car lights shine. The surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. The roar of the convoy continued. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded from the watch, accompanied by a red light, appearing and disappearing in the night. Zhuang Xiao was staring at those straight-moving meteors. She was startled by the sudden reminder sound. Then, the originally silent convoy was filled with noisy voices. Amid Yan Ming's anxious voice, Zhuang Xiao also saw the alarm message on his watch. A mutated crow tide is coming. Please all citizens retreat to your homes. A mutated crow tide? The unlucky Xiao Yan? Is this the mutated crow tide that destroyed the number 17 safe zone that they mentioned in the last high-end game? All thoughts happened in a flash. And Zhuang Xiao had heard the loud roars of Yin Hu and Hui Xiao in front of him. Hold on. Both of you. Speed up now. At this time, the roar of all the cars became louder. Even the sound of car horns could be heard from time to time. What's the use of honking? The road is so wide, and cars still have to pass one by one. People shouting and cursing can be heard in front and behind them. The tense atmosphere was suddenly pulled up. It was not far from the shantytown. If everyone could stay calm at this time, perhaps the car could move faster. But at this time, who can still keep their sanity? Besides, this place is very close to the shantytown, and there are already many pedestrians on the roadside. They are all people who have received the danger alarm, and now they can't care about anything. 2 legs can't run faster than 4 legs. So, some people began to climb the cars in the convoy. The speed of this car was not fast enough, and now it was in chaos. The speed naturally dropped a lot. Soon, many people climbed on the car. Hui Xiao had already flipped from the front cab to the back compartment. Zhuang Xiao was really a little confused for a while. This was too sudden, from receiving the news to now. Not even half a minute has passed, and these changes have come one after another. Don't hold back. Hui Xiao shouted at Yan Ming, seeing someone climb to the edge of the car. He wanted to pull Zhuang Xiao. The shovel in Hui Xiao's hand hit the top of the man's head without hesitation, and blood instantly flowed on the man's face. Zhuang Xiao had also reacted at this time. The spatula in his hand slapped the man's hands that were clinging to the car without hesitation. Hui Xiao knew that if anyone climbed up the car, they would not be able to leave today. Wailing sounds rose all around. Under the headlights, people were lying on the ground with blood everywhere. Seeing more and more people, Yin Hu's forehead was covered with a lot of fine sweat, and his hands were nervously gripping the steering wheel. As for the people blocking the road in front, he ignored them all. He stepped on the accelerator hard. I'm afraid it won't end well today. Some people under the car also knew that it was not so easy to get a ride. So some people started to run into the bushes and the woods, preparing to retreat from another road. The smell of blood on the road became stronger and stronger. Hui Xiao's hands kept moving, dealing with the people who wanted to climb the front car. And then the sleeve arrow in his hand shot at the people who climbed the passenger seat. Chapter 194. 2 screams rang out. Zhuang Xiao's brain was not working well now, and she knew in her heart that it was dangerous now. She had to send all these people down. Zhuang Xiao was now silently saying in her heart, she was playing whack-a-mole. She was playing whack-a-mole. Every head that popped out from under the car was a mole. No need to be soft-hearted. No need to be soft-hearted. She slapped the small spatula in her hand, trying to hit one at a time. One by one. One by two. Even if the people who popped out were pitiful and helpless. She must not be soft-hearted. Every person who fell down was restoring her precarious life value. However, the only difference was that she only had 1 life in this game, and there was no chance of resurrection. Now no one alive was more important than her own life. Seeing that the little girl was not soft-hearted and her movements were very neat, Hui Xiao shouted to Yan Hu in the cab, right side. Drive into the bushes. The chassis of their car was high. He was also familiar with the bushes on the right. If everything went well, they should be able to reach home soon. There are walls and houses at home. which is much safer than the wild. I just hope that when I get home, the defense of the house has not been breached by others and occupied by others. If it is breached, it will be more troublesome. We must not stay on this road any longer. There are many cars, many people, and a strong smell of blood. The guys in the sky came quietly. Now their sense of smell and hearing are particularly sharp. They will probably come down soon following the smell. If there is no such noise on the road, they may have more chances to escape and survive. However, due to the human instinct for survival, very few people can remain rational and calm when they encounter danger. When getting off the road, the car suddenly bumped, and the three people who were originally hanging on the car all fell off. Zhuang Xiao's face was pale, and there were indescribable emotions in her eyes. The hand holding the small spatula was also shaking slightly. How could she not tell the difference between people and moles? This is still very different from the robbery trio she encountered last time. The screams of people and the dazzling blood red were suffocating. Wu Xiao reached out and held Zhuang Xiao's shaking hand, soothing her softly. It's okay. It's okay. The warmth of his hand slowly spread throughout her limbs. Zhuang Xiao blinked her big wet eyes, raised the corners of her lips slightly, and said stutteringly, I'm fine. Playing whack-a-mole is also quite interesting. Wu Xiao looked at her forced smile, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He just held her hand and tightened it, hoping to ease her mood. Yin Ming, who am I? Where am I? Shouldn't I be in the car? But under the car? As soon as the car entered the bushes, the noise of people and the smell of blood were getting farther and farther away from him. Zhuang Xiao felt like he was going to be thrown into the sky in the continuous bumps of the car. The physical discomfort gradually dissipated the psychological discomfort and fear. In the silent night sky, the sound of the wings of the mutant crows vibrating was heard, which seemed particularly dull and terrifying. The three people in the carriage all looked at the night sky where the moon reappeared. The dark clouds with life swarmed towards the road. This quiet flying sound was far more frightening than the croaking of crows. On the road, the sweetness of fresh blood flowed into the mutant crows with the wind. The mutant crows with bloodshot eyes, like dogs seeing meat, first pounced on those who exuded sweet fragrance. The mutated crows now not only eat rotten meat, but also have a fatal attraction to fresh blood and flesh. In an instant, the strong smell of blood made the road suddenly become like a slaughterhouse. And this also provided a breathing space for those who fled to the bushes and forests. Keep going forward. To the left, Wu Xiao stood steadily on the bumpy carriage, directing the direction of the vehicle. Chapter 195. Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ming squatted on both sides of the car, their bodies tense, and vigilantly observed the surrounding grass. A quarter of an hour later, after a big bump, the car finally drove into the path in front of the house. Seeing the door of the house in front of them, the four people breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they entered the house, the solidity of the house would not be a problem to block the attack of the mutant crows. The car slowly stopped, but did not turn off the engine. The headlights hit the door. There were two people lying at the door. It seemed that someone didn't have time to go back and wanted to find a shelter nearby. But I didn't expect that this broken place was not open to anyone who wanted to enter. You stay in the car, Wu Xiao said softly to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao nodded obediently. Wu Xiao looked at Yin Ming again and said, You follow me down. Okay. Yin Ming agreed and jumped out of the car. The two people in front of the door were foaming at the mouth. Their bodies were still warm, and their breathing had stopped. Wu Xiao and Yin Ming dragged one person each and temporarily threw the person into the nearby bushes. Zhuang Xiao's ears moved. He immediately suppressed the urge to stand up. The car started again and slowly entered the yard. Before entering the house, Zhuang Xiao stood up and looked at the bright lights in the distance below the hillside. Under the cold moonlight, the tide of mutant crows covered the sky. As soon as the car was turned off, Zhuang Xiao heard the sound of many pairs of wings trembling in the wind. Here they come. At this time, the door of the house was already open. Yin Hu and Zhuang Xiao quickly jumped out of the car and rushed into the house. Seeing two people coming in, Yin Ming and Wu Xiao immediately closed the door. Under the light, the living room was clean and warm. Wu Xiao said, Sit down. Yin Ming looked at her sister's pale face and said with concern, Sister, are you okay? It's okay. I just feel a little nauseous. Zhuang Xiaoyan said insincerely. Well, I go back to my room and lie down for a while. After saying that, he nodded to the three people and went back to his bedroom. As soon as Xiao left, the faces of the three people suddenly became extremely ugly, and their eyes were all staring at the door. A few bangs. The sound of heavy objects falling on the roof came from the roof. Then came the unique sharp and hoarse croaking of the crow. This was the first time Xiao heard the call of the mutant crow since receiving the alarm tone of the watch. The call was so shrill, like a person crying in sorrow. Just when Xiao was about to lie on her little bed, the mutant crow suddenly cried even more shrilly, and there was the sound of frantically flapping its wings. This sound sounded a bit strange. It was like being attacked by an enemy. This is obviously wrong. Xiao turned around, walked to the window, and quietly opened the window a little bit. The painting style is so strange. Three people sitting in the living room. The dull and depressing atmosphere was suddenly broken by the excited voice coming from Xiao's bedroom. Beat it to death. Beat it to death. The eyes of the three people met in the air, all of which were full of confusion and doubt. Didn't he just want to go to bed? How come he became so lively in a moment? Xiao stood up and walked towards the bedroom door, raised his hand and gently knocked on the door and asked, "Are you okay?" At this moment, Xiao was watching the battle between the dancing grass and the mutant crows with relish, and said without turning his head, "I'm fine." Then he thought, how could she, a femme fatale, appreciate such a wonderful performance by herself? So, he walked to the door in 2 or 3 steps, opened the door and said, "Xiao, come in quickly." Xiao was not prepared at all, and was pulled by Xiao so hard that he almost fell on her. It was a close call. He steadied himself and stood still. His eyes accidentally swept to the open window. Xiao said to the 2 people outside, "You two come too." Yin, who was still a little reserved. After all, this was his cousin's bedroom, and it would not be good for him to go in. He waved his hand and said, "Well, I won't go in." Chapter 196. Yen Ming didn't have so many concerns. His sister had summoned him, so how could he not obey her orders? He immediately jumped up from the stool. "Brother Yin, are you really not coming?" Xiao asked again, while leaning against the door frame. Yin, who still shook his head. Xiao shook his head helplessly. "If he doesn't want to come, then don't come." As soon as Yen Ming entered the bedroom, he found Xiao staring out the window. He walked over immediately. His eyes widened, staring at the battle outside the window. Her sister's life is really full of legends everywhere. Once again refreshed his worldview. "Brother, are you really not going to come in and take a look?" Yen Ming stared at it intently, and asked Yen Hu in the living room without turning his head. "Yen Hu, what are you looking at? Should I go and take a look?" Xiao's bedroom door was half open. At this time, she had squeezed in between Xiao and Yen Ming, and said with a proud face, "How is it? Isn't my sister's beauty awesome?" "Yen Hu, beautiful woman? What beautiful woman?" Yen Hu was anxious, and stood up from the stool, and simply walked towards the bedroom without being reserved. Over Xiao's head, he saw branches and vines dancing outside the window. Under the moonlight, black feathers occasionally fell from above. The call of the mutant crow became louder and louder. The bedroom was small, so the window was naturally not big. At this time, for people squeezed in front of the window, and they wanted to stick their heads out, not going out to see, mainly because they were worried that the battle was so fierce that they would be affected. Xiao clenched her fists. Her expression was excited. Her little face was red, and she shouted loudly, "Come on, beauty, come on!" Yen Ming also imitated her sister and cheered beside her. Xiao and Yen, who were relatively calm, just look at the flushed face, slightly open mouth, and the burning light in the eyes. It is obvious that the two are also very excited. In the yard, the complex branches of the dancing grass swept towards the mutant crows that had just landed on the roof. After several crows were killed, the mutant crows found that this enchanting plant could not be torn apart because it was poisonous. They could only scratch the branches of the dancing grass with their claws frantically. However, this behavior did not cause any substantial harm to the dancing grass. However, this aggressive behavior annoyed it. I hated the strange cry, but I didn't expect that the animal would dare to fight back. It would be strange if this plant could tolerate you. A plant, an animal, both have a violent personality. The battle became more and more intense as time went by. Feathers fell all over the ground, and occasionally there were beautiful leaves of dancing grass dotted among them. Shantytown. The shadows of mutant crows can be seen on the roofs and in the yards of every household. Those houses are sturdy, so hiding inside is relatively safe. And those temporary shacks and poorly sealed rooms have many mutant crows taking advantage of the situation to enter. And the crows' cries and people's screams can be heard from time to time. And those who were originally on the road. Some people rushed directly into the nearest house. The stronger families naturally did not have their homes occupied by others, while the weaker families were quickly defeated and had their doors broken through and entered. And those who did not have time to find any shelter were scratched by the mutant crows' sharp beaks and ruthless claws, bleeding. And soon they were drowned by the mutant crows around them, until there was no sound. The safe zone is also in chaos now. Half an hour after receiving the news, the safe zone activated the first-level defense measures, and the protective light shield was turned on. The mutant crows rushed into the air, where there was nothing for them. The 4 entrances and exits in the east, west, south, and north were crowded with people, because the defense measures were implemented late. There were also many mutant crows in the safe zone. At this time, Xiaoyan was far away in the blind spot. Chapter 197. With dozens of mercenary team members, they are rushing back to the safe zone. The families and friends of these people all live in the safe zone, and everyone is extremely anxious. However, the return journey is not smooth, especially after entering the jurisdiction of the safe zone. There are corpses everywhere, and broken cars. As soon as they found this mutant crow tide, they immediately sent a warning notice to the safe zone. What can they do? When Xiaoyan thought of this, he was so angry that his chest hurt, and his expression was a little distorted. If that person wants to leave, just leave quickly. Don't stay here and bother people. Thanks to the experience in the blind spot last time, the watch was equipped with satellite communication equipment this time. Otherwise, the message could not be delivered. As a result, the message was delivered, but it was artificially delayed for a long time. Hu Qianli and the convoy stepped on the accelerator. His wife Lan Hong is still pregnant. I don't know what's going on now, whether it's the safe zone or the shantytown. The people who were watching the 300 rounds of battle between the dancing grass and the mutant crows in Zhuangshao bedroom have moved in small stools. The 4 of them watched the mutant crows that were still struggling with relish. There are already quite a few mutant crow corpses lying on the ground. Isn't it said that crows are extremely smart animals? Why does this feel a bit stupid? If you can't beat you, just run away. Anyway, you don't like to eat grass leaves, right? Zhuangshao said in a cold tone. That's right. I used to think this mutant crow was very powerful, but now it seems that it's just like that. Its combat power is too weak. Yanning happily joined her sister's crazy complaints. Sure enough, one thing defeats another. In nature, all things are born and counteract each other, and they are endless. There are thousands of species in the world, and not all species can live in peace. Boswa, this thing. No. Does this beauty spit people? Yin Hu asked Wu Xiao beside him with great curiosity. If you say it's a thing, I won't slap him in the face later. Let's call him the beauty. With this fighting power, Wu Xiao touched his calf unconsciously, shook his head and said, Don't slap me. The first time I watched the beauty dance, I was just touched on the calf. At least compared to now. It was really gentle. Yin Hu opened his 2 huge eyes and looked at Wu Xiao's expression. Why didn't he believe it? Sister, do you need to change the name of your beauty? This is too inconsistent with her unstoppable, invincible, fighting power. Yanming's eyes were full of stars. This beauty is a good fighter against the mutant crows, but I don't know if she can fight against other mutant animals. Zhuangshao shook his head and said, I think it's pretty good. It fits its character of a great beauty. After the mutant crows lost several more fierce generals, the mutant crows that were still fighting with the dancing grass flew towards the shantytown. This is really, after fighting for a long time, it's okay if they didn't get a bite of meat. It also made the crows tired to death. The place with bright lights below, the tempting smell coming from it. Isn't it fragrant? As the mutant crows left, the branches of the dancing grass stretched and softened, swaying gently in the night. After waiting for a while, the 4 people saw that there was really no movement outside. So they all tiptoed out of the house. On the importance of building a good house. Looking at the corpses of the mutant crows in the yard, Zhuangshao sighed. Wu Xiao replied calmly, on the importance of taking good care of a beautiful woman. Zhuangshao, although they still haven't figured out the characteristics of this plant. He has seen Zhuang Xiao watering and fertilizing it in the morning and evening. I wonder if the relationship between her and the dancing grass is a mutually beneficial symbiotic one. Chapter 198. After all, there are many similar situations in nature. Humans, as a member of nature, are no different. The four people looked at the delicate and charming appearance of the dancing grass, and then looked at the corpses and feathers on the ground. They were a little dazed for a moment, not knowing what they should do now. Zhuang Xiao was the first to break the silence and asked Hu Xiao, "Brother Yin, and the other two want to stay at our house, right? It seems that the shantytown is not very peaceful." Seeing that the two of them were mentioned, Yin Hu and Yen Ming looked at Hu Xiao. "It is obviously not safe to go back this time, and it doesn't feel right to stay here." Hu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao for a while and said, "You two should sleep in the living room. There are not enough quilts at home. If you are cold, you can light the stove yourself." After hearing what Hu Xiao said, the two bald heads straightened up. Zhuang Xiao was watching from the side, terrified. This shiny light bulb would have fallen off his neck if he had used a little more force. "Yen Hu, come with me to the outside of the courtyard wall. Yen Ming, you and your sister should clean up the house first," Hu Xiao said. Yen Ming nodded like pounding garlic. Then he started to pick up the bodies of the mutant crows in the yard. Zhuang Xiao knew very well what the two people were doing outside, so she naturally had no objection. She and the boy should pick up mutant crows and clean up the feathers on the ground at home. When approaching the dancing grass, Yen Ming secretly touched the branches of the dancing grass. "Ouch! What's wrong?" Zhuang Xiao paused with the broom in his hand and turned to look at Yen Ming. Yen Ming complained aggrievedly, "Sister, she hit me. Did you touch her? This plant is a female plant. If you touch her, she will hit you," Zhuang Xiao said gloatingly. Yen Ming looked at his sister with suspicion and said, "This grass has male and female differences?" Zhuang Xiao ignored him and continued to clean the yard. How could she know if this plant has male and female differences? Maybe it does. Isn't there a saying about hermaphroditism and dioeciousness? Seeing that Zhuang Xiao ignored him, Yen Ming consciously moved away from the dancing grass and continued to work. The front yard was quickly cleaned up by the two people, and the feathers and corpses were temporarily piled in the corner of the front yard. These were buried under the plants at home and used as fertilizer for them. Afterwards, the two went to the backyard to check again. Unexpectedly, there were also several corpses of mutant crows under the water hemlock. Looking at the dead state, they should have been poisoned to death when their claws landed on the water hemlock. After all, water hemlock is really poisonous. It can kill you if you touch it. Still fighting with you? Are you worthy? When Yen Ming picked up the two stacked ones from the ground, Zhuang Xiao eyes flashed. There are actually energy stones. Suddenly, she remembered the stars with very unusual flight paths that she saw in the sky tonight. They wouldn't all be flying energy stones. Can she go out and pick them up tomorrow? After Hu Xiao and Yen Hu came back from outside, Zhuang Xiao and Yen Ming were already sitting in the living room. Each of them had a tube of nutrient solution in their hands, and there were two tubes on the table, which were obviously left for Hu Xiao and Yen Hu. Yen Hu glared at his younger brother. However, Yen Ming looked at his brother without any guilt and straightened his back. Why glare at him? He didn't eat or drink for free. After Yen Hu sat down, Yen Ming quietly made a gesture under the table. Yen Hu then picked up the nutrient solution on the table and started drinking it, while the two of them were fiddling around under the table. Zhuang Xiao leaned close to Hu Xiao and whispered, "Pay the points. Brothers should be clear about their accounts. The accommodation fee is free, but the meal fee still needs to be paid. The food in the Wasteland is so precious, and the security level of her home is safer than the safe zone." After eating, Zhuang Xiao went back to the room to sleep. Chapter 199. Let the three grown men handle the rest. The night is still long. The battle in the shantytown and the safe zone has not ended yet. Xiaoyan just arrived near the safe zone. I was shocked by the tragic scene in front of me. The combat power of this mutant crow group is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the number 17 safe zone ended in such a tragic way. Answer: too many. Elephants die. Heroes are afraid of crowds. This mutant crow group is like a locust passing through any food that comes to their mouths. They will not let it go. Blood and flesh are flying. Bones are lying. Hell on earth is just like this. The convoy passed by quickly. The humming sound of the car, due to acceleration, could not cover up the crisp cracking sound of the wheels rolling over the human bones. Those who live in the shantytown get on the last car. Go home. Everyone else follow me back to the safe zone. Xiao Yin gave instructions to other vehicles using the intercom. Hu Qianli quickly handed the steering wheel to Sima Yin, who was sitting on the passenger seat, and got on the last car at the risk of being pecked by the mutant crows. Xiao Yin and his team were approaching the safe zone at a high speed. Hu Qianli's car was heading towards the shantytown. The roads in the shantytown were complicated, and many people got off the car nearby and started running home. Those who could be a member of the mercenary team were basically the pillars of the family. Meng Qingyang was the only one in his family. So, he drove the car back to the safe zone in the end. The attack of the mutant crows had not stopped. There were only a few people who could stand outside the safe zone, and the guards in the city did not dare to let these people enter the safe zone without permission before receiving orders. If they caused greater unrest in the safe zone, they really could not bear the responsibility. And those who were doing daily activities in the safe zone found a place to hide alone. And the guards did not stop them from returning to the shantytown. In short, now only exits from the safe zone are allowed but not entry. Several hours have passed since the incident. In addition, there is no shelter between the safe zone and the shantytown. And there are almost no bushes or forests. Most of the people stranded here have become bloody corpses on the ground. Outside the electric fence of the safe zone, the piles of mutant crow corpses are more than 1 meter high. In the inner city of the safe zone, Pei Meihai, are you trying to rebel? Chui Fangjin, a middle-aged fat and bald uncle, yelled at Pei Meihai incompetently. The gray-haired old man bowed slightly, but did not respond to the other party's words. His face was still very respectful, and he said, "You take a rest first. A yin will come to see you when he comes back." The bedroom door slowly closed. There was a ping-pong sound of heavy objects falling to the ground in the bedroom. Pei Meihai stood at the door for a while, with his hands behind his back, shook his head almost imperceptibly, and turned to go downstairs. There are still many things to do tonight. There is no time to argue with a fool. Pei Meihai just went downstairs and saw Xiao Yin striding into the hall. "Uncle Pei, how is that person?" Xiao Yin asked indifferently, thinking about everything he saw since entering the safe zone. He really wanted to kill his father. "It's okay. Everything has been arranged, and the person will be sent away early tomorrow morning." Pei Meihai walked toward Xiao Yin quickly, looked Xiao Yin up and down, and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you injured anywhere? Did you have a smooth journey?" Xiao Yin let him look at her, and said calmly, "I'm fine. The journey was smooth. Uncle Pei, call all the people in charge, and let's talk about the arrangements below." "Okay. I go right away. You go change your clothes first." Pei Meihai saw that Xiao Yin was indeed fine, so he went to make arrangements. After Xiao Yin came back, he didn't even have time to breathe. Chapter 200. If this goes on any longer, once the shantytown cease to exist, how will the safe zone cope? If the skin is gone, where will the hair be attached? On the surface, the shantytowns rely on the safe zone for survival. But in fact, the safe zone is no exception. Although the strength of the safe zone is not enough to allow all people to live in the city, the shantytowns on the periphery are the natural first line of defense for the safe zone. Once the shantytowns are completely reduced to the food of the mutant crows, all the subsequent forces of the crows will definitely flow to the safe zone. Now at least the shantytowns have shared more than half of their firepower. So, except for a few people with brains that are watered, how many of the senior executives living in the inner city of the safe zone can sit in the Xiao family meeting room are really stupid? So, with the assistance of Pei Meihai, Xiao Yin decided with an overwhelming advantage that the safe zone would send military forces to support the shantytowns. Zhuang Xiao naturally didn't know about the power struggle in the inner city of the safe zone. She fell asleep soon after lying on the bed. Yin Ning and Yin, who cleaned up their sleeping place in the living room, and with Xiao moved the sweet potatoes from the car into the storage room. It was still early, and the three of them were not sleepy, so they sat in the living room and watched the movement outside at any time. Perhaps the fragrance from the shantytown was too strong, and there were basically no more mutant crows on their side. Occasionally, 3 or 2 of them temporarily settled on the roof, but they were also slapped away by the dancing grass. It was just after midnight. The sound of gunfire outside suddenly became more intense. From time to time, there were flames rising into the sky. In the night, the mutant crows fell from the sky like dense raindrops. Zhuang Xiao sat up from the bed suddenly. His mind was clear instantly. The three people who had just lain down also sat up suddenly. Is this the beginning of someone organizing a counterattack? Zhuang Xiao only felt that there were gunfire sounds everywhere, just like a person on the battlefield. This hearing improvement is sometimes not necessarily a good thing. It was not until the second half of the night that she fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, when she came out, the two brothers Yin Hu and Yin Ming had already left. However, the car and the sweet potatoes on the car were still in the yard. It was already bright. If it weren't for the pile of mutant crow corpses in the corner, Zhuang Xiao felt that everything that happened after yesterday evening was like a dream. The fear and panic that recurred in her heart yesterday had been handed over to Zhou Gong for safekeeping in her dream. So now, except for feeling sleepy, her mind has been completely cleared. Are they going to find out the situation? Zhuang Xiao rubbed her eyes, yawned loudly, and asked Hui Xiao, who was setting up the meal in the living room. Hui Xiao nodded, looked at the dark circles under her eyes and said, or go back and sleep for a while. Anyway, it's impossible to go out to pick up waste today. Zhuang Xiao sat down and said, no. I can't sleep for a while. Will they come back later? Come back, Hui Xiao said. If you don't want to sleep, then go wash up and come back for dinner, Hui Xiao continued. Zhuang Xiao responded and stood up from the stool. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he said, hey, Hui Xiao, did you touch the energy stone of the mutant crow's body? Hui Xiao, eh? He got up early in the morning and sent Yin Hu and Yin Ming away and started cooking. Isn't it too late? Seeing his expression, I knew that this matter must not have been done yet. So Zhuang Xiao urged, touch the energy stone first and then eat. After touching it, bury the body directly under the water hemlock and dancing grass. I be in charge of the backyard. You touch the front yard. As soon as the voice fell, people rushed to the backyard. There are 2 mutant crows in the backyard with energy stones in their bodies. After touching them, just bury the rest directly. There is no need to spend time touching other things. Chapter 201. She is such a clever girl. Hui Xiao looked at the figure that was blowing towards the backyard like a whirlwind, and the potato in his hand was stuck in his mouth. All right, let's work first and then eat. After a while, Zhuang Xiao came back from the backyard happily, looking at Hui Xiao, who was still struggling in the pile of mutant crow corpses. She said happily, how about we go out and pick up a corpse today? Hui Xiao raised his eyes, looked at her head and said, picking up a corpse? Are you not afraid? He still clearly remembered the little girl's watery eyes and slightly trembling hands in the car yesterday. What? After sleeping, she became fearless. Zhuang Xiao nodded and said, there is this in this mutant crow. Spreading his hands, 2 cleaned energy stones appeared in Zhuang Xiao palms. Hui Xiao, eh? Okay. It turned out to pick up the corpse of the mutant crow. But don't think about it. Hui Xiao pondered for a moment and said, the road may not be very clean now. It is estimated that there are human flesh and debris everywhere. Hui Xiao did not say the second half of the sentence, but instead said, your orange-flavored plants have not been planted yet. Why don't you plant them first? At the same time, he pointed to the enlarged version of the monkey-faced dragon orchid temporarily placed in a corner of the yard. Ah. Yes. 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 I almost forgot. Plant the air freshener first. Zhuang Xiao put the 2 energy stones in her hand back into the house. When she came out, she took out her small spatula. No digging tool can be as handy as her small spatula. Zhuang Xiao picked up the monkey-faced dragon orchid from the ground, walked around the yard twice, and finally chose to plant it in the corridor between Hui Xiao's bedroom and the courtyard wall. She didn't come here often, whether it was at night or during the day. These monkey heads hanging high could not scare her. Monkeys and humans are cousins. This looks like a human head, and it can scare people if there are thieves coming at night. While improving the air quality, it can also adjust the atmosphere. Well, adjust the horror atmosphere, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hui Xiao touched the bodies of the mutant crows in the front yard, and naturally, he couldn't touch a single energy stone. And no matter whether the mutant crows are edible or not, they are one of the birds that are prohibited from being eaten in the Wasteland. In the Wasteland, any red-eyed birds and beasts, no matter what the test results are, it is best not to eat them, because this kind of animal generally carries a large number of viruses and bacteria. Humans are very susceptible to infection. For example, the bodies of the mutant crows that fell outside last night. I believe that the safe zone will soon arrange for people to destroy and deal with them uniformly. At the latest before lunch. All the bodies of mutant crows near the safe zone will be cleaned up, including those on the ground. Even those who were scratched and pecked by mutant crows will probably be dealt with by someone. Zhuang Xiaojin got up late. After all this trouble, it was already past 10 in the morning. She had just packed up and was about to go into the house to drink some water. Yanming's shout came from outside the gate. Brother Hua, come out quickly. Hua Xiao had just washed his hands, shook the water off his hands twice, and walked towards the door. There was a car parked at the door that was very similar to the one in their yard. Just before Hua Xiao could ask anything, Yanming said, Brother Hua, you watch it. I'm leaving first. Then he jumped out of the car and went into the bushes. Hua Xiao, what's wrong? After drinking the water, Zhuang Xiao came out of the living room and saw Hua Xiao standing in the middle of her gate. She walked to the door in 3 or 2 steps, walked around Hua Xiao, and saw the big car on the side of her gate. Where did you get this from? Zhuang Xiao asked stutteringly. At this glance, isn't it the right way to go? The dark red stains on the car were obviously dried blood. Chapter 202. Hua Xiao walked over, looked around the car twice, and said calmly, I picked it up. His mind was spinning fast now. If he went out to pick it up now, he didn't know if he would be in time. After a while, the roar of the car sounded again. Another big car drove out from the bushes. Zhuang Xiao, is there going to be a large car show in front of their house today? This time it was Yin who jumped out of the car. How about it? Cousin, choose one, and I give it to you. Yin who patted the car next to him and said with a smile. This time he was really lucky. He picked up 3 cars at once. Last time, because of the typhoon, his family was really miserable, and he didn't catch up with everyone who went out to pick up junk. Today, he finally caught up with them. This is much more cost-effective than picking up solar panels or radiation-proof panels. Zhuang Xiao, brother, you are really my brother. Brother, is this too expensive? As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. Zhuang Xiao said a lot of polite words, but muttered in his heart, if you dare not give it, try it. Once the words are spoken, they are spilled. A gentleman's word is as good as a promise. Those who go back on their words are not men. Yin who touched the energy stone on his chest and said casually, when Yin Ming picked it up, he said that he would pick up one for her sister. If you want to say it, tell Yin Ming. Zhuang Xiao, okay. If it doesn't work, she can just grit her teeth and go to the bamboo forest to let the scumbag Zhou Tianxian Nu point out a few more mutant bamboo worm nests for him as a return gift. Yin who looked at his cousin's reluctant and hesitant eyes and continued, in a while, there will be more. Before he finished speaking, another car jumped out of the bushes. Zhuang Xiao, Hua Xiao, how about we go out and pick up a car now? Zhuang Xiao stared at Hua Xiao eagerly. This is much easier than going to a blind spot to pick up a broken car. Okay? As soon as Yan Ming's car stopped, she heard Zhuang Xiao words and continued, sister, there are no more. They have all been snatched away. Zhuang Xiao, so, why did she get up so late today? Picking up junks can't catch up with fresh ones. 3 cars. Pick anyone. The young boy laughed very excitedly and slapped the car next to him. Finally, there was something to show off, and it was said that the car was what her sister had been thinking about. Then I'm really rude. Zhuang Xiao simply stopped pretending. I want this one. He rushed to the driver's seat of the car that first drove to their door. Hua Xiao, how come no one has given me a car in all these years? What's going on? Hua Xiao asked the 2 people. Yan Ming chattered and told him everything that happened this morning. It turned out that the 2 brothers had planned to go home directly. But when they entered the main road from the small road, they saw the corpses all over the ground and a group of people rushing out of the shantytown. The leader, Yan Hu, New Yi Jinbao, a professional scavenger in the shantytown. When he saw this person, Yen who remembered the long line of cars coming back from the sweet potato collection point. So, the 2 of them quietly took a shortcut and went straight to the place where the accident happened yesterday. Because they were going straight to the destination, they did not stop for long on the way. So they arrived just over half an hour earlier than the other group. As expected, in addition to the corpses, there were many cars stuck on the road. The 2 of them only had time to free up 3 cars, in addition to Yi Jinbo's group. Several other groups of people also arrived. They had no choice but to retreat. Yen, who understood his younger brother's explanation of the whole thing. So he said to Huishao, "This car has to be kept with Boss Wu for the time being. And it can be handled after modification." They didn't plan to keep the remaining 2 cars. His family's living conditions and his physical condition did not allow the family to have a car. Chapter 203. Huishao pointed at the car that Zhuang Xiao had chosen and said, "Okay, let's change this one to a combination of fuel and solar energy." Zhuang Xiao stuck her head out of the car and said excitedly, "I paid for the modification myself. She will also be a car owner in the future." Yin Ming and Yen Hu said goodbye to the 2 and set out on the road home again. As for the rented car in the yard, it was temporarily placed at Huishao house. Wait until the safe zone is stable. The worst that can happen is that the rental fee will be increased by 2 days. Although the valuables, that is, the energy stone, were taken by Yen Hu before going out. There are still many other belongings at home. After the attack of the mutant crows last night, it is unknown what kind of chaos the shantytown is in now. Zhuang Xiao, who received the car, now doesn't want to go out to pick up corpses. Looking left and right, up and down around her car, her eyes can perfectly ignore the dark red marks on it automatically. In fact, there were originally human remains on these 3 cars. Yen Ning was afraid of scaring her sister, so she wiped it with grass, leaves and soil. However, it was not wiped clean. Therefore, this made the car look dirty all over. However, there is a saying, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Now this car is Zhuang Xiao little lover. Shantytown. Brother, when will your sister give birth? Hu Qianli pinched Lan Jin's arm with his big hand and asked anxiously. Lan Jin said with a grin, "Brother-in-law, you, let me go first. If you push harder, my arm will break." Hu Qianli immediately let go of his hand and said awkwardly, "How long has it been? Why is there no movement from your sister? Why doesn't your mother-in-law say anything?" Lan Jin rolled his eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, it hasn't been a quarter of an hour yet. Why are you so anxious? Besides, what's the point of being anxious? This child is not yours. Even if you use all your strength to poop, this child can't jump out of your stomach. He can never win a verbal battle with his brother-in-law. So he can only turn around in circles anxiously, remembering that when he came back last night, there was no one at home. He almost lost his soul. He was worried that his wife had secretly run out to pick up trash without telling him. So, he quickly sent a message to his mother-in-law and brother-in-law, and was relieved after receiving a reply. It turned out that Lan Hong took the crossbow left by Hu Qianli at home and decisively chose to go back to her parents' home as soon as she received a warning from the safe zone. After all, besides her mother, her parents' home also has a brother who is not very well trained but still strong. It is safer than being alone at home. As for Hu Qianli, who was doing a task in the blind spot, she couldn't contact him. What's the point of worrying about it? It's better to take care of herself first. Fortunately, her mother's house is still solid. After receiving the message from her brother-in-law, Hu Qianli took his big iron pot off the stove, put it on his head, and went straight to his mother-in-law's house. When he arrived, he just saw someone trying to break in. After driving the person away, he was almost shot by a crossbow arrow flying out from inside. He really wanted to praise his wife. After seeing Hu Qianli, the 3 people in the family finally relaxed their tense mood. Seeing her husband coming back, Lan Hong directly handed the crossbow in her hand to Lan Jin and went back to bed to sleep. Pregnant women are tired. Please do not disturb them. The cawing of mutant crows and the sound of gunfire all night could not stop Lan Hong's deafening snoring. Waking up early in the morning, Lan Hong was refreshed, calmly finished breakfast, and walked around the house. Until noon, the amniotic fluid suddenly broke. Lan Hong calmly called her mother, took her delivery bag, slowly returned to the house, and climbed onto the bed with her hands and feet. And then it was now. Chapter 204. Lan Jin sat on a small bench in the yard, watching Hu Qianli spinning around until he was dizzy, and couldn't help but complain again, "Brother-in-law, can we stop spinning? Look at my sister. Then look at yourself. How can there be such a big difference in mental quality?" Hu Qianli said while spinning around, "Your sister's mental quality is better than mine." Lan Jin choked, then stood up, pulled Hu Qianli over, pressed his hands on the bench next to him, and said, "In a while. In a while. I promise that in a while." My little nephew or niece will be able to slide out of my sister's belly. It is said that the sister of Donkey Findon next door gave birth to a child like this. Hu Qianli said doubtfully, Really? 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 My sister is better than Donkey Findon's sister anyway, Lan Jin promised. Suddenly, a loud shout came from inside the house. Lan Jin, you little bastard. Who wants to compete with that perennial little green tea? Lan Jin was so scared that she trembled, and hurriedly stood up and leaned under the window and said flatteringly, Sister, isn't this to comfort my brother-in-law? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Let's give birth slowly. Slowly. There's no rush. You, get out of here. As soon as the word get out fell, a loud baby cry came from the house. Lan Jin was relieved immediately. Turned around and comforted Hu Qianli. Look, I'm right. Sure enough, when his sister is mentioned, his sister has endless energy. Look, she's done giving birth. Yen Hu and Yen Ming just entered the alley where their home is. From a distance, they saw a small, thin figure standing at the door of the house. Wen Xiao, what are you doing standing outside? It's so chaotic now. Why don't you hurry home? Yen Hu said after seeing the person clearly. Wen Xiao turned his head immediately after hearing the voice. His face was full of panic. And when he saw that the people coming were Yen Hu and Yen Ming, he relaxed immediately and said anxiously, Brother Yen, my sister, I don't know why. She just won't wake up. I just went to Aunt Ma's house, and it seems that something happened in her family. So I wanted Brother Yen to go to my house to see. The child stuttered and tears fell instantly. Yen Hu stared at the bruises on Wen Yu's face and walked towards the next door. Did a stranger enter your house yesterday? Wen Xiao immediately followed, nodded, and said earnestly, Yen, Brother Yen, can you help me wake up my sister? She has been sleeping for a long time. Yen Ming, who was behind the two, looked at the door lock of his house that was damaged by someone, and followed. A sobbing sound came from the yard of Aunt Ma's house next door. Wen Xiao wiped the tears from his face with his sleeves, and quickly moved to the front of Yen, who with his short legs to lead the way. The yard was in a mess. The ground was covered with black mutant crow feathers, which floated up and then slowly fell as Wen Xiao ran. The weather was gloomy today. The whimpering sounds from time to time made the atmosphere even more depressing and dull. What they saw and heard on the road were like a huge rock, weighing heavily on the hearts of Yen Hu and Yen Ming, now standing in the small yard. They felt that breathing was a little difficult. The tables, chairs and benches in the house were lying on the ground in all directions. In the dim light, a small body lay quietly on the thatch. It was as if she had no connection with this cruel world anymore. Yen Hu stepped forward, looked at the little girl's gray face, and couldn't help but touch her neck. Wen Xiao looked at Yen Hu expectantly and asked anxiously, Sister, what's wrong? She said she was a little cold and wanted to sleep for a while. Then, she choked up and couldn't say any more. Yen Hu shook his head at Yen Ming and sighed almost imperceptibly. Yen Ming immediately squatted down, picked up Wen Xiao with both hands, and walked out of the house. Wen Xiao struggled a little, then hugged Yen Ming neck tightly and buried her head deeply in his neck. Chapter 205. Yen Ming felt a warm sensation in his neck. His nose suddenly felt sore. Perhaps Wen Xiao had known that his sister was gone, but he just didn't want to believe it. He always hoped that an adult would come. Maybe his sister could be saved and she would be fine again. Yen Hu rearranged the furniture in the room, made the beds for the siblings, and gently carried the little girl to the bed. When he went to the mercenary team, Yen Ming was the only one left at home. When Manshan took good care of his brother. Now, if the two brothers were at home last night, it wouldn't be. But now it seems that nothing can be said. There are so many ifs and ifs in the world. The joys and sorrows of the world are not the same. Hu Qianli stared at the little meatball in his mother-in-law's arms. The skin is dark and red. The eyebrows are sparse, and the skin is wrinkled. It looks so ugly. He wants a fair and tender girl like his cousin. Although he felt a little sorry that his little meatball was not as white and cute as his cousin, he quickly accepted the reality, since he was his own child. He happily stretched out his hand to rub the little meatball's face. Brother-in-law, this little guy has absorbed the essence of you and my sister. It's pretty, good-looking. Lan Jin praised him sincerely. This little guy grew up with the shortcomings of both of you. How can he get married in the future? The little girl in his arms seemed to feel her uncle's disgust and helplessness. Her two little hands scratched randomly in the air and hummed twice, as if protesting. Lying on the bed, Lan Hong listened to her brother not very honest words and retorted, "If you don't want to praise, don't force it. It didn't take much effort to give birth to a child." So Lan Hong looked in good spirits now. Lan Hong's mother Zhao Chun asked the two people outside to take a look at the child, and then kicked them out. "If you see it, get out quickly. Xiao Jin, take the basin out. Qianli, go get your wife some food." The two were kicked out by their mother-in-law. Then she put the child on the bed and comforted her daughter. "My daughter, this child is like this when he is just born. It will be fine when he grows up." Lan Hong also imitated Hu Qianli and poked her daughter's face with her hand, smiling and said, "Mom, don't comfort me. Her father and I look like this. Unless there is a genetic mutation, at most she will grow up to be like me." "How can you say that to your daughter?" Seeing her daughter's heartless look, Zhao Chun couldn't help but poked her daughter's forehead with her finger. After Hu Qianli left, he sent the good news to his cousin. As for Boss Hua, if his cousin knew, how could he not know? There was a bucket of water on the ground in front of the car at the door of Zhuang Xiao house. She held a rag in her hand and hummed a tune that changed the tune. "Congratulations. Congratulations on getting rich, building a house and getting a car. Life is so wonderful. Although the car still needs to be modified for the second time. It doesn't matter. She is in a good mood now, so she will give it a bath first." Just after wiping the front part of the car, she received a message from Hu Qianli. "Ah, Xiao. Xiao. Sister Lan gave birth to a little girl." Zhuang Xiao threw the rag into the bucket and ran happily to the kitchen. This is really good news. Although she thinks that children are noisy and troublesome, they are still cute sometimes if she doesn't have to raise them herself. New life represents hope. In the wasteland, what she wants to see most is the sun rising and setting every day. This cycle repeats until the end of life. At this time, Hu Xiao was staring at the message sent by Yin Hu in a daze. After hearing Zhuang Xiao's voice, he quickly restrained his expression. "Should we go and take a look?" Zhuang Xiao asked, standing at the kitchen door. Chapter 206. The light inside dimmed instantly, covering up Hu Xiao's gloomy expression. Hu Xiao adjusted his mood and said, "Wait a few days. The child is still too young. I guess you won't be able to see it." Zhuang Xiao nodded and said, "You are right. Let's go in a few days." After that, he continued to stare at Hu Xiao's eyes and said, "Are you a little unhappy just now? Did something happen?" Her eyesight is very good now. Nothing can escape her sharp eyes. Hu Xiao lowered his eyes and said, "Do you still remember when you?" Hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "The child died." Zhuang Xiao's mind suddenly flashed with the scenes of several encounters with the little girl. Cautious, fierce, cold, but a little vague. The impression of the younger brother is more profound. After all, he called her sister several times. This familiar yet strange person did not take too many roots in her heart. So she said to Hu Xiao, "Birth, aging, illness and death are the norm. The living are the most important." Such philosophical words are rarely squeezed out of her brain. So, Hu Xiao must be comforted. Hu Xiao nodded, as if he was really comforted, and then changed this somewhat heavy topic and said, "Have you finished wiping the car? Eat now or wait a while." Speaking of eating, Zhuang Xiao suddenly became energetic. What has happened cannot be reversed, but the hungry stomach can be saved now. "Eat now," Zhuang Xiao said immediately. "The car can't run away there. What's more, she can only have the strength to continue to scrub the car after eating." At lunch, Zhuang Xiao began to make up stories for Hu Xiao, such as Sun Wukong with flaming eyes and golden pupils fighting against Lin Nini, who uprooted the willow trees, and Pan Jinlian awakened after rebirth. In short, the plot of the story was whatever she thought of. And after piecing together, she actually felt that she told the story well. She was so happy there. Then, Brother Hua was sprayed with nutrient solution on his face by someone. Hu Xiao calmly wiped the nutrient solution on his face with his hands, slowly swallowed the food in his mouth, and praised in a very calm tone, "The story is very good." Zhuang Xiao glanced at Hu Xiao's face for a few times. Her face flushed, and she immediately put her face into the bowl. She was worried that after a while, she would not be able to help laughing out loud. Hu Xiao looked at her shaking shoulders, smiled and said, "Take your time to eat. I go wash." He stood up from the stool and went to the yard. Zhuang Xiao dug his head out of the bowl and muttered. The ancients were not lying to me. Don't talk when you eat or sleep. Otherwise, accidents are easy to happen. Inner city of the safe zone. Xiao Yan was busy all the time. But his father, who has nothing, was still crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang himself at home. He refused to leave now no matter what. He was scared by the mutant crows, and was worried that he would meet them on the way to the next safe zone. Can he spoil him? That's definitely not possible. Are you sure you don't want to leave? Xiao Yan said coldly. Cui Fanjin was panting heavily, and was so angry with Xiao Yan that he couldn't say a word. If you don't leave, I will kick the 2 people in the safe zone out right now. How long do you think they can live after leaving the safe zone? Xiao Yan has completely lost his patience now. His expression has become extremely gloomy, and he looks at the angry man with cold eyes. This is his last mercy. Let the 3 of them, who are loving each other, leave the Xiao family's territory together. Seeing that his son was unyielding, Cui Fanjin's anger gradually disappeared like a punctured balloon with the suffocating atmosphere in the room. His tone gradually softened, and he said, I'm not worried that you can't deal with these old guys in the inner city. What's more, the safe zone has just been attacked by a group of mutant crows, and there must be a lot of things to do. I can help you share some of the burden if I stay a few more days. Chapter 207. A conciliatory policy? A delaying tactic? Xiao Yan tapped his fingers lightly on the table and flatly refused. No need. There are some things I have to go through myself. Not to mention Uncle Pei is here. Pack up today, and don't take things you shouldn't take. I will ask Uncle Pei to prepare everything you need on the road. You must leave the safe zone with the people you want to take before 10 a.m. tomorrow at the latest. Cui Fanjin, So he made a fuss today, and won himself a suspended sentence of less than 24 hours. After Xiao Yan left Cui Fanjin, he immediately went to find Uncle Pei. Uncle Pei, are Zhang Lin and Feng Xiang here? When Xiao Yan entered the meeting room, he saw Pei Meihai was as busy as he was, and he felt very sorry. But at this time, he had to let Uncle Pei come out to take charge of the situation. After this heavy blow, it is about to enter a long and cold winter. Some things must be arranged early, such as the new batch of genetically modified people plan, such as the talent training for iron smelting and mining. These all need to go to other safe areas for resource exchange and learning. Pei Meihai finished explaining the work in his hands and immediately said, I'm coming. I'm waiting in the small conference room over there. Then he was ready to take Xiao Yan over. Xiao Yan waved his hand and asked Pei Meihai to do his own thing, and he could go there by himself. After cleaning the car in the afternoon, Zhuang Xiao did not implement her plan to pick up the corpse. It was just because Hui Xiao said that the mutant crow might carry an unknown infectious virus. This scared Zhuang Xiao, and she immediately wanted to dig out the mutant crow corpse that had just been buried in the ground in the morning. Burn it and bury it. As someone who has just experienced the epidemic for a few years, the most feared thing is highly contagious diseases. Her 3 years of disappearance. She doesn't want to disappear for another 3 years after coming here. 3 years after 3 years. Black hair turns white hair, and beauty turns old woman. What's the point of living? Soon, Hui Xiao stopped her digging the second time before she could do it. Hui Xiao poured some of the prepared disinfectant under the water hemlock and dancing grass, and the matter was settled. All the bodies of the mutant crows in the safe zone and the shantytown were transported to the border of the blind area by the guards for incineration. In this way, some sharp-eyed people naturally dug out a lot of energy stones from them. Therefore, the job of burning corpses soon became a hot commodity for everyone in the guards. Hui Xiao was worried that Zhuang Xiao could not stay at home, so he suggested that the 2 of them pick the seeds of the water hemlock at home now. In this way, Zhuang Xiao's great poisonous grass garden plan can be implemented next year. However, Zhuang Xiao felt that this job was a bit dangerous and not suitable for a little girl like her to do. It was very natural to hand it over to Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao, Am I not afraid of danger? However, this job still needs someone to do it. There are only 2 of them at home. If he doesn't do it, who will? Zhuang Xiao was particularly generous, and took out his 2 leaky sacks for you to choose from. Hui Xiao, In the end, whether it was the clothes on his body, the head and the hands, Hui Xiao prepared them all by himself. After all, this water hemlock will get angry if you touch it. You still have to be careful. Thinking about it this way, it's better to use dancing grass. Music. When it sounds, it's just square dance. And the poison is also very low-key. It's simply the most perfect existence among the poisonous plants. Zhuang Xiao moved a small stool and chewed the honey lotus root she had just made in her mouth. She was responsible for chatting with her sweetheart. Otherwise, how boring it would be for Brother Hua to be alone, listening to the crunching chewing sound below and the seeds on the tree. Hua Xiao felt tired. In addition, there was no room for other emotions. If Zhuang Xiao had known that picking water hemlock could help Brother Hua de-stress like this, she would definitely not have wasted so many brain cells making up stories for him. Chapter 208. Making up stories is so tiring. This job lasted from the afternoon to the evening, and from the next morning to the evening of the next day. 2 days passed unknowingly after the mutant crows attacked. Yin Hu and Yin Ning did not come during these 2 days. In addition to the hard work of picking water hemlock seeds in recent days, Hua Xiao was also worried about the 3 cars outside the yard at night. So he did not sleep well every night. So, the whole person seemed a little sluggish. So, before dawn today, Zhuang Xiao quietly got up from the bed and decided to stew a ginseng and turtle soup for Brother Hua for breakfast, to nourish him well. The effect was naturally great. In the morning, the moment Hua Xiao opened the door of his house, there were strings of blood beads in his nostrils, which fell to the ground without any warning. The brothers Yin Hu and Yin Ming who were standing outside the door were directly shocked. What's going on? Boss Hua is poisoned. Feeling the warmth in his nasal cavity, Hua Xiao, who had drunk 2 large bowls of ginseng and turtle soup for breakfast, was also confused. His first reaction was that he might be poisoned, but he didn't know if it was the poison of water hemlock. Or, after all, there are quite a lot of poisonous plants in his house now, and the symptoms of poisoning of several plants are still unclear. Zhuang Xiao heard the exclamation at the door and hurried out. When he saw Hua Xiao nosebleed that had not stopped, Zhuang Xiao was also confused for a moment. Oh no! This couldn't be too much tonic. So, early in the morning, there was another chaos at home. Hua Xiao took an ice cube and put it on his nose. Zhuang Xiao sat opposite, looking around with a guilty look. She really meant well. It seems that this ginseng is really very domineering. It should not be called ginseng and turtle soup, but ginseng domineering soup. Or maybe the spiritual energy of the black tortoise was too high, and Brother Hua's mortal body couldn't absorb it at all, so it exploded. In short, ginseng and black tortoise are both good. It's just that Brother Hua's body is not good, and he can't take the tonic. Hua Xiao, Well, he is not worthy after all. He is not worthy of enjoying this super luxurious lineup of tonic soup. Zhuang Xiao said with a lack of confidence. Then don't eat meat for the time being. Eat vegetarian food first. Hua Xiao, So, he can't bear the tonic soup. So he has to be banned from eating meat. Hua Xiao relaxed his hand that was holding the ice cube, and tried to make his voice sound normal, saying, I think the soup this morning is pretty good. I'm full of energy. I don't need to give up meat. Yen Hu, Brother Hua is really trying hard to eat some meat. However, if he can eat meat, he would also want to have a nosebleed. Yin Ming, in order to coax my sister. Brother Hua is really making him unfamiliar. He has to learn something to coax his wife in the future, seeing that the victim doesn't mind. Zhuang Xiao, the well-intentioned perpetrator, feels guilty. Fortunately, I can continue to eat meat in the future. After all, you can't let the chef cook meat every day without eating meat. After Hua Xiao nosebleed finally stopped, Yin Hu then told the details of what happened in the past 2 days. However, this time he didn't mention Wen Yu's matter, and when Xiao was also sent to the safe zone by him yesterday afternoon to participate in the genetic modification plan. This was a decision made after consulting him. There were a lot of people participating in the genetic modification plan in the shantytowns this time, including children who lost their parents' protection and poor families who could not make ends meet. In short, anyone who could not survive regarded this plan as the last straw. Hua Xiao and Zhuang Xiao were not within the age range of candidates, so they did not receive any relevant notifications. On the day when the mutant crows attacked, Yin Hu at his family's home was also robbed, and all the things on the surface were looted. Therefore, the 2 cars that were picked up by chance should be dealt with as soon as possible, and the winter supplies should be restocked. Chapter 209. There is also the gossip about Xiao Yin. When Xiao Yin was mentioned, Zhuang Xiao ears perked up. This is the person with the highest class level among all the people she knows. So the gossip must be big. I never thought that Xiao Yin, the captain of the Dark Knight mercenary team, is now the highest manager of our safe zone. It's incredible to think about it. Speaking of this matter, Yin Hu still felt it was very unreal. This matter, even if he confirmed it with others many times, he still felt it was very incredible. Thinking back then, everyone had done 1 or 2 missions together. Hu Xiao gently rubbed his nose and agreed. It's really incredible. Is it still chaotic outside these 2 days? Hu Xiao asked the question he was most concerned about. Yin Hu said, it's back to normal. The guard team strengthened patrols throughout the safe zone today, and those with bad intentions have restrained themselves a lot. When we came here in the morning, many people went out to pick up waste. After all, life and death are two. The dead are gone, and the living are in trouble. The living still have to fight for food and clothing. Sister, are you going out to pick up trash today? Yan Ning interrupted. Zhuang Xiao said uncertainly, I should go, but I haven't decided where to go yet. What about you? Yan Ning said, my brother is going to the safe zone to buy things and modify the car today, and I will help him. Yin Hu listened to his brother talking about the modified car and continued, I will return the car today. As for the sweet potatoes, I will use a flatbed truck to pull them back to the shantytown at night. Also, if this vehicle is modified, I'm afraid it will have to be done near the Hu family. Yin Hu looked at Hu Xiao after he finished speaking. Hu Xiao nodded, indicating that it was okay. After all, there was another car owned by Zhuang Xiao here. They were far away from the crowd, and it was more convenient to operate. The four chatted for a while, and Zhuang Xiao planned to go out after confirming that Hu Xiao was indeed fine. Before, Old Man Yu helped them sell pearls, and they got nearly 15,000 points. The rich lady Zhuang left the rest of Hu Xiao. She took the remaining 10,000 points. After all, Hu Xiao is the main shopper now, and it is quite troublesome to go back and forth every time. Besides, she doesn't like to go shopping now. It's just a grocery store. That's all. And it seems that her friendship with Brother Hua is still very solid. So Hu Xiao was left at home to deal with the 3 cars with Yin Hu and Yin Ming. The key target is of course Zhuang Xiao car. When Yin Hu was a member of the mercenary team, his main skill point was vehicle maintenance and modification. So Hu Xiao just helped. His main task at home was to deal with the sweet potatoes they brought back a few days ago. This is the only good weather in the past few days. Zhuang Xiao sighed in his heart. After the first cold wave, the temperature is relatively stable now. Zhuang Xiao walked on the road aimlessly. The road was cleared of all the mutant crows and human remains. Only the dark red bloodstains on the ground still indicated the tragic situation that day. She quickly moved her eyes away from the ground and looked at the grass and trees on the roadside. Since the temperature dropped, the edges of many leaves have been turning yellow, and they will probably wither and die soon. Today, Zhuang Xiao plans to go to the area east of the safe zone. New areas often have new discoveries. What's more, there is a small mountain over there, called Biling Mountain. The ridge of the mountain is a narrow and long shape running from northwest to southeast, like a human spine. Hence the name. Biling Mountain is divided by the top ridge. The west of the mountain is the safe zone, and the east is the blind zone, because there are many valuable wild herbs growing on this mountain. In this world where even grass leaves can be chewed, herbs, as a special plant that can be used as food and medicine, are still quite popular in the Wasteland. Chapter 210. Firstly, the collected herbs that meet the radiation value standard can be eaten as food, and when necessary, they may also become life-saving medicine for people in shantytowns. After all, winter is the peak period for epidemic diseases. Secondly, if the edible herbs collected are rare herbs, they can be exchanged for a considerable amount of points at the exchange center. This also led to the fact that there has never been a shortage of people on Biling Mountain. Zhuang Xiao also knew this when she was picking water hemlock seeds with Hu Xiao at home these days. Since there is no clear destination now, it is better to go there today to check out the place and explore the way. She decided to spend tomorrow and the day after tomorrow in the mountains. Don't people say that you can live on the mountain? Although she lives a little far away from there, it doesn't prevent her from living on Biling Mountain. Moreover, with her current speed, if she just strolls around the foot of the mountain, she will have plenty of time. After thinking it over, Zhuang Xiao found the destination on her watch, selected a location closest to her, turned on the navigation, and went straight to the destination. The route given by the watch is mainly the main road, with very few small roads. Therefore, she didn't see many people along the way. After all, who would look for food on the main road. As for the grass and bushes beside the road, she could occasionally hear the beeping sound of the watch. She only heard the sound, but didn't see the person. They were all main roads with excellent road conditions. Zhuang Xiao walked very fast without even glancing at the grass and bushes on both sides. Today's goal is clear, and any plants on the roadside are nothing. Hu Xiao sighed, leaving Yan Ning at home to look after the house. Yan Hu and Hu Xiao drove the rented car straight to the grocery store street in the safe area. The car was not returned yet. Anyway, another day has begun. Make the best use of it. Buy the items needed for the modified vehicle first, and return it in the evening. Yan Hu's 2 cars were simply handled, and there were limited things to buy. The purchasing expert was still Hu Xiao. After all, the car belonging to Zhuang Xiao was going to be greatly modified, and there were quite a lot of things to buy. The 2 of them even went to a second-hand car processing street. It's called a second-hand car processing street, but to put it bluntly, it's a black car processing point. In this wasteland, as long as the car can be driven, it is a new car. Here, the 2 met Feng Xiang, who also came to deal with the car. Boss Hu, Brother Yan, why are you here? Feng Xiang greeted them enthusiastically. Hu Xiao, Yan Hu, what should we say? He said he picked up a few cars and came to understand the current market. This is definitely not okay. Seeing Yan Hu didn't speak, Feng Xiang looked at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao said without hesitation, Zhuang Xiao said that the car you bought last time was very powerful. So I came to show her. Your cousin who can own the energy stone is a rich person. Feng Xiang immediately perked up when he heard that it was Zhuang Xiao, and said, why didn't my cousin come today? Hu Xiao said, she was frightened by the mutant crows a few days ago, and she is resting at home. Yan Hu, when did Boss Hu become so good at making up lies? Feng Xiang, if you don't want to say it, just don't say it. Is it fun to make up such lies to deceive me? Feng Xiang complained in his heart that after Boss Hu left the mercenary team, his style became more and more biased, and it felt like he was a different person. Hu Xiao, he didn't change his heart, but he just listened to too many stories these 2 days. Feng Xiang said, do you want me to take you for a walk? Hu Xiao glanced at the car in the blind spot and said, no, you do your thing. We're just going to take a walk. Before leaving, Hu Xiao asked again, have you planned the route in the blind spot? Feng Xiang was stunned for a moment, then said, almost. Maybe the scope of the safety zone will expand a little bit over there next year. Hu Xiao thanked him and prepared to leave with Yan Hu. Chapter 211. Feng Xiang seemed to remember something and called Yan Hu. The kid you said here will follow the main force to the number 6 safe zone in 2 days. Do you want to go see him? Yan Hu paused and turned back and said no. After that, he chased Hu Xiao in front of him. Feng Xiang looked at the 2 people's backs for a while, and then continued to bargain with the boss of this store. This car must be sold at a good price. Everyone is waiting for these points to have a good winter. It was painful to pay the compensation, but after getting it back, everyone was like they had picked up a great bargain. Yan Hu followed Hu Xiao and said, Boss Hu, we don't need to go to the blind spot to get the car. Why are you asking Feng Xiang for the route? Yan Hu was still quite confused about this. After all, when Hu Xiao said he was going to the blind spot before, it was to get the car. Now that he didn't get the car, he was a little confused. If you don't understand, just ask directly. Hu Xiao said, I haven't thought about it yet. I wait until the car is modified. When Zhuang Xiao arrived at Bailing Mountain, it was almost noon. At this time, she stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at this not very high mountain. This height is at most a hill. This mountain is not an isolated hill, but is connected by 2 or 3 small hills. And where she stopped, she could vaguely hear the sound of water. Zhuang Xiao walked along the foot of the mountain for about a quarter of an hour. And during this time, she saw a lot of people. Unexpectedly, there were so many people here, and she also saw many man-made trails. Zhuang Xiao randomly chose a path that looked pretty good and started climbing up. For her, when choosing the answer to the multiple-choice question, if she doesn't know or understand, she will rely on her intuition and choose whoever she likes. And don't modify it. Once the answer is modified, it will almost certainly be a wrong choice. This is the experience she has accumulated in hundreds of exams over the years. Absolutely credible. After climbing for a while, Zhuang Xiao began to drill into the dense forest on one side. The grass leaves on both sides of the path had been tested countless times by others, so it would not be easy for her to find any. Soon, Zhuang Xiao saw a plant that she was very familiar with. Even though its fruits were now fatter, she still locked onto it at a glance. However, when she stepped forward to carefully identify it, she found that these fruits were already covered with dense dagger scratches. Obviously, the fruits on this plant have been tested by many people. And looking at the cuts, some are still very fresh. That's what she said. This place is so close to the path. How could this plant be let go? After all, this is Forsythia suspensa, which has the effects of clearing away heat and detoxification, dispersing wind and dissipating heat. She remembered that there was a medicine that seemed to be named after this Chinese herbal medicine. It was the most common medicine she took for colds in winter when she was a child, just because it had a sweet light yellow sugar coating. Although this Forsythia has been tested by many people, she still checked it inside and out. God helps those who work hard. And she actually found 3 usable fruits at the lowest point of the plant. In the following time, Zhuang Xiao went deep into the forest. She knew only a few Chinese herbal medicines, so as long as she saw a plant she didn't recognize, she would pull a leaf off to test it. If it was usable, she would stop. Then she would study in detail whether the leaves, stems, fruits, or roots of this Chinese herbal medicine plant could be used as medicine. I don't know if she has a special affinity with poisonous plants. Later, she found a plant called Tianxianzi, and it was the kind that was poisonous throughout the plant. The most typical symptom after poisoning is hallucinations, ecstasy, and eventually death. Chapter 212. However, this time she did not dig out the whole plant, but only picked some of its seeds, because this plant is afraid of cold. If it is planted outdoors, it will definitely freeze to death in a while. In this case, why should she go to such lengths and risk her life to carry it home? Although Zhuang Xiao's climbing route was very chaotic, she was generally on the upward trend. And this Biling Mountain is indeed the most popular medicinal mountain in the safe zone. She even met several groups of people in the dense forest. It's just that she only heard the sound, and she hid after hearing the sound. About halfway up the mountain, the number of people became less and less. It may be that the higher you go, the closer you are to the blind spot when you reach the ridge. Zhuang Xiao's original plan was just to walk around the foot of the mountain. But as she climbed, she passed the halfway point. She looked at the time. At the current speed, there is enough time to climb to the ridge and turn back. She simply went up to see how far the blind spot east of the ridge was from the high radiation area. From the halfway point up, the grass and trees gradually became sparse. There were many black boulders lying across the area. Without the shade of trees, the sun shone on the black boulders. At this time, the stone felt very hot. It felt like a teppanyaki grill, and she was the meat on the iron plate. Just as she found a suitable crack in the stone and put her hand on it, she felt a sharp pain like burning fire. Then she saw an animal that was pitch black and looked like a pipa, crawling out quickly from it and heading in another direction. Fuck. That thing looked like a scorpion. Look at that red and swollen hand. She is not going to die. Scorpion. But one of the 5 poisons. As long as it is a scorpion, it is poisonous. But the toxicity is different. Zhuang Xiao's mind was filled with poisonous scorpions. Poisonous scorpions. One of the 5 poisonous creatures. Suddenly, she felt her heart beat several times faster. Her breathing became rapid, and her head seemed a little dizzy. No way. She survived in another world? It didn't make sense for her to die on a scorpion today. Just when she thought she was about to die, a mountain breeze blew. The cool breeze made her instantly sober. She touched her chest, and her heartbeat seemed to be quite stable. She didn't seem to be dizzy anymore. As soon as her brain returned to normal, she remembered something very important. This scorpion seemed to be a social animal. So, could this black boulder be the scorpion's nest? Although this type of scorpion does not seem to be very poisonous for the time being, it can't resist the fact that they win by sheer numbers. If that's the case, it would be tragic. Go. Must go. Hurry up. We can't stay here anymore. These are all mutated scorpions. She still wanted to die. She broke off a small branch from the nearby branch. She walked while knocking on the ground in front of her. She was afraid that the mutant black scorpion that didn't have time to leave would kiss her again. Perhaps this method did have a little effect. After leaving the black boulders, Zhuang Xiao never saw a scorpion again. She threw the branch in her hand away and raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat that had dried on her forehead. Even if she was the child of luck, she couldn't bear her own death. Go back, and go back immediately. Suddenly, she felt safer in crowded places. No wonder there were few people above the halfway point of the mountain. If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have come up. How scary. I really don't know how those who love to eat scorpions can eat them. However, after this incident, Zhuang Xiao sent a message to Xiao and sent him the location by the way. After going out, you still have to report in time. Chapter 213. If she had encountered a poisonous scorpion today, she would have lost her life here, and there would be no one to collect the body. How tragic. What's wrong? Brother Hua? Yan Ning saw Xiao looking at his watch with a strange expression. So he asked. Xiao looked at the location, a little worried, and a little regretful that he shouldn't have told Zhuang Xiao about Biling Mountain. She's really good. Xiao handed the parts on the ground to Yan Hu, and then said, your sister. She went to Biling Mountain. What? Yan Hu stuck his head out from under the car and said in surprise. Can anyone go to that place? Although there are many herbs on the mountain, for some reason there are also many poisonous substances. So going to Biling Mountain, only those who are fully prepared will go. Xiao said to Yan Hu again. She went to Biling Mountain. I have to go there. What is meant by a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This is it. Yan Ming and Yan Hu both wanted to go, and in the end Yan Ming was ordered to stay at home alone. After all, there are a lot of things outside this door. Even if they drive away one car, there is no room for the remaining vehicles in the yard. After sending a message to Xiao, 3 minutes later, Zhuang Xiao received a message from Xiao, asking her to go down the mountain as soon as possible, and he would drive to pick her up. When she thought that she didn't have to go back on both legs, Zhuang Xiao felt happy and forgot to ask why Xiao came. So, in the following time, Zhuang Xiao was fully devoted to the enthusiasm of finding edible food. She remembered that when she first arrived at the foot of the mountain, she seemed to hear the sound of water. Go over there and take a look. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. When they were about to arrive at Biling Mountain, Xiao called Zhuang Xiao watch and asked her to send them another location to facilitate picking up people. However, no one answered the first time the watch called. The second time, still no one answered. The third time, only the beeping sound of the watch kept echoing in the cab. Maybe something delayed it? Yan Hu comforted Xiao. The accelerator under his feet was pressed again. The trees on both sides of the road quickly retreated. Xiao's eyes were gloomy. After hanging up the call, he immediately sent another message to Zhuang Xiao watch. Don't ask why Zhuang Xiao didn't answer the call from Xiao. The answer is that he didn't have time. This mutant water snake has been chasing her for more than half an hour. Zhuang Xiao ran wildly while shouting. Hey, why don't you go find the person who disturbed your sleep? Why are you chasing me? Although she was born in the year of the snake, she is really not a snake. These mutant snakes in the wasteland always like to chase her alone. Last time, she just walked the bear, and then she let her walk the snake. I always feel that God is going to kill her. Time goes back half an hour ago. Zhuang Xiao just arrived at the stream and stretched her head to see if there were any aquatic creatures in the water. There was a commotion downstream of her, and she was so scared that she almost jumped into the water, just because someone in the chaotic crowd downstream was shouting, "Mutated water snake. It's a mutant water snake. Run! Run! This snake is poisonous." Zhuang Xiao, snake? Poisonous? Snake. Is it one of the 5 poisons? Is this Biling Mountain a gathering place for the 5 poisons? After Zhuang Xiao stood firm, he paused for only 3 seconds and began to climb up the hillside. Water snakes should mainly move in the water, even if they go ashore. It is probably a short-term behavior. She slid down from above when she came down. Now it's really difficult to go up. There are snakes downstream again, so she can only run upstream. Seeing that there are suddenly several running figures in her field of vision coming towards her. And behind, hey, it's another giant python. What else can I do? Run up the stream with all my strength. If she can wear it back, she must sign up for an international marathon event? Chapter 214. A medal? That's easy to get. Maybe even a Guinness record or something. Today's harvest is not great. There is nothing heavy on the body. This running speed is very impressive. Zhuang Xiao also took the opportunity to look back. I was very angry. Really very angry. The mutant water snake is a person who does not follow martial ethics. No. It is a snake. After it swallowed the 3 people in front of it, its twisting body was still swimming upstream. Chasing her. No. You swallowed the people who teased you. Brother. Can't you just go back to the water? It's so cold when the wind blows outside. However, the mutant water snake doesn't care about these. It just feels that there is a warm little black dot moving quickly in front of it. The wind blows over. It also carries a little bit of meat smell. Don't look at the bright and dazzling big eyes of the snake. In fact, this animal is super myopic, and it doesn't rely on vision to lock prey at all. Snakes have a very keen sense of smell and a strong ability to sense heat. And it is with these 2 abilities that it can easily track and locate prey. So, if there is a warm and sweet little thing in front, you must chase it. Zhuang Xiao felt that the sweat on her body had just come out. And then it was blown dry by the mountain breeze. Blown dry. And then it came out again. The possibility of catching a cold is as high as 99%. So, are the 3 forsythia fruits she picked today prepared for this? I want to cry, but I have no tears. The wind is blowing under my feet. At first, the watch beeped several times, and she didn't care to answer it. At that time, the distance between her and the mutant water snake was still quite dangerous. As for now, the creature may have swallowed 3 people, so its swimming speed is obviously slower than before. However, Zhuang Xiao can still see the gray-brown shadow behind her clearly. Just when the watch rang again, she slowed down a little. She had to slow down. There were gravel everywhere beside the stream. It was hard to run, and it was easy to fall. Zhuang Xiao. Where are you? Why don't you answer the call? Did something happen? Hui Xiao asked 3 questions in a row. Zhuang Xiao, What can she say? She said a mutant snake has taken a fancy to her again. I'm being chased by a mutant water snake in the stream. The voice Hui Xiao heard was panting. But he also heard the key words clearly. Mutated water snake. And stream. Go to Biling Mountain Stream. Hui Xiao said. After hearing this, Yan Hu braked suddenly, turned the car around, and started to drive back. Hui Xiao continued, I'm now. Before he finished speaking, the watch beeped. Ding. You have entered the blind spot. Please return immediately. Please return immediately. What the hell? To return by the original route? She must have an original route to return to. Can you test how to deal with the mutant snake behind me? And this time it's poisonous. With the crossbow and sleeve arrows in her hand, the shooting distance may not be able to match the spray distance of the venom. That's really. Brotherhood can't even collect her body. If you want to know why, it must be swallowed by the mutant water snake. Ah. Zhuang Xiao screamed in his heart. Blind spot. Here I come again. My golden cherry. My bird's nest. Welcome me. He couldn't stop crying. What's going on? If you don't take the initiative, you will be passive. Blind spot really likes her. And the mutant snake likes her too. Whoa. After the shock, she wants a surprise. If you don't give it to her, she will make trouble. Hui Xiao ears are filled with the beeping sound of the watch, which makes him irritable. Can't get in touch? Well, maybe I entered the blind spot. After all, the source of the stream in Biling Mountain is the blind spot. Yan Hu, This is a blind spot. He is in hot water. My cousin really likes blind spots. She goes in every now and then to take a stroll. Yan Hu didn't know how to comfort Hui Xiao, so he could only focus on the road ahead. Several people suddenly rushed out from the mountain. Chapter 215. Yan Hu was startled by the sudden appearance of these people and stepped on the brakes. If they hadn't been wearing seat belts, the 2 of them would have flown through the windshield. The people coming down the mountain were still in shock and were startled by the sudden appearance of the car. However, they quickly reacted and ran into the woods opposite. Hui Xiao touched his head and said, We're here. Find a place to park. Yan Hu drove the car into the grass on the side of the road. He jumped out of the car and unscrewed a key part of the car in 2 or 3 moves. Hui Xiao took out a gun from his bag and handed it to Yan Hu with 2 boxes of bullets. The 2 of them ran straight to the stream. As soon as they entered the Biling Mountain area, a sharp and piercing eagle cry came from above their heads. The 2 looked up at the sky. At some point, the sky became gloomy. In the gray sky, a huge flying bird streaked across the sky like a flash of lightning. Boss Hui, is this mutant bird an eagle? Yan Hu murmured. looking up at the black shadow moving quickly in the sky. Hu Xiao looked at the giant bird in the sky, and his worries became even worse. How did this mutant eagle come to the safe zone to move around? There are no taller mountains and forests nearby except Biling Mountain. And the height of Biling Mountain is obviously not a nesting place for creatures like eagles. Hu Xiao hummed softly, which was considered an answer to Yan Hu. The two people immediately retreated from the stream to the dense forest near the stream. According to the judgment, Zhuangshao location must be far away from here, and it is very likely to enter the blind spot. In order to prevent the two of them from being targeted by the eagle in the sky, it is better to retreat to the forest temporarily. Zhuangshao saw that the stream was getting wider and wider, and the space for her to run on the side was gradually shrinking. She thought that she must find an opportunity to climb up the slope. Otherwise, she would have to compete with the mutant water snake in swimming. As a swimmer who can only do a little doggy paddling, can she compete with the mutant water snake in swimming? Of course not. Isn't this courting death? And if she can't find Hu Xiao tonight, she will probably have to spend the night in the woods. Even in the daytime, she ran into a blind spot in a minute. But it's hard to say at night. And judging from the current sky, it is very likely that today will be a moonless night. Suddenly, Zhuangshao eyes lit up. There are vines. You can go up. The happy mood did not last for 2 seconds, and the high-pitched and crisp sound of birds came from the sky. Zhuangshao is not only happy now. She is very excited now. Eagle! This is an eagle. The eagle loves to hunt in the canyon, and snakes are also one of its many recipes. Between her and the mutant water snake, it is obvious that the mutant water snake has more meat and is more plump. As Zhuangshao ran, she began to shout towards the sky, hoping that she, as insignificant as she was, could attract the attention of the overlord in the sky. Big brother Shendiao. Here. There is snake meat here. Fragrant snake meat. Big brother Shendiao. You must come down to save me. Risking your life to attract prey for you. Please appreciate it, and let it fly freely in the sky with you. Mutated water snake, It feels that the temperature of the black dot in front seems to be a little higher. The snake is not only blind, but also has poor hearing. So when it feels the wind and waves sweeping over its body, it is too late. Zhuangshao shouted a few times in the sky, and after seeing the mutant eagle change its flying direction, it had already climbed up the green vines on one side, jumped up the slope in a few steps, and hid behind a big tree. There has never been a moment when she felt that her skills were so agile. Chapter 216. Moving like a rabbit. Superb. Breathtaking. It's not enough to describe it. After the mutant eagle grabbed the mutant water snake's body with its sharp claws, it flew straight into the sky. After a while, the two huge creatures turned into small black dots in Zhuangshao's sight. Alas, today's snake walking activity is finally over. Looking at the time, it's already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tried to send a message to Hu Xiao. Send failed. She must have entered the boundary of the blind spot for more than an hour. However, this time, there is a clear direction guide of the stream. As long as she keeps following the direction of the stream, she will definitely reach the place where she came from. It's dark now. What to do? Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's hurry up. She didn't dare to go down the stream for the time being. Just follow this vine and continue to climb up. Maybe the signal on the mountain is better than in the canyon. Zhuangshao can only comfort herself in this way. An hour later, Zhuangshao was extremely glad that she did not walk downstream along the stream in the canyon, because it was raining. The canyon area is a high-risk area for mountain torrents and mudslides. She would not be able to run fast enough when the time comes. However, she was still worried about one problem. As the saying goes, one autumn rain brings one cold. Now it was in the mountains and it was night, so the temperature would definitely drop more sharply. Therefore, she had to find a place to shelter herself from the rain. Otherwise, if she got caught in the rain, not to mention 3 forsythia fruits, even a tree of forsythia fruits could not save her. It was another day when I missed the mutant squirrel god of wealth. I really wanted to rent a tree hole. In this dark mountain, it was impossible without any accidents. Look! Zhuangshao stepped on empty air. She fell down. Except for the first time she cried out. She did not dare to scream, for fear of attracting some carnivorous animals. That would really cost her life. In other words, her luck today was a bit bad. Yan Hu. Did you hear any sound? Hu Xiao said. Yan Hu listened carefully. shook his head and said no. Xiao listened again. Except for the sound of raindrops hitting the leaves. The forest was silent. Xiao rubbed his temple and said, maybe I heard it wrong. At this time, the two had just climbed to the ridge of Biling Mountain. The slope on the east side of Biling Mountain is steeper than the west side. And it is not easy to go down. Unless you roll yourself into a ball and roll down the mountain like Zhuangxiao. At this moment, Zhuangxiao felt that every bone in her body was aching. There were so many trees and stones on this mountain. Why couldn't there be a tree or a stone that could stop her speed of rolling down? A stone probably heard her voice. After rolling to the foot of the mountain, the stone gave Zhuangxiao a big goodnight kiss on the forehead. She felt dizzy. A big tree with lush branches and leaves beside her indirectly shielded her from the wind and rain while she was sleeping. When Zhuangxiao woke up, the rain had stopped. At first, her vision was a little blurry. And then she felt countless blue light swaying back and forth above her head. She exhaled lightly. It didn't hurt. Very good. The ribs were not broken. Then she tried to move her limbs. And it didn't hurt either. It seemed that her limbs were not broken either. There should be no obvious internal or external injuries. As the coldness gradually spread throughout her body, her brain returned. The scenery in her eyes became clearer and clearer. What did she see? Has she arrived at the distant planet Pandora? Has she arrived at the distant planet Pandora? She blinked. And the scenery in front of her was still there. What instantly flashed in Zhuangxiao's mind was the mysterious and glittering tree of life in the movie. Is she wearing it again? She struggled to get up from the ground and reached out to touch her forehead. Shaha. Chapter 217. As soon as Zhuangxiao touched his forehead, he felt a piercing pain. Rolling down the mountain so many times was not as painful as the kiss from the stone. After a while, Zhuangxiao began to observe the unknown tree in front of him. Except for the huge tree beside him that was emitting blue fluorescence, there were no similar plants around. Obviously, this was just an isolated case. Zhuangxiao looked at the tree carefully. The branches and leaves were emitting a faint blue light, and the brightest part was concentrated on the flowers that looked like bells. In the dark night, the blue light was like a thin blue veil covering the tree. It looked very mysterious. After appreciating the beauty of the tree, Zhuangxiao began to care about his situation. Regardless of whether she was wearing it again, just looking at her surroundings, it was obvious that she was still in the wild. Survival in the wild was the most important thing at the moment. Fortunately, the bag on her body was still there, and the watch was intact. This free-rolling downhill game did not cause any more damage except for a little physical pain. This is still good luck. Moreover, looking at this glittering tree, even the lighting problem has been solved. Zhuangxiao put her bag on the ground and started jumping up. She wanted to pick a few bellflowers and use them as lanterns. If it weren't in the wild, if the tree wasn't too big, she would have wanted to dig it up and plant it in her own yard. Just looking at the appearance, it is much more beautiful than her family's femme fatale. Dancing grass, sister. It depends on strength. Boswa. Look there? There is light. Yin-Hu pointed to the foot of the mountain on the east side of Biling Mountain and said. Xiao turned off the flashlight in his hand and looked in the direction of Yin-Hu's finger. Sure enough, in the boundless night, a touch of blue light shone brightly. Because it was too far away, it was impossible to tell whether it was caused by humans or other reasons. After all, there are blue will-o'-the-wisp fires. In nature, many animals commit mass suicide due to various bizarre factors. After committing suicide, as the bodies decay, a large amount of phosphorus will be produced, making it very easy to see this kind of landscape. However, as if guided by something, Xiao blurted out, "Go down and have a look." After trying to pick a bellflower, Zhuangxiao found that there was nothing abnormal about the tree. She simply picked more branches and flowers, and made a wreath and a bracelet for herself, and also made a particularly large bouquet of flowers to hold in her hand as a lantern. Then, she stepped into the darkness. The light of the bellflower, combined with her good eyesight, could clearly see within 3 to 5 meters. Zhuangxiao couldn't help but look back at the tree that stood alone in the night like a giant umbrella, and then continued to move forward without looking back. She had to hurry to find her roommate. Although the rain was not heavy at night, the ground was still a little slippery. Zhuangxiao walked forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The cool breeze in the mountains was whistling. If she hadn't been wearing a pigskin coat, she would have been pierced by the cold wind. She took out a forsythia fruit from her bag and ate it. It tasted dry and bitter. It was much more unpalatable than Chinese medicine soup. But what could she do? What if she caught a cold and had a fever in this desolate mountain? But there was no male protagonist to hug her. After eating one, she still felt uneasy. So she ate the remaining 2 forsythia fruits with a few crunches. Oh my God! She didn't want to see this kind of fruit again in her life. Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs, but he didn't necessarily taste like her. Luckily, there was still half a bottle of water in the bag. I took a small sip to wash away the uncontrollable bitterness in my mouth, and then put the water back. Chapter 218. This half bottle of water might be her life-saving water. Before she could find edible fruits, she didn't dare to drink the water in the wild. Who knows if there are any mutated superbacteria in it, directly parasitizing in her body? That would be tragic. I don't know if the forsythia fruit is really effective, or if her constant walking makes her body generate heat. But now she doesn't feel as cold as before. She looked at the time. It's not even 12 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, a white light flashed in the night sky. Is it going to rain again? The lightning has come out. If there is a thundering rain, she will be split into a small black charcoal in this dense jungle. Huishao slipped, and the flashlight in his hand accidentally shone into the night sky. Boss Hua. Yin Hu quickly reached out and pulled Huishao. Huishao stood firm and said, "It's okay. Let's keep going." Zhuangxiao looked at the mutant hare that jumped out in front of her, staring at its big eyes that glowed with a strange red light. And her eyes glowed green. It's settled. The place to stay tonight has been found. In the night, a little man with a blue light was desperately chasing a gray creature in front of him. When it was about to catch up, the mutant hare suddenly disappeared. Zhuangxiao stood still, moved her ears, and there was no sound of animals running. That means there is an entrance to its nest nearby. Compared with other mutant animals, she thinks this mutant hare is safer. After all, this animal is a vegetarian. If you meet it, you can have a good talk. Maybe you can make it work. So, Zhuangxiao took the bluebell lantern in her hand and a small spatula and started knocking around, trying to find the entrance to the mutant hare's nest. Soon, under a bush, she found a very hidden hole with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. This is true. If the hares in this wasteland had not been mutated, with their original size, Zhuangxiao really had no hope of finding a place to stay. Looking at the dark hole. Hey, just think of it as climbing a ventilation duct. What Zhuangxiao didn't know was that what she found was not the entrance where the mutant hare disappeared, but another entrance. Just after climbing for less than a minute, when Zhuangxiao was about to turn around and sleep here tonight, when she raised her eyes, she saw the big red eyeballs again. It was very. Hey, excuse me, Zhuangxiao said politely to the cave owner opposite. Mutated hare, Why is it this human with a blue lantern again? Is it going to end? Perhaps it didn't feel the danger. The mutant hare's fat body turned very flexibly, pointed its butt at Zhuangxiao, and disappeared in a few seconds. Zhuangxiao, so unfriendly. A quarter of an hour later, Zhuangxiao lay on the warm belly of the mutant hare and sighed comfortably. I didn't expect that this single dog, not a single rabbit, is still very clean. The cave is actually divided into several rooms such as living room, bedroom, toilet, etc. I just don't know why such a good golden single rabbit has not found a partner and started a family until now. Zhuangxiao touched the mutant hare's fur. This fur grows on living things, and it has the best warmth-keeping effect. Originally, she thought she would have to shiver and spend a lonely and cold night today. Fortunately, this guy would rather die than sign a rental contract. Then, she had to suppress it with force reluctantly. The mutant hare had completely given up struggling at this time. What is it still struggling for? Its 4 legs were tied with hemp ropes and covered with sacks. Just because this human was jealous of its big eyes as bright as moonlight, it was also covered with a sack on its head. Zhuangxiao, who is jealous of your big eyes? I have big eyes myself. Why should I be jealous of yours? It's just that looking at those blood-red eyes in the middle of the night is scary. Chapter 219. Zhuangxiao shrunk back into the mutant hare's belly. Mutated hare, This really treats herself as a warm baby. Sleep through the night? No, not really. At 3:30 in the morning, her watch rang. Alarm clock. Turn it off and continue sleeping. On the ground, Huishao and Yin who finally reached the foot of the mountain after stumbling all the way. Not far away was the big tree emitting a blue glow. At this time, the temperature was the lowest in the day, and the clothes of the two people became very wet after several hours of rushing. At the moment, the most important thing is to ensure that the two of them are in good physical condition. Otherwise, there will be no way to find someone the next day. So, the two of them began to look for shelter and available firewood. When the bonfire was lit, Yin Hu felt that he was alive again. Wei Xiao asked Yin Hu to rest first. He tried to send a message to Zhuang Xiao again. After all, the distance from the blind spot is not too far. I still hold out hope that the message can be sent out normally. When Zhuang Xiao woke up again, the cave was glowing with a blue light, and it was already bright outside. She touched the soft fur under her. Well, I don't want to get up. She turned over and wanted to continue sleeping. Then, the rabbit under her couldn't stand it anymore and kicked her. Zhuang Xiao, well, it's time to get up. She looked at her watch, and it was already 8 o'clock. Zhuang Xiao dragged the mutant hare's front paw with one hand and held a blue lantern with the other hand and began to crawl out. To be honest, she didn't want to take the mutant hare out at all. The mutant hare meat didn't meet the radiation standards, and there was no energy stone inside. However, considering that it rented the house to her, she still had to drag it out and untie it. It was absolutely impossible to untie it now. If it got angry now, she couldn't stand it if the mutant hare fought with her again in the cave. She only had one pigskin coat. Now she didn't know how to explain the big hole on top to Wei Xiao after she went back. It is said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. But the network of caves of the mutant hare in its hand was really dense. Zhuang Xiao was a little confused while crawling inside. She felt that she had just taken the wrong fork in the road. However, this feeling of climbing the wrong road was soon forgotten by her, because she heard the sound of water. This also meant that she would soon be able to perform sprouting from underground. Since she could get out, why would she care if it was the same tunnel? She couldn't go back to find the original road. As soon as Zhuang Xiao's head stuck out of the hole, he was splashed with water. When he saw the exit clearly, he found that there was a very large pond full of water lilies in front of him. There was a small waterfall on the mountain rushing down on one side of the pond. This mutant hare was quite good at digging holes. The water source problem was also solved. Zhuang Xiao carefully came out of the cave and dragged the mutant hare out. Finally, he could breathe the fresh air outside. Finally, he could live with his back straight. Finally, he succeeded. Sprouting. Zhuang Xiao took off the sack on the mutant hare's head, muttering, "I will start to untie the sack and hemp rope on your legs. If you bite me, I can only cut you," he said, and dried the sharp dagger in his hand. Seeing that the mutant hare didn't react, Zhuang Xiao assumed that the big brother agreed. So, he quickly untied the remaining restraints and kicked the mutant hare more than 10 meters away. "It's safe now. Let's go home." Mutated hare, can't we just be good people? However, the rabbit that was lying on its back quickly turned over and ran away without looking back. I don't want to see humans carrying blue lanterns anymore. Chapter 220. No matter how hungry she is, she will never go out to look for midnight snacks at night. A bloody lesson. Now she has to hurry up to build a new home. Seeing that her landlord ran away last night, Zhuang Xiao put away her little blue lantern. Maybe it will be useful. And such a strange plant. She wants to take it back for Wei Xiao and dancing grass to appreciate. There is also a nutrient solution in the bag. After Zhuang Xiao finished half of it, her mind turned to the plant that looked like a water lily in this big pond. Why does it look so familiar? It looks a bit like water chestnuts. It should be harvested now. Wei Xiao, girl, do you remember what you came out for? Can we think about going home? Just when Zhuang Xiao was trying to recall how to pick water chestnuts, several eagle cries came from above her head, even accompanied by the hoarse and sharp croaking sound. The mutant eagle hasn't left yet? Why are there mutant crows here? Zhuang Xiao looked up at the sky. In the blue sky, a huge eagle was chasing a group of mutant crows. Ah! I saw the energy stone again! Oh! Her energy stone. The mutant eagle's sharp claws directly grabbed the mutant crow with the energy stone, and then flew to a higher sky. The remaining mutant crows flapped their wings and fled in one direction. Oh! Her energy stone was far away from her again. However, what is in front of her is the most important. Zhuang Xiao found a stone of about the same weight as her from the shore, and threw it at the leaf in the water. What if this leaf can bear the weight of this stone? She can sit on the leaf later, and use a small spatula to look for fruits along the purple flower. The water is too cold today. And who knows what will be under the water? Not to mention that it is not convenient to escape in the water. It would be different if she squatted on the leaf. Look at the huge round leaf next to it. Running is no different from running on flat ground. Boswa. Look here. Yen Hu pointed to a black stone and said. Hui Xiao heard Yen Hu shout and walked over. On the black stone, there was a stain that looked obviously different from the other places. He smeared a little with his finger, twisted it, and there was dark red powder on the fingertips. Then he put his finger to the tip of his nose and smelled it. The smell was a bit like human blood. Then the two people surrounded the stone and began to look for traces around it. Sure enough, there were many messy footprints on the ground. And judging from the size and depth of the footprints, it was very likely that it was Zhuang Xiao. So, following the traces on the ground, the two people began to look for people. Just because Zhuang Xiao chose the wrong fork in the cave. Hui Xiao and his team were now in completely different directions from Zhuang Xiao, and could even be said to be running in opposite directions. By the pond, after the stone in Zhuang Xiao's hand fell, the leaves on the water surface just shook, and were neither pierced by the stone nor sunk to the bottom of the water. It seems that the leaves can now support her weight. Zhuang Xiao closed her eyes and jumped up with a brisk step. After shaking twice, she stabilized. The mutated leaves are really powerful, comparable to the giant water lily. The small spatula scooped down, and the fruits that were picked up looked like the big green hedgehog. He stabbed his hands mercilessly. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. The moment the watch reminder sounded, Zhuang Xiao felt that it was worth it. The first fruit that looked like a watermelon was actually a low-level radiation mutation. After finding the first fruit, the second one, the third one. Although this was the first time Zhuang Xiao picked the fruit of the water chestnut herself, she gradually gained experience. After finding one, she could quickly pick out a bunch along the vines that connected to each other. Chapter 221. Just like that, Zhuang Xiao soon found enough for a sack, and then looked at the remaining large area of water chestnuts. This will definitely not work. She still has to find the way home. If she carries a few sacks back, it will definitely be inconvenient. Zhuang Xiao scratched his head and sighed. It's really worrying. Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? Ah. Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao, call Hui Xiao. Zhuang Xiao sighed to the sky, calling Hui Xiao madly in her heart. Where are the people? Or, she will go find someone first. When someone is found, they will do this job together. Anyway, in the blind spot, no one will find her treasure for a while. The sack that has been picked still needs to be taken away. This water chestnut contains a lot of starch, and she can eat it raw to satisfy her hunger when necessary. In this way, Zhuang Xiao carried a sack of water chestnuts and began to look for her tree of life again. As long as she found it, she would roughly know where she was. And Hui Xiao was also very likely to have come up the stream, so maybe he could have bumped into him. After walking in the dense forest for an hour, just as Zhuang Xiao was about to stop and re-identify the direction, she felt something hit her head. Her scalp felt wet. She reached out and wiped it. Sticky. What kind of shitty luck is this? A bird actually dared to poop on her head. So angry. She wanted to see what kind of guy dared to poop on the head of Tai Sui. She must raid its home today. As soon as she raised her head, paw, with a sound, another piece of bird poop fell on her face. Zhuang Xiao, this is intolerable. Fight. Pikachu. The sack on her back fell to the ground with a bang, and Zhuang Xiao casually wiped the bird poop off her face with her hands. Disgusting. Of course it is disgusting. But, when her eyes saw the light of day again, she looked up at the towering trees again. Brilliant. Dazzling. Buling blinded her dog eyes. Looking at the surrounding trees, there was also a faint light flashing. Get rich. Bird shit from heaven. Okay. She accepted it. Such a generous compensation. When I get it, I will definitely forgive you little cuties. Zhuang Xiao first observed the trees in this area. There are actually several glowing bird nests near the top of each tree. This is outrageous. I don't know what kind of bird is this. And the nests are built so densely. However, she didn't hear the sound of birds singing. It is obvious that they all go out to find food during the day. We have to hurry up. After all, the tree is so high. How long will it take her to finish it? What's the nest of the mutant hare? Look! This is the nest of wealth. No wonder the mutant hare hasn't found a partner yet. In the final analysis, it's all because of poverty. Mutated hare, who is so poor that he doesn't even have a nest. Now, Zhuangxiao tree climbing skills have achieved some success after arriving in the wasteland. Coupled with her good physical fitness, she can climb trees like a flying monkey. However, this bird's nest is a bit too high. She felt a little dizzy when she looked down. She dug a little inside with a spatula, but there were no strange little animals inside. Now she began to dig out the energy stone with confidence. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 20. Then she went to pick the bird's nest next to her. 12, 19. Then the bird's nest at the top that looked the largest. 10, 20, 30 energy stones. She got rich. She really got rich. This was just the first tree. She had a hunch. She could carry the energy stones today in a sack. At first, Zhuangxiao touched the bird's nest on one tree, then went down to touch the bird's nest on the second tree. In the end, she was disgusted by the slow speed. She simply used a hemp rope to swing herself to the branch next to her. Chapter 222. This is also thanks to the fact that the trees in this dense forest grow close together and the branches are lush. Otherwise she might not be able to play like this. Later, it was not like she was touching the energy stones, but more like she was looking for beautiful small stones on the beach. Just pick them out when she sees them. She is already numb. There is already half a sack of energy stones on the ground waiting for her to go home. She kept picking them from noon until the sun sets. The familiar sound of birds chirping rang in Zhuangxiao's ears again. This must be the big brother of the divine eagle. However, so many bird nests are definitely not its nests. Zhuangxiao somehow remembered the little stars shining in the night that night. Oh my god! She couldn't have seized all the nests of the mutant crows. Yes, she is willing to spend so many energy stones to decorate the nest. Crows are definitely the best among them. This animal loves shiny little things. Looking at the few remaining shiny nests above his head, he wondered whether to pick them or not. After hesitating for 0.001 seconds, look at my Shaolin Dragon Claw hand. Hee. Zhuangxiao white and tender little claws attacked the remaining bird nests like lightning. Well, it was just a very simple and rough operation method. And he directly took away the entire bird nest. Why pick them one by one at this time? Wouldn't that waste time? Then he slid down from the tree in 2 swishes. He picked up the 2 sacks on the ground, threw them on his shoulders, and started running all the way. The hemp rope tied to the branch was left swinging back and forth twice. Hemp rope, abandoned after being used? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Zhuangxiao, just pretend to return the favor. She really didn't bring Fatty Green this time. Otherwise, she would not return the favor to the mutant crows. After all, maybe this group of mutant crows is the one that attacked their safe zone. Return the favor? It's good to leave a hemp rope for them to use. I guess when they see their gray bird's nest later, they will definitely stage a large-scale live broadcast of crying, making a fuss and hanging themselves. Then you can use the hemp rope and give full play to your surplus value. Zhuangxiao ran away. But her big brother, the divine eagle, was tricked by her and bore all the weight that life could not bear for her. The returning mutant crows looked at the dim nests and got angry. What happened to the raptors? Can the raptors eat people's meat and steal people's nests? The red-eyed crows, with a call of quack quack, all flew up from the dense forest again. They attacked the mutant eagle in groups. Mutated eagle, These black charcoal heads. Are they all crazy? Isn't it just hunting a few skinny old, weak and sick ones? Is it necessary to fight to the death? Do you know what survival of the fittest means? The group fight in the sky, from the east to the west, from the west to the south, and then went for a walk in the north. If the mutant eagles were not very powerful in flying, they would have been knocked down long ago. The chirping sounds in the sky were one after another. Black feathers fluttered down from the sky. Zhuangxiao finally stopped running. He found a place where the trees were not so dense and sat cross-legged. Then he took out a water chestnut from the sack and started to pick the fruit inside. Well, it's a pity to watch the fun without melon seeds. But it seems good to have this to eat. It's enough to keep you full. Hui Xiao and Yin, who looked at the mutant crows in the sky. Boss, what are they doing? Killing each other? At this time, the crisp and high-pitched cry of the mutant eagle was drowned in the hoarse cry of the mutant crows. Xiao did not answer Yan Hu's words, but said, "Why haven't these mutant crows left yet?" Chapter 223. So many days have passed. Why are these red-eyed mutant crows still hovering near their safe zone? Yan Hu seemed to have realized something and said, "Oh, they are not building nests nearby. If that is the case, it is really a big deal." "Yan Hu, do you think we may have mistakenly entered a high radiation area?" Xiao said. After hearing Xiao's words, Yan Hu suddenly felt a little dizzy. He looked at Xiao blankly and said, "Boss, I suddenly feel a little dizzy." Xiao, The power of one eagle is not as good as the power of many crows. The melee ended with the mutant eagle being outnumbered. After making a violent cry, the mutant eagle rushed out of the mutant crows and hurried east. After the mutant crows chased for a while, they turned back collectively. Xiao patted the water chestnut skin on his body and threw the last fruit into his mouth. She picked up the sack on the ground and continued to look for her friends. She could still hear the cries of the mutant crows in the distance. Maybe they were cursing the damn thieving eagle. The sky was getting dark again. Xiao quickened her pace. She must find a good place to stay before it gets completely dark today. It would be best if it was near the Tree of Life. At night, that place is the brightest. Brother Hua will definitely find it. The little blue lantern was taken out again. Unexpectedly, this little blue lantern is quite durable. When she goes back, she can fold more and take them back as decorations. Or sell them. Last time, she bought feathers, bones, and other decorations on a street in the county town of the safe zone. Isn't the little blue lantern in her hand more ornamental and practical than those? In this way, that tree is a real money tree. What Tree of Life? That's from Pandora. In the Wasteland, it is a blue-glowing money tree. It's the kind of long-term sustainable development. After a day of rest, the mutant hare finally regained its spirit. So it planned to go out to look for food at dusk. And then it saw the human with the blue lantern again. Instantly, it ran away in the opposite direction with all four legs. Xiao was happily dreaming of getting rich by relying on the money tree. She saw her mature rabbit. From a distance, she wouldn't run so fast. At least she should say hello. And she doesn't plan to stay with you tonight. Big brother. Yan Hu. Yan Hu. Xiao slapped Yan Hu's face. Yan Hu woke up in a daze and said, "What happened to me?" Xiao was silent for a few breaths and said, "You may have fainted from hunger." Yan Hu, During the journey, he and Boss Hua ate the same food. Or did Boss Hua secretly eat me behind his back? Xiao, It's just that your body hasn't fully recovered. Okay. You rest here for a while. I go find something to eat nearby. Xiao said. Yan Hu replied weakly, "Okay. This blind spot is good. The fruits are all rotten on the ground. And no one picks them up. So they all go to her. Look. These bunches of purple-red look like bunches of jujubes." Xiao was amazed. This is her first time eating Schisandra chinensis. It is said that the reason why Schisandra chinensis got this name is because eating one of its fruits can experience the 5 flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty at the same time. Xiao put one in his mouth. Sour with a little sweetness. He didn't taste the taste of the last 3 at all. So, this is the Wasteland Arikasi. Or is it the wrong way to open it? He spit out the pit in his mouth and continued to look for edible fruits from the fruit tree. There happened to be a stone cave next to here. And standing at the fruit tree, he could see the blue money tree at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 224. If you can see the blue money tree at the foot of the mountain, you might be able to see Xiao. Suddenly, she felt that the fruit in her mouth was all sour. Xiao sat in front of the stone cave, looking east, watching the afterglow of the sunset disappearing above her head. A crescent moon slowly rose on the distant horizon. The moonlight was like water, sprinkled over the dense forest. It added a bit of tenderness and mystery to the blue money tree. Even this gloomy and terrifying world has a bit more comforting warmth. The angry cries of the mutant crows in the dense forest in the distance have not stopped. After a series of fierce discussions, the crows that covered the sky and the moon flew towards the place where the moon rose in the east. There is a high radiation area. Xiao hid the sack in the stone cave and went to the blue money tree below. The night is still so long. If Xiao is there, he must be nearby. If she hung blue lanterns on the trees next to the cave, Xiao would be able to find it. As for making fire by drilling wood, don't make it difficult for yourself. She carried a sack of blue lanterns up from the foot of the mountain. She hung the blue lanterns on the tall trees. And instantly there was a festive atmosphere. The signal light was ready. Zhuang Xiao poured out all the water chestnuts in the sack, and prepared to pick out all the fruits in the water chestnuts by moonlight. The shell of the water chestnuts accounted for half of the weight. Maybe there will be some edible food tomorrow. She shouldn't carry the weight. Boss Hua, look in that direction? There was no glowing blue tree there yesterday. Right, Yen Hu said with surprise, pointing to the lantern tree high up. Hua Xiao threw the mutant owl in his hand on the ground and looked back at the night. Sure enough, a touch of blue dotted the treetops with dark shadows. Let's go and have a look. He picked up the owl from the ground, stuffed the bag of fruits to Yen Hu, and carried him on his back. Yen Hu, He took out the fruits from the bag and started to chew them. This weak body. It has to be healed quickly. However, it feels good not to have to walk on two legs. It looks close, but it's actually quite far to walk. Hua Xiao couldn't abandon Yen Hu. If he found one and threw another away, it would be even more troublesome. Zhuang Xiao was a little bored after she finished collecting the water chestnuts. It was still early, and she couldn't sleep. She started to walk around with her little blue lantern. She didn't walk far, just within the range of the traffic light, thanks to the good moonlight today. Therefore, even without the little blue lantern, with her eyes alone, everything within 10 meters is clearly visible. And even within 20 meters, as long as the moonlight can shine, the outline of the object can be seen clearly. Ever since she got a sack of energy stones, Zhuang Xiao ambition disappeared for a short time. Even if she does nothing in this life, the next life, or the next life, she can still live a life of lying down. Now she is wandering around purely because this broken stone cave is not suitable for lying down. Sure enough, it is still the most comfortable to hug a fleshy, furry creature to sleep. Mutated hair, Please don't miss me. If my innocence cannot be preserved, how can I find a wife? Which one will come first? Brother Hua or an accident? It must be an accident. After all, life is an accident. So, there are surprises in life all the time. No, there are shocks waiting for her. One of the 5 poisons. The mutant centipede is online with its unrecognizable steps. If you ask Zhuang Xiao what insect she fears the most, centipedes will definitely be on the list. Her fear of this insect is not because it is poisonous, but because of its countless legs. Maybe this is also a case of trypophobia. Chapter 225. In short, after seeing the mutant centipede body that was comparable to the centipede spirit in the legend of the white snake, she turned around and ran away. It was wrong for her to disturb the centipede master while he was eating. In this Biling Mountain, she has encountered 3 kinds of poisonous creatures: mutated scorpions, mutant water snakes, and mutant centipedes. In addition to these 3, the second of the 5 poisonous creatures seems to be toads and spiders. Let's say who wants to play chance encounters in Biling Mountain. Or let's all come together. Every time she meets a kind of person, she runs once. Every time she meets a kind of person, she runs once. She is also very tired. Okay? She doesn't eat well and sleep well every day. She feels that she has lost a lot of weight in one day. Otherwise, how come she feels as light as a swallow when running? Hua Xiao and Yen Hu, under the blue money tree at the foot of the mountain. Yen Hu said, that, Boss Hua, why don't I come down and walk by myself? I think I'm much better now. Hua Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said very straightforwardly, well, then you go by yourself. He was exhausted. This big body. Yen Hu, He was despised. Then he climbed down from Hua Xiao back unwillingly and handed the bag in his hand to Hua Xiao. He still carried the mutant owl. Hua Xiao said, you wait under this tree. I go up and take a look. Yen Hu replied, okay. Anyway, he would be a bit of a drag if he followed them now. So he might as well wait quietly below. Then I roast this mutant owl first. Yen Hu shook the mutant owl in his hand and said, it's not easy to run on the uneven and gravel-covered slope. But this is not an obstacle for the mutant centipede at all. After all, its living habit is to wander in various places with more stones and less soil, especially preferring various rock crevices. So, it is easy for it to chase Zhuang Xiao now. Zhuang Xiao was thinking, isn't it said that centipedes can be used to make wine? As for wine, can't gorgon fruit be used to make wine? Mutated centipede. Mutant gorgon fruit. Isn't that a perfect match? Since you like me so much, Mutant centipede. And Brother Shindio is gone now. How about we run in both directions? You chase. I run. What's the point? Let's go to the blue money tree to duel now. After the duel, it's almost time for her to go back to the cave to sleep. Mutated centipede. Who are you looking down on? Who are you looking down on? It's an animal with more than 200 legs. And it can't beat you. A two-legged beast. Zhuang Xiao ran towards the blue money tree, thinking to herself, if the group of mutant pheasants next to the bamboo forest were here, maybe she wouldn't have to do anything. The disunited mutant pheasants might be able to kill the multi-legged monster behind her in 1 second. The nemesis of the centipede must be the cluck chicken. Hui Xiao had just walked a dozen meters away. He heard the chaotic footsteps in the forest, and the endless rustling sound. It was Zhuang Xiao. This mutant water snake is still following her. Hui Xiao immediately ran towards the source of the sound. It was indeed her, the little girl they had been looking for a day and a night. Now Zhuang Xiao hearing and vision are better than Hui Xiao. So she immediately spotted Hui Xiao running towards her. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Zhuang Xiao shouted in the direction of Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao running legs suddenly braked and he stopped. A moment later, Zhuang Xiao was already in front of him. Run. What are you standing there for? Didn't you see the mutated centipede behind you? Zhuang Xiao made a big semicircle around Hui Xiao with a light step, and headed for the blue money tree opposite. Hui Xiao watched helplessly as the long reddish-brown centipede followed Zhuang Xiao's movement path and swam away from him. Hui Xiao, Sure enough, he was never the one who was favored. Chapter 226. Zhuang Xiao, Then I give you this kind of preference. Do you want it? Hui Xiao, Forget it. Forget it. If you don't have some luck, you can't bear it. You can't bear it. Yan Hu, who was still holding the mutant owl, witnessed this incredible scene with his eyes wide open, like copper bells. What dare you? Hurry up and kill this mutant centipede? Zhuang Xiao was angry. How could these people have no sense at all? Another second of missing the mutant eagle. Look at the speed of hunting mutant water snakes. You can't refuse to accept it. Yin Hu obediently smashed the mutant owl in his hand on the head of the mutant centipede. Just when the mutant centipede was distracted, Zhuang Xiao climbed up her favorite blue money tree in a few seconds. This guy can't climb trees. Wait for Yin Hu and Hui Xiao to knock it down. Then she will go down. If she was alone, she would not choose to climb a tree. It would be easy to get trapped on the tree. Now that there are 3 of them, she can be lazy for a while. Hui Xiao, hurry up. Do it. Do it. I make you some wine to nourish your body when I get back. Zhuang Xiao sat on a thick branch that was high enough, with her feet swaying, cheering for the 2 people below. Hui Xiao, He really doesn't need to be nourished. The mutant centipede wandering on the ground surrounded the mutant owl with its body, and touched the corpse with its tentacles. But it didn't move. It can be eaten without injecting poison needles. This guy is really good. Retracted the tentacles, opened his mouth, and bit the food on the ground. As soon as the mouth bit, Hui Xiao, who came over, shot a few crossbow arrows at the small body of the person. He nailed the mutant centipede to the ground evenly. Zhuang Xiao, Is the shell of this mutant centipede so crispy? That's it, that's it. If she had known earlier, she would have shot a few crossbow arrows at it herself. Seeing that the mutant centipede was still struggling, Yan Hu, who was standing next to it, also stabbed it with a knife. No, he stabbed it with a few arrows. It is said that a centipede will not die without being stiffened. This mutant centipede did not struggle for a few times and died. It seems that this guy is not a real centipede. Zhuang Xiao jumped down from the tree and surrounded the mutant centipede's body in amazement. Such a big mutant centipede. How big a wine jar do you need to soak it? Cousin, you want to soak it in wine? After saying this, Yin Hu turned his head and looked at Hui Xiao. Boss Hui, do you still have wine at home? Hui Xiao, Is it the time to care about this now? Zhuang Xiao replied, Of course not. The fruits for soaking wine are still soaking in the pond. You guys are a little slow. You don't know what I have been through in this day and night. It's all tears if I talk too much. Zhuang Xiao pretended to wipe the corners of his eyes and said hesitantly, Hey, the miserable little white flower has to go online again. What's wrong with your hand? And your forehead? Hui Xiao stared at her left hand that was not stained with tears. Zhuang Xiao, What hand? Her hand is fine. Suddenly, she remembered the little hand that was stung by the mutant scorpion and has recovered 80% of its health. Hey, this hand recovered too quickly. Otherwise, it should be assigned a role in this miserable drama. As for the forehead, I don't know if it was disfigured. Zhuangxiao moved his hand from the corner of his eye and said, when I was going up the mountain, my hand was accidentally kissed by a mutant scorpion. When I was going down the mountain, my forehead was kissed by a stone. Yen Hu, what is my cousin talking about? How come he can't understand a word? After listening to Zhuangxiao's words, Huixiao took out 2 ointments from his bag and said, do you want me to apply the ointment on you? Huixiao, you have brought everything. Thumbs up. Zhuangxiao took the things from Huixiao's hand, and suddenly remembered that he couldn't see his forehead. So he said again, well, you should apply it on my forehead. He then extended the ointment and his head. That boss was, cousin, I'm going to pull out an arrow from the mutant centipede first, Yen Hu said, and silently left the atmosphere of the 2 people. Huixiao looked at the gray and white stains on Zhuangxiao's head and face, took out some water from his bag, poured some on his sleeve, and prepared to clean her wounds first. Chapter 227. It's so dirty. I don't know if the wound on the forehead is inflamed. After cleaning the stains on the wound bit by bit and preparing to apply the ointment, I was worried that the little girl would feel pain. So I asked, what happened to your face and head? It smells stinky. Huixiao didn't dare to say this. Yen Hu was pulling out the crossbow arrow while sneaking a glance at the 2 people with shining eyes. Under the fragmented and hazy blue light and shadow, 2 people, one tall and one short, stood together, only a palm away from each other. One lowered his head, and the other raised his head, showing the warmth and affection between the 2. Yen Hu muttered in his heart, if this Zhuangxiao is your cousin, boss Hua, I will twist my head off and give it to my cousin to kick as a ball. Ah, I forgot something important. When Huixiao mentioned the dried bird shit on her head, she suddenly remembered the energy stone she had forgotten in the cave. Huixiao, let's go to the mountain first. My sack is still up there, Zhuangxiao said. Huixiao grabbed her arm and said, apply the medicine first. Zhuangxiao grabbed his hand and insisted, go up the mountain first. It won't be too late to apply the medicine when you come back. Huixiao, who was being pulled forward, turned to Yen Hu and said, Zhuangxiao and I will go get the things first. You put away the mutant centipede. Yen Hu, no principles at all. You should apply the medicine before going up the mountain. Half an hour later, Huixiao stood outside the cave and watched Zhuangxiao move the 3 sacks out. So, this separation is the time for the little girl to hunt alone? Zhuangxiao opened the sack containing Schisandra chinensis and Euryale ferox, took out a handful from it, handed it to Huixiao and said, try it. Then he went to untie the last sack. After running around, Huixiao was really tired and thirsty. He took the food given by Zhuangxiao and put a few Schisandra chinensis into his mouth. Seeing Zhuangxiao's smug expression that he was trying his best to endure, Huixiao was very considerate and curiously stretched his head over the moment Zhuangxiao opened the sack. Cough. Cough. Huixiao pounded his chest, and the Schisandra seemed to be stuck in his throat. What? Did he see? After waiting for the Schisandra to go down his throat, he heard Zhuangxiao say, are you surprised? Are you surprised? This sack is full of... Huixiao burped and felt sick. Is he hallucinating? Oh, isn't it just eating a fruit? Do you have to get yourself stuck? Zhuangxiao said, freeing up a hand to smooth brother Hua's back. Huixiao waved his hands and said, I burp. I burp. I'm fine. Finally, he finished a sentence neatly. Then he asked in disbelief, your sack? All? Energy stones? Zhuangxiao nodded and said with a smile, yes. I spent the whole afternoon digging out the nest of a mutant crow to get them. This shit on my head. No. This bird shit luck came from this. Huixiao, This bird shit suddenly smells really good. Suddenly, I felt like a god of wealth had moved into my house. You carry this sack of energy stones. And I carry the other 2. Zhuangxiao patted the 3 sacks beside him and said, and, have you driven here? Can we go to the pond to dig water chestnuts tomorrow? Well, didn't the mutant crows go to the high radiation area in the evening? I don't know if they will come back at night. If they do, will they bring back a lot of beautiful little stones to decorate the bird's nest? In this way, during the day, Huixiao listened to her chattering about the experience of the past 2 days and one night in a trance. And then felt the weight of the sack on his body. And suddenly, he didn't want to do anything. This gigolo seems to be a good career choice. Yen Hu, It's just that this face is not wide enough. When we got to the bottom of the mountain, the fire had already started. I don't know how Yen Hu dealt with the mutant owl. Anyway, when they came down, it was already roasted on the fire. Chapter 228. Cousin, the meat is almost done, Yen Hu said, as he turned the mutant owl in his hand over again. He sniffed the air hard. The meat smelled really good. The humidity was still quite heavy at night. Hui Xiao took out a sack from his bag and put it under Zhuang Xiao. Hiss, it's so hot. Yen Hu pulled off the 2 legs of the mutant owl, wrapped them with leaves, handed them to Zhuang Xiao and said, Cousin, eat this. This leg was better. The skin was torn open, and the meat was clean. The internal organs of the mutant owl. Ah, there was no water. So he dug them out and rinsed them with drinking water. Zhuang Xiao thanked him, hugged the mutant owl's thigh and started to chew it. It smells really good. This is also a national protected animal. As a good citizen who abides by the law, I couldn't eat it before. The 3 of them ate until their mouths were full of oil, and finally agreed to go home early tomorrow morning. After all, they have been out for 2 days. If they don't go back, Yen Ming at home will be worried. As for the water chestnuts in the pond that Zhuang Xiao mentioned, they came here to check it out in advance. It won't be too late to come back after all the things at home are dealt with. Zhuang Xiao thought that it was not suitable to carry her full sack of energy stones everywhere, so she had no objection to this decision. Before the second departure, Zhuang Xiao asked Hui Xiao to pick half a sack of blue lanterns for her, and gave a few to Yen Ming after returning home, so that he could also see the world in this blind spot. After Yen Hu had eaten and drunk enough and rested for a night, his spirit had recovered. Yen Hu saw that Hui Xiao was a little tired carrying the sack, so he wanted to help Hui Xiao carry the sack, but was firmly rejected. Perhaps the mutant water snake and mutant centipede were the 2 overlords of Biling Mountain, and the news of their death was spread by some small animal hiding in some corner. On the way back, the mountain was much quieter. They did not encounter any mutant animals that could fight. Within the blind area, Yen Hu hunted half a sack of small mutant centipedes. This mutant centipede is poisonous, but it is also a medicinal material, although it is not as big as the one that Zhuang Xiao provoked. It can be sold for a lot of points when it returns. Zhuang Xiao is a little afraid of centipedes, so he doesn't want to catch them. Besides, look at what Hui Xiao has. She can just do what she wants. After finally seeing the stream, they found a forsythia plant, which was full of yellow-brown fruits. Each person got half a sack of forsythia fruits. Just like that, they walked along the stream, stopping and starting all the way, and picked a lot of medicinal materials that met the radiation value standards. Of course, the harvest volume is mainly contributed by the blind area of Biling Mountain. Standing on the high ridge of Biling Mountain, Zhuang Xiao took a photo with his watch towards the safety zone opposite, just as a commemoration of this trip to Biling Mountain. Then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This safety zone is much larger than he imagined. The small house at home is just an extremely small existence. Otherwise, go back and ask Hui Xiao. They also buy a house in the safety zone? After all, you see that the mutant rabbits have several places to sleep. Besides, this sack of energy stones will definitely not fit in her small box. It's that small yard. But it can be buried underground. For example, under those poisonous plants seems to be a good choice. Ah! Zhuang Xiao shouted with his hands in the shape of trumpets towards the direction of the setting sun. Hui Xiao and Yen Hu turned their heads at the same time to look at the girl, who was laughing happily. Hui Xiao, Is this too happy? Yen Hu, Is this crazy? People picking herbs in the mountains, Chapter 229. Where did this idiot come from? He is not afraid of attracting mutant animals. After venting, Zhuang Xiao picked up her sack from the ground and walked steadily down the mountain. The 2 grown men were left staring at each other, wondering what the little girl was up to. Zhuang Xiao didn't hear the footsteps, turned around and said to the 2, "Let's go." After that, she seemed to remember something and said, "Don't forget to send a message to Yen Ming to report that you are safe. There is a signal." She sent a photo to the young boy Yen Ming, and he asked about you too. Send a message to report that you are safe. After receiving Zhuang Xiao photo, Yen Ming waited for his sister to send him a few more words to explain the situation. As a result, After waiting for a long time, the message from Brother Hua and his brother was exactly the same. Just 2 words, safe. If you say a few more words, you will die. He was so anxious waiting at home these 2 days that his hair was almost bald. Zhuang Xiao, young man, you are bald. You are bald. You are bald. I remind you 3 times of important things. And the dancing grass in his sister's house is really hard to take care of. He was the one who fertilized and watered it these 2 days. But he still got slapped. I have to complain. Let his sister come back to deal with this venomous beauty. But this viper beauty is really awesome. Just 1 day after Zhuang Xiao lost contact in Biling Mountain. That is, yesterday. The mutant crows launched another small-scale attack. Among them, there were a few blind ones who landed on his sister's roof. Hee hee. It's so sad. Escape. Zhuang Xiao and the other 3 arrived at the foot of Biling Mountain. The first thing they did was to look for the car. Fortunately, the car was still there. Otherwise, they would have to walk all the way back. As dusk fell, the 3 of them finally made it back to the shantytown. Sister, brother Hua, are you back? Yan Ning first heard the roar of the car, and people ran out excitedly shouting. Outside the yard, Yan Hu parked the car, and the 3 people got out of the car. Hu Xiao first carried the most expensive sack and walked inside. While asking Yan Ming, nothing happened in the past 2 days? Nothing happened. But a lot of mutant crows came yesterday morning. Yan Ming replied. Then he looked at Zhuang Xiao and said, Sister, you didn't encounter any mutant poisonous insects in Biling Mountain, did you? Zhuang Xiao, Zhuang Xiao carried the sack and said to Yan Ming, well, the 5 poisons encountered the 3 poisons. Yan Ming, what 5 poisons? 3 poisons? Yan Ming scratched his bald head and asked his brother. Brother, what did my sister say? Come and pick up the sack and put it on the rented car. I ask your big brother Hua to sell it at the exchange center in the safe zone tomorrow. Yan Hu said, and stuffed a sack in his hand into his brother's hand. What is this? Yan Ming opened the sack while speaking, and took a look inside with the light from the door. Brother, you are so amazing. How did you catch so many mutant centipedes? Next time, take me with you. Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao temporarily put the sack in the storage room. According to Hu Xiao idea, they will sell all the fruits like the forsythia tomorrow, including the mutant centipede. Especially the mutant centipede, which is even more valuable than Yan Hu's half-sack mutant centipede, and can be exchanged for a lot of points. At that time, they will buy some common winter medicines. Ever since Zhuang Xiao ate 3 forsythia fruits that night, she has been keeping a distance from this kind of fruit, and there are creatures like centipedes. She doesn't want to live in the same yard with them. So, Zhuang Xiao naturally has no objection to selling all of them. Strictly speaking, Schisandra chinensis and Euryale ferox are also 2 kinds of Chinese medicinal materials. But Zhuang Xiao is not going to sell these 2. She wants to keep them for herself. In the evening, Yan Hu and Yan Ning went back to their own home. Chapter 230. After the 2 left, Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to give Yan Ning the little blue lantern. She could only wait until tomorrow. Anyway, the 2 of them would come tomorrow to modify the car outside. However, these were all small matters. What was the most important thing now? That must be testing the energy stone. Even if she had a head full of bird shit, she had to finish testing the energy stone first. Zhuang Xiao moved the dining table in the living room, put a straw mat on the ground, and then went to the storage room to drag out the sack. After Hu Xiao closed the gate and came back, the energy stones that covered the ground came into view. Under the light, they were dazzling and sparkling. Zhuang Xiao sat in the middle of the energy stones, testing the watch that Hu Xiao had given him before. Ding. Energy stone level B. Energy value 2600. Ding. Energy stone level A. Energy stone 4231. Ding. Energy stone level S. Energy value 12,000. Listening to the rising energy stone level, Zhuang Xiao eyes became brighter and brighter. This is rich. Hu Xiao, S level energy stone. The first time I have heard of this level in my life. Hu Xiao, do you have any small storage boxes? Let's classify these. Zhuang Xiao looked up at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao, I never thought that one day there would be someone who would classify and store these energy stones. What kind of family is this? Hu Xiao nodded, walked around the energy stones on the ground, went to the bedroom and took out more than 10 boxes for Zhuang Xiao, and placed them next to her one by one. He also followed Zhuang Xiao's example, and sat cross-legged in the middle of the energy stones. Zhuang Xiao looked at Wu Xiao and said with a smile, "Do you want to close your eyes and do some immortal cultivation to absorb the energy of the energy stone? Although we don't have spiritual stones, we have enough energy stones today." After that, he laughed. Then he handed the energy stone he had tested to Wu Xiao and asked him to put it in the box. In this way, the two of them sat in the circle of energy stones, one responsible for testing and the other responsible for sorting and putting them away. At the beginning, Zhuang Xiao was still counting how many she had tested, but later she became confused while counting. She simply stopped counting. After the excitement of this job, Zhuang Xiao became a little numb. There were too many, so she didn't care, even if it was converted into nutrient solution. It couldn't lift her spirits. Finally, she understood what the rich people said: "Money is just a number to me. This year's small goal is to earn 100 million first." In addition, when she looked at the stones, they were all shining white, and she felt dizzy after looking at them for a long time. Finally, Zhuang Xiao gave the inspection work to Wu Xiao, letting him experience it. She thought that maybe the Wastelanders would like this kind of fun more. After Wu Xiao took over, she went to wash a plate of Cassandra chinensis for herself and squatted beside to eat, occasionally feeding Wu Xiao and the other two. Without having to work, Zhuang Xiao had the energy to chat in addition to eating. "How does it feel? Do you feel like you become rich overnight?" Zhuang Xiao said while chewing the fruit in his hand. Wu Xiao tried his best to stay calm and said, "Not bad." "Oh, you have to laugh when you're happy, or you get sick if you hold it back." Zhuang Xiao glanced at Wu Xiao's glowing eyes and red face. This also looked quite exciting. "You have to be like me." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Xiao made a very exaggerated gesture of laughing up to the sky. Wu Xiao, you don't have to be so exaggerated. Dancing grass, Why are you so loud all of a sudden? I just worked for half a day yesterday, and don't want to perform now. After laughing, Zhuang Xiao continued to encourage Wu Xiao, "You try it. As the saying goes, if you are in a bad mood, you can't hold it in. It's easy to get sick. If you are in a good mood, you can't hold it in. Well, it's easy to get crazy." In the end, Wu Xiao couldn't resist Zhuang Xiao's persistence, and raised his head helplessly, and laughed twice at the incandescent light above his head. Chapter 231. Zhuang Xiao, Can this smile be more perfunctory? Okay, you can laugh secretly. I have to go and wash off this bird shit luck. Zhuang Xiao threw the last Cassandra chinensis in the plate into her mouth, and said vaguely, "Even if there is no bird shit in the future, she can easily find the nest of the mutant crows." Zhuang Xiao came out of the shower, and saw the cultivation vessels in the planting area. I don't know how her mutant wild mung beans and mutant peanuts are growing recently. I wonder if the two energy stones have any effect on the mutant wild mung beans. Zhuang Xiao went back to the bedroom, took the watch and dagger, and then returned to the planting area to take off the lids on the mutant wild mung beans and mutant peanuts. Both seeds have sprouted, and they look pretty good. I hope there will be a good result this time. In the second planting project test, she planted 10 mutant wild mung beans and 10 mutant peanuts respectively. She first used a dagger to take some juice from the mutant wild mung beans and dripped it on the watch. Ding! Highly mutated by radiation. Inedible. Okay. The first seed died. Next, she tested the remaining 9 mutant wild mung bean sprouts. Only one seed was moderately mutated by radiation, with a success rate of 10%. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the 2 low-level energy stones in the water. Could it be that they played the 10% role? She fished the 2 energy stones out of the water and tested the energy value with the watch. Well, very good. The energy value did not change at all. This energy stone is of no use to mutant plants. Sure enough, this energy stone is only effective for mutant animals and humans. It seems that the 10% edible probability of her mutant wild mung beans is completely the result of her free play. Later, she tested the mutant peanuts, and none of the sprouts were edible. However, Zhuang Xiao did not intend to give up all the tender shoots. She planned to transplant all the tender shoots that did not meet the edible standards into the soil. Among the leaves that grew, there would always be 1, 2, 3 or 4 leaves that could be eaten. The great cause of planting ended here. When Zhuang Xiao came out of the bedroom with her pigskin coat, There was still a small part of the energy stone on the ground that had not been tested. Looking at the two small hills piled separately on the straw mat, Zhuang Xiao asked, "Are these E level and F level?" Hu Xiao said without raising his head, "Yes. There are also quite a few D level ones." Turned around and pointed to the slightly larger box behind him. Zhuang Xiao found a stool and sat down, holding a needle in her hand, and began to sew her pigskin coat, saying casually, "Or, let's go to the safe zone to buy a house. It's not a big deal to keep so many energy stones at home." Hu Xiao paused while checking the energy stones and said, "Do you want to move to the safe zone?" Zhuang Xiao shook her head, glanced at Hu Xiao and said, "No, not at all. Living there feels like living in prison." She really didn't want to live there. Isn't the mountain villa nice? Of course. If she encounters a situation with a particularly high risk value, she will still go in and hide. Then which area do you want to buy? Hu Xiao checked the last few energy stones and started to pack up. Zhuang Xiao said, "Can we only buy in our safe zone? Isn't our safe zone unstable now? Is there a strong and stable safe zone where we can buy more sets? Where can we put so many energy stones? Besides, if this safe zone disappears, like the number 17 safe zone, don't we still have multiple options? We are not familiar with other safe zones, so it is more appropriate to live in the safe zone city." Of course, Zhuang Xiao's main purpose is to deal with these low-level energy stones. There are really too many. It is really inconvenient for her, who is not worthy of having a space to carry them. Chapter 232. Isn't buying a house in another safe zone equivalent to buying a property abroad? Seeing that Hu Xiao didn't respond for a long time, Zhuang Xiao thought to herself, "Is it possible that she is wrong? If you have money, what else can you buy if you don't buy a house? Gold? This Wasteland energy stone is gold. She has a lot. Food? She doesn't seem to be short of food. And she has energy stones, one of which can be equivalent to a lot of nutrient solution. What if she suddenly wants to visit other safe zones in the future? After all, each area has its own characteristics. It would be wonderful to think that every time you go to a safe zone, you can have your own property and move in with your luggage. Am I wrong?" Zhuang Xiao said. Hu Xiao said, "Yes. Yes, that's fine. Can you trade properties directly across safe zones?" Zhuang Xiao was in high spirits. If this is possible, she will learn to do it in movies and TV dramas tomorrow. This, clicking with fingers, pointing soldiers and generals. Whoever you point to is the one. Forget about the words like "I want everything except this and that." After all, a sack of energy stones may not be enough. Hu Xiao packed all the energy stones and gave Zhuang Xiao a positive answer. "You can buy a house across the safe zone, but the service fee will be a little higher." Zhuang Xiao lowered her head. Half of her mind was on her needle. Otherwise it would be easy to prick her hand. Hearing Hu Xiao answer, she said, "It's okay if you can buy a house across regions. This needlework is really hard to do. Or, buy another sewing machine? No. She can buy a few more clothes. Why do local tyrants make their own clothes?" Hu Xiao put the table back in the middle of the living room, moved a stool over, sat next to Zhuang Xiao, took the pigskin coat from her and said, "Let me do it, and tell you about the situation of several larger safe zones by the way." Zhuang Xiao gave the clothes to Hu Xiao, and then went to wash a plate of Schisandra chinensis, and even took a few slices of honey lotus root and put them on it. "Okay, you talk now," Zhuang Xiao said, assuming the posture of listening to the class seriously. Hu Xiao glanced at the pointed plate of food, then glanced at the energy stone in the corner, pursed his lips and said nothing. He doesn't deserve to talk. An hour later, Zhuang Xiao was drowsy after listening, and his head was about to hit the table. Hu Xiao, is he too boring? Hu Xiao patted Zhuang Xiao's head and said, "Or, go to bed first. I will continue to tell you tomorrow." Zhuang Xiao wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, said okay in a daze, and took the pigskin coat from Hu Xiao. Before leaving, she seemed to think of something, patted Hu Xiao's shoulder and said, "With a car and a house, we will travel around the world together in the future." Then she yawned and went back to the house, leaving only a young man with lively eyebrows in the living room. The north wind blew at night, and the temperature in the early morning was lower than yesterday. In the morning, when Yen Hu and Yen Ming came, Zhuang Xiao hadn't gotten up yet. She had so many energy stones, so it wouldn't be too much to sleep in for a while, because they were going to the safe zone today and had a car to get around. Xiao was not in a hurry to go so early. After all, if they went to the exchange center and the real estate agency too early, they wouldn't be at work yet. When Xiao woke up, it was already completely bright. After performing an inseparable and bitter scene with the quilt, she reluctantly ended the performance. Ah, I'm decadent. Money can corrupt people's will, Xiao said to herself. She seemed to have not trained much for several days. After putting on her clothes, she left the bedroom. Xiao was outside the door helping Yan Hu. He had packed all the things he needed to take out today. Hearing the sound of the door opening from inside, he handed the things to Yan Hu and returned to the yard. You got up? Breakfast is warming in the kitchen, Xiao said. Then, seeing Xiao's still red and swollen forehead, he continued, after dinner, I apply some medicine on you. Xiao responded and went to wash up, and also took a look at her dancing grass. Chapter 233. This thing seems to have grown a lot. Why does it feel like the colder the weather, the more vigorously this plant grows? After breakfast, Xiao asked Xiao to take out the box that he used to store guns and bullets, and use it to store her low-level energy stones. She thought that the box was very stylish for storing energy stones. Xiao went to bed early last night, so Xiao temporarily put the energy stone under his bed. It's really, there are too many wealth in this family, and they are piled up in the storage room and living room instead of under their eyes. I always feel uneasy. The two of them packed the energy stones. Xiao wrapped a scarf around himself and put on a mask. The wind blew. It was really cold. Xiao carried the box and put it in the passenger seat. Xiao drove the car, and Xiao sat in the passenger seat holding the box. After the car left, Xiao greeted the two brothers outside the yard. The car drove towards the safe zone. After the car arrived at the south gate of the safe zone, Xiao clearly felt that the security level seemed to have been raised to another level. I don't know if it was affected by the two attacks of the mutant crows. As soon as their car arrived near the exchange center, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Xiao asked Xiao to wait in the car. He went to the exchange hall alone. There were a lot of things in the car, and he couldn't move them all at once. However, there was no need to worry about someone openly robbing the exchange center. On the first trip, Xiao first brought in the mutant centipede, forsythia fruit, and some sweet potatoes that Yan Hu entrusted him to bring for exchange. He also met an old acquaintance, Hu Qianli. Boss Hua, are you here alone? Hu Qianli said. Xiao held the sack in both hands, raised his head, and gestured outside the door, and said, Your cousin is waiting outside. Oh, my wife gave birth to a little girl. My cousin told you, Hu Qianli said happily. The last time, I went to the blind area to perform a mission. Although the risk was relatively high, I actually got a lot of good things. Due to the attack of the mutant crows and his wife just gave birth, he has not found time to exchange at the exchange center. In a while, he will have to go out with the team. So, take advantage of this time to prepare winter things for the family. Xiao nodded and said, I said it. Congratulations. 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 Hu Qianli said with a big white teeth. Xiao, Congratulations? You gave birth to a little girl. What should I congratulate? Well, let me tell you. My little girl has been getting more and more beautiful recently. Hu Qianli started to show off his daughter crazily. Xiao, Cousin, come and take your cousin away. Xiao looked at the window getting closer and closer in front of him, and he let out a long breath in his heart, and said to Hu Qianli in front of him, It's your turn in your team. Ah, so fast. Hu Qianli turned his head with regret, and stepped forward to start handing over to the service staff at the window. Hu Qianli didn't sell many items, so he settled the bill quickly. Then he was ready to talk to Xiao about his little girl, whom he hadn't finished talking about yet. Old Hu, go to the car outside and help me move the remaining things over, Xiao said. Otherwise, I have to queue up again later. This free cousin is a waste. Hu Qianli said, Okay. I go find my cousin. After that, he ran out of the exchange hall. Xiao, I haven't told you the specific location yet. Next. Hurry up. The service staff at the ordinary window here is a middle-aged lady, and her tone is very impatient. Xiao has long been used to it. The service attitude of this ordinary window and the exclusive window of the mercenary and guard team is very different. Xiao stepped forward, handed over the mutant centipede and forsythia in his hand, and said, They are all medicinal materials. The middle-aged lady took the sack and opened it, and immediately screamed. The exchange hall, which was originally noisy, suddenly became silent, and everyone looked towards their window. Chapter 234. Was Xiao, It's not that he didn't say that there were mutant centipedes in the sack on purpose. Besides, he didn't expect that this middle-aged lady would be afraid of this. The middle-aged lady in the window stood up tremblingly, and said to a young man in the window next to her with a gentle smile, that, Xiao Ding, come and help me deal with this. Xiao Ding, Sister, can I say that I am also afraid of creatures with many legs? His family conditions are not bad, and his work at the exchange center can support himself. So he basically doesn't go out to pick up trash. However, we can't be timid at this time. If we are timid, won't we be laughed at by these young ladies in the window? Xiao Ding showed a very calm expression, but he was actually panicking. He stood up from his seat. Okay, I come right away. It's rare for the people in the hall to have a lively scene to watch. Now they are not busy with transactions, and they are all looking at Hu Xiao window. At this moment, Hu Qianli had already rushed over with the remaining sacks from his cousin's house. What's wrong? Hu Qianli asked Hu Xiao curiously. Hu Xiao replied lightly, Nothing. Hu Qianli, looking at the expressions of the people around him, who were waiting to see a good show. This is nothing? Hu Qianli put the sack on his body at Hu Xiao's feet, and stared at the young man in the window. Huh? Isn't this the one who just served him? Why did he run to this window? The people behind Hu Xiao saw Hu Qianli put several sacks directly in front, and wanted to say something. Then he remembered that this person was at the exclusive window of the mercenary team just now. In the end, he said nothing, and continued to watch the show. The young man called Xiao Ding moved, and finally came to the position of the middle-aged lady. He trembled with his hands to identify the quality of the mutant centipede and the fruit of forsythia. Waited, and prepared to settle the bill. Then Hu Xiao handed over the bag of sweet potatoes that belonged to Yan Hu and his friends. Xiao Ding asked worriedly, Is it still medicinal materials? Hu Xiao replied, Sweet potatoes. Settle it together with the previous two. Hearing that it was sweet potatoes, Xiao Ding's movements became more efficient. In less than 10 seconds, the order was settled. Just as he was about to call the next seat, he saw that Hu Xiao had not left yet. So he asked, Do you have any other items to exchange? Hu Xiao nodded and handed over all the sacks on the ground. Xiao Ding thought it was still sweet potatoes, so he opened the sack directly. And then, he howled again. The exchange hall, which had just recovered a little bit of noise, was once again so noisy that you could hear a pin drop. Hu Xiao, It's not my fault. You didn't ask me what it was? Xiao Ding was almost crying. He had just sent away a batch of small ones, and now a big one came. The mutant centipede's eyes were still staring at him. Wow, it's not easy to be a hero. And the hero he saved was an ant. He felt like he would have sleepless nights for several nights. However, since he had temporarily taken over this window, there was absolutely no reason to quit now. So, he could only bite the bullet and go through all the previous steps again. After the settlement, he asked Hu Xiao weakly, There are no other goods this time, right? Hu Xiao shook his head and turned away. As Hu Xiao and Hu Qianli got closer and closer to the door of the exchange hall, the noise inside started again. Boss Hu, are you going to Biling Mountain? Hu Qianli asked. Hu Xiao nodded and said, Well, do you have anything else to do? Hu Qianli, No. It's okay. You guys go ahead. I'll be back soon. I just told my cousin that after you're done, you can go to my mother-in-law's house to see my little girl, Hu Qianli said, then waved in the direction of Zhuang Xiao and left. He still had to go to the grocery store. Zhuang Xiao saw Hu Qianli waving, and he also stuck his head out of the car window and waved at Hu Qianli. After leaving the exchange center, the two went straight to the real estate agency. Chapter 235. In the safe zone, Hu Xiao's car was not driving fast. Zhuang Xiao leaned on the car window, watching the scenery outside the window constantly changing, as if traveling through different eras. The old and dilapidated houses were as dense as a honeycomb, which reminded her of the high-rise buildings in a certain port in the 1990s, and the internet celebrity buildings in a certain city that she had seen. It's just that the buildings here are obviously not as high as the latter two, and they are not as clean and bright as the internet celebrity buildings. In any case, compared with the shantytowns outside, It is quite good. The closer their car is to the inner city area of the safe zone, the situation seen by the naked eye is gradually alleviated. And gradually some relatively normal building areas can be seen. And even some green plants can be seen. This is obviously more than one level higher than those outer houses. No matter which world or country, this class and rich-poor gap exists. The real estate agency Xiao chose is the one with the most houses, the best reputation, and the largest scale in their safe zone. It can also meet Xiao needs for buying houses across regions. This real estate agency is affiliated with the inner city of the safe zone. But it is not built in the inner city, but is located outside the inner city wall. However, if someone in the inner city of the safe zone wants to buy a house, there is no need for the customer to come here by themselves. They will provide door-to-door service directly. So the people who come here are mainly ordinary people living in the safe zone, and those who have become rich overnight in the shantytowns, such as Xiao. Recently, due to the attack of the mutant crow tide, those who participated in picking up corpses and burning corpses have become rich overnight. Therefore, this real estate agency has been very busy these 2 days. When Xiao and Xiao arrived, there were people standing outside the door in groups of 3 or 2, seemingly discussing something. Xiao found a place to park the car and came down with the box. Xiao stood in front of the door, looking at the small red building in front of him. The building is 3 stories high, close to the high wall of the inner city of the safe zone, with some low shrubs planted on both sides. The whole building is simple in shape, and the outer wall is a bit old, and the wall is a bit mottled in some places. However, compared with the houses she saw today, this building is very good. She also wants such a single-family building. Go in, Xiao said beside him. Xiao said, okay. Then he stepped into the door. Soon a middle-aged uncle came up and asked the two with a professional smile, excuse me, do you want to buy a house or rent a house? Xiao took a look at the name tag on the man's chest. Rich gold and silver. This name is very much to her liking. 2 words, rich. Buy a house, Xiao said concisely, taking the opportunity. She looked at the hall again, and saw that there were many people standing outside the door. But there were not many people inside. Fu Jining glanced at Xiao, then at Xiao next to her, and said, then you two sit here first. Let's sit down and talk in detail. Then he shouted to a young lady at the front desk, Dafin, bring 2 glasses of water here. The young lady replied, and then stood up and left the front desk. Sit here. Sit here, Fu Jinbao said, as he led the 2 people to a small cubicle. Although the cubicle is small, the sound insulation effect is very good. You can't hear the conversation inside from outside. There are 4 chairs, and a small coffee table in the cubicle. Xiao sat in the innermost. Xiao sat on the outer side. The box was placed between the 2 people, and Fu Jinbao sat opposite. As soon as the 3 sat down, the small door was knocked. The one who came in to deliver water was the lady named Dafin at the front desk. After placing the cups one by one, the people immediately left. Xiao looked down and saw boiled water. Chapter 236. Okay. She thought she could at least drink some tea water or something? It seemed she was just daydreaming. What kind of house do you want to buy? Fu Jinbao said, and then glanced at the box that Xiao put on the ground. Isn't buying a house a big deal? This is the first time I've seen someone buy a house with such a big box. Xiao, you tell me. Xiao touched Xiao and said. Xiao said, you make your requirements. If it's not comprehensive, I add more. Okay. Xiao thought for a while and said, there are only 3 requirements. A separate house, ready to move in, and safe. Xiao and Fu Jinbao, Then she added, 1 in our safe zone, 1 in safe zone number 6, and 1 in safe zone number 3. Xiao. Which other safe zone? Xiao. Which other safe zone? Xiao told her a lot about safe zones yesterday, and she had forgotten most of them when she woke up this morning. Xiao is a little confused now. He didn't say he wanted to buy so much at that time. Could it be that he has a bad memory? Which safe zone is there? With the requirements you raised and the safe zones you chose, he feels that the energy stones in the box may just be enough. Although I brought a lot of energy stones today, they are all low-level energy stones. The price is definitely not as high as the high-level energy stones. Xiao clenched his fist and coughed softly, saying, let's take a look at these safe zones first. Hearing Hu Xiao cough, Zhuang Xiao thought that Brother Hu was cold when he went out, and said with concern, "Do you have a cold?" Hu Xiao, I'm fine. Zhuang Xiao was relieved when he heard that he was fine, and decided in his heart that he would go buy winter medicines later. And then he must buy the house in Safe Zone number 6 first. Isn't Safe Zone number 6 famous for medical and pharmaceutical manufacturing? Then you will definitely have no worries about seeing a doctor and taking medicine. Fu Jinbao was watching the interaction between the two from the opposite side. This little girl doesn't know much about the housing market. Otherwise, I will introduce her to her first. Since you can come here, maybe you can buy at least a small house in their safe zone. We have been busy for most of the morning today. Not to mention buying a house. Not even a single deal for renting a house has been completed. So, Fu Jinbao said tentatively, how about I introduce the situation of the several safe zones I just mentioned to you? Zhuang Xiao said, okay. Seeing that the other party agreed, Fu Jinbao continued, then let me first talk about the houses in our safe zone that meet your 3 requirements. Such houses are mostly around the inner city of the safe zone, and the security level is not to be worried about. There are 24-hour patrols. As for the issue of moving in with your luggage, as long as you have points, you can add the household appliances inside now, so that you can move in winter. There are 3 such houses available now. In fact, they have far more houses than these. Since this autumn, many people in the inner city have left the safe zone. People near the inner city also heard the news and left, which resulted in a lot of houses in their hands now. Of course, there are many extra properties in the inner city, but you can't enter the inner city just by having points. Therefore, they usually don't tell these ordinary people about the real estate resources in the inner city. Fu Jinbao doesn't know the economic level of these 2 people, so he is ready to take out 3 sets of medium and low-level properties to try first. After Fu Jinbao finished speaking, he pressed a button on the small coffee table. The small coffee table immediately turned into a large flat screen TV. Zhuang Xiao, Then Fu Jinbao operated on his watch, and the basic information of a house appeared on the desktop, and even photos of the internal and external environment. Soon, Zhuang Xiao finished looking at these houses and looked up and asked Hu Xiao, do you like any of them? Anyway, she didn't like any of them. Chapter 237. All 3 houses are too small. Just like Hu Xiao original house. How can 2 people live there? Or are the houses in the safe zone so small? Or, should they just buy 2 houses? 1 for each person? But this is not good either. Living alone, she still feels unsafe in the wasteland. Hu Xiao, His current occupation, full-time bodyguard. Hu Xiao shook his head. Then, he picked up the box on the ground and said while opening it, the requirements are still the same 3 requirements. 1 for our safe zone. 1 for the number 3 safe zone. And 1 for the number 6 safe zone. What do you recommend? The lock opened with a click. Fu Jinbao, God of wealth. You are short-sighted. Short-sighted? Today, let's not talk about the 1 in their safe zone. If we sell the 1 in the number 3 safe zone, it will definitely be enough. The 1 in the number 6 safe zone is really another matter. The house in the number 6 safe zone is a hot commodity. The price has soared in the past 2 years. Fu Jinbao slapped the box that was not fully opened, stood up from the stool, and smiled at Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao in a friendly, gentle and warm manner. Wait a moment. Let's go to another place to talk. He opened the small door and shouted to the front desk, Feng. The small meeting room on the 2nd floor is ready. Hu Xiao, The energy stone is still powerful. Zhuang Xiao, Money is really a good thing. Look at this uncle's voice. He is shouting. Or is she naive? When the girl at the front desk heard Uncle Fu's Feng, her eyes lit up, and she stood up from the stool. My God. Hearing Uncle Fu's Feng, he must be a big customer. Or the kind of cross-regional house purchase order. Only such a big customer. She, Dafan, will be promoted to Feng. Sorry. I scared you too. Let's go to the 2nd floor now. It's more convenient to introduce it there. This small cubicle is too small. It will be troublesome to run back and forth for transactions. Fu Jinbao turned around and said to Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao who were still sitting. Fu Jinbao led the 2 people to the small conference room on the 2nd floor. Sure enough, this place is different. It is really equipped with everything. Although Zhuang Xiao doesn't know what those equipments are used for. In short, it looks quite high-end. However, What attracted her most was that there was a small plate of dried fruits on the conference table. This should not be charged. However, if it is not charged, they eat it and don't buy a house. The real estate agency will lose money. After Zhuang Xiao sat down, Fu Jinbao pushed the fruit plate on the table to Zhuang Xiao. I will introduce it to you again. Then he stood in front. A light and shadow screen immediately appeared in the void. Zhuang Xiao paused with her hand holding the dried fruits. She had only seen this technology in movies. After a while, she was attracted by Fu Jinbao's endless introduction. Although Wu Xiao also introduced the number 3 and number 6 safety zones yesterday, they are still far behind the professional real estate agents. This is really a comparison of advantages and disadvantages from the perspective of geographical location, safety level, future development and other aspects. And the introduction is quite honest. Even the situation of his own safety zone was analyzed very thoroughly, and the disadvantages were also clearly stated. At present, among the 3 safety zones selected by Zhuang Xiao, the best choice is the number 6 safety zone, regardless of the price, with good medical and health conditions, and its strength is also ranked in the top 10 of the safety zones, and it is also close to their safety zone. The second is the number 3 safety zone, which has both advantages and disadvantages. The main disadvantage is that it is close to the sea, and various storms will hit every summer. The advantage is that it produces salt and seafood. Salt is a necessity for every safety zone, especially those safety zones without salt mines and salt lake resources. Every year, a large amount of edible salt will be imported from the number 3 safety zone. So, the overall strength is not weak. After all, the sea is not like the coal resources in their safe zone, which will disappear so quickly. Chapter 238. However, Zhuang Xiao originally chose the number 3 safety zone because it had the sea, so this shortcoming was not a big deal in her opinion. At most, she would not go there in the summer. The distance was not bad, and she could go there at other times to stock up on seafood. Finally, it was their safety zone. What Fu Jinbao said was similar to what they knew. In short, under the same conditions, the most expensive one was the number 6 safety zone. One house there was almost as expensive as 2 houses in number 3 and their safety zone. Then, Fu Jinbao began to introduce them to the information of houses that met the conditions. Their safety zone was the easiest to choose. After all, they could go and see it in person. As for the other 2 safety zones, they could only evaluate and analyze it by themselves through photos and the explanations of the agents. However, this time, Fu Jinbao had more houses in his hands, and he showed them information about dozens of houses in each safety zone. They chose the safe zone quickly, because the one Zhuang Xiao liked was a 2-story building diagonally opposite the little red building, with a small courtyard and a wall more than 3 meters high. It was close to the guardhouse of the escort team and the exit of the inner city of the safe zone, and the security level was good. The price had been reduced by half compared to last year, and the selling price was only 80,000 points. Next was the number 6 safe zone, where the price had increased more than 5 times. The prices of the several houses Zhuang Xiao liked were between 400,000 and 600,000 points. The number 3 safe zone was relatively cheaper, with a price range of around 200,000. If the situation in their safe zone was good, it would probably be similar to the number 3 safe zone. However, after discussing it with Wu Xiao, they decided that the requirements for the number 6 safe zone would remain unchanged, and the requirements for the number 3 safe zone could be lowered a bit, because it was not suitable for long-term residents anyway. If there were changes in their safe zone, they would most likely go to the number 6 safe zone, and the housing prices in the number 6 safe zone might rise. Even if they did not live there, they would consider it an investment. After initially determining the houses in the 3 safe zones, Fu Jinbao took 2 people to see the property nearby. It was quite well equipped. The first floor was the living room, kitchen, and storage room. The second floor was 2 bedrooms. Although the yard was not large, it was more than enough to park 3 or 4 cars side by side. Of course, if you want to live more comfortably, you still have to rearrange it. After the 3 returned to the small meeting room on the second floor, Fu Jinbao said, "How is it? Can you 2 discuss it?" No. We want all 3. How do I go about the formalities? Will it take a long time to go through the formalities? Zhuang Xiao said. It was almost noon, and in addition to purchasing medicines, She also promised Hu Qianli to visit his little girl. The time was still quite tight. When Fu Jinbao heard that all 3 properties were wanted, he felt that it was difficult to breathe and hurriedly said, "The procedures are convenient. 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 After the settlement is completed, the procedures will be completed within 10 minutes. How can it be so fast? It must be a real estate certificate or something? Aren't they just a real estate agency?" Zhuang Xiao approached Hui Xiao and muttered. Hui Xiao gently patted the box and said, "There is this." In the end, the 3 properties totaled 800,000 points. Hui Xiao handed the energy stone to Fu Jinbao, and Fu Jinbao called the little girl named Dafan in. The 2 were busy in the conference room, testing the energy stone, converting points, and handling various procedures. In the end, the box of low-level energy stones they brought was not enough, and Zhuang Xiao took out the A-level energy stone that he carried with him every day, and it was barely enough to pay the amount this time. Zhuang Xiao chewed the dried fruit in his mouth and couldn't help but sigh. This house really burns energy stones. It was not until all the procedures were completed that Zhuang Xiao understood the functions of all the equipment in the conference room. Chapter 239. Finally, 2 people came in with a box of energy stones and left empty-handed. Welcome to come again next time. Fu Jinbao and Dafan said goodbye to the 2 people at the door in unison, with a smile on their faces. As for those who are still discussing and struggling at the door, let them struggle. Today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the performance has been completed. I didn't expect this watch to have a grade. Zhuang Xiao happily looked at the 3 properties under his name in the watch information. And this new watch looks better than the previous one. Not to mention more functions. It is also durable. Hui Xiao smiled and said, "Will you go to see the house?" Zhuang Xiao fiddled with the watch and said, "No. No. The house is there anyway. And it can't run away. Come and see it after I'm done with this period of time." "Okay. Then let's go and return the car first. And then go to the grocery store," Hui Xiao said. When Old Man Yu saw Zhuang Xiao, he was so happy. Hui Xiao has been the only one who has been buying supplies these days, and he is very restrained when buying things. Old Man Yu couldn't wait to step forward and asked Zhuang Xiao with a smile, "Little girl, what are you buying this time?" Zhuang Xiao also smiled and said, "To buy medicine. Daily medicine for winter. And the gene stabilizer. I also want it." Old Man Yu was a little discouraged. Hey, he didn't have much of these daily medicines for winter, and he planned to keep them for his own use. "So," he said with a little embarrassment, "Oh boy. These daily medicines for winter are really hard to buy now." Hui Xiao looked at Old Man Yu in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" Even Zhuang Xiao looked at Old Man Yu with a question mark on his face. This was the first time he came to the grocery store, and was told that something was not available. It's all because of the mutant crows. Old Man Yu sat on a stool, knocked on his pipe, sighed heavily and said, "There were a lot of casualties, and the safe zone strictly controlled the sale of medicines. Except for the hospital in the safe zone itself. Other stores and grocery stores are almost out of stock. I have found many channels, but they all said there is no supply. However, there are still several gene stabilization potions. If you want them, I will give them all to you." "I want all the gene stabilization potions," Zhuang Xiao said. "The shelf life of this potion is quite long, and she has such a strong bond with the blind spot. Who knows when she will use it? I must give myself a whole medical first aid kit when I go out in the future. Maybe it will be used someday. Has there been no escort or mercenary team going to the number 6 safe zone recently?" Hui Xiao asked Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu stood up from his chair and went to get the gene stabilizing agent for Zhuang Xiao, saying, "I heard that they are going to send a group of people to the number 6 safe zone for genetic modification recently, and will deliver a batch of medical supplies when they come back. Then can we follow them to the number 6 safe zone?" Zhuang Xiao looked at Hui Xiao and said, "Then can we follow them to the number 6 safe zone?" Zhuang Xiao looked at Hui Xiao and said. Old Man Yu was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "You are a little girl. What are you doing outside when winter is coming?" Not to mention Old Man Yu. Even Hui Xiao was shocked by Zhuang Xiao's words. Seeing the 2 people's reaction so big, Zhuang Xiao immediately said, "I'm kidding. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Hee hee." Then he continued, "Hui Xiao, what do you send when you go to see the children?" "Nothing. Nothing," Hui Xiao replied uncertainly, and then looked at Old Man Yu. "Old Man Yu, why are you looking at me?" It's not like I want to give anything to anyone. Zhuang Xiao, Okay. That's right. We are all so poor. Why should we give gifts? The mind ran away from home for a short time. Old man Yu thought for a while, and suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly went inside. When he came out, he had a can of something in his hand. Milk powder. This is okay. Chapter 240. Okay. Okay. Zhuang Xiaojiang sent out the word gift that appeared in his mind. But he didn't expect that such a gift would appear in his eyes. After getting rich, you have to spend money appropriately. Otherwise it is easy to lose your luck. Zhuang Xiao convinced himself again. How is your gasoline prepared? Hu Xiao said beside him. At the latest, his car will be fully modified tomorrow. This gasoline must be prepared as a backup energy source. Besides, aren't the water chestnuts near Biling Mountain still waiting for people to harvest? If there is a car, maybe I can come back at night. It's here. It's here. 2 big barrels. Delivered as needed. Old man Yu's slightly bad mood, because he didn't sell the medicine, disappeared now. Deliver it between 4 and 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Okay, I let my son deliver it. Old man Yu agreed repeatedly. After leaving the grocery store, the two went to return the rented car. Now the two of them had to walk back to the shantytown. Hu Xiao knew the way to Hu Qianli's mother-in-law's house, so the two of them went straight there. When Lily, you little green tea. What did you say? Say it again? When the two of them got to the vicinity, they saw a few people standing in groups of 3 or 4 on the street. All of them were old people and children, which made the 2 young women in the middle particularly eye-catching. Zhuang Xiao recognized Lan Hong at a glance, but the woman with disheveled hair opposite her couldn't see her face clearly. However, she definitely didn't know her. After coming to the Wasteland for so long, she only knew one female, Lan Hong. There were 2 young men standing next to the 2 women, desperately pulling the 2 people who were eager to fight again. What's wrong? Why is Sister Lan fighting with others? Zhuang Xiao asked Hu Xiao quietly. It's only been a few days since she gave birth, and she can come out to fight with others. Hu Xiao shook his head and said, I don't know. Although he and Hu Qianli are quite familiar with each other, they don't know each other's family affairs so well. I just said what's wrong. Your child is not as handsome as mine? The woman on the opposite side pulled away her brother's hand and shouted at Lan Hong. Don't think I don't know what you are saying about me behind my back? Isn't it just because you see my man lying in bed and can't move? You are all rushing to bully me. Lan Hong also tore Lan Jin's hand away and said, Who said it behind your back? Who said it behind your back? You are suspicious all day long. Who has time to care about your trivial matters? Lan Jin hurriedly pulled his sister back. This is really... He is in a difficult situation. Donkey Dung Egg. Why don't you pull your sister back? Lan Jin shouted at the young man on the opposite side. Zhuang Xiao, What? Donkey Dung Eggs? We just experienced manure this morning. And here comes another Donkey Dung Egg this afternoon. The Wasteland people like to use fertilizer as their names. Lan Jin. Don't I have a name? Donkey Dung Eggs. Donkey Dung Eggs every day. When Ming Tung is not as good as Lan Jin's, he will definitely lose if he confronts him. This is the conclusion of their more than 10 years of friendship. Although the sisters of the 2 families don't like each other, there has never been any major conflict between the 2 boys. Besides, he is not as good as Lan Jin in fighting. This is very sad. Sister, let's go home. Let's not bother with him. How can porcelain fight with tiles? Wen Ming coaxed Wen Lily in a good voice. Since her brother-in-law went to bed, his sister has been suspicious all day long, always thinking that someone is going to harm their family. Who can be blamed for this? It's all my brother-in-law's fault. I don't know why my sister fell in love with such a scumbag who was rampant in the shantytown. Isn't this retribution? Her sister and nephew have suffered as a result. Chapter 241. At this time, the 2 doors opened. Wife. The child is hungry. Daughter. The child is awake. Lan Hong and Wen Lily rolled their eyes at each other. Let's fight again another day. I let you go today. Is it over? I don't understand anything. Zhuang Xiao whispered to Hu Xiao. The few people around saw that there was no good show to watch, and they all went back to their homes. But Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, who were standing in the middle of the road, stood out. Hu Qianli just handed the child in his arms to Lan Hong, and saw Zhuang Xiao. My cousin is here. Zhuang Xiao, Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed. Will they be found watching the show from the side? Hey, cousin Hu, Zhuang Xiao said with a calm smile. When Lan Hong heard Hu Qianli calling her cousin, she knew it was Zhuang Xiao. She threw the child into Lan Jin's arms and turned to Zhuang Xiao. Let's go. Let's go, cousin. Come to my house and sit down. Lan Jin, cousin? How come I didn't know that my brother-in-law has a cousin? Wa Xiao, why didn't anyone invite me in to sit down? Your feet are on your own. Just go there yourself. Wa Xiao followed Zhuang Xiao, Lan Hong and Hu Qianli into the yard with milk powder in his hand. This is the second time that Zhuang Xiao has visited someone else's home besides Yan Hu's. It looks similar to Yan Hu's home. After taking a few glances, he retracted his gaze. After Hu Xiao entered the house, he handed the milk powder in his hand to Hu Qianli. Hu Qianli was not polite and took it directly. After everyone sat down, Lan Hong took the child from Lan Jin and asked Zhuang Xiao to hold him. Zhuang Xiao was so scared that she waved her hands and refused. How long had the child been born? How could she dare to hold him? Now, he was a real fragile baby. My cousin is still young. Hold him by yourself. Don't scare my cousin. Hu Qianli hurriedly came to Zhuang Xiao's rescue. Lan Hong thought about it, and it was true. She was a little scared at the beginning. It got better after getting used to it in the past few days. Lan Jin, so when you throw the child to me, you are not afraid of scaring me. That little piece of meat. He was also scared when he held it in his hands. Okay. Lan Jin sat aside obediently as a background board. No matter how curious he was at this time, it was not easy to ask. In fact, Zhuang Xiao was also very curious. What were they arguing about just now? But now is not the right time to ask about this. Zhuang Xiao accompanied Lan Hong to play with the child, while Hu Xiao asked about winter medicines. He doesn't often go in and out of the safe zone, and doesn't usually contact his former teammates. This information is now blocked. There are some things that I can ask Hu Qianli now. Who will go to the number 6 safe zone for this genetic modification plan? Hu Xiao asked straight to the point. This is not a secret, so there is nothing I can't ask. Hu Qianli originally wanted to join Zhuang Xiao and Lan Hong in playing with the children, but he didn't expect Hu Xiao to ask such a question. So he said, it should be the future and Qilin mercenary teams, and a team of guards. The number of people should be between 40 and 50. It's not particularly certain now. After all, because of the matter of the mutant crows, people are in a panic. The defense of the safe zone is already short of personnel, so there will definitely not be many people going this time. In addition, I heard from Captain Feng that he wants to recruit another group of people this time. That is, those who are from the wild team with good abilities. Why? Boss Hua, you want to go too? This time the risk is not small. It's the beginning of winter. When you go, there should be no problem on the way. But it's hard to say on the way back. After all, it takes less than half a month to go back and forth. If there is not another person in the family, and as a member of the mercenary team, he can't refuse the tasks assigned by the superiors. He will definitely not go. Hu Xiao continued to ask. The people who go out this time will purchase a batch of medicines from the number 6 safe zone when they come back. Chapter 242. Hu Qianli smiled and said, of course. It's a long trip. You have to bring something back. Didn't you buy medicine? I bring you some when I come back? When the two people mentioned the number 6 safe zone, Zhuang Xiao paid attention to the movements here. After all, she now has a property there. I never thought that there is a purchasing agent here. She can also do this purchasing agent. I don't know how her car has been modified. If it is modified, they can follow the convoy in the safe zone. With so many people, it feels so safe. If there is really danger, just run. Thinking about her coming to the Wasteland, it was really a thrilling life. Hu Xiao replied, let me think about it. If necessary, I will make a list for you. Hu Qianli said, okay. I will tell you after the itinerary is determined. When they were almost talking, Yan Hu sent a message saying that the 2 cars of their family had been modified. He asked Hu Xiao how to modify his car specifically. Brother, when will my sister come back? Yan Ming squatted in front of Zhuang Xiao's house, watching his brother busy checking the car. Yan Hu said to his brother in a bad mood, you ask me. Who should I ask? Go. Check if there are any places in our 2 cars that are not modified properly. Seeing that there is some food in the family, this person is slack. If I had known earlier, I might as well drive him out to pick up waste. Yin, who carefully studied the car in front of him for a long time. That day, he said that he would change it to a mixed use of solar energy and gasoline. But the materials bought by Bosswood did not look like they would only change this point. This obviously needs a major modification. Even the rear compartment needs to be modified. So, he sent a message to Xiao. If the three of them work together, maybe they can finish it tomorrow. After leaving Lan Hong's house, Zhuang Xiao and Xiao spent more than half an hour to get home. The two cars of Yin whose family have been completely renewed. Zhuang Xiao car looks particularly shabby, with all kinds of scattered parts piled around. The outside of the car is also covered with black stains. She gave the car a bath, but it was in vain. After seeing Yinming, she remembered the blue lantern she brought back from the blind spot. Since she remembered it, she would give it to him quickly. Otherwise, he might forget it again later. He hurried into the house, picked up a bunch of blue lanterns from the storage room and came out. Is this for you? Zhuang Xiao handed the blue lantern in her hand to Yinming. Yinming said with a smile, thank you. Sister, he muttered in his heart, why did my sister give me flowers? Is this flower poisonous? After all, her sister likes special poisonous plants. Sister, can this flower be eaten? Yinming asked tentatively. I don't know. But it glows at night, Zhuang Xiao said. She really didn't know whether this was edible or not. At that time, she thought it was good to use it as a small lantern for lighting. She didn't consider the edibility of this plant at all. It shouldn't be edible. It's unknown what trace elements or unknown minerals are contained in things that can glow. It can't be eaten. It contains a lot of phosphorus. Hu Xiao had just transferred the points from today's sales to Yin, who when he heard Yinming and Zhuang Xiao studying whether this flower could be eaten, he immediately solved Yinming's doubts. When he saw this tree, he also felt very novel and tested it at that time. As expected, the tree contains a lot of phosphorus. Moreover, the brighter the location, the higher the concentration of phosphorus, which explains why the flower is the brightest part of the entire tree. As for why only that tree glows while other plants are not affected, this cannot be explained for the time being. Chapter 243. Zhuang Xiao suddenly woke up from her dream. No wonder. It actually contains phosphorus. Yinming stared at the small lantern in his hand and said, Then I hang this up at home when I go back tonight. It's still early. Yin Hu and Hu Xiao were studying car modification outside the door. Zhuang Xiao planned to walk around to see if there were any edible green leaves. If she didn't eat green vegetables for half a year, she was worried that she would be constipated. Yin Hu also drove away the annoying Yinming and asked him to go with Zhuang Xiao to scavenge. Since the beginning of autumn, they have been collecting from a distance to stockpile supplies before winter. She hasn't been active in the shantytown for a long time. Although the weather has turned cold now, the greenery is still there, and the recent incident of the mutant crows has made everyone panic. I don't know if there will be any fish that have escaped the net nearby. Sister, where are we going? Yinming asked happily, following behind Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao stopped and turned to look at the young boy behind her and said, Where do you usually go to scavenge in this season? It's not too far, and you can still get back in time at night. Yinming scratched his head, thought for a while and said, Go to Biling Mountain? Zhuang Xiao, It takes 2 or 3 hours to go there and back, and time is wasted on the road. Boy. As soon as Yinming saw her sister's expression, she knew that Zhuang Xiao had misunderstood, and hurriedly made amends. No, not in Biling Mountain. It's quite far from Biling Mountain. It's in the middle of our current location and Biling Mountain, on the downstream mudflats of the stream in Biling Mountain. There are many wild fruits there in previous years. Zhuang Xiao was relieved when she heard that it was not Biling Mountain. By the way, she was so busy rushing to Biling Mountain that time, she didn't have time to see the surrounding plants. You can go and take a look today. So Zhuang Xiao said, Then you lead the way, and we go there. Yinming saw that Zhuang Xiao really wanted to go, and continued, however, the probability of producing edible wild fruits there is still quite low. Zhuang Xiao, this is panting. It doesn't matter. We can look for food while walking, and we don't have to reach the designated location, Zhuang Xiao said. After all, the collection points in that direction are all new to her. Even if she didn't find the wild fruits Yinming mentioned, maybe she could encounter some other ones. After walking a short distance on the main road, the two people went straight into the dense grass. In the middle, they met two people, both of whom were scavenging alone. Seeing Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ming, especially Yin Ming's burly figure, scared the other party. However, the two did not stop at all and continued to move forward. After passing through a dense grass, they entered the dense forest. In addition to herbs and shrubs, there are also a large number of vines climbing on the trees in the dense forest. The already thick trees have become even fatter. Some vines are crawling on the ground, entwined on herbs and shrubs, which greatly affects the speed of the two people. Zhuang Xiao is good at shoveling soil with a small spatula in his hand, but it is a bit difficult to deal with the mutated vines. The mutated vines are several levels thicker and tougher, and are more suitable for clearing the way with an axe. Fortunately, there is Yin Ming in front, and Zhuang Xiao is much more relaxed following behind. Just have to pay attention to the vines under your feet at all times to prevent falling. Sister, look at those trees below? Yin Ming shouted in surprise while standing on a high slope. Zhuang Xiao walked quickly with his head down and climbed up the high slope. When they looked up, they saw a patch of bright red fruits entwined on the tree trunks not far below. So they said, "Let's go and have a look." The closer they got, the more they found that there were more and more of these fruits in this area. It can be said that they were everywhere they looked. Chapter 244. So many. Yin Ming's eyes lit up. His mouth opened wide, and his saliva almost flowed out. This was the first time he saw such a dense fruit-growing area, and judging from the traces, no one had ever been here before. He was so lucky today. Even if the probability of this fruit producing edible fruits is low, it wins because of its large base number. Presumably, a lot of edible fruits can be detected in the end. Zhuang Xiao looked at the fruit that looked a bit like wild strawberries, pulled off a vine, picked up a dagger and took a little juice from the fruit and dripped it on the watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Yin Ming also picked a fruit and tested it. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. Yin Ming, This is really good luck. The first one can't be eaten. Zhuang Xiao handed the fruit in his hand to Yin Ming and said, "Try it." After the previous experience of picking wild fruits, Zhuang Xiao found that even if the wild fruit meets the radiation value standard and is edible, it may not taste good. Yin Ming took the fruit and said with a smile, "Thank you, sister." The boy finished the red wild fruit in his hand in a few bites, and his expression was still unsatisfied. Zhuang Xiao, It's done. It tastes good. Then the two of them walked around in the forest, and they had a new understanding of the number of wild fruits in this area. It would be impossible to complete the inspection today with the efforts of two people. If the probability of producing edible fruits is high, Zhuang Xiao plans to pick these bunches of red fruits and carry them back in a sack. Otherwise, she will come again tomorrow morning. Before leaving, she also took a special look at her precious car and the pile of materials. It will definitely not be completed tomorrow morning. She can't go to her big water chestnut pond until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Zhuang Xiao checked the information of this plant, which is a vine called sorghum bubble. This plant, she has never seen it in the area where she lived before. But it doesn't matter. It's okay to eat it now. And she just found one and tasted it. It tastes much better than raspberries and nightshade. It seems that the wild fruit field is also divided into different levels. So far, she has not seen any regular fruit in the wasteland, except for the one she ate in that high-end game. The two people took the approach of flanking, one person on each side. After Zhuang Xiao pulled the vine off the tree, he sat on the ground and began to test. In addition to the beeping sound of the watch, Yin Ming's startled voice was heard in his ears. "Isn't it just a few edible wild fruits that were detected? Is it that serious?" For a person who has been testing wild fruits for many years with a success rate of 5 scumbags, today he has made a comeback. A complete comeback. After testing, Zhuang Xiao found that the yield rate of this wild fruit was a bit low, with a probability of less than 10% of edible fruits. This yield rate is relatively normal in the wasteland. However, Zhuang Xiao's past achievements were too amazing, so she was not really excited about such a poor yield. Moreover, her original goal today was to find some edible green leaves, dry them, and eat them in winter. Unexpectedly, she encountered such a wild fruit on the way. Chirp! Chirp! Zhuang Xiao paused while checking the wild fruit and listened attentively. The rustling of leaves in the dense forest seemed to have. This is birdsong. She just couldn't tell what kind of bird it was just by the sound. However, even if she saw the bird of birdsong, she might not be able to recognize what bird it was. Sister, It's a mutant yellow bird. Yan Ning quietly moved over from him, startling Zhuang Xiao, who was quietly distinguishing the sound of the bird. Why are you sneaking around? Zhuang Xiao raised his hand and patted Yan Ning's bald head. You're scaring me. Scaring me to death. Okay? And he suddenly appeared behind someone and made such a faint voice. Chapter 245. It was really scary. Yan Ning touched his bald head and said in a low voice with a flattering smile, Sister. Sister. I was wrong. You keep your voice down. Don't scare them. Zhuang Xiao, mutated yellow bird? There is more than one. Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered the saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, and the yellow bird is behind. There won't be any mutant mantises around here. Thinking of the shape of the mutant mantis before. How big must this mutant yellow bird be now to swallow the mutant mantis in one bite? Life is really full of surprises. In this case, let's wait and see what this surprise looks like today. Isn't this mutant yellow bird scary? Zhuang Xiao looked at the tall tree branches and asked Yan Ming in a low voice. Yan Ming also lowered his voice and said, Don't be afraid. This mutant yellow bird may look quite big. However, they are very timid. And you can usually catch them as long as you catch them by surprise. It should be because the weather is cold, and they are preparing to migrate to a slightly warmer place to spend the winter. They happen to pass through our safe zone. So we met them. Zhuang Xiao thought about it and thought so. It is normal for birds to migrate to warm places to live in severe cold seasons. The reason why they stayed here may be that they also found ripe red fruits in this area. Birds are better than humans in finding food. And they can always find out which tree has the most delicious fruit at the first time. Sure enough, as the bird singing got closer and closer, in a green leaf, a bright goose yellow appeared. And it was also very cute, from the appearance alone. Except for the obvious difference in feather color in sparrows. This round appearance is similar to sparrows. Of course, the shape of this mutant has changed a lot. However, it also made this guy more round and cute. On the trees in this area, more than a dozen mutant yellow sparrows soon landed, adding a lot of color to the dimly lit dense forest. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning held their breath and huddled in the vines, waiting for these cute guys to relax their vigilance. The mutant yellow sparrows chirped and communicated on the branches for a while, as if they had confirmed with each other that there was no danger around. One of them flew down from the trunk and flew towards the vines wrapped around the trunk, to peck at the bunches of red fruits. Zhuang Xiao eyes swept over each mutant yellow sparrow on the tree one by one, and found nothing unusual. They are a group of guys who don't carry energy stones. I just don't know which one is more delicious. Yellow sparrow meat or sparrow meat. And the feathers look soft and warm. If they can't be made into clothes, they can be filled into mattresses. Then the second one flew down from the tree trunk. And the third one. Zhuang Xiao gently patted Yan Ming's shoulder and mouthed, Get ready. He then reached for the crossbow behind him with both hands. Yan Ming also took out the crossbow behind him, and pointed at his target with his hand gesture. After the two sides exchanged information, they each aimed their crossbows at the selected target. The sound of two crossbow arrows breaking through the air was heard. This sound that sounded like wind caused the mutant yellow bird to have a brief interruption in its feeding. And then it continued to peck at the fruits on the vines, until the two crossbow arrows pierced the bodies of the two mutant yellow birds respectively. All the mutant yellow birds that were eating began to flee with their wings flapping. Even the two mutant yellow birds that were still on the tree trunk on guard flew away from the original tree trunk in panic. This mutant yellow bird really doesn't seem to be very smart. Zhuang Xiao saw the crossbow arrow hit the target, and the target fell to the ground with a thump, and immediately changed the target to a stupid bird. It was because she saw that stupid birds had hit the tree trunk directly when it was fleeing in panic, and it was flapping its big wings and looked dizzy. Chapter 246. Another crossbow arrow was fired. Maybe the target yellow bird was flapping its wings too hard. It barely hit its wings. The mutant yellow bird was like a plane out of control. Its wings were still flapping, and it was spinning in circles above Zhuang Xiao's head, keeping its body from falling, because its wings had been hit by the crossbow arrow. As its wings flapped, the blood droplets fell like flowers from heaven, falling all over Zhuang Xiao. A bloody smell filled her nose. Zhuang Xiao, alas, you have to see some blood when you go out. It seems that if you don't do this, you won't look like a man enough. I shot another one. Ah! Yan Ming's excited scream almost drowned out the mutant yellow bird's panic cry, making Zhuang Xiao's head buzz. Facing the blood flowers all over the sky, Zhuang Xiao shot an arrow from his sleeve, hitting the mutant yellow bird's abdomen directly. Now the mutant yellow bird was far enough from her to fly with her sleeve arrows, and she didn't intend to waste her crossbow arrows at all. Fortunately, the vines in this area were cleared by the two of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to chase the mutant yellow bird back and forth in the forest like now. After being attacked by the first round of crossbow arrows, the mutant yellow bird had already fled. Therefore, the two of them hunted down a total of 6 mutant yellow birds. And they were quite even, with 3 per person. The guy on Zhuang Xiao's side, who performed the heavenly blood-scattering performance, performed the ground mouse fireworks for a full minute after being severely injured in the abdomen. It's just that it didn't spray fireworks, but blood. Sister, how can your mutant yellow bird be so energy-consuming? The other 2 are dead. Only this one, Yanming said. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and watched the performance in front of him, and took out a wild fruit from his bag and started to chew it. Zhuang Xiao moved away from the mutant yellow bird. All the blood drops on her body were caused by it. Maybe she is unwilling to give up, Zhuang Xiao said while checking the wild fruit in her hand. She never gave up until the last moment. This courage is commendable. Zhuang Xiao looked at the blood spots on the wild fruit and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Immediately raised the sleeve arrow in his hand and gave a fatal blow to the throat of the mutant yellow bird that was still fluttering in the same place. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. You will be a hero again in less than 18 years. The bright yellow feathers of the mutant yellow bird, which finally calmed down, were stained with many red blood stains, which was shocking. Zhuang Xiao said to Yanming, who was still eating wild fruit, "Don't eat it. Now we can collect the spoils." Yanming threw the last bit of wild fruit in his hand into his mouth, jumped up from the ground, and ran towards the 3 mutant yellow birds he shot. 3. He has 3 today. Based on his luck today, at least one of them should be edible. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Yanming just picked up his 2 mutant yellow sparrows and heard the beeping sound of Zhuang Xiao watch. He was excited again. Is the probability of being edible so high? He immediately used a dagger to take a little blood from the mutant yellow sparrow and dripped it on the watch. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Today is going to be a success. Today is going to be a success. Today is going to be a success. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Yanming, He hasn't tested the 3rd one yet. Suddenly, he realized that this was not the sound of his watch, but Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked at the big yellow mutant yellow sparrow lying on the red and green leaves, and was really speechless. The most laborious result was inedible. Yanming let out a breath. He still had hope. He still had 2 left to test. Chapter 247. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Listening to the 2 consecutive beeps of the watch. Where is his luck for today's reversal? It's gone now. There's not much time left before the sun sets. They can't afford to waste too much emotion on this. Zhuang Xiao looked at the sacks of wild fruits that the 2 people put in, and said to Yanming, "Let's test for another half an hour, and then go back. It's getting late, and the bloody smell left here is too strong." She wanted to go home safely today, and didn't want to provoke any strange mutant animals at all. Yanming also knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, and the rest of the time was a competition of hand speed. If the hand speed is fast, more edible wild fruits can be detected and taken back. Half an hour passed in a hurry. The 2 packed up today's harvest and started to return the same way. But in just half a day, there was such a harvest, and Zhuang Xiao was still very satisfied. "I wonder how they have modified the car," Zhuang Xiao said. Yanming said, looking at Brother's attitude. "The modification will definitely not be completed today. It will probably be tomorrow afternoon." He lifted the sack behind him onto his shoulder and took another look at the sack behind her sister. Not only was the harvest not as good as her sister's, but even her strength was not as good as her sister's. His family has stored food for the winter, so it should not be a problem to save a little to survive the winter. But who doesn't want to eat well? And I heard from Brother who that the safe zone recently plans to recruit some people as temporary guards, and the remuneration is generous. He is still considering whether to give it a try. After all, his brother's physical condition is still stable now, and there is no big problem if he is alone at home. After the 2 people walked onto the main road, There began to be more pedestrians on the road. In an instant, the two people became conspicuous bags on the road. Look at the sacks behind the two people, and the faint smell of blood wafting out of the sacks. It is obvious that there is meat food in it. Zhuang Xiao immediately noticed several unfriendly eyes around her. She fights with animals every day, and hasn't fought with people for a long time. I don't know who has the honor to let her practice today. Yin Ning naturally noticed the unfriendly eyes of others looking at them. And then he moved closer to Zhuang Xiao's position and glared at those people with bad intentions. In terms of real strength, Yin Ning may not be as good as Zhuang Xiao, but in terms of the deterrent power brought by his physique, Yin Ning is obviously stronger than Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao secretly raised his vigilance, guarding against various man-made emergencies that may suddenly occur. Among the pedestrians on the road, there are also one or two who really want to try and are looking for opportunities. However, at this moment, suddenly, a quack-quack sound came from the sky. Everyone, fool! This mutant crow flock is here again. The first reaction to hearing the cry is that everyone starts to run away. At this time, there is no time to rob. Saving life is the most important thing. Zhuang Xiao's first reaction when she heard about the mutant crows was, are these guys back from the high radiation area again? Is the bird's nest filled with shiny little stones again? Her eyes subconsciously swept towards the sky under the afterglow of the setting sun. Run! Sister! What are you looking at? Yin Ning couldn't spare a hand to pull her, so he could only use his shoulder to gently bump Zhuang Xiao, who was looking up at the sky. Zhuang Xiao's mind heard the word run, and her legs consciously followed and ran. Suddenly, she remembered that they were still carrying the bodies of the mutant yellow birds. I don't know if it will attract the attention of the crows in the sky. However, she just glanced a few times, and the number of mutant crows this time was not large, and it was relatively scattered. As she ran, her eyes and brain instantly lit up. Chapter 248. The mutant crows have returned. Does this mean that they plan to settle on the east side of Biling Mountain this year? If so, the mutant crows and the safe zone are real neighbors. When food is scarce in winter, these guys will not come to harass the safe zone every other day. This will really pose a great threat to their safe zone. Should Wu Xiao notify the unlucky Xiao Yin and ask them to send people from the safe zone to destroy the mutant crow's nest? However, she has to wait until she clears it out again. As the figure on the ground ran, it immediately attracted the attention of the mutant crows in the sky. Then a small team of mutant crows swooped down from the sky and came towards the road where Zhuang Xiao and the others were. There were too many people on this road, and it was still difficult for people to run. As the mutant crows got closer and closer to the crowd, many people decisively chose to enter the surrounding bushes. This actually helped Zhuang Xiao run forward. It looked like they were almost home. There was no point in hiding in the bushes, and the overgrown weeds were not conducive to her running. Yin Ning followed her sister, panting. Suddenly, she remembered the time when her sister walked the bear. She really couldn't catch up. A gust of wind blew over her head. Gu gua. Gu gua. The sound was right beside her ear. Zhuang Xiao swung the sack in his hand, and swung it towards the source of the sound. It was really noisy. The sound was too unpleasant. At this time, Yin Ning was also attacked by a mutant crow. It might be because of the smell of blood on their bodies that the mutant crow attacked the two of them first. The mutant crow hit by Zhuang Xiao's sack let out a shrill scream and fell into the bushes. People nearby who were not attacked saw the mutant crow being knocked into the bushes and actually chased it in. Everyone said that the probability of this mutant crow producing energy stones was still very high, so they had to go and take a look. Zhuang Xiao's sack was almost spinning like a windmill above her head, but the pace of escape of those who were not attacked near her slowed down, just waiting to rush up and pick up the leaks at any time. Yin Ning couldn't resist the attack of the mutant crows in the back, so he simply threw the sack containing the mutant yellow bird. The weight on his body was reduced, and the mutant crows were all attracted by the sack full of blood, and he was freed in an instant. Yin Ning caught up with Zhuang Xiao, drove away the mutant crows in the air for her, and said, "Sister, hurry up, throw away the mutant yellow bird." Hearing Yin Ning shout, Zhuang Xiao did not stop swinging the sack in her hand, with a blood droplet on her body that was stained in the dense forest. What would happen if she threw away the mutant yellow bird in her hand? Will the mutant crows stop chasing her? Then she thought of the nest that she had emptied and the sack of energy stones that she carried home. She thought that she and the mutant crows should be considered to have an irreconcilable feud. Forget it. Forget it. Today is her bad luck. Last time she emptied the nest of the mutant crows. She didn't give them a return gift at that time. Now, let's just regard these 2 mutant yellow birds as a return gift to them. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to return a favor. After swinging 3 more mutant crows away, the sack in Zhuang Xiao's hand also flew out. With her wild fruits today. Alas, today is really a big loss. This is the result of her half a day's work. And it's gone. It's really a waste of time. This half a day. The people around who were originally waiting to pick up the leeks, when they saw this situation, immediately started to run away at full speed. There is no potential opportunity to make a fortune. Escaping is the most important thing. Chapter 249. The mutant crows that were originally circling above Zhuang Xiao's head saw that the blood bag with the strongest aroma suddenly flew out, and all rushed to the sack. Taking advantage of the short gap, Zhuang Xiao gathered all her strength and started running towards home. She could already see the fork in the road leading to her home. She could go home in a few minutes. Hope is just around the corner. When I get home, I can just hand over the job of fighting the mutant crows to Dancing Grass. Yan Ming sighed. Because of Zhuang Xiao's fight with the mutant crows, he just caught up. However, now, because Zhuang Xiao's sacks were gone, it was equivalent to the seal being released. The young boy Yan Ming couldn't keep up with Zhuang Xiao's speed again. The 2 sacks thrown by Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming were soon filled with mutant crows. This is why those guys who failed to squeeze into the first line to enjoy the food started looking for new prey targets again. The other mutant crows in the air followed the smell and targeted the little guy in the crowd who exuded a sweet scent. The excited hunting war song started again. Gugua, gugua, gugua. Zhuang Xiao, This can't end peacefully today. Yan Ming was still more than 10 meters away from Zhuang Xiao. He watched the mutant crows fly directly over his head and fly forward. Looking at the flight path, it was obviously heading for Zhuang Xiao in front. I don't understand why these guys are still staring at his sister even after throwing away the mutant yellow bird. At this time, he didn't care to think so much. He took the crossbow from his body and randomly aimed at one of the mutant crows. And the crossbow arrow shot out. The mutant crows were not the round and stupid birds of the mutant yellow bird. After hearing the sound of the crossbow arrow breaking through the air, they all flapped their wings and spread out and flew back to the sky. Zhuang Xiao was running in front when she heard the sound of a crossbow arrow breaking through the air overhead. And she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Who is this? Who on earth is this? And wants to assassinate her? Do you want to have such an exciting game today? The mutant crows saw that none of their team was hit, and they screamed even more vigorously in the air, as if they were laughing at the stupid humans below. With this little skill, you still want to shoot your crow grandfather. Then, they reorganized their ranks in the air, and the claws of this mutant crow team attacked Zhuang Xiao again. Yan Ming and Hu Xiao, who were modifying their cars at home, looked at the groups of mutant crows in the sky and immediately put down their tools. The 2 began to contact Yan Ming and Zhuang Xiao. However, Zhuang Xiao did not have time at this time, as she was dealing with the second attack of the mutant crows. The sleeve arrows in her hand shot into the sky. Yan Ming behind him had time to breathe, and he answered the call as soon as he received the message from his brother. Brother, come quickly. Yan Ming panted heavily. His hands kept moving, and crossbow arrows shot into the air one after another. The messy sound coming from the watch made Yan Hu and Hu Xiao nervous. Hu Xiao hurriedly approached Yan Hu's watch and asked anxiously, "Where are you?" "Fork in the road. Fork in the road." Zhuang Xiao was exhausted in the front. This was really much more tiring than walking a bear or a snake. These guys don't have martial ethics. If you have the ability, don't use your wings. Let's fight on the ground. I beat you to death. Mutated crows, If you have the guts, don't use your sleeve arrows and crossbows. We fan you to death. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. And they have a pair of wings that can soar in the blue sky. Zhuang Xiao felt that her undefeated record would be broken by this group of mutant crows. People are compared to birds, which is very annoying. It's so miserable. And she felt that her pigskin coat would most likely not be saved this time. People say that mending it can last for 3 years, provided that it can still be mended. Chapter 250. Now she had an illusion that the mutant crows were not attacking her just because of the smell of the blood drop, but most likely because they recognized the smell of a thief. They were going to fight her to the death. There were only a few sleeve arrows, and they were all shot quickly, and none of them hit the target. taking advantage of the gap when the mutant crows gathered in the air again. Zhuang Xiao took off the crossbow on his body, decided to take the initiative to attack the crows and shoot into the air. As soon as the crossbow arrow was shot, he turned around and ran home. After feeling the wind brought by the wings above his head, he shot the crossbow arrow again and ran again. In addition, with the help of Yan Ming behind him, he couldn't let the mutant crows get close again for a while. In just a moment, Yan Ming and Hu Xiao had already entered the main road from the fork in the road. Zhuang Xiao saw two people in front of him running towards them against the flow of people, especially after seeing what Hu Xiao was holding in his hand. His mind was relieved. This job can finally be handed over to others for a while. She is not strong enough for ground to her strikes. She can't run or fly. It's so annoying. Hu Xiao turned the corner and saw the little girl in the crowd shooting crossbow arrows into the air. His heart was instantly relieved. Then he saw the coat with several big holes on Zhuang Xiao. He became nervous again. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and shot at the mutant crows in the air. He only heard bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots. The black feathers of the mutant crows scattered from the air, and several mutant crows fell at the same time. The crowd who heard the gunshots became panic again. They consciously left the vicinity of Yan Hu and Hu Xiao, which made room for Hu Xiao and Yan Ming. Hu Xiao? Hu Xiao? I'm here! Zhuang Xiao happily waved the crossbow in his hand, and quickly moved his two short legs in the direction of Hu Xiao. Then, it's so sad. Large rollover scene. The speed was too fast, and there was no time to brake. This is an accident. Hu Xiao felt a gust of bloody wind rushing towards him, and when he reacted, he had already fallen to the ground. Then a person rolled off him. Hu Xiao, eh? What happened? Then Zhuang Xiao's voice came from the side. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. She was a little confused now, and the pain in her hand made her tears almost fall. Even Yan Hu, who was standing by, was stunned. What happened? How could they all fall down? With the angry cries of the mutant crows in the air, Yan Hu woke up as if from a dream, and hurried forward to help Zhuang Xiao, and said with concern, Sister, are you okay? Zhuang Xiao glanced at her scratched palm. It hurt so much. All bald skin. Zhuang Xiao endured the pain and said, It's okay. I'm fine. Seeing the mutant crows in the sky flying towards them again, Zhuang Xiao pushed Yan Hu away, picked up the big shell of the mutant turtle on the ground from the side, carried the shell on his back, and tucked his head into the shell. The turtle shell finally came in handy. At this time, Hu Xiao also reacted, endured the pain in his chest and back, and shot the gun in his hand into the air again. When the mutant crows dispersed, a man climbed up from the ground. How are you? Hu Xiao asked Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao said, It's okay. This turtle shell is good. Let's run. At this time, Yan Ming had caught up. Zhuang Xiao just ran forward with the turtle shell on his back, and the rest was left to the three big men behind. The three people behind fought and retreated. And when they got home, the crows in the sky did not retreat due to heavy casualties. At this time, at home, Zhuang Xiao, carrying the tortoise shell on her back, had already sat cross-legged under the dancing grass, and even took out the wild fruits she had picked today from her bag. She only had these few left in her bag. Chapter 251. Zhuang Xiao looked up at the sky and thought, You little brats. Let me see how my beautiful and vicious woman will deal with you. When the three people got home, they saw Zhuang Xiao leisurely eating fruits under the dancing grass. I was speechless for a moment. Now, the height and branches of this dancing grass have almost covered most of the front yard. So, it is really safe below. Come! Come! Come and see the show. It's free. Zhuang Xiao waved at the three people with her swollen little claws. After returning home, she has a cheat. Three people, However, Zhuang Xiao was disappointed. There was no show today. The mutant crows flew around the yard in circles, quacking non-stop, and dared not enter the sphere of influence of the dancing grass. Zhuang Xiao, Why does this voice sound so unpleasant? Is it scolding her? Mutated crows, Come out if you dare. Three people stepped into the yard and looked at this incredible scene. Has the reputation of this dancing grass spread throughout the mutant crow world? Hu Xiao silently put away his gun, and under the cover of the two brothers Yan Hu and Yan Ming, he drove the unfinished car into the yard and placed it under the branches of the dancing grass. The three people saw that the mutant crows were just circling around the courtyard wall, so they relaxed their vigilance. At this time, it was already a little dark. Hui Xiao went into the house and turned on the lights in the yard, then took out a medicine and handed it to Zhuang Xiao. He and Yin Hu continued to do the unfinished work in the afternoon. Yin Ming also sat cross-legged beside Zhuang Xiao, watching the mutant crows circling outside the courtyard wall together. Zhuang Xiao stared at the mutant crows without blinking, took out a wild fruit from his bag, handed it to Yin Ming and said, "Eat while watching. The two of them have suffered a lot today. After going out, there are only a few wild fruits left. Eat them quickly. Out of sight, out of mind. Just pretend that she didn't go out today. This mutant crow is also very annoying. It's only been a short time, and it has come 3 times." Yin Ming complained while chewing the fruit. Zhuang Xiao swallowed the fruit in his mouth, nodded and said, "It's quite annoying. If they only eat carrion and corpses like before the mutation, it would be okay if their cries are a little unpleasant. After all, it's not easy for everyone to live. But they are not like that now. These mutated crows will attack living things. And humans seem to be the easiest animals to hunt in nature in their eyes. There are neither sharp thorns nor thick fur. Their sharp claws and beaks made it effortless to attack. Hui Xiao, if we tell Xiaoyan about the nest of the mutant crows, and then they catch them all, can we be awarded the award of good citizens in the safe zone? No, no, this is not good. Let's give something more practical. For example, points or something. It is better than a certificate or medal." Zhuang Xiao's eyes moved from the mutant crows to the lush branches of the dancing grass. "I don't know if this plant will bloom and bear fruit. If it is based on the method of cutting branches, I wonder if it can take root and sprout quickly. After all, there is more than one way for plants to reproduce. If cuttings are enough, then plant them around the safe zone and see how these mutant crows can be arrogant again." If the mutant crows flying around the yard knew what Zhuang Xiao was thinking at this time, they would definitely withdraw from here immediately. I shouldn't have provoked this living ancestor today. They finally found a good habitat. But now someone wants to wipe them out, and they want to leave them no chance of survival. Before Hui Xiao could answer, Yin Ming got excited first. "This is good? This is good? Where is the nest of the mutant crows? Sister, do you know?" Chapter 252. Zhuang Xiao rolled his eyes at Yin Ming and thought, "If I didn't know, I would say this." Yin Hu tightened the screw in his hand and said with a smile, "I think it's okay. Such important information must be of high value. After all, it concerns the life and death of the entire safe zone. Inner city of the safe zone. Uncle Pei, send some people in the safe zone to shoot down the mutant crows." Xiaoyan pinched his eyebrows and said, "Recent things have been one after another, and he hasn't slept well for several days." Pei Mihai said, "It has been arranged. But this mutant crow group has come 3 times before and after, which is too unreasonable. Safe zone number 17 has only experienced it once. And I haven't heard that there will be mutant crows visiting again. Could it be that this group of mutant crows will not leave until they have completely occupied the safe zone? It is indeed a bit unusual." Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and said, "Send a notice of recruiting guards as soon as possible. And send those who go to the number 6 safe zone as soon as possible. We can't delay it any longer. Also, this group of mutant crows is very likely to settle in the blind spots around. Let the patrolling guards pay attention to see which direction they are flying from. If other people have clues, please contact the guards in time." Pei Mihai nodded and said, "The notice of recruiting personnel has been arranged. In addition, we have only cleared the entry and exit routes for the iron mine. Although mining coal, the same batch of workers can be used as those who mine iron ore. But there are still some differences in some technical aspects. Our safe zone still lacks some experience in mining and smelting iron ore. If the safe zone wants to do this well, it is better to find a professional team from other safe zones to guide it. This will greatly improve the efficiency and safety factor compared to our own exploration." Xiaoyan frowned, thought for a moment and said, "I will go to the number 7 safe zone in person in the near future. Due to the recent attack of the mutant crow group, many work arrangements in the safe zone have been greatly affected, which has led to no progress in the work progress of the iron mine." Hearing that Xiaoyan was going to go to the number 7 safety zone in person, Pei Mihai said worriedly, "Number 7 safety zone is still too far away from us, and the risk of traveling in winter is too high. Or let's go in the early spring of next year. Uncle Pei, you know, we are very pressed for time now. Besides, it's better for me to go there in person." Xiaoyan sighed helplessly, and then whispered, "Uncle Pei, I will come back as soon as possible. Pei Meihai wanted to say something else. Xiao Yin saw that he was hesitant to speak, and hurriedly said, Uncle Pei, this is settled. I'm tired and want to rest for a while. Pei Meihai also sighed in his heart, and finally said nothing, closed the door, and went out. Seeing Pei Meihai leave, Xiao Yin lowered his head and continued to look at the various data on the safety zone that were summarized below. This situation is really not optimistic. Ding, 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 ding. The reminder sound of the watch sounded at the same time, and the 4 people on Zhuang Xiao's side trembled suddenly. It won't be bad news again. The large-scale collection activities in the safety zone have long ended. As winter approaches, the most received at this time of year are various weather warnings. Every weather warning every day is usually fatal. Yin Hu and Xiao glanced at the reminder information on the watch and continued their work. Anyway, there are 2 idle people next to them. Zhuang Xiao opened the message and glanced at it. Well, it has nothing to do with her. Yan Ming, who was sitting next to her, jumped up happily and said, the safety zone is recruiting people. Brother, I want to go. Yin Hu focused on the work in his hands and said without raising his head, expand. Chapter 253. Hu Xiao also waited for Yan Ming's next words. Yan Ming carefully read the content of the notice, and then summarized what he thought was the most important content. The safety zone will recruit temporary winter guards to be responsible for patrolling and guarding the shantytowns and the periphery of the safety zone, and provide welfare benefits at 70% of the regular guards. In addition, if the personnel perform well during the period, they can be formally included in the guard team. Yan Hu said, well, it sounds okay. Hu Xiao also echoed, it's okay. In the long winter, nearly 2 months is not suitable for people to go out for gathering activities. The guard patrol work is guaranteed to be profitable. Not only is there income, but also temporary accommodation is provided. As for the risk, it is really negligible in the eyes of the Wasteland people. After all, what is there in the Wasteland without risk? Zhuang Xiao said weakly, that. Isn't there an age requirement in the notice? Do you meet the requirements? She remembered that Hu Xiao said Yan Ming was only 15 years old. Ah, let me take a look. Yan Ming said, and turned to the following content. Then, I wanted to cry. The minimum age is 16. And he is still 4 months away from 16. Brother, can we go through the back door? Yan Ming said tearfully. Yan Hu, back door? We haven't even entered the front door of the safe zone yet. Unable to bear the sissy expression of his younger brother, Yan Hu knocked the wrench at his hand and said seriously, you speak nicely to me. Yan Ming, all right. The performance ends here. Speak nicely. Just speak nicely. Why are you so fierce? Yan Ming muttered and sat down again. Zhuang Xiao stood up and patted the boy on the shoulder, comforting him, young man, don't be discouraged. If you don't have a chance this year, we still have next year. People always grow up. Okay. I go cook. The world is big, but eating is the biggest thing. Today's meal has to be made for 4 people. Besides, she was frightened by the mutant crows today, so she had to eat something good to calm her nerves. Zhuang Xiao took a small bowl of ingredients from the storage room and went to the kitchen. When Zhuang Xiao passed by the yard, Hu Xiao accidentally saw the pile of pointed bowls, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Hu Xiao, or let him cook. Zhuang Xiao felt that although her cooking skills were not good, they were well cooked and not burnt. That was enough. Yan Ming wanted to go into the kitchen to help, but was rejected by Zhuang Xiao. This small kitchen was just enough for 1 person, and 2 people couldn't even turn around, which was not enough to get in the way. An hour later, the 3 people looked at the dishes on the table, and their saliva was almost flowing out. Yan Ming stammered, Sister, why don't I drink the nutrient solution? This. He couldn't afford this meal. Potatoes stewed with meat, Wanba ginseng soup, and roasted sweet potatoes. Zhuang Xiao picked up the chopsticks and tasted a potato. It was soft, glutinous, and meaty. Woo! It tasted so good. It's better to make it yourself in the future. The great man said that if you do it yourself, you will have enough food and clothing. Seeing Yan Ming was reluctant to pick up his chopsticks, Zhuang Xiao teased the boy. Do you like to drink the nutrient solution? Yan Ming immediately shook his head like a rattle and said, No, I don't like it. Who likes to drink that stuff? It's sticky and tastes bad. It's because it's the cheapest, and has a great sense of fullness. Seeing Yan Ming drool almost splashing into her dish, Zhuang Xiao hurriedly said, "Eat quickly. I won't charge you today." Yin Hu asked Hui Xiao quietly, "My cousin cooks like this every day. What kind of family is this?" Hui Xiao calmly picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Meat is still delicious. It's okay for Zhuang Xiao to cook once in a while. Only rich people are willing to do so. And he, a poor man, is really a little bit reluctant. Yin Hu took the chopsticks and saw Hui Xiao finish a piece slowly. So he put the chopsticks back into the bowl and ignored him. Hui Xiao, Now, isn't eating the most important thing? Chapter 254. On the table, several pairs of chopsticks were flying between the bowls. And Yin Hu suddenly realized. What are you talking about at this time? It's important to eat first. Sister, this turtle soup is really delicious. Yin Ming happily drank half a bowl in one gulp. Zhuang Xiao hurriedly said, "Slow down." Then he approached Yin Ming and whispered, "Your big brother Hui drank this last time, and it made him bleed from all 7 orifices." Hui Xiao paused as he was serving the soup. "Sister, can we speak louder?" However, he still scooped a large spoonful of soup into his bowl. Drinking 2 bowls will make your nose bleed, so 1 bowl will be no problem. After swallowing the soup in his mouth, Yin Ming said, "Don't worry. I'm weak. I need to replenish." Zhuang Xiao looked up and down at Yin Ming, a young boy who was almost 1.9 meters tall. Even so, he was weak. A dinner that was not very delicious was swept away by several people eating. Zhuang Xiao, not bad. Not bad. Her cooking skills are better than Hui Xiao. After enjoying a luxurious meal, the 2 brothers Yin Hu and Yin Ming said that they would continue to work for 2 more hours before leaving. It was really impossible to refuse. Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao had to reluctantly agree to this request to work overtime. However, it was still Yin Hu and Hui Xiao who modified the car. Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ming took their equipment out for a walk and picked up corpses. The mutant crows around their yard had already run away, but the crow extermination operation organized by the safe zone had just stopped. If she went out now, she might be able to encounter a few of them. Even if she picked up a mutant crow carrying an energy stone, she would not lose money today. When they went to the location where the mutant crows landed, the huge crowds of people were even more lively than the autumn collection activities. Okay. The number of people on the ground was almost catching up with the number of mutant crow corpses. Is this picking up corpses? Or are they here to watch people pick up corpses? There is no room for the 2 of them to play. Okay. Go back, Zhuang Xiao said. She is still more compatible with the blind spot. On the way back, the 2 of them went around to Yin Ming house to take a look. The door locks were still doing their duties in their respective positions. When passing by the next door, there was a light on inside. Zhuang Xiao stopped and asked, "Who is that? Didn't he go to participate in the genetic modification program?" Yin Ming followed Zhuang Xiao's gaze and said suddenly, "You mean Wen Xiao?" "Yes. He went." Then he said with a sense of loss, "This house was transferred to Aunt Ma's family next door," saying that they were grateful for Aunt Ma's care for them for the past 2 years. Anyway, there is a high probability that there will be no chance to come back in the future. If he comes back from the safe zone again, it may be the same situation as his brother. Zhuang Xiao said and continued to walk forward. I hope the child can grow up well, until he can deal with the wind and rain independently. Why did you 2 come back so soon? Hui Xiao was standing on the roof of the car, installing solar panels with Yin Hu, and saw the 2 people entering the yard with their heads down. Zhuang Xiao lowered his eyes and said, "Hey, I can't grab it. I can't grab it. There are more people than corpses." The scene was more terrifying than the ants fighting for promotional vegetables in the vegetable market. Yes. Now there are corpse pickers everywhere in the shantytowns and quarantine areas. Some people almost fought over a mutant crow corpse. So, we had no choice but to come back. Yin Ming continued. "That's great, brother. Come over and give me a hand," Yin Hu said while carrying a solar panel. Yin Ming immediately stepped forward and lifted the solar panel on the other side. Zhuang Xiao heard it and was about to step forward to help, but was rejected by Yin Hu. "Sister, just go and rest. The 3 of us are enough." Hui Xiao also said from the roof of the car, "Go wash and change clothes first. As for the pigskin coat, I wonder if I can mend it for you tomorrow." Zhuang Xiao lowered his head and looked at the several big holes on his body. "Can this be mended?" Chapter 255. How to fix it? Forget it. I don't have to fix it myself anyway. After returning home, she was busy watching the jokes of the mutant crows, and completely forgot how miserable she was. Really, now she is used to being covered in dirt every day. Like a little beggar. Habits are terrible. Seeing that she really couldn't help, she simply went back to the house. She still had an important thing to do. When she came out of the house, Zhuang Xiao had a pair of scissors in her hand. She stood under the dancing grass and said softly, "That, beauty, I'm going to cut your hair now. Please bear with it. Be patient and don't hit me." Dancing grass, whose grass needs a haircut? And it's not the kind of landscape plant for people to appreciate. Why do you have to trim it? Grass? I don't really want to. Before she finished speaking, Zhuang Xiao cut it with a pair of scissors, and then jumped several meters away. However, the dancing grass did not whip her as expected. It just waved its branches twice, and then it calmed down again. Zhuang Xiao held the half branch in his hand, stared at it for a long time, and then he was completely relieved. Very good. Not bad. No blood-red juice flowed out. This mutant plant is really not a mountain monster or demon. Before the other three people could do anything to stop it, Zhuang Xiao had already jumped several meters away from the dancing grass. I just want to say that this vicious beauty really only loves Zhuang Xiao. After all, 2 of the 3 people were whipped by it. Seeing that Zhuang Xiao was fine, the 3 people continued to work on their work. Zhuang Xiao went back to the house, found a very beautiful small bottle for the half branch, inserted it, and placed it on the windowsill of the bedroom. Okay, let's see if it will take root in a few days. After taking a shower, Zhuang Xiao turned off the lights and rested. Today is finally over. 0 results. The half branch on the windowsill gently swayed its small body until there was no movement in the yard. The next morning, Xiao, you guys are so awesome. Zhuang Xiao stroked her big cart with her hand, her eyes sparkling with dazzling brilliance, and she kept praising Xiao and Yan Hu. As for Yan Ming, he was just a helper, a temporary worker. Xiao sat on a small bench in the kitchen, picked his ears, and smiled happily. All that echoed in his ears were the rainbow farts of the little girls outside. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. And then he heard Zhuang Xiao's excited voice. Let's go to the blind spot today. Let's go check the bird's nest first. If the mutant crows are not here, we dig out their nests first, and then go to get the water chestnuts. Xiao, This really arranged the day clearly. Zhuang Xiao stood at the kitchen door and continued, when we come back, let Xiaoyan kill all those guys. If we don't kill them all as soon as possible, the safe zone will never be peaceful in the future. And she can't always carry a turtle shell behind her every time she goes out to collect. Besides, she only has 1 turtle shell. If it can protect the back, it can't protect the front. It's typical that you can only take care of the head but not the butt. Okay. So, it's better to kill them as soon as possible. Even if these guys are really good at picking up energy stones. The ability of this Ho-Ho is also super strong. Besides, she hasn't stayed in the safe zone long enough. If the safe zone is gone by Ho-Ho, she will be forced to move. No. She doesn't agree. Besides, she still has the mutant squirrel god of wealth, who can be traded fairly. Mutated squirrels, You said it was a fair trade. So it is a fair trade. After all, both parties get what they need. Xiao said, then we will go to Biling Mountain after breakfast. Xiao threw the last handful of firewood into the stove, looked up and asked, is the pond you found big? Can you come back tonight? Chapter 256. If they can return on the same day, it won't be a big problem if they go alone, otherwise. He considered whether to invite more people to go. Although they have had 2 experiences of camping outdoors in the blind area, and they are very lucky that they have not encountered any danger that cannot be solved. But who can be sure of such things? Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of 1. Zhuang Xiao recalled the scene he saw at that time and said uncertainly, it is 3 or 4 times the size of the lotus pond. Have you thought about when to notify the safe zone about the mutant crows? Xiao put down the fire stick and opened the lid of the pot, and the steam filled the whole kitchen. Zhuang Xiao was about to speak when he heard a knock on the door. Someone is here. It may be Yan Hu and Yan Ming. I will go to open the door first. Xiao responded and continued to take the breakfast in the pot. Sister, my brother, and I will drive and sell it in the safe zone, Yan Ming said with a smile. When these two cars are dealt with, their food and clothing problems this winter will be solved. This is really a pleasant thing. Zhuang Xiao scratched her head, thinking of what Hu Xiao had asked her just now. And after a moment of hesitation, she said, do you want to go to Biling Mountain with us? No. Sister, why do you still want to go to Biling Mountain? Have you forgotten about being chased by mutant water snakes and mutant centipedes? Yin Hu stuck out a bald head from the window of a car and said. Yin Ming raised her hand excitedly and said, Sister, I go. You go. You really want to go everywhere. Yin Hu threw a pair of car keys in his hand at Yin Ming and said. Yin Ming reached out to catch the car keys, muttering, it's because the probability of getting energy stones in the blind spot is high. Otherwise, do you think I want to go? What are you mumbling about? Why don't you go drive? Yin Hu said to Yin Ming, and then smiled and wanted to refuse Zhuang Xiao, and saw Hu Xiao coming out of the yard. Let's go together. Your cousin found a very large pond on the east side of Biling Mountain. There are water chestnuts in it, and there may be other fish and shrimps. Yin Hu, He wanted to sell the car, but he didn't dare to refuse Boss Hu. It was so difficult for him. Seeing Yin Hu's tangled expression, Hu Xiao knew that he wanted to get rid of the car as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. So he added fuel to the fire and said, the mutant crows should have built a nest over there. He didn't need to continue to say this. Those who understand will understand. Zhuang Xiao also nodded and agreed, yes. Yes. We didn't yesterday. Didn't you find a corpse? Today we will catch one alive and avenge yesterday's shame. Yin Ming, Is his sister crazy? They can't even hide from the mutant crows. And they are trying to get into their nests. Isn't this courting death? Before he could react, Yin Hu blinked his big eyes and said, Go. I go. Yin Ming turned his head to look at his brother. This change was too fast. Didn't he not even let him go to a blind spot just now? As soon as Brother Hu opened his mouth, he immediately agreed. This is really... Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't go? Yin Ming asked back. Yin Hu opened the car door, jumped out of the car and said, Have you forgotten the recent legend of the safe zone? After Yin Hu's reminder, Yin Ming suddenly realized it. Yes. Mutated crows. Energy stones? Energy stones. Mutant crows? Mutated crows have energy stones. He slapped his forehead and thought, how could he forget this? Seeing that both of them had no objection, Hu Xiao said, drive the car in the yard out. And the two cars outside drive into the yard. They can still fit if they squeeze in. Then, you can drive the modified car back to the shantytown to get the equipment. Also, be prepared to spend the night in the wild. Hu Xiao thought about it, and there was nothing to say. So he took Zhuang Xiao back to the house for breakfast. Yin Hu and Yin Ming nodded in unison, and started to tinker with the car. After tinkering, the two went back. In the living room, Hu Xiao said nervously, the matter of the mutant crow's nest. You won't blame me for telling Yin Hu. Chapter 257. Didn't I invite them to join us? Zhuang Xiao asked while chewing the sweet potato in her hand. Then she looked up and saw Hu Xiao's uneasy expression, and continued indifferently, Hu Xiao, do you think I'm poor now? Rich. Very rich, especially rich. Hu Xiao said very honestly. Zhuang Xiao ate the last bite of the sweet potato, spread his hands and said, that's it, when you have billions of wealth. Who will care about those melons and dates? Spending money is also a headache. Okay? Zhuang Xiao complained to himself. Isn't her words too Versailles? But, look at Hu Xiao's expression. Hey, let's just say Versailles. After silently complaining about himself, Zhuang Xiao continued, besides, with my unparalleled ability, our family's wealth will only accumulate more and more, so, young man, can we cook less simply in the future? Hu Xiao, So, your last sentence is the key point. Right? Zhuang Xiao, She just wants to live her old life. This request is not too much. It's still far from the small goal of 100 million yuan per year. Zhuang Xiao stood up, patted Hu Xiao's shoulder, and said in a mature manner, young man, you should enjoy life to the fullest, you are so young. Don't think too much in your mind. Hu Xiao, Is he thinking too much? Or are you thinking too little? Hu Xiao was speechless for a moment. After saying that, Zhuang Xiao reached out and touched his fair and smooth face. Oh, she is so worried day by day. Will she enter old age early? I wonder if the energy stone can keep her youthful. If it can, she will sleep in the energy stone pile every day and be a happy, beautiful and rich old witch. When Zhuang Xiao was sitting at the door staring at her dancing grass in a daze, the loud voice of one of her older cousins came from outside the door. Isn't this her older cousin Hu? The gate of the yard was not closed. Hu Qianli walked in with a step that didn't recognize any relatives, and said with a silly smile, Cousin, I heard that you are going to Biling Mountain. Take one with you. And us? As soon as Hu Qianli stepped into the threshold, he saw two more bald heads behind him. Who else could it be but Xiang Su and Wan He? The bald head in the middle who looked like a bully. Wasn't it the young boy Yin Ming? Just after recognizing the person in front, two more people appeared behind him. Yin Hu with a look of despair and Meng Qingyang with a beaming face. How did you guys meet? Zhuang Xiao looked at the four bald men and two cousins in front of him and asked. Hui Xiao came out of the house with his things and saw a crowd of people in their yard. Originally, there were 2 cars in the yard, which was crowded enough. Now there are 8 people standing at once. It seems even more crowded. After the 4 people who just joined came in, they immediately saw the 2 cars in the yard, with a look of disbelief on their faces. One he touched the car body and said, Sister, you are a rich man. You actually have 3 cars at home. The 4 people's thinking has now reached an unprecedented unity. In their cognition, this rich man has absolutely nothing to do with Hui Xiao. Otherwise, he would not have left the safe zone directly at the beginning. Zhuang Xiao, sorry. Although I am rich, these 2 cars are really not hers. Yin Hu raised his hand quietly in the back and said, that these 2 cars are mine. Hearing this voice, except Yin Ming, the other 4 people looked at Yin Hu in unison. Yin Hu laughed dryly and said, I picked it up a while ago, when there were mutant crows. When there were mutant crows? What were they doing when there were mutant crows? On the way back to the safe zone? The 4 people looked full of regret. Why didn't they think of going out to pick up something? Especially Meng Qingyang. The other 3 people have families. They must have been anxious to go home at that time. Chapter 258. And he, a lone man, never thought of it. Whenever there is an accident in the safe zone, it is really a profitable job to go out and pick up rags. Meng Qingyang immediately put his arm around Yin Hu's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Hu, okay, whenever you go out to pick up rags, take me with you. I promise that when we go out, we will pick up at least 10 or 8 pieces of rags. Yin Hu, I don't believe you. Zhuang Xiao stood at the door of the living room, watching the people playing and fighting, and glanced at the crazy branches of her dancing grass. Fortunately, it was windy today. Also, can this group of people occasionally form a wild team or something? Except for her and the young boy Yin Ming. The people in this yard are either current or former members of the mercenary team. With this combat power, they can definitely sweep all the wild teams in the shantytown. Seeing that the crowd had almost stopped making noise, Zhuang Xiao said, Can we go now? Although Zhuang Xiao's voice was not loud, it had a strong appeal. Doesn't this mean that the 5 new people can join? Hee hee. Following my cousin will not only give you soup to drink, but also meat to eat. Let's go. Let's go. Leave now. Dancing grass, The rough guys finally left. They were so noisy. If they don't leave, Bin Xiao will beat them up. After leaving, with Xiao and Yin who got on the front car, I saw that the rear car, which was originally open, had several folding iron plates slowly rising. That must be the carport. Although Zhuang Xiao also saw them tinkering with the car there. She went to bed early last night, so she really didn't know what it looked like in the end. She thought they just added solar energy. Unexpectedly, the rear car was also changed from the original open top to a van. Now, not only are we not afraid of rain on cloudy days, but we don't have to worry about strong winds blowing on our faces. When they went to the sweet potato collection site together, the breeze really froze her, because the rear compartment was very large. After the 6 people got on, most of the compartment was still empty. After Zhuang Xiao sat down, she wanted to know how this group of people met. Just now, she was interrupted by the car issue, and no one explained this to her. This is really a coincidence. Last night, several of us stayed in the safety zone because of the number 6 safety zone. We just returned to the shantytown this morning, and we met, Hu Qianli said. Zhuang Xiao was a little confused. You didn't live together in the shantytown. And soon Hu Qianli explained her confusion. These 3 days, our future team is on vacation. So they said they wanted to come to my house to see my little girl. Hee. Yin said with a sad face. Then, just by chance, they saw my brother and me in the car. And then, they insisted on going together. Zhuangxiao, are you all so casual? Just go. Zhuangxiao looked at the equipment on everyone. Well, it's quite complete. It feels like they can wipe out half of the mutant crow's nest with just a few of them. After all, the mutant crows have suffered a lot of casualties in the past few times they have come to the safe zone. When are you going to the number 6 safe zone? Zhuangxiao asked again. This time it was Meng Qingyang's turn to say. 3 days later, our team will be with the Qilin team. When mentioning the Qilin mercenary team and looking at Zhuangxiao, Meng Qingyang suddenly remembered something. Last time when Qilin was given a bear, he, Xiang Su, and he seemed to have met 2 people from the Qilin team. And they also picked up their mutant pheasants. I hope those 2 people have a bad memory. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Or, just deny it? Hey, how could you forget about this? Qilin team? Yanming said in surprise. Isn't it the time when my sister took the bear for a walk? The memories of the other 3 people involved in the incident were also instantly revived. Chapter 259. Will they not be recognized? Xiang Su, Will they not be recognized? Zhuangxiao, The team that got her a bear for nothing. Hu Qianli scratched his head and asked in confusion, What are you talking about? What is the relationship between Qilin and bear? The carriage suddenly fell into silence. After a short silence, Yanming, who had the same chatterbox attribute as Hu Qianli, recounted the incident. Hu Qianli looked at the 3 silent people, gave a thumbs up and said, You are really good. Then he said to Zhuangxiao with a flattering face, Of course. My cousin is the best. Zhuangxiao, How should she respond? Afterwards, Zhuangxiao said in a very calm tone, Thank you, cousin Hu, for the compliment. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hu Qianli said with a smile. The other 4 people, What are you talking about? Why are you being polite to each other? Meng Qingyang shook off the matter of the Qilin team in his mind and asked, Cousin, will Boss participate in this operation to the number 6 safe zone? Zhuangxiao looked at the thick iron sheet and said vaguely, Maybe he will participate. Maybe he will participate. Xiao, When did he express his intention to participate? How come he didn't know it himself? I think Boss has recovered well, so it should be no problem for him to sign up as a non-staff member to participate in this operation. And Meng Qingyang suddenly kept the secret, and seeing that he attracted Zhuangxiao attention, he continued, and this time the reward is generous. In addition to the original benefits, there are energy stones. There are also non-staff members. As a member of the mercenary team or the guard team in the Wasteland, who can resist the temptation of energy stones. The other 3 members of the future mercenary team also showed an expression that this operation was worth it. Yanming, he also wanted to go. However, Zhuangxiao's performance was extremely flat, and he just said oh and nothing else. Meng Qingyang, Okay. With my cousin's family background, there must be no shortage of energy stones. As for the people who were with them today, it is estimated that everyone must have 1 or 2 energy stones in their hands. Well, it seems that you can get energy stones by going out with my cousin. Hu Qianli, Who said that? He doesn't have no separate energy stone. Okay. Zhuangxiao, Realizing common prosperity for all people and eliminating the gap between the rich and the poor is the social goal of a certain big country. What about her? Just let it go. Solving the social problems of the wasteland must be Xiao Yan's job. Everyone in the car was chatting enthusiastically. After a fierce bump, the vehicle officially entered the wilderness, and no one's land. Everyone's watches sounded a beeping alarm at the same time. After about an hour, the car stopped. Everyone get off the car. Xiao's voice came from outside the car. Zhuangxiao jumped off the car first, because they had wasted a lot of time in the morning. It was almost noon. The wind had stopped. At this time, the sky was cloudless, and the sun was shining. It felt like this blind spot allowed their temporary team to let birds fly in the sky and fish jump in the sea. The car can only drive here, and the rest of us have to walk. Xiao said to everyone while carrying his bag. Others also got off the car one after another, and took their own things. The group began to head towards the pond. Compared with other unknown foods, this water chestnut fruit is now like the food in the autumn harvest collection activity in the safe zone. As long as you get to the location, you can collect it directly. There is no need for everyone to spend time exploring and searching. Therefore, this pond naturally became their first stop today, since the route to the pond was not the one that Zhuang Xiao took at that time. Wei Xiao planned this route after analyzing Zhuang Xiao's description. Chapter 260. So, whether or not they can reach their destination in the end, Zhuang Xiao doesn't know. However, Wei Xiao's ability to identify directions is still worthy of praise. After walking for half an hour, they saw endless water lily-like leaves floating on the water. The dark green round huge leaves almost covered the entire surface of the water. Is this area too large? Yan Hu said in surprise. Even Zhuang Xiao, who was standing on the shore, was shocked. She couldn't help but wonder if the pond Wei Xiao found was the pond she said. It's a bit too much to call it a pond based on the area of water. This is clearly a big lake. Okay. However, after seeing the corner in the distance, Zhuang Xiao felt that maybe this was the pond she found. After all, the shore of the pond was not straight and horizontal, and there were tall trees growing around it, which might have limited her vision at the time. Anyway, no matter what, the advantage of having more people today can be said to be reflected. Otherwise, once more people enter this blind spot, they will not be able to enjoy the first wave of dividends. The expressions of the crowd switched back and forth between surprise and joy. Finally, Yan Ming, Xiang Su, and Wan He jumped onto the leaves floating on the water first. Hey, you! Before Zhuang Xiao finished his words of stopping them, the three of them had already landed steadily in the center of the leaves. Only a small circle of ripples appeared on the water surface. Okay. The load-bearing capacity of this leaf is indeed extraordinary. It is twice her weight, but it is still stable. Seeing that the leaves in the pond are enough to bear the weight of an adult male, Hu Qianli, Meng Qingyang, and Yan Hu also jumped onto the leaves one after another. Jump up. Sister. It's just like stepping on the ground. It's very stable. Don't be afraid. Yan Ming shouted at Zhuang Xiao. Yes. Sister. Hurry up. Xiang Su also said with a big white tooth. Zhuang Xiao, as the first person to discover it. How could I not have been there? Hey. Here I come. Zhuang Xiao simply responded and came up to the leaf, followed by Wei Xiao. Then, a group of 8 people spread out on the leaf like playing hopscotch, each maintaining a relatively independent picking area and being able to rescue in time when someone was in danger. A few hours later, sacks of water chestnuts were brought ashore, and the area they had picked was just a drop in the bucket compared to the area of the lake. However, today's water chestnut picking activity ended here. This was also a decision made by everyone reluctantly after considering the transportation capacity of the car. The route has been determined. At worst, they can come again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Zhuang Xiao also wanted to see if the mutant crows were at home now. They couldn't just throw the sacks on the shore. Who knew if there would be mutant animals who didn't follow the rules of martial arts and pick peaches from their achievements? This is edible food that everyone worked so hard to get. So, Wei Xiao divided their 8-member team into 2 groups. Zhuang Xiao, Wei Xiao, Yan Hu and Hu Qianli in one group, Meng Qingyang, Yan Ming, Xiang Su and Wan He in another group. Wei Xiao took out 2 walkie-talkies from his bag, handed one to Meng Qingyang and said, the maximum communication distance is 30 kilometers. Everyone stared at the walkie-talkies in Wei Xiao and Meng Qingyang's hands, showing expressions of envy, surprise, or confusion. What are you looking at? Secondhand, Wei Xiao said, looking at the expressions of those former teammates. Meng Qingyang took it happily and said, we can't afford secondhand ones, or my cousin is awesome. Zhuang Xiao, what does this have to do with me? She doesn't even know when Brother Hu bought it. Okay? Wei Xiao, I bought it. Why are you praising my cousin? No wonder Wei Xiao dared to divide them into 2 groups. He really came prepared. Chapter 261. Wei Xiao, How could he not come prepared? Based on the probability that Zhuang Xiao would get lost if he entered the blind spot, he was also worried. Okay. We are responsible for exploring the way and finding the mutant crow's nest. And you guys are responsible for moving the sacks back to the car, Wei Xiao said. The sacks are marked anyway, so there is no need to worry about not being able to tell whose it is later. After this, the exploration team continued to set off. Sure enough, after turning around a curved lakeshore, Zhuang Xiao felt that the scenery in front of him was somewhat familiar. This is it. I know this cave, Zhuang Xiao said excitedly, pointing to the cave of the mutant hare that looked very familiar. Mutated hare, I have already dug the soil to block it. Don't think about staying in its home again. After finding the familiar starting point, the rest of the journey will naturally depend on Zhuang Xiao to lead the way. As for Zhuang Xiao, it is natural to rely on intuition to find the habitat of the mutant crows. If the three knew that Zhuang Xiao relied on this to find the route, they would definitely refuse to let her lead the way. However, they did not see the heroic and confident look of their cousin. It was already dusk. According to the habits of the mutant crows, it should be the time for them to return from foraging. However, the number of water chestnuts in the pond today exceeded their expectations. So this expedition was just to check the situation in advance. After understanding it clearly, they would make plans. It was impossible to act like Zhuang Xiao, who was a lone wolf every time, and would just go up and fight if he was dissatisfied. Stop! Did you hear any sound? Zhuang Xiao suddenly turned his head and asked the three people behind him. The three stopped, carefully identified the sound in the dense forest, and then shook their heads together. Okay, maybe I heard it wrong, Zhuang Xiao said, and then continued to move forward, although Hu Xiao did not hear any sound. Out of trust in Zhuang Xiao's sharp and weird intuition, he could not help but silently raise his vigilance. However, after Zhuang Xiao took 2 or 3 steps, she could still hear the sound of someone chewing food. So she turned back and asked the three people again, "Did you really not hear it? This kind of sound." She reached out and took out a piece of dried meat from her bag and started chewing it. Everyone, now I heard it. I heard the sound of my stomach growling. Zhuang Xiao chewed the dried meat in 2 bites, looked at the blank expressions on the faces of the 3 people, and said helplessly, "If you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. This dried meat smells so good. Cousin, let's hurry up." Hu Qianli interrupted. Yes. How far is it? Yen Hu also urged. Zhuang Xiao looked up at the trees above her head, laughed dryly twice, and said, "It's almost there. Almost there." Maybe it was some strange intuition. Zhuang Xiao just pointed away and told the 3 people, "Be careful. I really heard a strange sound." After that, she quietly retreated to the second line position. The next 5 minutes were very smooth and nothing special happened. Zhuang Xiao's ears were no longer filled with the sound of chewing food, so she let down her guard. However, the good mood did not last for a few seconds. Hu Xiao stretched out his arm and directly blocked their way forward, and signaled them to keep quiet. Then he pointed to the tree hole in front. Perhaps it was because Hu Xiao was too nervous and serious, and none of the 3 people spoke. Zhuang Xiao looked in the direction Hu Xiao pointed and immediately showed a big smile. "Ah, isn't that the energy stone shining?" Brother Hua also saw it. At this time, because it was close to dusk, the light in the dense forest was dim, which greatly affected people's vision. Chapter 262. In addition, in Zhuang Xiao's eyes, the light of the energy stone completely captured her attention. So she temporarily ignored that the light source came from the belly of a long-legged mutant animal, and Hu Xiao was able to find it because of the position he was standing in. There happened to be a ray of light projected on the shiny black right shell of the mutant animal. This position also made it possible to clearly see the red funnel-shaped mark on the back of the mutant animal. Hu Xiao stopped everyone and began to slowly retreat, worried that they would accidentally disturb the mutant animal that had just eaten and drunk enough. Although Zhuang Xiao's eyes were filled with the dazzling white light of the energy stone, she believed that Hu Xiao would not make something out of nothing, and there must be something ahead. Just when they were in an extremely dangerous atmosphere, Meng Qingyang also encountered 2 big cuties. Seeing that there were only 2 sacks left, Xiang Su and Wan He just carried it on their shoulders, and the 4 of them were about to leave. 2 fat and ugly mutant toads jumped out of the bushes beside the lake. Although these mutant toads will not actively attack humans, they will spray venom for legitimate defense when the other party senses danger. Be careful, Meng Qingyang hurriedly reminded. This was the first time Yan Ming saw a mutant toad. Perhaps it was because of his youthful nature. His curiosity was obviously higher than his fear. The 2 mutant toads did not show strong aggressiveness for a while, so Meng Qingyang prepared to lead everyone around. Brother Ming, are we going to catch them? Yan Ming stared at the 2 mutant toads and whispered. Xiang Su and Wanhee looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Are you crazy? Yin Ming looked at the expressions of the two and continued to lower his voice and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Meng Qingyang grabbed Yin Ming's arm, bypassed the sphere of influence that the two mutant toads might attack, and pulled him towards the direction of the car. Xiang Su and Wanhee followed closely behind. Can you tell me why you didn't catch them now? Yin Ming muttered, slightly dissatisfied. His sister can fight mutant water snakes and mutant centipedes alone. So how can the four of them not be able to beat two mutant toads? Zhuang Xiao, who spread rumors. She doesn't have the courage to fight alone. She always turns around and runs away when she sees them. Okay. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Young man. So, if you can't beat them, run away. It's not shameful at all. After all, this is the best strategy in the art of war. Seeing that he was so persistent, Meng Qingyang said, Mutated toads are poisonous. Do you know? The young man nodded, still puzzled. Poisonous ones. So you must hide from them. Xiang Su said. Wanhee also said, That's right. The venom of this mutant toad is sprayed on the skin, and the effect is immediate. It's just a rip. Under normal circumstances, no one wants to take the initiative to provoke this kind of poisonous creature that sprays venom. It's not appropriate to eat or drink. The risk index is too high. Xiao, Okay. They are in a normal situation now. Provoking a mutant animal that should not be provoked. Biling Mountain. The name of the poisonous mountain is indeed worthy of its name. Biling Mountain is indeed worthy of its name. Under the joint popularization of the three people, Yin Ming gradually developed a sense of awe for the mutant toad. Meng Qingyang was thinking in his heart that after placing the 2 sacks of water chestnuts, he would notify Xiao and tell him about the mutant toad, and let them stay away from the lakeshore when they come back. This point is exactly the time when the mutant toad comes out to look for food. And considering the amazing reproductive capacity of mutant toads, there are so many of them in the grass and mud along the riverbank. Xiao and his 4 companions retreated quietly. But, Chapter 263. For some reason, the mutant animal in the tree hole suddenly ran towards them. Run! That's a mutant spider, Xiao said quickly. In just a moment, the mutant spider was very close to them, and the 4 people clearly saw the appearance of the mutant animal that had made them alert for a long time. 2 sharp and flexible big eyes on the head, and the black abdomen with a little red. 8 slender legs, lightly and agilely moving towards them quickly. Especially when Yin Hu and Hu Qianli saw the red on the mutant spider's abdomen. They completely understood why Xiao was so nervous just now. This is the most poisonous black widow among the mutant spiders. Okay. What else can you do if you don't run? The venom sprayed by others can reach several meters? It's a slap on your head. And I ask you if you can resist it? Zhuang Xiao didn't know the Black Widow, but she heard the word run. So she ran. Xiao was running at the back. Seeing Zhuang Xiao running away, he didn't know whether he was telling her to run slower or faster. At this time, it didn't seem appropriate to tell her to run slower. But, if she ran too fast, they wouldn't be able to catch up later. This really made people feel torn and didn't know what to do. They bought too few walkie-talkies. In fact, the mutant spiders were not tracking them. They acted only after they noticed the movement on the spider web they had woven. And the spider web with movement was in the same direction as Zhuang Xiao and the others. However, the noises of these 4 people now directly set off the mutant spider's alarm. It thought that these 4 two-legged animals were trying to steal its food. Zhuang Xiao, No. They weren't. They really weren't. Can you listen to their explanation? Mutated spider, No. No. You are just talking nonsense. This dangerous misunderstanding unfolded. Hu Qianli and Yin, who were also panting while running. They really need to practice their running ability in the future. Even their cousin can't catch up with them. The voice of Meng Qingyang came from the intercom on Xiao waist. Bosswa? Bosswa? Are you there? Please reply if you hear me. Xiao, What did he reply? He was almost out of breath from running. Okay. How is it? Did Brother Ho reply? Yin Ming sat on the ground casually, chewing the fruit of the water chestnut in his mouth. Xiang Su and Wanhee also sat down beside Yin Ming. The 3 looked up at Meng Qingyang, who was still calling Xiao. Meng Qingyang said, It seems he is running, right? After that, he said uncertainly, I heard people breathing. Obviously, this was said without confidence. The 4 people looked at each other. and at the same time remembered the scene where Zhuang Xiao was chased by the mutant bear. Did they provoke some mutant animals that shouldn't be provoked again? Hu Xiao saw that Zhuang Xiao was running away in front of him. So he had to shout, Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao, who was running in front, heard Hu Xiao's voice, slowed down his pace, turned around and looked behind him. Then he saw that the mutant spider was only more than 10 meters away from Hu Xiao, and the other two. Hey! Let her go! Isn't it just a mutant spider? She has the gun given by Hu Xiao. So the range is definitely enough. And the speed of the bullet is faster than that of ordinary crossbows. The first mobile target shooting experiment is you. Long-legged Xiao He. Get out of the way. Zhuang Xiao took out the pistol and shouted at the three people. Then he spread his legs, raised his arms, looked at the target, and took the posture he usually practiced shooting. It's all her fault that she hasn't been diligent recently. If she doesn't take the shooting posture, she can't find the feeling. The three people heard the sound and immediately dispersed and went to both sides. Taking advantage of this moment, the bullet flew towards the red spots on the mutant spider's back at an extremely high speed. Chapter 264. This red spot was a bullseye in Zhuang Xiao's eyes. The speed of the bullet would not give the mutant spider any chance to escape. But Zhuang Xiao missed the target. The bullet flew past the mutant spider's slender thigh. The mutant spider, which was attacked, immediately became irritable. Originally, it wanted to drive these four bipeds away from its territory. But now, someone not only wanted to steal its food, but also wanted to steal its territory. Seeing that the mutant spider's speed showed no sign of slowing down, Zhuang Xiao turned around and ran again. Now the distance was too close, and there was no time for her to pose and shoot. She had to run a little further. Although her shooting accuracy was not good, her speed of running like the wind had never lost to anyone. Mutated bear, I testify. Mutated snake, I can also testify. Hu Xiao, Hu Qianli and Yin who just moved a little to the side. And in that short moment, the mutant spider passed them and rushed towards Zhuang Xiao alone. This is good. Now Zhuang Xiao is leading the race. The mutant animals are running in the second line, and these grown men are at the end. However, in this situation, running can obviously not solve the problem. So, Hu Xiao also took out his pistol, and the other two took the crossbows off their backs at the same time. The three of them ran while aiming at the abdomen of the mutant spider in front. Although the mutant spider is quite big, it is not even as high as Hu Xiao's knees, and the bullet is shot from top to bottom. At this time, Zhuang Xiao is already far away from the mutant spider. Is there a gunshot? Xiang Su shook his ears and suddenly said. Yin Ming hurriedly stood up from the ground and said, it was gunshots. I heard it too. Meng Qingyang shook the intercom in his hand and said, I heard it too. Two more. Boss Hu, something must have happened over there. Let's go over there quickly. One he also stood up from the ground. Now, among the four of them, Meng Qingyang is the boss. The three teenagers stared at Meng Qingyang and said in unison, we have to save my sister. The eyes were firm and persistent, and they were the enthusiasm and sincerity of the teenagers. Meng Qingyang, I didn't say I wouldn't go. Why are you staring at me with your big eyes? It's scary. Received. The voice of Hu Xiao suddenly came from the intercom. After a while, Hu Xiao's voice came again. Stay where you are? Meng Qingyang spread his hands and said helplessly. What should I do? This is the order of Boss Hu. He can't just not execute it. For a member of a mercenary team, obeying orders is the first rule to be followed in team operations. However, this rule is obviously not suitable for Yin Ming, a teenager who has been growing up wildly in the shantytown. Yin Ming said. Otherwise, let's say that we were attacked by mutant toads and accidentally encountered them. After all, they really encountered mutant toads. Mutated toad, They just came out to find food at dusk. This is a big pot falling from the sky. Who can I complain to for my unjust grievances? One he stuttered and said. I think it's okay. Xiang Su also agreed with him and said. I think it's okay. After Xiang Su expressed his opinion, he turned his head and looked at Meng Qingyang. And the meaning was obvious that he was waiting for you to express your opinion now. Suddenly, a second gunshot was heard in the dense forest. It was obvious that the trouble Zhuang Xiao and his team had encountered had not been resolved. Let's go. Meng Qingyang took out his things from the car and headed towards the direction of the sound. It was as if he didn't want to go alone. He cursed and muttered in his heart. But his steps were like the wind, and he quickly walked more than 10 meters away. Let's talk about the human-spider battle on Zhuang Xiao's side. No. To be more precise, it's more like a human-spider race. Chapter 265. Because the mutant spider crawled too fast. The bullets and crossbows fired by Hui Xiao and the other three, who were chasing it from behind, only slightly affected the mutant spider's speed, and did not cause any fatal blow to it. At this moment, Zhuang Xiao had no idea where he was, and he didn't know east, west, south, or north. In short, he just ran around as usual, just to avoid being caught up. Suddenly, a spider web hung in the middle of two big trees appeared in front of him, as dense as a wall. There was also a gray-haired rat struggling to get rid of the control of the web and escape. Zhuang Xiao stopped suddenly, and when his eyes were still a few centimeters away from the gray-haired rat on the spider web, he managed to stabilize his body. Oh my god! This is really... It was almost a cross-species kiss. This is more terrifying than being chased by a mutant spider. Listening to the sound of the 8 long legs of the mutant spider behind her constantly crushing the leaves, Zhuang Xiao looked around. Is it surrounded? I saw that 3 of the 4 directions were covered with dense spider webs. The only reserved opening was the direction where the mutant spider was coming. This mutant spider really has no good intentions? It actually drove the 4 of them into its food bowl. Mutated spider, Don't blame the spider. It just didn't expect that someone would be willing to fall into the trap. Since this spider web can trap such a huge gray-haired mouse, if she hits it head-on, who knows what the result will be. Zhuang Xiao suddenly had an idea, and suddenly remembered the heating tool she brought out this time. Every time she suffered, it was the experience points given by fate, so that she could better clear the dungeon in the future. Look! It was used this time when she came to the blind spot. A cluster of blue flames bloomed above her palm, dancing like an elf in the dark night. Now let her light the wings of her dream. No, that's not right. It's to light the mutant spider's dream of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of its labor. A small flame rose into the sky, accompanied by bursts of black smoke. One could hear the crackling sound of each spider silk breaking. As for the spider web with only the mutant gray-haired rat, Zhuang Xiao went around it directly, without any intention of playing with fire again. And she didn't leave, but hid on one side, a convenient place to escape at any time, watching the flames disappear from sight little by little. If this causes a forest fire, the wind will blow. No one of them can escape today. The mutant spider did not run away at the moment the fire started, but rushed towards the mutant gray rat at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. 8 long legs fiercely suppressed the struggling mutant gray rat, quickly cut off the surrounding spider silk, and only retained 2 spider silks to ensure that the prey would not fall off the spider web. Then its abdomen began to spew out white spider silks one by one. In the blink of an eye, the mutant gray mouse was wrapped like a cocoon. Zhuang Xiao was stunned watching from the side. And now she seemed to understand something? This mutant spider didn't seem to be chasing them. It seemed to be collecting today's spoils. This was far from the truth. So, why were they running so hard? Seeing that the situation was different from what they expected, Zhuang Xiao walked back while staring at the mutant spider's movements. Well, very good. The mutant spider seemed to still be focusing on its food. She had to run back and ask Hui Xiao, what was so scary about this mutant spider? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Although this mutant spider's ability to spin silk was very strong, her firepower was also very strong. It was obviously impossible to trap them with just the spider web. Chapter 266. The 3 people who caught up naturally saw the flames rising in front of them. Afterwards, Zhuang Xiao was seen retreating in their direction on tiptoe. Zhuang Xiao saw that the mutant spider did not react, so he turned around and ran towards Hui Xiao. The 4 people just met up, and Zhuang Xiao was about to ask Hui Xiao about the peculiarity of this mutant spider, when he heard the deafening frog croaking from afar. What's going on? The 4 people were all confused. Zhuang Xiao pulled Hui Xiao and squatted behind a big tree, occasionally poking his head out to look at the mutant spider over there. What's going on? Hu Qianli didn't understand and asked in a low voice. How come this mutant spider suddenly became so obedient? Zhuang Xiao looked at the mutant spider again like a thief, and whispered, the mutant spider is not chasing us. It is here to collect the express delivery. Hui Xiao, Yan Hu, What is my cousin talking about? What express delivery? Seeing the 3 people's puzzled faces, She suddenly thought that they might not understand her joke. So she added, "It is here to collect the prey." The three people immediately showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Then why don't we leave now?" Yen Hu said. "Yes. Now we don't know what's going on with the deafening frog croaking. I don't know if it was caused by those guys." Hu Qianli interrupted. Yen Hu was also a little worried about his troublesome brother, waiting for Hu Xiao to speak. Before Hu Xiao could speak, Zhuang Xiao asked again, "Is this mutant spider scary? Have you heard of the Black Widow?" "Cousin," Hu Qianli said in a smug tone, as if he could finally show off his lackluster knowledge base. Zhuang Xiao shook his head. "The name sounds a bit scary. Very poisonous. Death upon infection. And, hee, Hu Qianli said mysteriously, after mating, it will eat its mate." Zhuang Xiao, then, forget it. It looks like it's not worth provoking. It's just an energy stone. It's really not worth provoking trouble. Brother Hua? Brother Hua. Calling Brother Hua. Yan Ming wheezing voice came from the intercom. Hu Xiao picked up the intercom and said, "Received. We are being chased by mutant toads." A group of Yan Ming intermittent voice came again. Hearing the voice in the intercom, Yen Hu's face suddenly showed anxiety. And he interrupted, "Where are you now?" Yan Ming almost cried when he heard his brother's voice, and looked at the surroundings gradually sinking into the dark forest. How can he say this? He didn't know where he was either? The lake? Just left the lake, in the direction you left. Yan Ming was not sure whether his description was correct. Ming Qingyang was still stuck in the tree and couldn't get down. The mutant toads squatting under the tree were performing a chorus for him under the tree. In the end, he could only take the opportunity to throw the intercom to the three of them. Hu Xiao said to the intercom, "We will go to find you. Keep in touch at any time." "What should we do?" Zhuang Xiao asked. "Let's go to the direction of the loudest sound first," Hu Xiao said after hesitating for 3 seconds. The four people stretched their heads and took another look at the mutant spider. The guy didn't know what he was doing. He had been lying on it for a long time without moving. Everyone decided to bypass this area and go straight to the place where the frogs were croaking. However, during the detour, they found that this place was like the mutant spider's nest, with dense spider webs everywhere. The sun had completely disappeared below the horizon. Hu Xiao took out a flashlight and shone it in the distance, which was the source of the frog sounds. It was like a silk cave. It looked creepy. Whether these spider webs were woven by the mutant spider just now, or there were other mutant spiders in it, it was really hard to guess now. The light of the flashlight shone on the spider web closest to them. Chapter 267. The web woven with white spider silk does not seem to have any rules, and is very chaotic. The initial speculation is that it is the web of a mutant spider. That is, the Black Widow. The webs of other mutant spiders seem to be very regular, and have some rules. However, no matter what, the fastest way to meet Yin Ming now is to pass through the dense forest of silk in front of him. So, even if there is something ahead, they must move forward bravely. "Let's burn it." The small flame in Zhuang Xiao's hand was jumping up and down. She had just tried it, and the small spatula did not work very well. This spider silk is very tough, and it is easy to hang on the small spatula. Of course, it is also easy to get on people. She doesn't want to become a mummy at that time, let alone saving others. She will have to get involved first. Although burning is risky, they are already deep in the vortex. So let's take it one step at a time. Hu Qianli and Yen Hu think this is the best idea at the moment, and they quickly start looking for dead leaves or branches on the ground that can help burn. Soon, 2 simple torches were made. Hu Qianli and Yen Hu led the way. As long as the burned spider webs were enough for them to pass, it was enough. Moreover, they deliberately went around the prey on the spider webs. Along the way, there were no more problems, considering that Zhuang Xiao had the hearing ability to hear the mutant spiders snapping food before. This time she took on the function of the wind-hearing ear, so as to find out the whereabouts of Yan Ming and others as soon as possible. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate. Before they walked out of the dense forest, Yan Ming's voice came out from the intercom again. "Where are you? Where are you?" There was a faint cry in the voice of the young boy. It is estimated that he was scared this time. Especially Yan Ming had just been popularized the knowledge of why mutant toads should not be provoked. Now, he, Xiang Su, and Wan He were followed by a large group. At this time in the dense forest, if there were no torches or flashlights, It would be completely impossible to see the road clearly. Zhuang Xiao and the other 4 were also stumbling as they walked. So you can imagine how the teenagers who were running for their lives felt. On the other hand, Meng Qingyang, who was squatting on the tree branch, seemed to be the most relaxed and carefree one. After all, the mutant toad couldn't climb trees. As long as he stayed still, no one could hurt him. Hey, I don't know if those 3 guys can escape? Meng Qingyang listened to the frog croaking below and felt a little impatient. Was he impulsive? Or did Yan Ming's prediction come true? Sure enough, everyone was doomed to be chased by the mutant toads. But, in the end, he was the only one left hanging on the tree. The remaining 3 were all going to rescue their sister. I seem to hear footsteps. Zhuang Xiao stopped and said uncertainly. Although there were still frog croaking and other sounds, she seemed to hear the breathing and running of people. With Xiao and the other 2 could only hear a lot of frog croaking. Are you sure it's not coming from the intercom? Hu Xiao said. Zhuang Xiao shook his head and said affirmatively, no. Yan Hu and Hu Qianli both showed joy, which meant that they were about to find someone. That's right. According to this situation, these guys are now heading towards the mutant spider's nest. Just as they were thinking this, the voices of the teenagers came from the other side. What's going on? Why are there spider webs everywhere? Ah, I'm entangled in spider webs. Me too. What should I do? Go forward. Behind? It seems that they are really here. In this case, I hope everyone is in the same Ponzi forest area. There, isn't it? Zhuang Xiao said in surprise, pointing in a direction. A group of figures emitting a faint silver light were running towards them at a high speed. Chapter 268. Yan Ming, who was trapped in the spider web, seemed to hear his sister's voice. Sister, are you nearby? His eyelashes were now covered with spider silk, as if he was wearing a translucent eye mask. And he felt that there seemed to be light flashing in front of him. We are here. Don't run away, Zhuang Xiao said. If you keep running, you will really become a mummy. The 4 people ran towards Yan Ming and his friends. At this time, many of the mutant toads behind Yan Ming were stuck on the spider web, and it was difficult for them to get out for a while. This also temporarily gave the 2 sides time to meet. When he saw the appearance of Yan Ming, Xiang Su and Wan He, Zhuang Xiao was really worried that the 3 people would not be suffocated in it. Even though they were entangled like this, the 3 of them could still run. It can be seen that their will to survive is very strong. After the efforts of the 4 people, with the help of fire and daggers, Yan Ming was the first to be freed. You little brat, you. Yan Hu was just about to step forward and give his brother a comforting hug. Yan Ming rushed towards Zhuang Xiao with grievance. Sister, hug. Before Yan Ming rushed over, Hu Xiao stood in front of Zhuang Xiao. Yan Ming, Brother Hu. Hug. Hu Xiao, Don't you still have mutant toads behind you? Are we running now? Zhuang Xiao poked his head out from behind Hu Xiao and said, there are wolves in front and tigers behind. What's the point of hugging? Run for your life. With the help of Hu Qianli and Yan Hu, Xiang Su and Wan Yi also returned to human form. Several people immediately turned around and headed to the left. Where's Meng Qingyang? Hu Xiao asked as he walked. Yan Ming hurriedly explained. Brother Meng is on a certain tree. Everyone, Zhuang Xiao, A certain tree? There are so many trees in this dense forest. Which tree is it? Perhaps the mutant toad is really entangled in the spider web over there. Surprisingly, no mutant toad caught up. But for some reason, Zhuang Xiao always felt uneasy in his heart. It seems that there is a greater danger waiting for them. Today, the 5 poisons are all there. What else can it be? This area of Ponzi dense forest seems to be much larger than they imagined. And even Hu Xiao and the others have noticed something unusual. Or, let's go back the same way. Wan He said nervously. Why does it feel more terrifying here than being chased by mutant toads? The flashlight in Hu Xiao's hand shone into the dark depths of the dense forest. And spider webs were everywhere within the range of vision. One after another, as if they would not stop hunting until they caught their prey. Looking from afar, it looked like a man-eating devil's den, which was creepy. I think we should go back. Anyway, the mutant spider didn't make any movement, so we went back the same way. Or we can leave this place by following the original route. Zhuang Xiao agreed with Wan Yi's opinion. She could only accept one of this mutant spider and a group of mutant spiders. At least she could choose the direction to escape. If she was trapped in here, she would not know how she died. Otherwise, we climbed up the tree and hid for a night, Yanming said. Huishao said, spiders can climb trees? Yanming, Okay. I shut up. It felt like they had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. The danger index of his sister's place soared in his heart. Just when everyone was hesitating, Zhuangxiao raised her hand anxiously and said, I heard a lot of rustling sounds. So, brothers, let's run now. After saying that, Zhuangxiao pulled Huishao with one hand and dragged the young boy Yanming with the other, turned around and started running in the direction they came from. At this time, only the route she came from could allow her to run unimpeded. Others, What else are we discussing? Follow my cousin and run. At the intersection where they met, Zhuangxiao saw several white objects rolled on the ground like white tumbleweeds. Chapter 269. The white tumbleweeds still made croaking sounds from time to time. Sister, that's a mutant toad, right? Yanming asked breathlessly. Zhuangxiao took out her flashlight from her bag. One flashlight was not enough for running. The flickering light from Huishao running affected her performance. Her head was buzzing now. The croaking of the mutant toads and the rustling sounds coming from all directions made her scalp numb. After running for a while, she ran into the mutant spider with red spots on its back. What does it mean to have no way up to the sky and no way down to the earth? This is it. Climb a tree, Huishao shouted. Zhuangxiao, who just said that spiders can climb trees. At this time, the people behind had also caught up. There were two big trees on both sides of them, and there were still some spider silks left on these two trees, which were left by Zhuangxiao and his team. However, now there was no other choice except to climb the tree. Climb the tree. Just climb the tree. Just climb higher. After all, the spider web of this mutant spider will not be too high. Zhuangxiao glanced at the top of his head. It was pitch black. Well, it seems there are stars. Okay. 7 people climbed the tree to watch the stars. It's not bad. Meng Qingyang, Does anyone still remember him? He was still listening to the mutant toad singing alone in the tree? Zhuangxiao was the first to climb the tree. And then, the remaining 6 people also climbed up the same tree one by one after another on the trunk, like cicada pupae on the tree on a summer night. Zhuangxiao looked down. Wow, there was a string of people behind him. It seems that she has to climb higher. It just feels like she is getting closer and closer to the stars. This can't be. There are bird nests on it. Behind Zhuangxiao are Yanming, Wanhe, Xiang Su, and then Yan Hu, Hu Qianli, and Huishao at the bottom. Fog. Hu Qianli hugged the tree trunk and looked down at the ground, and couldn't help but blurt out. The ground was full of mutant spiders of different sizes and species. At this time, these mutant spiders surrounded some mutant toads. Mutated toads are one of the important rations of mutant spiders and their main hunting targets. It's just that these mutant toads prefer to live in warm and humid places such as river banks and grass, while mutant spiders live mostly in rocks and tree holes and dense forests. So there are not many opportunities to meet. And those mutant toads that were not surrounded have receded like a tide. Although both are poisonous, the difference in toxicity is still very large. Even the mutant toad can't afford to offend the guy with a little red on his back. What's wrong? Yan Hu, who had just sat on a tree branch, reached out and pulled Hu Qianli and asked. Hu Qianli said, there are so many black widows on the ground. Yanming stepped on one of the tree branches and followed Zhuangxiao's footsteps to climb up. Hearing Hu Qianli's voice, he asked curiously, a mutant spider? What else? Yan Hu asked back. Yanming, Yanming didn't want to pay attention to his elder brother for a moment. He looked up at Zhuangxiao, who was still climbing, and said, Sister, how high are you going to climb? Zhuangxiao lowered her head and pointed to the top of her head with one hand and said, a place where you can reach the stars with your hand. As long as she can't see the poisonous creatures below, she can pretend that they don't exist, finding joy in suffering. That's about it. The difference is that she doesn't feel bitter at all now. After all, there are many rich nests waiting for her to dig up. As she climbed higher and higher, the scene below was completely unclear. To avoid attracting the attention of the mutant spiders below, Huishao had already turned off the flashlight in his hand, and Hu Qianli had only seen part of the scene with the help of the torch thrown on the ground. Boss Hua, You see, these tree trunks are quite thick. Why don't we leave this area from the trees? Hu Qianli jumped tentatively on the branches, which were very solid. Chapter 270. Hua Xiao, eh? Zhuang Xiao heard Hu Qianli's words and said, "This one works. I tried it last time." Hua Xiao, eh? These ones. Zhuang Xiao politely reached out and knocked on the nest of an unknown bird. But there was no sound from inside. Hasn't she gone home yet? That's really a bargain for her. I just counted it downstairs and found that there are only 3 energy stones in it. Sister, what are you doing? Yan Ming asked from below. He could see Zhuang Xiao reaching out and taking down a black thing on the branch, as if looking for something inside. That black thing looked a bit like a bird's nest. Is he taking out bird eggs? He's good at this. Yan Ming looked around. That one seemed to be it. The bear hugged the tree trunk and turned in a direction, then reached in. Zhuang Xiao looked down from above and saw Yan Ming's hand reaching into one of the bird's nests. And there was an energy stone inside, rolling back and forth inside. So she warned him, "You slowed down. What are you doing up there?" Xiang Su and Wani asked. Standing on a tree branch. Yan Ming said without turning his head, "Picking bird eggs." Zhuang Xiao, are those bird eggs that my sister took out? That's the energy stone. Boys. Although Zhuang Xiao reminded Yan Ming to be careful, Yan Ming didn't know that his sister reminded him to be careful not to drop the energy stone. He thought she was just worried that he would fall. Zhuang Xiao was so anxious watching from above. And Yan Ming, who had been searching for a long time without finding the bird eggs, followed Zhuang Xiao's example and directly lifted the bird's nest down and held it in his arms. Then, Zhuang Xiao watched the shining little stars fall down. Then Yan, whose voice came from below. Yan Ming, what are you doing? What hit me? Yan, who had subconsciously caught the falling object. Then he picked it up from his arms. This touch is a bit familiar. Looking closer. What did he see? Boss Hua, can you help me see what this is? Am I dazzled? There are energy stones in the sky. Yan Hu asked in disbelief, pushing the energy stone to Hua Xiao's face. Hua Xiao, what can he see so close? He just saw a big black fist coming towards him. Keep your hand away, Hua Xiao said. This fist almost knocked him down to feed the mutant spiders. Hua Xiao squinted his eyes for a long time, and finally took out the flashlight and turned it on. The transparent crystal refracted colorful light. Yan Hu trembled as he held the stone in his hand, and couldn't help but put it on his watch. Ding. Energy stone level E. Energy value 421. Fuck. Hu Qianli once again carried forward the essence of Chinese culture. Except for Zhuang Xiao, who was concentrating on digging the bird's nest, and Hua Xiao, who knew something about it. Everyone was shocked. Brother Yan, where did you get the energy stone? Xiang Su asked from above. Because the mutant spider showed no signs of climbing the tree. Everyone's originally hanging hearts were relieved a lot. So, after hearing the reminder sound of the watch, everyone was shocked beyond words. And their enthusiasm for Yan, who was unprecedentedly high. Yan, who replied quite proudly, "It just fell from the sky." Seeing that everyone fell into silence, he added decisively, "Really? Just now? If you don't believe it, ask Boss Hua." What he said was the truth. Why didn't anyone believe it? Hua Xiao, Don't ask him. He doesn't know. That Yan Hu. Please make way. I want to go up, Hua Xiao said calmly. Hu Qianli joked, "Boss Hua, why are you here? Are you going to pick up energy stones from the sky?" After saying that, he grinned and laughed. Of course, this laughter was loud enough for the few people hanging on the tree to hear clearly. Yeah, Hua Xiao responded almost inaudibly and began to move back and forth between the branches. Chapter 271. Hu Qianli, Boss Hua, what did you say just now? In a flash, something in Hu Qianli's mind exploded like fireworks. So, there is an energy stone on this tree. Right? This news is too sudden. That cousin. Is there an energy stone on it? Hu Qianli is no longer afraid of being heard by the poisonous creatures below. Just from the sounds made by different species, you can tell that they are fighting fiercely below. Zhuang Xiao just took the second bird's nest and heard Hu Qianli shouting below. He was so scared that he almost lost his grip on the energy stone. Come up and look for it. You find out. Hu Qianli was pleasantly surprised. And everyone was dumbfounded. What did her cousin mean? Is there really something up there? Zhuang Xiao, don't bother her. I'm busy. Where's the hemp rope? Where's the flashlight? I go to the tree next door. Then I go to the tree over there. All of a sudden, Zhuang Xiao was the only one left on the tree, along with Yan Ming and Hu Xiao. Except Yan Ming. These people were all pretty good, and they swung to other trees in a few moves. Yan Ming, what should he do? Brother, you still have a younger brother? Now he finally understood that his sister was not taking bird eggs, but energy stones. Sure enough, following his sister's footsteps and everything will never go wrong. But what should he do now? He can't compete with his sister for the bird's nest on the same tree. After Yan Hu swung to another tree, he suddenly seemed to remember that he brought a younger brother with him, and shouted to the dark figure, Yan Ming, come here. He threw the rope in his hand over. The trees here were busy, and the flashlights in the bags were taken out to facilitate the search for bird nests. Someone quickly took out the energy stone from it. Of course, some people found real bird eggs from it, and some people took out a baby bird with black-red eyes from it. There is a nest of mutant crows here, Hu Qianli shouted. Zhuang Xiao, she didn't remember it was here? Could she have remembered it wrong? Zhuang Xiao scratched his messy hair and said to Hu Xiao, I don't remember it was here. Could it be that the mutant crow's nest has expanded again? Hu Xiao handed the bird's nest he had brought down to Zhuang Xiao and said, it's possible. By the way, his speed in finding energy stones really couldn't keep up with the little girl. Zhuang Xiao was really accurate in every touch. She could find energy stones without hesitation. So, now he was responsible for lifting the bird's nest according to her instructions, while Zhuang Xiao sat on the branch below to pick out energy stones. Although everyone wanted to touch the bird's nest on every tree here, they still tried to stay in a safe circle. Half an hour later, the movement on the ground gradually became relatively calm from intense. The reason why it was relatively calm was that Zhuang Xiao could still hear the sound of the mutant animals chewing food and the rustling sound on the ground when dragging heavy objects. The battle between the mutant spiders and mutant toads below should have ended, and now is the time for the mutant spiders to collect the spoils. Zhuang Xiao still felt a little regretful for not being able to witness the duel between the two poisons. Judging from the sound, there should still be a lot of mutant spiders gathered on the ground. Do they really have to spend the night in the tree today? But since there are so many bird nests on this tree, the tired birds will always return to the forest, so they are not absolutely safe in the tree. Moreover, this is very likely to be the nest of the mutant crows. Judging from the current time and the habits of the mutant crows will probably return soon. Besides, the organization and discipline of the mutant crows are very strong. If they come back, it will definitely be a large-scale return. Chapter 272. By then, even in the dense forest, it would be absolutely impossible for them to defeat the mutant crows with just a few people. Just when Zhuang Xiao missed the mutant crows were about to arrive as promised. In the night in the distance, the mutant crows flew in groups over the dense forest in the high radiation area, and their red eyes looked particularly bright and strange in the dark night. At this time, the distance from Zhuang Xiao and his team was only 100 miles, and they could arrive in half an hour at most. And the people who were immersed in the excitement of digging out energy stones did not realize that the danger was approaching them little by little. On the ground, the mutant spiders all avoided the tree that Zhuang Xiao and his team climbed first. The edges of the yellow leaves under the tree turned black little by little, rolled up, and then a faint gray smoke came out. Occasionally, there would be a blazing light flying briefly in the air, and then slowly falling. Just then, Zhuang Xiao heard the voice that made her extremely disgusted. It's a mutant crow. Leave this place quickly. Zhuang Xiao quickly dug out the 2 remaining energy stones from the bird's nest and shouted to the people around. The people who were still trying to find the bird's nest on the tree branch knew that the situation was not good when they heard her slightly urgent voice. They all swung back from the surrounding trees to the tree where Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were. One person has been lost, and the remaining people must not be scattered. Hu Xiao came down from above holding a bird's nest and asked, have the mutant spiders under the tree left? No, still eating, Zhuang Xiao said while throwing the hemp rope in her hand. Let's go from the tree and get out of this silk area. After that, she swung over like a clever monkey. Hu Xiao followed closely behind and said, follow me. Yan Ming, sister, I'm scared. Yan Ming grabbed his brother's arm and said, brother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. It's time for you to exercise your courage. Yan Hu patted his brother's arm and said, Yin Ming, Although Zhuang Xiao swung to the next tree in the first time, she didn't continue to go down, because she was worried that they would fall on the tree again later. Using this time, Zhuang Xiao looked up and looked around and above her head, continuing to look for those bird nests with particularly high brightness. Soon she found one. She quickly climbed up and brought the bird nest down. She buckled it directly on Hui Xiao's head. Hui Xiao, Put it on, Zhuang Xiao said, with a rare serious and solemn tone. After everyone was together, they continued to move towards the next nearby tree. This cycle repeats, and Zhuang Xiao puts a bird's nest on everyone's head, especially the bird's nests on Hu Qianli and Yin Ming heads, which seemed to have bird eggs in them. The moment they were put on, they felt a sticky liquid slowly sliding down from the top of their heads. But in view of the cousin's particularly serious tone just now, and the sound of the mutant crows that sounded in their ears, everyone resisted the urge to take off the bird's nest and throw it away. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao had more than one bird's nest on their bodies. While waiting for the people behind to catch up, Zhuang Xiao used hemp rope to tie a bird's nest in front, behind, left and right. Hui Xiao also took the opportunity to observe the bottom, and the white spider web had disappeared. After all, being in the air is not as solid and reliable as being on the ground. You can go down now, Hui Xiao shouted to Zhuang Xiao, who was still lifting the bird's nest on top. Zhuang Xiao replied, You go down first. I come later. Finally, you can go down. Yin Ming touched his still beating heart. Oh my god. I was almost scared to death after jumping around all the way. Hui Xiao made a convenient place for everyone to get down from the tree and said, Hu Qianli, you go down first. Okay. Hu Qianli responded and went down along the tree trunk. Soon, only Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao were left on the tree. Chapter 273. Then, Hui Xiao saw Zhuang Xiao coming down from above, holding a string of bird nests in her hand. Go down quickly. What are you doing? Zhuang Xiao patted Hui Xiao's shoulder, then threw the string of bird nests in his hand down, and got down from the tree in a few steps. Hui Xiao looked at the bird nests all over his body. Is this true? He didn't even see clearly how the little girl disappeared under the tree wrapped in bird nests. Sister. Yours. Yin Ming handed the bird nest picked up from the ground to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao raised his hand high, barely reached the boy's shoulder, patted it gently, and said with a smile, Not bad? Not bad. Promising. This bird nest is for you. As he said that, he took down the bird nest on the top and handed it to Yin Ming. Zhuang Xiao looked around and saw the shining crown bird nest on everyone's head. He praised sincerely, Well, everyone is very good and beautiful. Everyone, looked like he had no desire to live. But the moment he saw Hui Xiao, he instantly felt balanced. This is the king. Unconditionally, and without reason to love. He added, Wear it. It's very handsome. Everyone, Do you think we believe it? As the cry of the mutant crows above their heads became louder and louder, everyone was too lazy to bother with the style that their cousin had forced them to arrange. And left this damn place first. Let's go find Brother Ming, Xiang Su said. Yes. Brother Ming is still in the tree? I don't know if those mutant toads have left. Meng Qingyang, Woo woo woo. Does anyone still remember that there is such a person as him? He has been listening to the mutant toad chorus for a long time. Someone come and save him. So, the group began to walk towards the lake. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao walked at the front of the team, while Hu Qianli and Yan Ning were responsible for the rear. This road was not the one they had taken at first, and there was no moon or even a star in the sky tonight. Therefore, the stars that Zhuang Xiao saw at the beginning were really just an illusion given to her by the energy stone, without the guidance of the stars. Now it really depends entirely on Zhuang Xiao hearing and Hui Xiao's extraordinary sense of direction. A group of people are rushing on the road in the dense forest, where the mutant spiders and mutant toads are fighting. Clusters of fiery red flames appear, and they are getting brighter and brighter. We're here, Zhuang Xiao said with surprise, pointing to the endless dark night in front of him. Finally found it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They will find Meng Qingyang soon, and then they can rush back overnight. There is no need to worry about rushing on the road at night. As long as they follow the traces they came from, they will soon be able to leave the blind spot and reach the safe area, which will be much safer. Stop singing. Okay. Gentlemen, is it fun for you to block me like this? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to go home? Meng Qingyang was so sleepy that his head hit the tree trunk. He reached out and touched his forehead, which was a little painful, and then touched the rope on his body. Yes, he tied himself up very tightly. Even if he fell asleep, he didn't have to worry about falling off. Hey, the call of this mutant toad is like a lullaby after listening to it for a long time, which makes people drowsy. Woo woo woo. Boss when will you come back? I should have known not to give the intercom to those 3 brats. After all, there are 3 of them, and I am alone. They won't forget him. Right? Meng Qingyang's eyelids drooped, and he kept mumbling. He has never talked so much. Unfortunately, no one responded to him now. Suddenly, Meng Qingyang shouted to the sky like a convulsion. Cousin, come and save me. Zhuang Xiao, who is calling me? Zhuang Xiao turned his head and said to Wish Xiao, I seem to hear Meng Qingyang calling me. That? I seem to hear people roaring. Wish Xiao said. We heard it too. It was Brother Ming's voice. Finally we found the person. Zhuang Xiao continued. I also heard the call of the mutant toad. Chapter 274. I didn't expect the mutant toad to be so infatuated with Brother Ming, and is still waiting under the tree. One, he said. Hearing this, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sure enough, mutant animals also like other humans. Right? Finally, she is not alone. After walking for another half an hour, they finally saw the mutant toads under the tree. A circle of about 7 or 8. And Meng Qingyang, who was tied tightly to the tree. Especially after seeing Meng Qingyang's appearance. Everyone was confused. Are there others? Why is he tied to the tree? The 3 teenagers shook their heads, saying that they didn't know either, and he was fine when they left. At this time, the 7 people were behind Meng Qingyang. From this angle, they could only see the circles of hemp rope on his back, but not Meng Qingyang's hands and the knot of the hemp rope. Let's get rid of the mutant toad first, Yen Hu said. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, how did you provoke the mutant toads, causing them to chase after you? When it comes to this question, the 3 teenagers blush instantly. How to say this? Xiang Su glanced at Zhuang Xiao and mustered up the courage to say, it's, oh, what's wrong with saying it? I said. Yen Ning couldn't stand Xiang Su's bare look, so he said, it's just that the 3 of us went to pee and peed on the mutant toads. And then, the more he spoke, the lower his voice became, and everyone understood. Zhuang Xiao, don't say. These mutant toads are quite united. When one person is insulted, the whole tribe will go out. Unlike the mutant pheasants. Others, just this. Can I chase you through half a dense forest? Why don't we believe it? The 3 teenagers looked at the incredulous eyes of the crowd and emphasized, it's true. It's true. Although this reason is a bit strange. It's the fact. Sister, you believe us, Yen Ming said while looking at Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao coughed and said sincerely, believe. I absolutely believe you. After all, the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. I just didn't expect this to be the truth. After saying that, he added, how about you go over and try again? First lead away the mutant toads under the tree. 3 teenagers, Zhuang Xiao looked at the teenagers who were petrified on the spot, and laughed, turned his head to look at Hu Xiao. Yen Hu and Hu Qianlian said, how about this time? It's your turn to try. Hu Xiao, Yen Hu, Hu Qianli, my cousin is really good at joking. Hee. Seeing that these 3 people also looked like they were struck by lightning, Zhuang Xiao stood up, put on a righteous and heroic expression and said, how about I go? Hu Xiao hurriedly pulled Zhuang Xiao and said, Hu Qianli, and I will go. Hu Qianli, don't be so bad to your teammates. Hu Xiao, I didn't ask you to solve the 3 urgent things in life. Hu Qianli, that's good. That's good. Scared the baby to death. As soon as Hu Xiao pulled Zhuang Xiao, she immediately squatted down and said quickly, then you go. She was tired today and didn't want to walk those big toads. Hu Xiao took off all the bird nests on his body and handed them to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked at the shiny crown on Hu Qianli's head and said, Cousin Hu, your crown. Oh, no. It's your bird nest. Take it off too. You can wear it when you come back. Don't run too fast later, or the energy stone inside will be knocked away again. She didn't want to give away another bird nest. Hu Qianli, It seems that their style is very popular with their cousin. Hu Qianli took off the bird nest on his head and handed it to Zhuang Xiao. Then, he and Hu Xiao went to Meng Qingyang. Of course, there are thousands of ways to attract mutant toads, and they can't use the weird methods that Yin Ming and others said. Because of the mutant toad's strange cohesion, they did not plan to shoot the mutant toads directly. They just wanted to give Meng Qingyang time to leave. Chapter 275. Two people held crossbows in their hands, and the crossbow arrows whizzed and shot at the tree where Meng Qingyang was. Meng Qingyang on the tree first felt the slight tremor of the tree trunk, and then saw two crossbow arrows inserted under the tree, and his spirits were instantly lifted. Woo woo woo. Did someone finally remember that he was here? He looked into the distance, and in the night, he could only see two small black shadows that seemed to be moving in his direction. It was unclear who it was. The mutant toad sensed the breath of danger, and immediately turned around and began to quack in the direction of Hu Xiao and Hu Qianli. Hu Qianli shouted at the mutant toad opposite, "Come and chase me if you dare." The people squatting under the tree, this? Do you think the mutant toad can understand? Or what? Meng Qingyang, Hu Qianli. I'm afraid your brain is broken. Although the mutant toad didn't understand what the two-legged animal was saying, it also felt the strong provocation in the words, and immediately sent 4 mutant toads to fight. A gap immediately appeared in the encirclement of the mutant toads under the tree. Hu Qianli and Hu Xiao saw the mutant toad jumping over, and shouted to Meng Qingyang on the tree, "You find a chance to come down." Meng Qingyang, yes. Untie the rope first. Fortunately, he didn't get worse. The hemp rope was untied smoothly. He stood on the tree branch and began to look for a suitable escape route. However, as soon as he stood up, he saw the faint red light in the distant sky. What's going on here, over there? Although he was full of doubts, he couldn't think deeply now. So he had to escape from the chorus first. A quarter of an hour later, Hu Qianli and Hu Xiao successfully got rid of the mutant toads and reunited with the main group. After reuniting, everyone consciously moved away from the river bank. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Meng Qingyang's bald head, picked one from his string of bird nests, handed it to Meng Qingyang and said, "This is for you." Meng Qingyang didn't ask anything, took it, and put it on his head consciously. He just found out that everyone was wearing such a hat, except him. He also thought that he was a little out of place. Now he has it, and his heart is immediately balanced. It's just that the feel of this hat seems a bit strange, and it feels that the weaving is not regular at all. It's messy, and I don't know whose craftsmanship is so bad. Mutated crow, that's what they knitted, and they actually dislike it. You are getting something for nothing. Zhuang Xiao looked at the dazzling crowns on each black head and felt happy. We are all in a temporary team, so it's better to be neat and tidy. Inner city of the safe zone. Uncle Pei. Lu Lin said that when their team was on a mission outside 2 days ago, they saw mutant crows flying to the Biling Mountain. Xiaoyan said to Pei Minghai while handling the official business in his hands. Hearing this, Pei Minghai put down the documents in his hand and looked up and said, "Then I will arrange someone to go and investigate tomorrow." Xiaoyan nodded slightly and continued, "Let the Mandrill mercenary team go." "That's fine. Lu Lin and his Qilin mercenary team will follow to the number 6 safe zone in a few days, and there can't be any mistakes," Pei Minghai said. Suddenly, he remembered something and continued, "You might as well go with them when you go to the number 7 safety zone this time. We can still go together for most of the journey." "Which is safer?" Xiaoyan put down his pen, looked up and said, "Well, let's arrange it this way for the time being. The number 6 and number 7 safety zones are not far apart. After arriving at the number 7 safety zone, I will take Feng Xiang's team and the members of the escort team to the number 7 safety zone. The Qilin team will be left to Zhang Lin in case of emergency. After I leave, Uncle Pei will take full charge of the safety zone matters." Chapter 276. Pei Minghai said, "Okay. I will see to it. In the next 2 days, I will select a group of people with good abilities from the newly recruited personnel, and you will take them with you." Ian. Xiaoyan simply refused. "No. I have enough people. These people should stay in the safe zone to strengthen the defense capabilities of the safe zone." This time, Pei Minghai was worried about him taking so few people out, and the cold winter was coming. So he put on the attitude of an elder and said, "This time, Ian, you have to listen to me. Otherwise Uncle Pei will go with you." Xiao Yin smiled helplessly and said, okay. Okay. I listened to Uncle Pei. This is okay. Right? Pei Meihai immediately showed a satisfied expression and said, that's right. After that, he sorted out the information in his hand and handed it to Xiao Yin. Then let's talk about this matter now. In the blind spot. An hour later, everyone arrived at the location of the vehicle. The supplies in the car were still there. Obviously, there were no mutant animals to steal their homes. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the night wind suddenly rose. The temperature dropped too fast this night. Yin Ming pulled his collar and muttered. Although they were always on the road, the breeze along the way was also whistling. Now it feels that the wind seems to be stronger. That's right. The wind was not so strong just now. It blew up as soon as it was said. Xiang Su also said on the side. In the front compartment, Yin, who was checking the condition of the car. Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. Look at the sky over there. Ming Qingyang was sitting in the driver's seat, looking at the sky-high flames above the dense forest in the distance and yelled. Hearing the movement, everyone looked at the sky in the distance. Even Zhuang Xiao, who had just climbed into the car, jumped out of the car and looked over in the direction of everyone's gaze. No way. Is the mountain on fire? Could it be the sparks left when she burned the spider webs? The cold wind blew harder and harder, and the sparks shot straight up into the sky in the night. Wu Xiao shouted loudly, hurry up and leave. Everyone came back to their senses from the shock at this time. The fire and wind together were like a prairie fire, and it might burn to their side in a while. Everyone got on the car in a hurry. Half an hour later, with the help of Ming Qingyang's superb driving skills, everyone successfully returned to the jurisdiction of the safe zone. Behind their car, flames shot up to the sky on the ridge of Biling Mountain. Above the red flames, the mutant crows wailed and resounded through the sky. This movement was enough to shock the people in the entire safe zone. People living in the safe zone and shantytowns walked out of their homes and looked at the fire in the east that illuminated half of the sky. Everyone was very uneasy. This news was delivered to the inner city of the safe zone as soon as possible. At this time, Xiao Yin and Pei Meihai had just finished talking about the plans and arrangements for the safe zone in the next year. And there was a knock on the door. The voice was a bit urgent and anxious. Come in, Xiao Yin said. The door was pushed open from the outside, and a person hurried in. Perhaps he realized that his state was not appropriate, so he adjusted his breathing slightly, nodded to Pei Meihai, and then immediately turned to Xiao Yin and said, Chief Xiao, there was a forest fire on the east side of Biling Mountain. After hearing this, Pei Meihai stood up from his chair and asked anxiously, what's going on? What's the situation now? In which direction is the forest fire spreading? The matter of the mutant crow group has not been resolved yet? Here comes another forest fire. This is really a troubled time. Xiao Yin was very calm and asked, have you arranged people to go out and investigate? The visitor said, people have been arranged to investigate. But there is no reply yet. Xiao Yin waved his hand and said, you go out first, and report back when there is news. Since the message has been delivered. The visitor glanced at the expressions of the two people in the room and quietly retreated. Chapter 277. Xiao Yin glanced at Pei Meihai's gray hair, stood up and said, Uncle Pei, don't worry. We will deal with it as soon as possible. You should go back and rest early. I will take people out to check the situation. How can I sleep? Pei Meihai said. I will go out with you to check. Xiao Yin came around from behind the table, pressed Pei Meihai on the chair and said, okay. You can help me stay here. That's all right. But Pei Meihai was about to stand up, but was pushed back by Xiao Yin. In Xiao Yin's heart, Pei Meihai should have enjoyed his old age at this age. But he felt very sorry for working day and night to help him. This kind of running around. No matter what. He can't let him suffer with it. Okay. Don't say but. I'm leaving now. You can help me look after the house. After saying that, without waiting for Pei Meihai to say anything else, he picked up the coat at the door and walked out quickly. Wildfire. This matter may be more difficult to deal with than the matter of mutant crows. It is said that fire and water are merciless. Facing the mutant crows, they can still fight. But the power of wildfire is far beyond human control. Xiao Yin just walked out of the door, and a cold wind blew, and he couldn't help shivering. There is still wind tonight. He looked up and saw that the whole sky in the east was red. Even at night, you can see the thick black smoke. and the terrifying wailing of the mutant crows. I hope the situation is not too bad. Let the mandrill team stand by at the east gate of the safe zone, Xiao Yan told the people at the door. After that, he got on a car and drove towards the east gate of the safe zone. When Zhuang Xiao and his team arrived at the stream at the foot of the west side of Biling Mountain, the whole mountain was full of various mutant animals running around. This made it very difficult for Zhuang Xiao and his team to move their car. Groups of mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions on the ground fled to the shantytown on the east side of the safe zone like a tide. In the sky, mutant crows or other birds occasionally flew over their heads and headed southwest. Will this forest fire burn our safe zone? Zhuang Xiao was extremely uneasy. She always felt that it might be the fire left when she used fire to burn the spider web. So this caused the forest fire. If this forest fire really crossed the Biling Mountain and burned towards them, the damage and harm caused would be simply incalculable. By then, her sin would be great, and she would be blamed for her death. Xiao sat at the rear of the car, holding the handle in the car, and stuck his head out of the car to observe for a while, and said, "No. How do you know it won't?" Zhuang Xiao said uncomfortably, "Sister, don't be afraid. It will definitely not burn our safe zone." Xiang Su said, "Yes. The wind is from the southwest now, and it's quite strong. From the fire point we saw when we came out, it's still some distance from the foot of the east side of Biling Mountain, and Biling Mountain runs from northwest to southeast. If nothing unexpected happens, the fire should burn all the way to the blind spot." One, he added. Zhuang Xiao was still worried and asked, "What if the wind changes direction?" At the beginning, there was no wind in this mountain. Right? Somehow, the wind blew inexplicably. She always felt that this was a bit weird. When he choked and didn't know how to answer, Yin Ming tentatively said, "How about, sister, you cast a spell to make it rain? Everyone, when it comes to innocence, it's really you, young man." When everyone was stunned and speechless about Yin Ming's words, Zhuang Xiao's weak voice came to their ears. "Well, it's not impossible. Everyone, you two are really siblings. How do you think about this?" Their car was filled with sacks of water chestnuts. In order to talk to Zhuang Xiao conveniently, Yin Ming left Xiang Su and Wan He, squeezed between Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, found a suitable position and nestled in, and said with a smile, "Sister, which fairy are you going to invite this time? Is it still the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens? Does the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens manage rain?" Chapter 278. Zhuang Xiao, this really makes her perform a ritual. Isn't it a joke? However, after listening to Yin Ming's series of questions, the originally somewhat panicked mood also calmed down a little, and the expression on his face became much calmer, saying, "When it rains, you have to find the Rain Master. The Rain Master is the god who controls the rain." Then did the Nine Heavens mysterious lady you met last time specifically look for mutant bamboo worms? Yin Ming asked in surprise. For people who have been busy for survival all their lives, they have learned from childhood how to survive in this world, and they really don't know much about this kind of mythological fable. Even Xiang Su and Wan He were listening with relish. For some reason, Hui Xiao recalled the experience of the little girl telling him stories several times. Although he had not heard many stories, he still had basic logical judgments, and always felt that the plots were a bit too fanciful and unbelievable. However, no matter what, Zhuang Xiao's mood now seems to be much more stable. Zhuang Xiao was ambiguous and said vaguely, "Well, the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens is in charge of a lot of things. She can slay demons and uphold justice, and can do everything from heaven to earth. Does the Rain Master belong to her?" Xiang Su asked. "The Rain Master is definitely not in her charge. Didn't you hear my sister say that she is in charge of slaying demons and upholding justice? That has nothing to do with thunder and rain." Yin Ming interrupted. "Then it seems that we can only ask the Rain Master for rain." One, he also said from the side. The three teenagers pestered Zhuang Xiao and asked her to tell more. The car was actually very lively for a while. While listening to the noise in the car and observing the situation outside, Hui Xiao thought, "It's good to be young." Just when Zhuang Xiao was popularizing the immortal system to the three teenagers, she was popularizing science. At this time, she fell into the sack, and the car stopped suddenly. The four people near the inner side of the car suddenly squeezed together, and Hui Xiao almost fell off the car. Even Yan Hu, who was stuffed into the innermost part of the car to rest, sat up suddenly. Yan Hu was in the worst physical condition among them. So after getting on the car, he was pushed inside by Huishao to rest. This sudden change shocked everyone. Yin Hu opened the dark window between the car and the driver's seat and shouted, "Old Hu, what are you doing?" Zhuang Xiao, this? There are windows in the front and rear cars. When she went out, she was sitting in that position. How could she not notice it? There is a car coming from the opposite direction, Hu Qianli said without turning his head. Unknowingly, their car had entered the range of the shantytown on the east side, and they met Xiao Yan's convoy coming out of the safe zone head-on. Xiao Yan held his forehead and said, "What's wrong?" Shi Jingqing, the captain of the Mandrill mercenary team, turned around and said, "There is a car blocking the road on the opposite side. Let them get out of the way. We will go first," Xiao Yan said. Shi Jingqing responded, "Open the car door," and jumped out of the car. Here, Hu Qianli and Huishao also got out of the car, looked at the car on the opposite side, and said to Meng Qingyang, "Pull the car to the side. Let them go first." Looking at the car, you can tell that this is a vehicle in the safe zone, and it should be going to investigate the fire. Shi Jingqing didn't expect that before he went over. The other party took the initiative to make way for him, and looking at the two figures standing next to the car, they looked a little familiar. However, he didn't remember it for a while. Seeing that the other party made way, he got back in the car. "Let's go!" The convoy passed by Zhuang Xiao and his group's car at high speed. Xiao Yan looked out the window and saw Zhuang Xiao, who was lying on a sack and looking out, and a few bald heads. Is this Huishao and his group's convoy? They're still out scavenging at this late hour? However, these thoughts only flashed through Xiao Yan's mind for a few seconds, and his sight returned to the flames rising to the sky on the other side of the ridge. Chapter 279. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the long convoy and immediately retreated into the car. The ground was full of mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions, each of which had many legs and looked disgusting. I wonder how Huishao got down there. Will he not get bitten? Zhuang Xiao really thought too much. These guys are now busy escaping. They are avoiding any roadblocks that hinder their escape. "It's the Mandrill squad?" Hu Qianli said. "I just saw Captain Shi." Huishao nodded, meaning he saw him too. "Get in the car." After sending everyone in their car home, it will probably be 11 or 12 o'clock. Huishao glanced at the various reptiles that passed by their feet. He was afraid that he would not have peace again tonight. Huishao asked Hu Qianli to go to the back car. He and Meng Qingyang switched, and he was responsible for driving the rest of the way back. The two got in the car. Hu Qianli also took the bird's nest that Zhuang Xiao gave him from the car. If his cousin knew that he had left the bird's nest she gave him behind, she would definitely be unhappy. The fact is just as Huishao expected. The shantytown is now very lively. Many mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions have entered the houses through the cracks in the courtyards of each family, and every household can be said to be in chaos. From time to time, there are voices of panic, surprise, or fear. Panic is due to the fear of poisonous creatures such as mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions. Surprise is because these two species are medicinal materials and can be exchanged for a lot of points. And fear is naturally for those who are unfortunate enough to be bitten by them. Since the vehicle entered the streets of the shantytown, the speed has slowed down. Not only because the streets are messy, but also because of the harassment of mutant poisonous insects. Many people ran out of their homes to drive away the mutant poisonous insects. The first to arrive home was Meng Qingyang, followed by Xiang Su and Wan He, who were only 2 or 3 alleys away from each other, and finally the Yanming brothers and Hu Qianli. It was almost dawn when Huishao drove everyone home. Zhuang Xiao sat in the passenger seat. The car slowly drove towards home. The sky in the east in the distance was still a fiery red. On the Biling Mountain, Xiao Yan and his group stood on a high ridge, and the midnight wind blew on their faces, bringing a chill. "What's the situation?" Xiao Yan asked Yi Qing, who was standing beside him. Yi Qing looked at the data sent back by the detector and said, "According to the current situation, the fire is still advancing towards the blind spot, and the safety zone is temporarily safe." Xiao Yan nodded, said nothing, and continued to look at the sky in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing Xiao Yan like this, Yi Qing went to work on his own. The situation seems to be okay now. It just so happens that the wind is strong today, and there is also Biling Mountain blocking this place. Otherwise, it is hard to say what will happen to the safe zone. There is no trace of the mutant crows above the flames. I don't know if this can be considered a blessing in disguise. A forest fire destroyed the newly built nest of the mutant crows. Meng Qingyang put the sack indoors and put the big bird's nest on the table. He really didn't expect that the straw hat that everyone wore tonight was really not woven by someone, but a huge bird's nest. Occasionally, there were mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions wandering around in the yard and the house. It seems that he can't go to bed early today, thanks to the chorus of mutant toads. He had a short rest in the tree today. Meng Qingyang blocked all the leaky houses and started his plan to catch the turtle in the jar. The things wandering around on the ground are good things that can be exchanged for points. Now that you are here, you might as well stay and don't leave. Chapter 280. After making so much noise in the room, he accidentally knocked down the big bird's nest on the table. A shiny object rolled out of the bird's nest. A shiny object rolled out of the bird's nest. A red mutant centipede quickly swam towards the shiny object and swallowed it into its mouth. Meng Qingyang's eyes, which had just lit up, instantly became bloodshot. The dagger in his hand pierced into the mutant centipede's neck, and the tip of the knife sank directly into the ground. No matter how the mutant centipede struggled, it couldn't break free. Meng Qingyang looked at the mutant centipede that was still struggling to death. As soon as he exhaled, his peripheral vision scanned the mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions that were swarming into his big bird's nest. Fool! Are they all knowledgeable? He is the only one who can't recognize a gold or jade? It seems there is more than one treasure in this big bird's nest. Meng Qingyang quickly picked up the big bird's nest on the ground and carefully placed it back in the center of the table. It's about the same time. Hu Qianli's house. Brother-in-law, you went out to scavenge. Why did you come back with a big bird's nest? Lan Jin carried the sack and kicked the bird's nest on the ground to the side in disgust. This action was just seen by Hu Qianli, who came out. He rushed forward angrily and said, Don't. There might be treasures in it. Lan Hong had just coaxed the child to sleep again and walked out of the house, and saw her dear husband holding a bird's nest like a treasure. She smiled and said, Look at your head and face full of egg liquid. If there is a treasure, it will all rot inside. What do you know? Look at what this is. As he said that, Hu Qianli took out several energy stones from his pocket, passed them in front of Lan Jin, and then stuffed them into Lan Hong's hands. Lan Jin, Lan Hong, The two siblings had the same shocked face. Originally, they thought that the harvest of those sacks of water chestnuts was surprising enough, but they didn't expect that there would be something more shocking waiting for them. Hu Qianli looked at the bird's nest from left to right, and even blew away the dust on it that didn't exist at all, muttering something in his mouth, and no one knew what he was mumbling. Lan Hong stared at the energy stone in her hand, blinked, and blinked again. It was still there. It was real. It was from their family. Husband, you have made it. Lan Hong jumped directly onto Hu Qianli's back and gave her a big hug from behind, which made Hu Qianli almost unable to breathe. Wife, let go. Let go. Hu Qianli pulled Lan Hong's arm with one hand. His face flushed, and said weakly, hearing Hu Qianli's breathless sound. Lan Hong noticed Hu Qianli's abnormality and slid down from Hu Qianli's back. Hu Qianli rubbed his neck that was strangled, found a place with the best light, and prepared to start decomposing this bird's nest. This bird's nest looked much larger than those he found on the tree. I don't know what's inside. 30 seconds later, Lan Jin looked at the energy stones that rolled out one by one with shining eyes, and his eyes were like rows of incandescent lamps with gradually increasing wattage, getting brighter and brighter. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Lan Hong stroked her chest, feeling that she was the one who was about to suffocate. Windfall. Calm down. Calm down. Hu Qianli's hands were shaking more and more as he dismantled the bird's nest. How could this be a bird's nest? This was clearly the nest of energy stones. Okay? Not only Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli's family were excited, but even Wan He, Xiang Su and Yin, Hu brothers, discovered the secrets inside the bird's nest. Even the three teenagers sent a message to Zhuang Xiao immediately to tell her the news. Zhuang Xiao replied unanimously, That's right. My sister's fingers are blessed tonight. The three teenagers who received the message all fell into a strange silence at home. Chapter 281. From now on, if his sister says east, they will never go west. If she says west, they will never look east. Hui Xiao, do you think it will rain tonight? Zhuang Xiao said, while picking the energy stone in the bird's nest. Hui Xiao finished testing the energy stone in his hand, put it in a small pile of high level, and said slowly, "If you say it can rain, it can rain." Zhuang Xiao, She said it can rain? Why don't you say I can go to the sky? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help rolling her eyes in her heart, thinking that Brother Hua is really becoming more and more unprincipled now. After complaining in her heart, she didn't forget to complain in her mouth. So she continued, "Then I say it can rain? A heavy rainstorm will directly put out this forest fire." Then she thought of something and said, "Once this forest fire burns, can the scope of our safe zone be expanded to the east side of Biling Mountain?" Zhuang Xiao talked to herself, and didn't expect the young man who was obsessed with testing energy stones to give any answer. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Oh my god! If the fire was out, could she go pick up energy stones? Her eyes were so useful. In a dark, scorched earth, it would be easy to find white flashing things. And the Gorgon Lake would definitely not dry up? Could she go and do something else? Zhuang Xiao became more and more excited as she thought about it. The rain must fall. Even after lying on the bed, Zhuang Xiao was still muttering something like urgent as the law in Nine Heaven's mysterious lady, until the sound of even breathing sounded. Everything returned to calm. The dancing grass branches inserted in the bottle on the windowsill had white buds growing under their small bodies. 3 o'clock in the morning. Lightning and thunder. Torrential rain fell from the sky. The rumbling thunder resounded through the world. Zhuang Xiao suddenly sat up from the bed, muttering, "Rain, rain, rain." After saying it 3 times, he fell down with a thud, and his head came into close contact with the pillow again. Hu Xiao stared at the roof with his eyes, listening to the sound of water dripping from the eaves outside the house, and couldn't help but chuckle. It really rained. Xiao Yin and his group, who had been observing the wildfire on Biling Mountain, were all soaked like drowned chickens at this time, and began to walk down the mountain shivering. After the rain, they were in the rain for a whole hour until they saw that the wildfire in the distance had eased. And then, they slowly went down the mountain to find a place to shelter from the rain. Everyone knew very well that if this rain, which was like a leak in the sky, could last all night, the wildfire would be extinguished. However, the people who stayed here still had to observe at any time. The next morning, the rosy clouds were brilliant, and the cold was pressing. The temperature dropped again. Zhuang Xiao's small flower cotton jacket was getting closer and closer to the time of going online. The water hemlock, monkey-faced dragon orchid, and the 3 poisonous weeds under Hu Xiao window in the yard have all begun to lose their leaves. What Zhuang Xiao regretted most was the plant that Yanming sent, which was said to be able to spray corrosive liquid after the flowers turned white. However, according to its current state and the temperature that was getting colder day by day, she was afraid that she would never see it. And the dancing grass seemed to be unaware of the cold and was still growing. But the growth rate was slightly slower than before. Zhuang Xiao felt from the bottom of her heart that this plant would not be like holly, which is evergreen all year round. However, it is also good that it can guard the house all year round. It is more economical than raising a guard dog. Hu Xiao looked at the message sent by Old Man Yu, and suddenly remembered that he had agreed with the grocery store to send gasoline at 4 or 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. As a result, when Old Man Yu's son came to deliver the goods yesterday afternoon, no one was at home. Old Man Yu could not contact Hu Xiao, so the other party had to pull it back again. "I'm going to the grocery store today to get some gasoline from Mr. Yu," Hu Xiao said slowly while drinking the sweet potato porridge in his bowl. Chapter 282. Zhuang Xiao said "oh" and continued to eat. After a while, a message came from the watch, which was sent by Meng Qingyang. Before Zhuang Xiao had time to open Meng Qingyang's message, the second message came from Hu Qianli. "Hu Xiao, this business is busier than his?" Hu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhuang Xiao checked the message and said, Meng Qingyang and Hu Qianli said that the wildfire on the east side of Biling Mountain was extinguished, and asked if we would like to pick up the bargain. Seeing the words "pick up the bargain," her first reaction was that everyone must be going for the energy stone. After the wildfire, what can be left of the dense forest and hills after the fire? There must be no grass left, and the land is barren for thousands of miles. If the wildfire is extinguished, there must be a lot of people today, Hu Xiao said, thinking for a while, and added, the Gorgon Lake is probably not going to be saved. Now, Zhuang Xiao is not very interested in Gorgon. After all, she and Hu Xiao had made a lot of gains yesterday. In addition, the family seemed to have everything they needed. And she wanted to go to the new house today? She thought that the land burned by the wildfire must be charred. Although she could see energy stones during the day, her eyes were undoubtedly luminous at night, and it was very convenient to pick up energy stones in the dark. In the night, wherever there was a flash, there it was. As for those that were picked up during the day, sometimes people can't be too greedy. Right? There are many people during the day. So let's go at night, Zhuang Xiao said with a smile. Hua Xiao, looking for energy stones in the dark? You're probably not a... Then Hua Xiao thought of her ability to pick up energy stones last night. Well, no one can match it. Didn't you say you were going to the grocery store to get gasoline? It's just right that we're going to see the houses in the safe zone today and fix them up. We can move in whenever we want. When Zhuang Xiao was talking excitedly, Hua Xiao received another message from Feng Xiang. The content of the message made Hua Xiao a little excited. But, think about it for a while. After breakfast, the two of them went straight to the safe zone. When passing the isolation zone between the safe zone and the shantytown, Zhuang Xiao saw many people carrying sacks on their backs and heading to the safe zone. What else can be produced in this season? So abundant? Zhuang Xiao turned his head and asked Hua Xiao, who was driving. In confusion, are there any harvesting activities now? Hua Xiao glanced out the window and said, it should be the mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions caught last night. Ah. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. Then nodded seriously and said, the charm of money can really overcome all fears. The wildfire yesterday enriched the vast number of people in the shantytown. Look at those sacks. The main task of the exchange center today is to collect this stuff. Suddenly, Hua Xiao remembered what happened when he sold mutant centipedes at the exchange center last time, and couldn't help but chuckled and said, the exchange center must be very lively today. Zhuang Xiao looked at Hua Xiao suspiciously. Lively? Isn't it just handing over money and handing over goods? What kind of liveliness can it have? At this time in the exchange hall, the middle-aged lady and the young man from last time are on duty today. They repeat the monotonous actions with no desire to live. Opening the sack, weighing, settling accounts, and next person. Their throats are no longer able to make any sound from screaming, and their hearts are numb from trembling. Why? Why did they encounter mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions again today? And they are still being sent to their windows in an endless stream, except for the small area under their feet. There are boxes of mutant centipedes and mutant scorpions everywhere on the ground. And the lids can't be closed yet? They still have to do preliminary screening and classification afterwards. Young man, I want to ask for leave. I won't work for the next 2 days. I don't want the points anymore. I go home and eat my parents' money. Chapter 283. Middle-aged elder sister, Destroy it. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Finally, Zhuang Xiao understood what Hua Xiao meant by the excitement. But she didn't have a strong desire to torture herself. The sky is so blue today. And the sun is so warm. Why did she have to go to see the multi-legged monsters? The two of them picked up the goods from the grocery store and bought a lot of things before going to the house in the safe zone. The car just drove to the vicinity of the inner city of the safe zone. It happened to meet Xiao Yan and his group, who had just returned from Biling Mountain. The work on Biling Mountain was temporarily handed over to the guards to check if there were any remaining fire in the burned forest, to prevent other accidents from happening later. At the same time, as Zhuang Xiao said, Xiao Yan was also considering whether to include the large burned area in the jurisdiction of the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao looked out the window and bumped into Xiao Yan, who opened the car window for fresh air. Xiao Yan was still stunned for a moment, but Zhuang Xiao had already raised his little hand, showing his little white teeth, and smiled at the people in the car. Big cousin. Good morning. Smiling on the surface, but sulking on the heart. How could he meet this unlucky guy so early in the morning? She should be more obedient today. Xiao Yan, Before Xiao Yan responded, the two cars had already passed each other. Zhuang Xiao retracted his head and said a little dejectedly, how did I meet him? Hey. It's not a good here. Who? Hua Xiao stopped the car and turned to look at Zhuang Xiao. A little confused. It's Xiao Yan. Last time I accompanied you to a high-end dinner. I got nothing the next day. Zhuang Xiao said. Hua Xiao, What does the chief of the safe zone really mean to you? Why did you say hello to him just now? Hua Xiao said with a smile. Aren't you afraid of the night? Zhuang Xiao hurriedly stopped Hua Xiao and said. Don't say it. Don't say it. Good things don't work. Bad things do. Okay. I won't say it. Then get out of the car and open the door. We're here. Hu Xiao stopped teasing the little girl, lest he really get his bad words. When the time comes, it will really be him who will take the blame. If that's the case, Xiao Yan will take the blame for the time being. Achoo. 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 Xiao Yan sneezed several times as soon as he entered the house. Pei Meihai came out of the house and nagging, "It's raining. Ian, you don't know to come back early? There are people from the mercenary team watching there. There is no need for you to do everything yourself. You will make yourself sick." Xiao Yan rubbed his itchy nose and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's okay. Uncle Pei. I have changed my clothes. Maybe my cheap father scolded me just now. I don't know where he is now. Have you sent any news back?" Seeing that he was in good spirits, Pei Meihai said, "Still on the way. It will probably arrive in another week." "Didn't make trouble on the way?" Xiao Yan sneered, and then thought about his cheap father's virtue. It would be a miracle if he didn't make trouble. Pei Meihai's mouth twitched twice, and he said helplessly, "It's okay. It's still the same." Before leaving, he told him that as long as he left the sphere of influence of the safe zone, he could run away if he wanted to. And don't worry about it. In the end, that's it. Every day on the road, he cursed and swore, and then flirted with his lover. He lived a carefree life. Xiao Yan glanced at his Uncle Pei, who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, and his facial expression was almost distorted. "Uncle Pei, laugh if you want to. Don't hold it back." "I don't care," Xiao Yan said nonchalantly while walking. Pei Meihai, did he laugh? He didn't laugh. He really didn't want to laugh. After Xiao Yan entered the bedroom, Pei Meihai couldn't help laughing. "Oh, it's true. Why didn't I realize that Cui Fanjin could be so interesting before?" Chapter 284. No, I can't think about it. Thinking about the news sent back by the team that went out 2 days ago. It's really too funny. Outskirts of the inner city of the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao opened the big iron gate, and the iron gate made a creaking sound. After the big iron gate was fully opened, Hu Xiao drove the car in. When I came to see it that day, I just glanced at it hurriedly and didn't have time to take a serious look at her Wasteland mansion. It's a bit like the 2-story small Western-style building with a courtyard built by the countryside. But the overall area is more than a little less. This time, Hu Xiao deliberately changed another route to come here. One to familiarize himself with the surrounding road conditions, and the other to let Zhuang Xiao see the surrounding cultural environment. On the new route, Zhuang Xiao saw several small buildings like this. Although this place is close to the outer area of the inner city of the safe zone, the security is very high. But the few houses she saw almost all have barbed wire on the walls and roofs. And there is also a high possibility of an electric grid. "Do we also need to put up wire mesh and install surveillance equipment?" Zhuang Xiao asked Hu Xiao. When she first went to the grocery store, she did not go in, but chose to wait in the car. Therefore, she did not know what Hu Xiao bought specifically. However, when Hu Xiao came out, it could be seen from the wrinkled face of old Manu that was as warm as the spring sun that he must have spent a lot today. "Well, it needs to be installed, and someone will deliver it later," Hu Xiao replied. And then he got on the back of the car and started to move things down. Zhuang Xiao immediately stepped forward to help. Hu Xiao handed the things in the car to Zhuang Xiao and continued, "Today, the focus is on solving the safety hazards first, and the interior of the house will be much simpler." Zhuang Xiao nodded, picked up the things Hu Xiao gave her with one hand, and went into the house. While waiting for the goods to be delivered, the two people went upstairs and downstairs, cleaning everything inside, and also arranged solar panels and warming measures. Although it was a house that could be moved in right away, if you wanted to live comfortably, you naturally had to replan it. In addition, Zhuang Xiao felt that she still had too many low-level energy stones in her hand, so she might as well spend them to make her life better. Now, the problem of food and clothing is no longer a problem for them. Hu Xiao, this big mobile encyclopedia, just needs to be well maintained, and generally there will be no mistakes. This life, now, is really good. The lunch for the two of them was very simple, and each person had a nutrient solution. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the big iron door downstairs was knocked again. Hu Xiao looked through the window and saw a small truck parked at the door of their house. "It's a delivery." After Hu Xiao said something to Zhuang Xiao, he hurried downstairs. Zhuang Xiao didn't even raise his head, squatting on the ground and continued to mop the floor. It was really too dirty. Fortunately, the house she bought had running water pipes. But the quality and price of this water were very beautiful. It was a bit of a waste to use it to mop the floor. But who told her not to prepare well this time? If I had known earlier, I would have brought all the purified rainwater stored at home. Seeing that Huishao was late to come back, Zhuangxiao rubbed her aching knees, stood up, and went to the window. The person who was helping to move things at the gate looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was for a moment. Judging from their progress today, they might be able to finish the work in the evening. Mr. Hua, are you moving in now? Fu Jinbao had just come out of the agency when he saw the buyer of the house that had just been sold moving. Anyway, he was free, so he came up to help. If he buys a house in the future, he will definitely think of him first, for the purpose of showing his presence in front of the future sponsor. Fu Jinbao came over happily and insisted on helping. Chapter 285. Huishao hummed, picked up the things and walked into the yard. Fu Jinbao originally wanted to imitate Huishao and carry them, but this physical strength really needs to be strengthened. So in the end, he just helped with some work. However, Huishao still thanked him and said that he would definitely look for him again when buying a house in the future. Fu Jinbao then returned to their real estate agency, looking back every few steps. As soon as Fu Jinbao returned to the agency, the front desk girl named Dafin came over and said mysteriously, "Uncle Fu, are you going to Biling Mountain to pick up trash tomorrow?" Fu Jinbao pushed the girl's head away and said, "Why? Did you get any inside information? Tell it to your Uncle Fu." He found a stool nearby and sat down casually. Dafin moved out the stool from her front desk, sat opposite Fu Jinbao and said, "This is not inside information at all. The entire safety zone has already known about it. My whole family, except me, went to the east side of Biling Mountain this morning," Fu Jinbao said, waiting for Dafin to continue. In fact, their whole family also went out. Although his family lives in the safety zone, their living standard can only be considered average. Who doesn't want the opportunity to make a fortune? And the energy stone used by the two young men who bought the house diagonally opposite was picked up from the corpse of the mutant crow. But many people say that before the wildfire, the mutant crows settled on the east side of Biling Mountain. After this fire, the mutant crows were completely wiped out. But the energy stone can't grow legs by itself. Dafin looked at Fu Jinbao with dissatisfaction and said, "Uncle Fu, I've been talking for a long time. Why don't you respond?" "What should I respond to? My whole family went there this morning. Not to mention the shantytowns. Even those who don't have to go to work in this safe zone are probably all out," Fu Jinbao said, thinking about the scene. It must be crowded and overcrowded. Maybe there are more people than energy stones on the ground. Fu Jinbao stood up, patted the girl on the shoulder and said, "Child, you should go to work." Dafin, humph. She doesn't want to. Tomorrow she will ask for leave and let her brother take her with him. At this time, there were more than a dozen people standing on a ridge of Biling Mountain. If Zhuangxiao could see this picture, he would definitely recognize several familiar faces in it, all of whom were members of their temporary team yesterday. However, this time they were not alone, but all of them went out with their families. How can we find it? It feels like everyone has only enough space to turn around. By the end of today, the soil on the ground can be renovated again. Then are we going? Yes, we are already here. How can we not go? Hu Qianli quietly complained to Lan Hong. "I suddenly feel that it is right for my cousin not to come. Just look at this hilltop. We squeezed up with great difficulty." Lan Hong rolled her eyes at Hu Qianli and said, "Who is it? He told me this morning, and let me experience the feeling of pie in the sky. You, look at the person below. If a piece of pie really falls from the sky, it will kill a group of people. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you arguing about? Can we go down? If we don't go down, there will be no place to stay," Lan Jin said impatiently. "What are they looking at? What's so good about people? Since we're here, we have to go down and try our luck. Let's go, don't just stand there. Let's go down and take a look," Hu Qianli shouted, and they began to move down the mountain with the crowd. The key is that they have to move on, as there is a crowd of people on the west slope. Even if you don't go down, someone will come up and push you forward. Meng Qingyang couldn't help but smack his lips. This is really, Biling Mountain went from being the most famous poisonous mountain to a crowded mountain of people overnight. Chapter 286. Captain, do we still need to detect the remaining fire? With this flow of people and fire. In this situation, any spark can be stepped into the mud. The captain of the Dongcheng District Guard was also confused. They had just received the mission in the morning, and it had only been a short time, and they had not finished strolling at the foot of the eastern side of Biling Mountain. Suddenly, a dense crowd of heads appeared on the ridge, just like the man-eating ants passing through. At that time, he and his team members withdrew from the inner area of the wildfire. He unconsciously touched the pocket on his waist, and his eyes and eyebrows were full of joy. This was the easiest and most rewarding mission he had ever received. So, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not get into the crowd. Don't we have other missions? Drive around the outer traces of the wildfire." Everyone agreed in unison, without any unhappy look on their faces. In fact, this time, they gained too much. Everyone got 5 or 6 energy stones, so they didn't get involved in the subsequent battle. As time went by, the number of people on the east side of Biling Mountain continued to increase. Every time someone went in, one person disappeared. It was because everyone who went in quickly merged with the gray-black land on the surface, just like a drop of water merged into the vast ocean. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Ding, ding, ding. 3 messages arrived at Zhuang Xiao watch at the same time. Zhuang Xiao, who was helping Wu Xiao install the wire mesh, lowered her head and glanced at it. The first message was from Yan Ming. The second was from Xiang Su. And the third was from Wan He. I don't know what the 3 people sent her at the same time at this time. What's the matter? Didn't they say they were all going to Biling Mountain? Wu Xiao, hold on to yourself. I checked the message. Zhuang Xiao let the wire mesh lean on his back, freed one hand, and opened the 3 messages one by one. Well, neat and tidy. Each person has a photo, and each photo is the same. 3 black boiled egg heads, and bao gong faces, with smiles on their faces? It's hard to describe. It's hard to say whether they are crying or laughing. The key point is that all 3 people posted photos, without saying a word. What do they want to express? Or is this a Wasteland version of high-definition pure enjoyment version of picture-style circle of friends? As for the background behind them, it is a sea of heads. Take a look. Zhuang Xiao stretched his wrist under Wu Xiao's eyes and said. Wu Xiao stopped what he was doing and took a look. Have the safe areas and shantytowns reached the point where thousands of people are empty now? It is estimated that there are quite a few people who lost things at home today. Wu Xiao said in a flat tone. What does this photo have to do with losing things? Zhuang Xiao retracted his wrist and asked without shame. She didn't understand what Wu Xiao was thinking in his mind. Wu Xiao twisted the last iron wire, stood up and said, "The moon and the wind are high, killing people and setting fire." Zhuang Xiao, say a good thing. She wanted to listen to the story, and dragged her. Settled in the room. It depends on this enthusiasm. It is estimated that at night, some people will hold a torch and flashlight to find their dreams of stone in it. There is light at night, and if even a little bit of light is refracted by the energy stone, it should be easier to find. Chapter 287. That's right. This dispute is inevitable. In the blind spot, Hu Qianli and his family saw that there were too many people here. So after discussing together, they all headed straight for the lake. The target there is obvious. Even if there are more people, at least they can pick a few edible water chestnut fruits and go home, until the sun hangs low on the horizon. The crowd on the east side of Biling Mountain is still bustling. The remaining light of the setting sun shines on the ridge of Biling Mountain, forming a golden light belt, dividing the 2 sides of the ridge into 2 completely different worlds. Zhuang Xiao stood in the living room on the first floor. The windows are clean and dust-free, and the items are arranged in an orderly manner. The afterglow shines into the room through the windows, which looks particularly warm and peaceful. Looking at such a scene, she couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on her face. Go back, Wu Xiao said beside her. Zhuang Xiao looked around the house reluctantly, then turned off the lights and went home. Go home and have a good meal to replenish the energy consumed today. She still wants to go to Biling Mountain to have a look at night. Zhuang Xiao just sent a message to Yan Ming, and soon received a reply from him. Their group has not returned from the blind spot yet, and they plan to work there until the early morning. Although there are still many people at this time, the overall number of people is decreasing. When I got home, the sun completely sank into the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. Hui Xiao prepared a rich dinner. With meat, eggs, and fruits. After the first time, she dug out the nest of the mutant crows. Zhuang Xiao was not going to embarrass her stomach. She also repeatedly told Hui Xiao not to embarrass her stomach. Therefore, as long as conditions permit, Hui Xiao is also learning to slowly let go of his hands and feet to cook, adapting to this extremely rich and luxurious life for him. I take you to Biling Mountain to meet up with Yin Hu and the others in the evening. And then I go meet Feng Xiang. Just as Zhuang Xiao was excitedly packing the things she was going to take with her today, Hui Xiao suddenly said this. Zhuang Xiao raised her head, still holding the glowing bell flower that she had just moved out of the storage room. Even though the flower looked wilted after a few days, the faint blue light was still dazzling at night. It was just right to be used as a fixed point for energy stones. When she saw the location containing energy stones, she put a small blue flower there, and Hui Xiao could dig energy stones on the ground like her. However, this plan was suddenly disrupted by Hui Xiao's words. It was very. Zhuang Xiao squeaked awe, and sat on the stool, waiting for Hui Xiao's next words. Feng Xiang sent me a message this morning, saying that they were on a mission this time, not only to go to the number 6 safety zone, but also to go to the number 7 safety zone with Xiaoyan. The journey was quite long, and they were a little short of manpower, so they wanted to select a group of people to join the escort team this time. I was thinking that my physical condition was still good, so I could go out and earn some living expenses. While Hui Xiao was talking, he looked at Zhuang Xiao's expression. He saw that the little girl had been very calm except for the initial surprise, and he felt a little uneasy. This wouldn't be the calm before the storm. After all, his idea was quite sudden. If I go out, you can live in the safety zone. You can ask Yin Hu and Yin Ming to go out. Which is safer? Hui Xiao added. Zhuang Xiao said oh after another oh. Hui Xiao is going to the number 6 safety zone? Ah. She has a property in the number 6 safety zone, and she wants to go too. Well, after he leaves, I will ask Yin Hu and Yin Ming to go together. He. Is the reward generous? After another half a minute, Zhuang Xiao slowly said these words. Seeing that she finally responded, Hui Xiao nodded slightly. Chapter 288. That's good. Go ahead. Zhuang Xiao also nodded and said. She had no reason to stop the young man's desire to make progress. Hui Xiao didn't expect the girl to be so straightforward. He hadn't thought about it yet. Just went to have a chat, and was forced to take up the post. And, bring your watch here? Zhuang Xiao took off his watch and put it on the table. The account information of Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao has been bound to the new house they bought in the safety zone. But the remaining 2 safety zones have not yet. Now that we are in the number 6 safety zone, we have to go to our own house to take a look. This house in the number 6 safety zone was purchased by her at a huge cost. Although it is a certain distance from the inner city of the number 6 safety zone, the interior decoration and layout are very good, with all kinds of household appliances. And the interior decoration time is no more than 1 year, which is relatively new. When the time comes, you only need to clean up simply, buy some quilts and so on, and you can move in directly. Hearing Zhuang Xiao asking for his watch, Hui Xiao took off his watch and handed it to her very neatly. Zhuang Xiao operated the watch for a while, then handed it back to Hui Xiao, saying, okay, remember to go and see our house when you get to the number 6 safety zone, and take more photos and send them to me. After all, the seller show and the buyer show are sometimes a little different, and sometimes they are very different. It's still necessary to inspect the physical body to feel at ease. Of course, if she also goes, she will see it herself. Hui Xiao took the watch and put it on his wrist, whispering, I haven't made a final decision yet. Go ahead. Go ahead. I hope our family will be much richer when you come back. Hui Xiao, This seems a bit difficult for him. Even a small step is difficult. Zhuang Xiao stood up from the stool, picked up her sack, and said, let's go and find Yin Ming and the others. Alas, if she didn't think Xiao Yin was a bit unlucky, she thought she could make some money. After all, she is not weak. Okay. Zhuang Xiao was happy, and Hui Xiao was nervous. However, Zhuang Xiao didn't pay attention to Hui Xiao's tangled mood at this time. Her sight was attracted by the vehicles and pedestrians coming and going on the road. This, unexpectedly, the flow of people and vehicles was larger than any autumn harvest collection activity she participated in, and they even got stuck in traffic several times on the road. Later, in order to reach the destination as soon as possible and avoid the crowded road ahead. Hu Xiao had to choose to take a long detour. I didn't expect so many people to go to Biling Mountain. It will probably be difficult to find people later, Zhuang Xiao said with infinite emotion. Hu Xiao now put his attention back to the front of the car. This route was the route they took to enter the blind spot yesterday. Hearing Zhuang Xiao words, Hu Xiao asked, "Are Yinming and the others still near the big lake?" "Yes. It's near the tree where Meng Qingyang was trapped yesterday. The wildfire did not burn to that location," Zhuang Xiao said. "Did he touch the energy stone?" She didn't know. But Yinming and his team did fish out a lot of water chestnuts today. However, because half of the trees around the lake were burned by the wildfire, the water level of the lake dropped a lot. Some people went directly into the water to fish despite the cold weather. And now the huge leaves in the lake have been tested one by one. And those that meet the radiation value standards have been fished out. After Hu Xiao sent Zhuang Xiao away, Yin Hu heard that he was going to the safe zone to meet Feng Xiang. So he planned to go with him. So the two of them said hello to everyone and drove away. "Sister, why did Brother Hua and my brother leave?" Yin Ning looked at the exhaust of Hu Xiao car, which had long been invisible, and said curiously, "Zhuang Xiao, why did your brother leave? You also want to ask me this?" Chapter 289. Shouldn't I ask your brother? Zhuang Xiao glanced at Yin Ming, then looked at the sack behind him, and said casually, "This is all you got today?" Speaking of this, Yin Ming didn't think about why his brother suddenly followed Hu Xiao, and his mind immediately turned back. His face drooped instantly. "Don't mention it. This is still hard to snatch. Look at what everyone has in their hands. They are all about the same. Look at the people in the lake," Yin Ming said dejectedly. Zhuang Xiao patted the boy's arm and said, "Don't be discouraged. We can still work for several hours." After comforting the boy with these words, she looked at the big lake not far away. There were more people than the stars in the sky. "Are you still fishing for water chestnuts in the lake?" Zhuang Xiao asked. Yin Ming shook his head and said, "No. I plan to go to the area where the wildfire is burning." Looking around, he approached Zhuang Xiao and whispered, "Especially near where the mutant crows built their nests yesterday. Thinking of the energy stones in the two big bird nests last night." Yin Ming felt less disappointed. Lan Jin stood next to Hu Qianli, staring at the two people who were whispering. Last time the sister came to their house, he didn't say a word, but he didn't expect to see her again. "Brother-in-law, what are they talking about?" Lan Jin bumped Hu Qianli's arm and asked. Hu Qianli glanced at his brother-in-law and said, "I'm not a sharp ear. How would I know? But speaking of sharp ears, his cousin is." Lan Jin was confronted by Hu Qianli, and began to act like a spoiled child towards Lan Hong. "Sister, you see that my brother-in-law is so fierce to me, and you don't care. I think you deserve to be punished." As Lan Hong said this, she raised her hand and pinched Lan Jin's ear, ready to give her a 360-degree spin. Lan Jin reacted quickly. As soon as Lan Hong raised her hand, he knew that his sister was going to take action, and immediately stepped back a few meters. Today, there were several unfamiliar faces in the group that came out. It was hard to see who was who at night. No one thought of introducing Zhuang Xiao. So, Zhuang Xiao kept whispering to Yan Ming. Meng Qingyang, who had no family, also squeezed through the crowd to form a temporary team with him. Seeing Meng Qingyang coming, Zhuang Xiao suddenly asked him, "This half of the lake was not burned. Are there still mutant toads?" Meng Qingyang, Yan Ming replied, "There are more people than toads." One showed up, and one was beaten by the group. There were many people besieging the mutant toads during the day. "So that's it." Zhuang Xiao nodded, indicating that he understood. The three fell behind the large group. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they left the lakeside where grass and trees were still growing. The moonlight is very bright tonight. Under the moonlight, countless flashlights flickered on the ground. Zhuang Xiao's eyes were a little blurry. Zhuang Xiao even saw someone holding the bluebell flower, mixed in the white light of the flashlight. The starting point of the forest fire was the dense forest, where the mutant crows were located. So there were still many remaining dense forests near the foot of the mountain on the east side of Biling Mountain. And the tree that can emit blue fluorescence was naturally preserved. However, it was also discovered by someone in the safe zone. "Boss Hua, have you decided so quickly?" Feng Xiang said with a smile. Hu Xiao thought to himself, what can he do? The little girl has arranged the mission for this trip. Feng Xiang originally sent a message to Xiao with the idea of trying. Unexpectedly, people can really come. Another thing that surprised him was that Yin, whose body had recovered well. Now there are 2 more people. And they have cooperated before. Both of them are very powerful. I think their team will be able to travel a lot more easily this time. It's really tiring to try to stand out. If you don't use your brain enough, you won't know how you died. Chapter 290. You have chosen the road yourself. And you have to go on even if you grit your teeth. Hu Xiao nodded and said, well, when do you set off? Yin, who sat quietly beside him, still excited about the rich reward this time. His family was poor. And this reward was like pie in the sky. If it weren't for the few energy stones, he probably wouldn't be able to participate in this operation. Feng Xiang said, gather at the training ground of the Safe Zone mercenary team at 5:30 in the morning the day after tomorrow. And officially set off at 6 o'clock. After listening to Feng Xiang, Hu Xiao stood up and said, see you the day after tomorrow. Yin, who also stood up and said goodbye to Feng Xiang. And then the 2 left together. In the car, Yin, who held the steering wheel with both hands and said, cousin, is it okay to be alone at home? It's not a big problem. She can live in the safe zone when the time comes. Hu Xiao said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Xiao felt the car suddenly turn a corner and almost drove into the grass next to him. Then Yin, who stuttered, cousin has real estate in the safe zone? This is really luxury and inhumane. How come their ancestors didn't have such cousins? Hu Xiao responded and then looked out the window. The moonlight outside the car window was as cold as frost and unusually bright. Although living in the safe zone is relatively safe, he can't control the little girl's legs and her heart that is ready to go to the new world at any time. In addition, her physique is always dependent on fortune and misfortune. Although she has perfectly avoided it every time and gained a lot, she can't avoid getting hurt. This makes him very worried. So, he just responded perfunctorily to Yin, whose words. Yin, who didn't realize that Hu Xiao's answer was perfunctory. His mind was full of houses in the safe zone. Houses in the safe zone. Houses in the safe zone. When can he get one? Let's talk about Zhuangxiao. How to say it? It can only be said that with the joint efforts of the people in the safe zone, the fish that slip through the net are really very, very few. In 2 hours, she only found 3 energy stones on the ground. With this result, she regretted coming out to suffer the cold. She thought that she had a little bit of supernatural power and could harvest more than ordinary people. But the facts were very embarrassing. This little supernatural power was not able to defeat the enthusiasm of the people in the safe zone for energy stones. She was thinking, if she came during the day, would the harvest be better? Sure enough, no matter what you do, if you are not proactive, no matter what little supernatural power you have, you can't increase your harvest. Now, they have arrived under the bluebell tree. Zhuangxiao looked up at the big tree in front of him. It was so miserable. Don't say the bellflowers. Even the leaves are almost plucked out. They have to go back over Biling Mountain and meet at the stream at the foot of Biling Mountain. The car rented by Hu Qianli and his group was parked nearby. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. It would take a long time to climb up and down the mountain. Mr. Lucen said there was no road in the world. But when more people walked, it became a road. Zhuangxiao felt that this was quite suitable for the present. On the eastern slope of Biling Mountain, several artificially formed bright light bands could be seen from under the bluebell tree. Although there was a ready-made mountain road, it still took them nearly 2 hours to go up and down before they reached the stream at the foot of the mountain on the west side. Hu Xiao and Yin, who met and talked with Feng Xiang for less than half an hour. Most of their time was spent on the road between the safe zone and Biling Mountain. Even so, the 2 of them arrived earlier than Zhuangxiao and his group. So far, they have been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a full hour. During this period, Yin, who even felt that it was boring to just wait like this, so he went to the stream to look for mutant fish and shrimp. Chapter 291. However, when he came back, he only had a palm-sized fish in his hand. Not bad. Hu Xiao praised sincerely. Yen Hu, Boss Hu, are you sincere? Just this little fish. Not bad? Hu Xiao, you must be sincere. This is meat. Yen Hu hung the little fish on the straw rope on the car, and went to see the car they rented in the morning. Just like that, when the watch rang, the 2 people were drowsy waiting in the 2 cars. Have you reached the stream? I go find you. Hu Xiao hung up Zhuangxiao call. jumped out of the car and headed towards the stream. A moment later, they saw a group of people holding small blue lanterns in their hands. After everyone said goodbye to each other, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao went to their car, and the others followed Yan Hu. Ah, so sleepy, so tired. Zhuang Xiao yawned and said without image. It was really because of today's harvest that she couldn't get excited. If she didn't work or travel, she would feel sleepy immediately. Then I carry you, Hui Xiao said tentatively. Ah? Okay. She just didn't want to walk now. Not at all. If someone was willing to be a mount, why didn't she agree? Seeing Zhuang Xiao agreed, Hui Xiao hung the crossbow that was originally slung across his body in front of him, and squatted down immediately. Zhuang Xiao threw his bag behind him and jumped on Hui Xiao back, wrapping his arms around his neck. His legs were finally freed. Zhuang Xiao nestled his head on Hui Xiao's shoulder, half closed his eyes and said, "When are you leaving?" "We leave early the day after tomorrow," Hui Xiao replied, walking steadily towards the parking lot. "Oh, then we won't go out tomorrow. Let's rest at home. Bring more high-level energy stones when you leave." Zhuang Xiao was sleepy, but he was still mumbling. Hui Xiao responded from time to time. The little girl's voice behind him became lower and lower until her long breathing sounded in his ears. It seems that she is really exhausted today. At this time, there are very few people and cars on the road. Hui Xiao tried his best to choose the smooth road, until the car arrived at the door of the house. Zhuang Xiao was still sleeping in the car, drooling from the corner of her mouth. Hui Xiao wanted to carry her back, but seeing Zhuang Xiao dust, she had to wash up before going to bed. Otherwise the little girl would be furious when she saw the dirty bed the next day. So Hui Xiao had to wake Zhuang Xiao up. "Are you home?" Zhuang Xiao rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "Yes, we are home." A dreamless night. On the second day, Zhuang Xiao slept until noon. During this period, Hui Xiao even came in quietly twice, and saw that she was really just sleeping. So he went out again. At this time, Zhuang Xiao sat on the bed, looking at the bright sky outside the window. For a moment, everyone was a little dazed. Unexpectedly, the branches of the dancing grass in the bottle came into her eyes. Her mind was immediately refreshed, and her eyes lit up. This branch of dancing grass is really good. She lifted the quilt neatly and jumped off the bed barefoot. Hui Xiao, who was tidying up in the living room, heard the sound of feet stepping on the floor and asked outside the door, "Zhuang Xiao, are you awake?" Then the bedroom door was suddenly opened from the inside. Zhuang Xiao came out barefoot with his hair loose, wearing only a pair of thin clothes, holding a bottle of dancing grass branches in his hand. "Hui Xiao, look!" Zhuang Xiao couldn't wait to share this discovery with Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao looked at the branch of dancing grass that Zhuang Xiao held in front of him for several times and said, "It looks pretty." Zhuang Xiao, is this a pretty thing? The point is whether it looks pretty? Seeing that Hui Xiao didn't grasp the point, Zhuang Xiao pulled the branch of dancing grass out of the bottle very rudely. The root system as dense as ginseng appeared in front of Hui Xiao. It can survive by cutting, and it takes root very quickly. It has only grown into this shape in a few days. Zhuang Xiao held the branch of dancing grass in his hand and smiled. Chapter 292. I have to cut more today and plant a circle under the inner wall of our yard. We don't have to worry about mutant crows anymore. By the way, we can also plant in the yard in the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao became more and more excited as she spoke, and her body didn't notice the cold air in the room at all. Hui Xiao stared at her frozen purple hands and said, "Go back to the house and put on thick clothes first." At this time, Zhuang Xiao was in a good mood, and whatever Hui Xiao said was what she wanted. She put the branches in her hand back into the bottle, then put them into Hui Xiao's hands, and went back to the house excitedly. Hui Xiao took the dancing grass in his hand and observed it again, and then went outside to look at the still green dancing grass. This may really come in handy. This may really come in handy. After breakfast? No. To be more precise, after lunch, Zhuang Xiao went to communicate with the dancing grass plants outside the window. Communicate how to give it a beautiful hairstyle. And Hui Xiao went out to the safe zone. There is still a lot of work to prepare for this trip. And Feng Xiang sent him a message early in the morning. One is to ask him to go to the safe zone to get the weapons and equipment for this trip. And the other is to ask him to help select people, because Zhuang Xiao has not woken up yet. He is a little worried that the little girl will be sick. So, he did not agree to Feng Xiang to go there in the morning. After Hu Xiao left, Zhuang Xiao was alone at home and was not idle for a moment. In addition to communicating with the dancing grass, she also rechecked and counted the supplies at home. The most stockpiled at home is naturally nutrient solution, followed by crops and cash crops such as water chestnuts, lotus roots, potatoes, peanuts, sweet potatoes, and wheat. Compared with these, meats such as turtles, rabbits, pheasants and river fresh is really pitiful. However, thanks to Hu Xiao's concept of thrift and frugality, even if the amount harvested at that time was small, there is still a little left now. However, from Zhuang Xiao's point of view, there was still not enough meat and eggs at home. Zhuang Xiao picked out 1/3 of the food in the storage room and planned to store this part of the supplies in the house in the safe zone. Firstly, it was based on the concept that eggs should not be put in one basket. And secondly, it was for emergency use. After that, she picked and chose and took out 1/3 of the dried or storable and ready-to-eat supplies from the storage room, and took out a part for Hu Xiao to take. The remaining 1/3 was placed in the current house. As for the most valuable energy stones in the house, especially the half box of low and medium level energy stones, she planned to dig a hole under the dancing grass to bury part of them underground, and the rest would be scattered in the corners of the two houses. As for those higher level energy stones, make other arrangements. When these tasks were completed, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Hu Xiao had not returned from the safe zone. During this period, Yin Ming also sent her a message saying that his brother was going to leave the safe zone for a while, and he didn't want his brother to go out and so on. What could Zhuang Xiao say about this kind of thing? After all, even this guy from their family was going out. After comforting the boy a little, Zhuang Xiao asked a few other questions she was concerned about, and after getting the answers, she ended the communication. When Hu Xiao came back in the evening, Zhuang Xiao pushed the packed luggage to him and said, "Take all these with you when you go out. And this?" Then he put the prepared small cloth bag of energy stones aside. "Isn't this too much? Just take 1 or 2. Although there is a blind spot on the route, it is not a high radiation area. You really don't need so many," Hu Xiao said. "There is also a blind spot on this road?" Zhuang Xiao was quite surprised. Chapter 293. Then she understood. If there is no blind spot between the safe zones, then wouldn't the safe zones be connected? So, it is normal to have blind spots on the route. After being in the safe zone for a long time, she almost forgot that this world is not the world she thought it was. Mutated crow, You call it being in the safe zone for a long time? You almost treat the blind zone as your own territory. Okay. Anyway, the small cloth bag is given to you. You can take it or not. Zhuang Xiao was too lazy to argue with Hu Xiao about this. It's his own life anyway. She is really not good at persuading people. Hu Xiao held the cloth bag in his hand, and Zhuang Xiao couldn't do it for a while. Can't you persuade me? Zhuang Xiao, It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Hu Xiao, This is a bit heartbreaking. Well, I will stay in the safe zone for 2 days tomorrow to get used to my new bed. Zhuang Xiao changed the subject. Hu Xiao said, okay, if there is something you can find. After thinking for a long time, he left. Yan Hu left. And even the members of the future mercenary team that Zhuang Xiao was most familiar with also went out with him. For a moment, he didn't know who to ask her to find if she had something to do, and couldn't help but doubt whether his decision to accept this mission was wise. Seeing that Hu Xiao suddenly got stuck, Zhuang Xiao understood the meaning of his unfinished words. So Zhuang Xiao continued, if there is something, I will find Yin Ming. And Sister Lan, who Qianli's wife is also quite familiar, although they have only dealt with each other a few times. However, to comfort Hu Xiao, Lan Hong can go. If there is nothing special, I will stay at home and be a parasite. I won't go anywhere. Thinking of the things on the east side of Biling Mountain, she felt that her ability had improved. She could even burn Biling Mountain. If she was still active near the safe zone, would she accidentally burn their safe zone as well? So, before going to bed at night, she would think about it again and deal with the person in front of her first. Anyway, take all these things if you can. Just be prepared. After saying this, Zhuang Xiao didn't plan to continue. It was getting late. I still have to get up early tomorrow. Good night, Zhuang Xiao said, turning around and preparing to go back to the room to sleep. Hu Xiao stood under the lamp, projecting an extremely tall and tough figure on the ground. A soft and warm male voice rang out from behind Zhuangxiao, "Good night." The soft branches of the dancing grass in the yard swayed in the night. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees cast on the ground were like a dense cage, imprisoning the night tightly. Xiao felt that he had said goodbye to Zhuangxiao last night. So when he got up in the early morning, he did not intend to wake her up. He carried the big package prepared by Zhuangxiao. Just opened the door, and one foot had not stepped out of the door. The little girl's somewhat resentful voice came from behind. "Don't you say hello before leaving?" Xiao, eh? He turned around slowly, forced a smile and said, "Then, goodbye." Zhuangxiao, eh? The car drove all the way to the door of Yan Hu's house, and Xiao was still a little dazed. However, Xiao did not have time to be dazed for long, and the door of Yan Hu's house opened. "Cousin, are you going too?" Zhuangxiao, eh? I do want to. Very much. But no one invited me to join the mission. Zhuangxiao shook her head and said, "Where is Yanming?" Without Yanming, she couldn't drive the car back. Not to mention that she had to move after sending people off. "Sister, why are you here too?" Yanming pushed aside the tall body of his elder brother blocking the door, and squeezed out from the crack of the door. Seeing Yanming coming out, Zhuangxiao got off the passenger seat and let Yanhu get on. Then she pulled Yanming into the back car. From now on, Xiao and Yanhu are a group, and she and Yanming are a group. They each play their own games. When the car arrived at the mercenary team training ground, there was still an hour before the agreed gathering time. If Xiao and Yanhu relied on their own two legs, they probably wouldn't have entered the gate of the safe zone yet. Chapter 294. The car could not enter the training ground, so the two of them took their luggage and said goodbye to Zhuangxiao and Yanming before going in. Zhuangxiao thought Xiao and the others had arrived early enough, but during the 2 or 3 minutes they paused at the door, many more people went in one after another. She did not see any of the future mercenary team members. In order to have enough rest time, those people lived directly in the collective dormitory of the mercenary team in the safe zone last night. And most of the people who arrived early that Zhuangxiao saw were non-staff recruited this time, and they did not have rich family backgrounds. Given the generous reward for this mission, it would be very, very uneconomical if they were returned by the safe zone due to lateness. Until the backs of Xiao and Yin, who completely disappeared in the hazy night of the early morning. Zhuangxiao and Yanming turned around and left. Before going to bed last night, Zhuangxiao had thought about it. She wanted to visit her house in the number 6 safe zone. "I don't know when my brother will be back?" Yanming's somewhat depressed words interrupted Zhuangxiao's brain, which was running at high speed. "Follow him. We can come back together," Zhuangxiao said casually. As soon as she finished speaking, the car suddenly braked. She felt her body leaning forward rapidly, and her head hit the center control position in front of the seat directly. "Hiss. It hurts." Zhuangxiao touched her aching head, looked at Yanming angrily and said, "Young man, can you drive properly?" If she hadn't fastened her seat belt, she would have broken through the windshield in front and flew out. Think about that scene. The white brain and the bright red blood that was still steaming. This scene is absolutely horrible. Yanming also knew that it was his fault. Looking at Zhuangxiao's slightly swollen forehead, he immediately apologized. "Sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Do you need to go to the hospital?" Zhuangxiao, The desire to teach the young boy a lesson was gone in an instant. Going to the hospital was too exaggerated. It was totally unnecessary. No. Just drive well," Zhuangxiao said hurriedly. However, she remembered that if she went on a long trip, she planned to ask Yanming to go with her. After all, she hadn't driven for a long time, and her hands were unfamiliar. And, if it was a long-distance car, driving alone would be tiring. So, she had to find someone to go with her. "Are you really okay?" Yanming asked cautiously. After saying that, he didn't start the car immediately. As for what Zhuangxiao had just said, he felt that he needed to ask more clearly. "Sister, what do you mean by follow them?" Zhuangxiao rubbed her forehead, looked at Yanming, and said in a panic, "It means follow them. Do you want to come? Food, accommodation, equipment, plus 20 F-level energy stones, 10 E-level energy stones. However, what if something goes wrong when taking a 15-year-old boy out? She is an adult and can be responsible for her own actions. But Yanming is still A child? Ah, suddenly. She felt that she spoke too quickly. So Zhuang Xiao said awkwardly, he. I'm joking. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Yin Ming stared at Zhuang Xiao with burning eyes, and said in a very serious tone, Sister? Are you going to go secretly without my knowledge? Zhuang Xiao, he. That? How could it be? Absolutely not. Zhuang Xiao swore to the sky. If I break my oath, curse me to walk a mutant bear again. Yin Ming didn't say anything, just stared at Zhuang Xiao's eyes for 3 minutes. The two people stared at each other in the car, both trying to overwhelm each other with momentum. In the end, Yin Ming was the first to lose, and planned to find another way. So he blinked his sour eyes and said, Sister, if you don't let me go, I will tell Brother Hua. Zhuang Xiao, he, that, your Brother Hua knows. Zhuang Xiao replied calmly. Chapter 295. Yin Ming, Sister, if you hadn't been using your hands to lift your hair behind your ears when you spoke just now, I would have believed you. Okay. Tell me what else you can do besides driving. Zhuang Xiao sighed and said, if they move faster, they can follow the convoy in the safe zone, with them leading the way. The chance of encountering danger is not high. Seeing that Zhuang Xiao compromised, Yin Ming started the car and began to talk about his glorious achievements from childhood to adulthood, as well as the skills his brother taught him in the mercenary team over the years. In short, everything he could think of was turned out from his memory. Are you done? If you're done, go home first, Zhuang Xiao said. Go home and transport the items that were packed yesterday to the safe zone. Pack them up again, and then go to the grocery store to buy the supplies needed for going out. When Yin Ming was talking just now, she didn't listen carefully, and kept thinking about what she would bring with her this time. In addition to the threat of mutant animals, they also have to keep warm. According to the agent when they bought the house, it takes about 2 days to drive from their safe zone to the number 6 safe zone. In fact, if it is the highway in Zhuangshao world, this distance will not even take a day. But who makes her in the Wasteland now? The speed is so slow. Boss Hua, isn't that my cousin's car? Hu Qianli pointed to the car speeding past in the distance and said. Hua Xiao looked out the window and said, well, she moved today. I didn't expect that she would start so early. Hu Qianli said puzzledly, moving? Moving to the safe zone? Their convoy just passed by Zhuangshao car. They were leaving, while Zhuangshao car went straight to the safe zone. Yes, moving to the safe zone. My cousin bought a house in the safe zone. You don't know. Yin Hu interrupted from the side. He was the second person to know that Zhuangshao had a property in the safe zone. Speaking of this, he was a little proud, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help stretching to both sides. Closeness and distance. It's clear at a glance. Is this true? Hu Qianli turned his head to look at Hua Xiao, hoping to get the correct answer from him. Hua Xiao nodded, and said nothing more. Sister, the convoy that just passed by was my brother and brother was travel convoy. Right? Yin Ming said. Yeah. We have to hurry. Zhuangshao looked down at the time, hoping that the distance between them would not be too far. During the round trip, Zhuangshao and Yin Ming talked a lot, and she suddenly realized how necessary it was to bring a local native with her this time. And Yin Ming was undoubtedly her best choice when she had no choice. First, this was one of the people she was most familiar with in the Wasteland. As far as she knew, this person would definitely not kill people and rob treasures. Second, after she left with Xiao, the mobile encyclopedia, Yin Ming, a local native who had never left their safe zone, also had a richer understanding of the Wasteland than she, an outsider. And the current situation is that they will be cooperative partners for a period of time in the future. Before Yin Ming had time to appreciate her sister's luxurious mansion, located under the city wall in the safe zone, she was urged to rush to the grocery store. At this time, the door of Old Man Yu's grocery store had just opened. Zhuangshao took Yin Ming and rushed into the grocery store. Old Man Yu was sweeping the floor at the door with a broom, and saw 4 feet flashing past his eyes. Before he raised his head, the words welcome came out of his mouth. Then a pleasant voice floated into his ears. Grandpa Yu, I want to buy a down jacket, a windbreaker, a windproof and cold-proof hat, gloves, non-slip and warm shoes, and Chapter 296. In short, for all the supplies that may be taken out and spent the night in the wild. Give me double. No. Triple. When Old Man Yu heard the voice, he knew that his little god of wealth had come, and he smiled from ear to ear. All. If you don't have it, go find Lao Wang next door. Or find Xiao Li from Lao Wang's next door. The god of wealth that came to the door must be kept. Sister, why are you buying so much? Don't we already have some supplies in the car? Yan Ming pulled Zhuang Xiao's sleeve and said. Zhuang Xiao said, be prepared. She is afraid of cold. Who knows if there will be a sudden cold wave in this weather? On the way. Except for the safe area. Most of the time may be in the blind spot. With no village in front and no store behind. So won't you wait to become a human-shaped ice sculpture? Also, Grandpa Yu, do you have that gasoline? I want more. Zhuang Xiao smiled and said to Old Man Yu. Yes. We have them all. When Xiao asked for them last time, I thought you would definitely need them in the future. So I asked for 2 more barrels and put them in the store. Old Man Yu said with a smile. Gasoline is a long-term consumable. If you buy it once, you will definitely buy it again. This kind of material has no shelf life. Besides, his family also has a small car, so it won't be wasted. Zhuang Xiao felt relieved when he heard that there was gasoline in the grocery store. Recently, the car has been consuming solar energy. But what if there is freezing rain or snow on the road? Without the sun, there is no energy to drive the car forward. Anyway, the car compartment is big enough, so it's always right to prepare more. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked Old Man Yu, Grandpa Yu, can we trade with energy stones? The points on her watch are limited, and the energy stones of medium and low levels have to continue to be consumed. In the future, she will keep S level, A level, and B level on her hands, which are of high value and convenient to store and carry. Yes, definitely. Old Man Yu covered his heart that was about to burst out of his chest and felt a little short of breath. Today, he is going to make a fortune. For ordinary people, who would choose to trade energy stones when buying things in a grocery store? After all, this is something that can save lives. If the timing is right, reselling it may double the profit. Just 2 days ago, his son picked up a corpse from a group of mutant crows and got an E-level energy stone. And yesterday, he picked up 2 F-level energy stones on the east side of Biling Mountain. Both energy stones were stored by him as heirlooms. As long as their family has enough food and drink, they will never use the energy stones at home. Old Man Yu's legs are no longer sore, and his waist is no longer painful. He flexibly shuttles around in his own small shop to find the supplies that Zhuang Xiao needs. In the middle, he took some time to send a message to his son, asking him to bring back a few supplies from other grocery stores within half an hour. There are some supplies that are not available in his small grocery store. When the supplies were piled up at the door of the grocery store, Old Man Yu suddenly asked Zhuang Xiao, Xiao, are you going on a long trip with Xiao? Suddenly remembering the scene when the 2 of them came to buy medicine last time, he continued, are you 2 going to the number 6 safe zone? Zhuang Xiao heard Old Man Yu mention Xiao, so she nodded. Well, just assume that she is with Xiao. Otherwise, this little old man must have a lot of things waiting for her. Xiao was not here, and Old Man Yu didn't know what to say for a while. So he could only say, then you must be careful on the road, and the weather may drop again one day. Zhuang Xiao thanked Old Man Yu, then took out the energy stone from his bag, handed it to him and said, look, are these enough? Old Man Yu took them one by one and put them on his watch for testing. According to the current conversion ratio between energy stones and points at the redemption center, there is still a shortfall of 200 points. Chapter 297. The old man waved his hand and waved it directly. In fact, he only earned a hard work fee for the supplies. He valued the potential benefits brought by the energy stones in his hand more. So, he didn't feel bad about waiving these 200 points. Even the son of the Old Man Yu who just came to move the last few supplies was surprised by his father's generosity. However, he didn't say much. When Zhuang Xiao was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by the Old Man Yu again. Xiao, wait a minute. As he said that, he rushed into the small compartment at the back of the grocery store. When he came out, he was holding a small white box in his hand. When he approached, Zhuang Xiao could see the words on it clearly. It turned out to be a special medicine for treating colds. In the winter of the Wasteland, viruses are pervasive, and their power is incomparable. Of course, The efficacy of the medicine produced in the Wasteland is also extremely strong. Hui Xiao told her all this. So this time when she went out, Hui Xiao said that she would also bring back some medicines from the number 6 safe zone. There would be no need for Hu Qianli, the eldest cousin, to buy for them. They could do it themselves. And now, could she also do some wholesale when she came back? In fact, what Zhuang Xiao didn't know was that not just anyone could do wholesale in the number 6 safe zone. If they bought medicines in small quantities and then sold them in their safe zone, it would be a huge loss. So, whether Zhuang Xiao idea could be realized depends entirely on whether she has a strong relationship in the number 6 safe zone. However, these were things she only learned later. In the case of a shortage of medicines in the safe zone, Old Man you could actually take out a box of cold medicine from his own home for her, which still touched her a little. Medicines are one of the must-have items for going out. If it wasn't hard to buy, she would definitely buy some to carry with her. So, for the box of medicine that Old Man you took out, Zhuang Xiao took it and thanked him solemnly. Thank you, Grandpa Yu. At most, when she comes back from the number 6 safe zone, she can bring some back to the old man. The time spent in the grocery store has been long enough. After saying goodbye to Old Man Yu solemnly, Zhuang Xiao returned to the car. The trunk was full of miscellaneous supplies. Zhuang Xiao planned to sort them out properly when she rested at night. This car was jointly modified by Yin Hu and Hui Xiao. But many cold-proof and warm-keeping measures were taken. And the car can also provide heating. If there is no suitable resting place on the road, then the car will be a temporary residence for her and Yan Ming. As long as there is no large mutant animal, the car can still withstand the attack of ordinary mutant animals. Yan Ming, sitting in the driver's seat, is still a little dazed. With a wave of her sister's hand, the supplies are almost as much as the winter preparations of several shantytown families. And he really was going to the number 6 safety zone. As for his brother, was he reluctant to leave his brother? He had forgotten about it long ago. And now he was just excited about going to the new world. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the morning mist gradually dissipated. A red sun rose from the east, illuminating half of the safety zone. The white clouds, after being illuminated by the sun, were dyed with colorful colors, which was very beautiful. Zhuang Xiao was admiring this pleasing and refreshing scenery. And at this moment, he suddenly heard Yan Ming's voice that sounded like talking to himself. I don't know where they are now. Zhuang Xiao's eyes did not move away from the scenery outside the window. And he responded casually, they should be out of the safety zone soon. They had just reached the edge of the shantytown. And with the sound of car horns, pedestrians dispersed to both sides of the road. Chapter 298. Although there were only a few people on the road, Zhuang Xiao did not dare to take the risk of driving here. Moreover, their first task now was to catch up with the convoy in front. So this section of the road was not suitable for her to practice driving in any way. The driving within the blind area was very smooth. The road conditions were excellent, although there was a small amount of water on the ground due to the rain in the previous 2 days. It did not cause any bad impact on Zhuang Xiao and their journey. 2 hours passed like this. The alarms on her and Yan Ming watches sounded at the same time. Ding! You have entered the blind area. Please return immediately. Please return immediately. Accompanied by this sharp and piercing alarm, the car whizzed into the influence of the blind area. Zhuang Xiao even saw a boundary marker as high as a person at the junction of the safe area and the blind area. Standing alone on one side of the road, the car was driving too fast, so she could only see the 5 big words on it clearly. Safety Zone Number 11. After entering the blind spot, the road is not straight. The end of the sight is vast green. At this time, it has a warm yellow due to the cold weather. The road is not growing with the tall and straight trees in the dense forest, but with messy bushes. The grass and trees on both sides of the road have obviously been repaired by humans. Although a few branches are slanting, most of them are still very well behaved to form 2 green shrub walls on both sides of the road. The shrub walls on both sides are like 2 natural barriers, guarding this traffic route between the number 6 and number 11 safety zones. Perhaps it is because of this season that there are very few vehicles traveling between the 2 safety zones, and the ruts left by the convoy in front can be clearly seen on the ground. Yan Ming has been very excited since entering the blind spot. For him, this journey is like an extremely novel and exciting life adventure. He can talk to Zhuang Xiao for half a day about anything he sees on the road. Since entering the blind spot, the boy has never stopped talking. Sister, I think we will catch up with them soon. Yan Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. There were many vehicles and people in the convoy ahead. In order to ensure safety and stability, they would have to move much slower. Zhuang Xiao hummed, responding to Yan Ming, chatting. I really can't do it. The boy was really talkative. Even a few simple hums and ahs could fill Yan Ming's mouth with energy and stimulate him to continue talking. Just as Yan Ming thought, they were less than 10 kilometers away from the convoy ahead. At this time, the convoy ahead had all stopped, except for the Qilin team responsible for the rear guard. The 3 vehicles of the Qilin team were attracting a huge mutant animal on the road at a very fast speed. They had to lead the mutant animal to a position where it could not harm the convoy as soon as possible. In addition to the mercenary team and the escort team, there were also a large number of children in the convoy. These people had no combat power at all, and they were also the main targets they were going to escort this time. Therefore, the battle with the mutant animals must not be held here to avoid accidental injuries. Roar! Roar! Seeing the target preparing to escape, the mutant animals chasing behind the Qilin team roared to the sky, echoing through half of the dense forest. The mutant animals with insufficient combat power hid in the corner and trembled. This sound was too terrible. I don't know which blind person provoked this little tyrant in the dense forest. Captain Liu, this mutant bear looks a little wrong? Fong Mingwei said while lying in the back car, staring at the mutant bear running not far away. Logically speaking, if humans do not actively attack and provoke this mutant bear with non-red eyes, it should not attack the convoy. Chapter 299. It was quite sudden. The mutant bear was about to cross the road, but somehow it suddenly ran towards their convoy. Now, the mutant bear's fierce and violent behavior was not normal at all. Lu Feng hummed and continued to observe the mutant bear chasing them. This is really strange. Seeing that the mutant bear was about to catch up with the other 2 cars in the team, he didn't see that the mutant bear had any intention of attacking the 2 cars. It was as if his heart and eyes were all about him, his car. Could it be because there was honey in the car, and this guy smelled it? But now the mutant bear is still too close to their main force, and the honey can't be thrown to it so early. When the mutant bear's first roar broke through the sky, Zhuang Xiao heard this voice that made her very familiar. Sister, did you hear it? Yan Ming, who was still chattering, suddenly stopped those meaningless chats and looked at the road ahead vigilantly. Yeah, I heard it. It seems to be a mutant bear, Zhuang Xiao said calmly. This time she didn't steal the mutant bear's honey, so the mutant bear would definitely not chase her. As for Huishao team in front, that's even more impossible. Who would cause trouble for themselves for no reason? Yan Ming was startled by Zhuang Xiao's words, and suddenly felt a little panicked. What should he do? Mutated bear? Yan Ming stuttered after saying these words, and the scene of her sister walking the bear in the mutant bamboo forest appeared in her mind. Mutated bears? Maybe. Should. Maybe not as scary as imagined. Meng Qingyang, have you forgotten? Kid? Who did they give the mutant bear to last time? Qilin team, Should they return the gift today? In addition to the roar of the mutant bear, Zhuang Xiao also heard the roar of vehicles getting closer and closer to them. Listening to the sounds of the two, Zhuang Xiao felt that the man and the bear were probably in the same group. Her car had to give way. Leaving room for the other party to play. Isn't it just a mutant bear? It doesn't matter who's walking around. She's optimistic about this group of people. After silently cheering for the other party in her heart, Zhuang Xiao said to Yan Ming, didn't we just pass by a gap in the bushes? Drive down there and hide for a while. After hearing Zhuang Xiao's words, Yan Ming braked, changed gears, and then the car backed up quickly. If they were a step later, they might have collided with the other party. At this time, neither of them considered whether there would be someone they knew among the people coming. The car backed up all the way and soon reached the gap in the bushes. Then, the car plunged in. Fortunately, there were only bushes behind the bushes, and no tall trees. Otherwise, the car would not have been able to drive in so smoothly. However, after entering, Yan Ming turned the front of the car again, so that he could leave later and continue to chase the convoy in front. As soon as the car stopped, it was not turned off. Zhuang Xiao jumped out of the car and prepared to watch the excitement. This is really watching the fun without minding the big trouble. Sister, you, come back. Before the last two words came out of Yan Ming's mouth, Zhuang Xiao had already laid down under the bushes. Zhuang Xiao even waved at Yan Ming and shouted, come on. It's not safe in the car. Yin Ming, If it's not safe in the car, you be safe if you lay down in the bushes. In Zhuangshao brain circuit. If the mutant bear appears later, they must fight with him. And the car will definitely not be able to withstand the bear's palm. If they are trapped in the car and roll over, wouldn't it be worse than death? So, it's better to get out. If that happens, just run. As for Yen Ming, although the boy is quite heavy, she can still spare time to pull him to run a few steps and find a tree branch for him to rest. Chapter 300. Yen Ming, Sister, you are worthy of being my sister. I can't convince you. I can't refuse you. What else can I do? If you can't do it, just join me. Yen Ming turned off the engine of the car, jumped out of the car, looked around vigilantly, and then crawled into the place where Zhuangshao was lying. That's right. It's really hard for him to crawl under the bushes with his big body. Hey, get down quickly, it's coming. Zhuangshao turned her head and saw that Yen Ming was crawling so hard. So she simply crawled back like a worm, grabbed Yen Ming's collar with her little hands and dragged him in. Sister, my face, my face. Yen Ming immediately freed his hands from Bala's shrubbery and covered his not-so-handsome face. If he gets disfigured, it will be hard to find a wife in the future. Zhuangshao quickly cleared the obstacles in front of Yen Ming and dragged the boiled egg head to a position parallel to his head. Under the bushes, the two found a comfortable position and stared at the road ahead. In the two cars behind the Qilin team, a round-faced girl with delicate features but unusually strong body said, "Brother, why doesn't the mutant bear pay attention to us?" This is hard to say. Maybe I don't look as wild as Captain Liu. A young man with a full beard and equally strong body touched his right cheek and said. The round-faced girl pinched the young man and said angrily, "Wang Ding, can't you speak properly?" The young man named Wang Ding saw that his sister was angry and turned his head and said shamelessly, "Oh, little sister, don't be angry. It may be that Captain Liu's face is too good-looking. Lu Feng, is his beard in vain? Even so, this mutant bear can still tell whether he looks good or not. Mutated bear, It doesn't know whether it looks good or not. But the car smells like its mother. After the mother bear went out to store honey, she hasn't returned home for a long time. Recently, it is about to enter hibernation time. This mutant bear, no, in terms of age, should still be a bear cub. So it should be called a mutant bear. This mutant bear is wandering around in the blind area, looking for its missing old mother everywhere. And just now, a wisp of wind passed by the tip of its nose. And the mutant bear smelled a familiar smell. That's the smell of its mother. Wang Qiong, the round-faced girl, was about to explode when she saw her eldest brother nonsense. Why did they arrange her and his brother in the same car? Oh my God! Oh my earth! Who will save her? Lu Feng, the leader of the Qilin team at the front, didn't know that he was targeted by the children because he wore a small vest made of the leftover bear skin of the mutant bear he hunted before. The hatred of killing the mother is irreconcilable. If the mutant little bear saw the small vest, it would not be irritable, but furious. Besides, Lu Feng's team probably really has a connection with bears. Just when they arrived near the bushes where Zhuangshao was hiding, the car broke down. Zhuangshao pushed Yen Ming's head and stretched his head to look behind the car. My goodness, this mutant bear is almost as big as the one she took for a walk last time. But what's wrong with this car? Why isn't it moving? Are they preparing to fight? In a short while, all the people in the car got off. Zhuangshao squinted her eyes and looked for a while. There was no Huashao, nor her many cousins. It seemed that she didn't recognize any of the people who got off. However, judging from the way these people were dressed, they were undoubtedly members of the convoy in front. And they were all members of the mercenary team. I just don't know which team these people belong to. Sister, it's not my brother in them. Yen Ming moved towards Zhuangshao and said after confirming several times. Zhuangshao hummed, and then praised, "These people are really brave. They are preparing to fight the mutant bear. Courage is commendable." Chapter 301. Yen Ming, Sister, their car just broke down. Okay, it's not their brains that broke down. At this time, Lu Feng and his team's car was still a certain distance away from the mutant bear. Lu Feng and his team moved all the honey from the car and left the main road, intending to find a place in the dense forest to throw all the honey away, as long as they could lead the mutant bear to another place. they would have time to escape. When the mutant bear looked more and more powerful in the eyes of Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ming, Lu Feng and his team had already entered the bushes with honey on their backs. It just so happened that Lu Feng and his team chose the gap in the bushes. Then, several people did not stay in front of the car for a few seconds, but bypassed Zhuang Xiao's car and went inside. There were trees everywhere in the dense forest, so it was useless to steal the car? Wouldn't this trap themselves in the car? And judging from the state of the car, it was owned by someone, and someone might be nearby. Anyway, their most important task at the moment is to knock the mutant bear unconscious first, and solve the crisis of the team. After Lu Feng and his group disappeared in the bushes, the mutant bear also came close. Without wasting a moment, he followed the smell and chased Lu Feng and his group. For a moment, Zhuang Xiao was really worried that this guy would give her luxury car a couple of claws. After all, before entering the bushes, she saw this big guy sticking his head into the broken-down car for a long time, shaking the car, and it felt like it was going to overturn at any time. The two people hiding under the bushes saw the bear leave. They were ready to crawl out from under the bushes and planned to take advantage of this gap to quickly slip away. Unexpectedly, two more cars came from behind. "Sister, shall we go?" Yin Ming said. He didn't know the people in the two cars behind. "Let's go. It's not like there's anything exciting here. What should I do if I feel a little regretful?" She can't just follow the mutant bear to enjoy other people's bear walks. The two people were like two oversized caterpillars, crawling backwards from the bushes in unison. Zhuang Xiao patted the dirt off his body and returned to the car. The moment the car started, the people standing on the road heard it, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. Their expressions tense, and they clenched their weapons. I saw a huge modified car rushing out directly from the bushes on one side of the road. The wind from the car swept by, and countless fallen leaves flew up. Zhuang Xiao and his car passed the car and people of the Qilin team and drove away. "Pooh, Pooh, are you in our safe zone? So arrogant." Wang Ding spat out 2 mouthfuls of ash that he accidentally ate, and said angrily. Wang Qiong bumped Wang Ding's shoulder, then looked at the people who came with him and said, "Okay, forget about them. What should we do now?" Zhuang Xiao looked at the 3 cars and the group of people through the rearview mirror. They had already walked a long way, and the group of people were still muttering there. "Don't stop when you meet the convoy in front," Zhuang Xiao said. "Why? Aren't we going to find my eldest brother? And Brother Hua and the others?" Yin Ning was puzzled and a little confused. "Do you want to be driven back?" Zhuang Xiao asked back. Yin Ning shook his head slightly and said, "No. Don't stop if you don't want to. Speed up when you see the convoy." Zhuang Xiao continued. "According to the current distance, they should be able to meet the convoy in front soon. If they are discovered so early, they will most likely be driven back. Returning from here, they can reach the safe zone before dark." I saw the convoy. Yin Ning stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and with a bang, the car rushed over. It was a very common thing for vehicles to pass by on the road. However, it was rare to see a car driving so fast. The guards and mercenaries on guard cursed a few words, and then let it go. Chapter 302. They still have their own mission. In a car in the convoy, a little boy of 4 or 5 years old opened his eyes and looked out the window. He seemed to see his sister. "Wen Xiu, what are you looking at? So serious?" Yin Hu came up and saw the child holding his hands on the car window. His head almost squeezed out. Hearing Yin Hu's voice, Wen Xiu turned his head and pointed to the front that had disappeared long ago and said, "Sister." "What sister?" Yin Hu didn't understand, thinking that he missed Wen Yu. Rubbed the child's head and sat near him. "It's sister," Wen Xiu repeated. That expression seemed to say, "He said it so clearly. Why don't you understand? So stupid. What are you talking about? What sister?" At this time, Hui Xiao also got in the car. "Just got the news that the Qilin team took people to walk the bear in the woods, and it is estimated that there is still some time before departure. As soon as I got in the car, I saw 2 people, one big and one small, staring at each other. Sister, sister." When Xiao saw Hui Xiao, his eyes lit up, pointed at him and said, "Big brother, sister." Hui Xiao, eh? Yen Hu, eh? Big brother, sister? Isn't that Zhuang Xiao? Yen Hu immediately stood up from the stool, grabbed the child's hand and said, "You mean the very white sister?" When Xiao nodded heavily and said, "Yeah." Where did you see it? Wu Xiao stood behind Yin, who had asked Wen Xiao without any expression. Just now. In the car that passed by. Seeing Wu Xiao's serious expression, Wen Xiao pulled the corner of his clothes with one hand and said softly, Who else was in the car? Yin, who continued to ask. Judging from Wen Xiao's perspective, Zhuang Xiao should be sitting in the passenger seat. So there must be another person driving in the car. He always felt that. This must be his troublesome brother, who was determined not to let him participate in the mission, and who insisted on going out with him by crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang himself. Wen Xiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't see it. That? Boss Wu. But maybe Yin Ming kidnapped my cousin. Yin, who let go of Wen Xiao's hand, turned back to look at Wu Xiao's expressionless face, and inexplicably felt a little guilty. Wen Xiao raised his head and felt the strange atmosphere between the two adults, like a child who had done something wrong. Very uneasy. Wu Xiao patted Wen Xiao's head to comfort her, and then said to Yin Hu, Maybe your cousin kidnapped Yin Ming. Yin Hu, My cousin is well behaved and cute. Boss Wu, you are really good at comforting people. On the blind road several miles away from the convoy, Yin Ming was beaming with joy and said proudly, Sister, how is it? My driving skills are okay. Right? Usually, in the safe zone, there are not many opportunities to drive. How can I drive so fast like this? Sure enough, this feeling of flying freely is addictive. Yin Ming, whose brain was flooded with dopamine, did not notice Zhuang Xiao's pale face at all, and stepped on the accelerator to fly. It's okay. Zhuang Xiao uttered these words with difficulty, and then stuck her head out of the car window. Just when Zhuang Xiao was vomiting vigorously, the car suddenly stopped as if someone had pressed the pause button. Zhuang Xiao, the stomach contents are gone. Please replenish the bile and continue online. Sister, you are actually carsick? Yin Ming said in disbelief, and then took a bottle of water from the side and handed it to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao, is it a crime to get carsick? She didn't know that at this speed she could still get carsick? She never got carsick before. This is really... Zhuang Xiao was still thinking before vomiting. Anyway, they were already in front of the convoy. She found a suitable road section and tried to drive the car to get her feel for it. She couldn't let Yin Ming drive alone for the next few days. Now, she decided to let the boy continue to experience the feeling of flying freely in the blind spot as a punishment. Chapter 303. Zhuang Xiao took Yin Ming water, drank a sip, rinsed his mouth and said, I'm fine. Keep going. But don't drive so fast. She really couldn't bear the passion of the boy. With this excitement, Boy, you should drive for a while longer. Oh, I know. The boy said, a little guilty. He was too excited. The car restarted and drove, more than half slower than before. Zhuang Xiao looked at the bushes slowly, really slowly retreating outside the window, and said weakly, Boy, can we keep the normal speed? As soon as the voice fell, the car accelerated, but in a dense forest. Captain Liu, why does it feel like this mutant bear has installed a locator on us? No matter where we go, this guy can find us accurately. Fang Mingwei said. Yes, we don't have much honey to begin with. If this continues, the mutant bear might be able to catch up with the convoy in some way we don't know. Another thin young man named Song Dun said. The three of them were squatting on a river bank, where a dead tree was leaning across the river. Thanks to the dead tree, they could squat on the river bank and watch the mutant bear circling back and forth on the other side. In this cold and windy weather, the three of them were sweating all over. They didn't know how the dwarf could carry honey and walk the bear when the weather was so hot. And the bear couldn't catch up. And the bear was obviously bigger than the one they have now. I thought they could do it. But they were almost knocked into the river by the mutant bear just now. Why is the difference between people so big? If he finds out who that person is, he will never pursue the fact that he suddenly threw the bear to them for a walk. And he will also invite him to join the Qilin team. That dwarf is really a talent. Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He still felt hot, so he wanted to unbutton his coat to cool down. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, I think I know why this bear keeps chasing us. Fang Mingwei and Song Dun shifted their sights from the other side of the river to Lu Feng's face, and their faces were full of words. Hurry up. Hurry up. They really didn't want to run away at all. If this continues, they will probably become the only 3 people in the mercenary team who were killed by the mutant bear. Lu Feng slowly unbuttoned his coat with both hands. Fong Mingwei, Captain Lu is trying to feed the bear with his own body? Song Dun, Captain Lu. He wants to seduce the mutant bear? That's right. Even if the hair on your head is thick. You are not a bear. Right? And maybe the bear in front of you is a male. Lu Feng paused while unbuttoning his coat. Why did the two people's eyes, which were eager to learn just now, suddenly become so weird? However, he still resolutely decided to tell his teammates the truth he might know. After a while, the brown fur vest inside was revealed. Fuck, Captain Lu. Is this mutant bear chasing you? Song Dun blurted out a Chinese quintessence, his eyes wide open. So today, he and Fong Mingwei are both running with him. Fong Mingwei pointed at the bearskin vest with trembling fingers and said, Captain Lu, you didn't kill someone's mother last time. This TM hatred of killing the mother is irreconcilable. Lu Feng, young man. If you can't talk, let's talk less. Looking at the murderous eyes of his captain, Fong Mingwei said, what should we do now? Does it kill us? Or do we kill it? Song Dun slapped Fong Mingwei on the head, and he felt that his head was buzzing now. This is a choice between two. Do you still need to choose? As the youngest and most favored person in the Qilin team, Fong Mingwei is also the one who gets the most slaps on the head in the team. No one else. Chapter 304. He covered his head and muttered, I'm right. Today is a situation where it's either you or me. With the little equipment they have, let alone a one-on-one fight. Even if the three of them come together, they are not enough to be abused by others. Why haven't Wang Qiong and Wang Ding come yet? Zhuang Xiao and his car drove for more than an hour, and there was no roar of cars behind. So they just stopped. The main reason is that the road ahead is not easy to walk. How could she not have thought that there was a winding mountain road on this route? She didn't know the specific reason for not digging a tunnel between the two safe zones to shorten the distance. But after looking in a straight line, she could see the dense red light beams on the other side of the mountain clearly. If there were no signs on the road, proving that they did not take the wrong road. Otherwise, she would have suspected that they took the wrong route. In fact, in addition to the problem of high radiation areas, the road conditions ahead were also quite different from those they had walked before. The car was parked near the stone tablet. In this way, when Hu Xiao and his team pass by, they will definitely find their car. At this distance, Hu Xiao and Yin Hu will definitely not let them go back by themselves. In this way, they can follow the team to the number 6 safety zone. Zhuang Xiao abacus beads clattered, and the discomfort caused by motion sickness had recovered after more than half an hour of sleep. This is a blind spot. She planned to walk around in the grass, and was next to her with Yin Ning, and wait for Hu Xiao and his team. After Wen Xiao told Yin Hu and Hu Xiao about what he saw of Zhuang Xiao, the two of them sat in the car, obviously a little absent-minded. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Xiao's move was not only to move the home in this safety zone, but also to move the home in the number 6 safety zone. At this time, Hu Qianli got on the car. Looking at the two silent and expressionless people, he asked, what happened to you two? The news just came back that the people of the Qilin team are coming back. We will set off soon. The expressions of Yin Hu and Hu Xiao who heard the news changed instantly. Yin Hu hurriedly asked Hu Qianli, soon? How long is it? Hu Qianli, it means soon. God knows how long it is soon. Half an hour? Hu Qianli replied carefully, his eyes glancing at Hu Xiao who was obviously absent-minded. Boss Hu, what happened to you? Hu Xiao withdrew his thoughts and slowly uttered a few words. Your cousin is in front of our team. Hu Qianli, my cousin? Who? Zhuang Xiao. Is the car that just drove past my cousin's? Hu Qianli felt that he needed to sort out his mind. Just now, he heard the guard say that a car drove over in a particularly arrogant manner, and he even joined in with a few complaints, which turned out to be Zhuang Xiao's car. Hu Xiao and Yin Hu nodded at the same time. Even Wen Xiao, who was standing by, nodded his head seriously. Sister. That is, cousin. And cousin is Zhuang Xiao. All three words refer to the same person. Suddenly, there was a banging sound from outside the car, and someone was talking. Let's go. Let's go. Qilin team. Are they all back? Hu Qianli asked the person outside the car. The man obviously knew Hu Qianli, and said with a smile, they are back. They are all back. The higher-ups asked us to prepare to leave in 5 minutes. They are all back. But it's a bit miserable. Captain Liu and the other 2 people in his team had lost their clothes, and they came back in a pair of large shorts. All wet. Everyone is freezing. They are changing clothes in the back car right now. This is the first time I have seen someone go out to fight a mutant bear and take a shower at the same time. Chapter 305. Lu Feng, Did they want to wash it? The fur vest was thrown into the river. But it didn't work. The bear cub was still fighting them. And finally, they had no choice but to adopt Song Dun's bad idea. The 3 of them went down to wash it together and tried to wash off the smell. Although this idea was bad, it turned out to be effective in the end. 5 minutes later, the convoy slowly moved forward. The winding mountain road. Is this a mouse or a rabbit? Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning hid in the grass, looking at a group of cute little cuties on the grass below the slope. Zhuang Xiao looked for a long time, but couldn't tell whether this animal was a rabbit or a mouse. You say it's a mouse, but the mouth and nose, especially the 3-petal mouth, look exactly like a rabbit. If you say it's a rabbit, the round ears are not at all like the rabbit's clever long ears. Pika. Yan Ming replied quietly. Zhuang Xiao bumped into Yan Ming's arm and said, "Who asked you what its zodiac sign was?" As soon as she said that, Zhuang Xiao turned her head and looked at Yan Ming with 2 big eyes in disbelief and said, "You mean it's called a pika? This name is really simple and crude. Can't tell whether it's a rat or a rabbit. Just call it a pika." Sister, keep your voice down. Don't scare it away," Yan Ming said in a low voice. Zhuang Xiao quickly covered her mouth and thought, Yes. Now is not the time to discuss the names of these little 4-legged beasts. The key is to catch them and eat their meat. She just counted them, and there were about 20 to 30 pikas chewing grass there. Besides, this little thing looks pretty cute. It looks like a herbivore, so she can get one back as a pet. The premise is that she has to find a way to catch it alive. The 2 of them observed for a while. The prelude to the battle between the 2-legged beasts and the 4-legged beasts was opened. Yan Ning's fighting intention was to catch them regardless of life or death. Zhuang Xiao wanted to get 2 alive as much as possible, so that they could eat and kill whenever they wanted, and have fresh meat at any time. 4-legged beasts, cutting meat with a blunt knife. Wu Xiao went out this time with weapons and equipment distributed by the safe zone, so their stock of hot weapons was left at home. Before leaving, Zhuang Xiao took both pistols at home. She and Yan Ning each had one. However, such small mammals do not require guns and ammunition to hunt. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning went uphill, one on the left and one on the right, attacking the group of pikas from both sides. Yan Ning had a crossbow in his hand, and had fired 3 or 4 crossbow arrows in a row, but none of them were aimed at the target. In addition to the crossbow, Zhuang Xiao also had a sack on her shoulders. This was the first time she had encountered such a small and fast 4-legged beast, and the crossbow arrows were not effective, and all 3 of them missed. The 2 chased in the bushes for a long time, and half of the prey trapped in the encirclement ran away. Going forward, it is the main road. Zhuang Xiao was very anxious. She hung the crossbow on her body and held up the sack in her hand. She planned to jump. Anyway, the grass on the ground is quite thick. It shouldn't hurt too much if she jumps down. Pikas are good at running, and the mutated pikas are also running fast. However, no matter how fast you run, you can't be as fast as the mutant bear. It's only a few dozen steps for them to catch up. So, after Zhuang Xiao decided to stop the mutant pikas in front, she ran very fast, for fear that if she was a step slower, these little cuties would escape. In the convoy behind, after discussing with Feng Xiang in front, Wu Xiao followed Hu Qianli and others to the car in front. Half of the members of the future team are in the front convoy, responsible for monitoring and exploring the road conditions ahead, so as to promptly notify the convoy behind to respond if any danger is discovered. The front car and the main convoy are 5 or 6 kilometers apart. Chapter 306. Boss Wu, do you think that's my cousin's car? Yan Hu said excitedly, pointing at the familiar car. The driver was Meng Qingyang. He naturally saw the car that looked very familiar to him. After Yan Hu shouted, it was confirmed. This is my cousin's car. Then Meng Qingyang slowly stopped the car. Wu Xiao and Yan Hu jumped out of the car and walked quickly to the front of the car. There was no one inside, when the 2 of them just turned around and were about to look inside the trunk. A person suddenly flew down from the bushes on one side of the road. Bang! It fell in the middle of the road. Zhuang Xiao didn't care about the pain in her feet. Opened the sack and began her telekinetic performance. There were 4 people who got off the car in total. With Xiao and Yen who were at one end, and Ming Qingyang and Hu Qianli were at the other end. 4 people, each with a dull face. 4 people, 8 pairs of eyes. All stared at the girl who got up from the ground. Seeing her looking up, holding the sack, she quickly moved to the left. It seemed something fell in. Then she quickly moved to the right. It seemed something fell in again. On the small earth cliff above the bushes, gray-brown mutant Pikas jumped down from above and fell into the trap. When the last mutant Pika also perfectly fell into his arms, Zhuang Xiao happily began to tie the mouth of the sack. There were 11 in total. Before the mouth of the sack was tied, Zhuang Xiao felt that the light dimmed and something big fell from the earth cliff. She quickly stepped back several steps. After a loud bang, a wailing sound of ouch, ouch came from the ground. Yen Ming felt that his internal organs were about to be thrown out of his chest. He was in pain all over. He was just about to ask her sister for comfort and a hug. When he looked up, he saw a pair of angry eyes. He was so scared that he used his hands and feet to shrink into the bushes behind him. He didn't fall and got a concussion. Did he? Is he hallucinating? Why does this fierce man look so much like his brother? Zhuang Xiao had just tied the sack in his hand. And when he looked up, he saw 4 more people suddenly appeared beside him. He was so happy. Was Xiao? You guys are so slow. If you had come earlier, maybe we could have wiped out the mutant Pikas. Zhuang Xiao ran towards Wu Xiao. And the mutant Pikas in the sack were still trying to struggle, hoping to escape. We are too slow. Wu Xiao sighed in his heart and said helplessly. He didn't seem to remember what he wanted to say. Brother? Are you really my brother? Yen Ming's excited scream came over. You little brat. How many brothers do you have? Who told you to bring your cousin out if you don't get a beating? You go up the roof and tear the tiles off the roof. Yen Hu bent down, stretched out his hand to grab the back collar of Yen Ming's shirt, and pulled him up from the ground. Zhuang Xiao heard Yen Hu scolding Yen Ming, and pushed Wu Xiao away from him. Raised his little hand. He said weakly and a little guilty, Brother Yen. It's me, I brought Yen Ming out. Yen Hu, who was scolding Yen Ming vigorously, choked suddenly. What should he say? Then why didn't you jump down first? It would be okay to cushion your sister. What if your sister's face was bruised? You are not sensible at all. Yen Ming, you are really my brother. Zhuang Xiao raised his hand again and interrupted. He ran too slowly. He couldn't be a cushion for me. Yen Ming, This disgusted tone. This must be my sister. Hu Qianli pulled Yen Hu and said. Okay. Young people should always go out and explore more. That's right. Yen Ming muttered with his teeth bared. What did you say? Yen Hu's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly rose again. Zhuang Xiao stuffed the sack in his hand into Wu Xiao's arms, and quickly covered the boy's mouth with his hand, saying word by word, don't talk. Wu Xiao, Their naughty child still has time to worry about other people's naughty children. Tired. Okay. Wu Xiao said. You drive behind us. It's more than 4 o'clock. And the 2 of them will definitely not be able to catch up. So just go together. When they get to the number 6 safety zone, they will also live in the safety zone. When they come back from the number 7 safety zone, they will go back together. Seeing that Wu Xiao agreed, Zhuang Xiao and Yen Ming looked at each other and smiled. Success? Now we have a clear path. No need to worry about being caught. Yen Hu. Wu Xiao, You 2 drove past the convoy so brazenly? You are worried about being caught. You even hunted mutant animals on the way? You are worried about being caught. Cousin, what did you catch with the sack just now? Rabbit? Or mouse? I didn't see it clearly. Hu Qianli saw that the war didn't start, so he stuck to Zhuang Xiao. Yeah, I didn't see it clearly. But cousin, you are really fast. You caught everything that jumped down without a single drop. Meng Qingyang echoed. Zhuang Xiao took the sack from Wu Xiao, held the still bulging sack with one hand and said, mutated Pikas. 11. I don't know if they can be eaten yet? The 3 people plus Yen Ming surrounded Zhuang Xiao's sack, poking it from time to time. Pikas. They all knew about them. They have super strong reproductive ability and a high probability of being available. 11. At least 3 or 4 of them should be edible. If they didn't have a mission, They would also want to look for the nest of mutant pikas nearby. Was Xiao. Yen Hu, What should I do if I suddenly feel isolated? They are talking about whether it is edible or not, and whether it is better to steam or braise. The convoy behind is about to catch up. Hu Xiao can only step forward to urge the 4 people who are drooling and almost falling into the sacks. Wait until we get to the rest stop, and then you can figure out whether to steam or braise it. We should go. Let's go. We figure out how to eat it tonight. Zhuang Xiao touched her stomach and suddenly felt a little hungry. Then, she took Yin Ming and got into her car. The 4 of them still have tasks to do, and the 2 of them are not even non-staff members, so they should do it themselves and have enough food and clothing. After everyone took their positions, everyone heard the roar of the convoy behind. Meng Qingyang stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed over Zhuang Xiao's car, followed by Yin Ming. 2 hours later, the car stopped at a call. Zhuang Xiao looked through the car window at the red area on the left, and then at the rest stop made up of high walls and barbed wire. This location? It was a perfect choice. Along the way, all the locations we went around were far away from the high radiation area, and this rest stop happened to be next to the high radiation area. After verifying the identity, the big iron door of the rest stop slowly opened. The car slowly drove in. Not to mention, the area of this rest stop is quite large. Opposite the gate is a 3-story building facing north and south, with simple board houses on both sides. Although they are board houses, they are much more regular than the houses in the shantytown. Zhuang Xiao's car followed Hu Xiao and the others to the west. The west side is mainly a parking area. Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ming are not familiar with this place, and they don't know what the procedures are for checking in and eating. After getting off the car, Zhuang Xiao consciously followed Hu Xiao's footsteps. Chapter 307. This rest stop is located between the 11th safety zone and the 6th safety zone, and it is also the only rest stop between the 2 safety zones. The role of the rest stop in the Wasteland is similar to the highway service area in Zhuang Xiao World, which is dedicated to providing a place for passing vehicles to stop and rest, including catering, accommodation, leisure, and supplies. The difference is that as long as the vehicle enters the rest stop, a certain parking fee will be charged. 15 points for large vehicles and 10 points for small vehicles. As for other service items, they are also clearly marked. Unless there are special circumstances, all passing vehicles will choose to stay overnight in the rest stop. After all, compared with staying overnight in the wild, it is obviously safer to stay inside the tall walls. 5 people entered the main building of the rest stop. The main building lobby is high, surrounded by a circle of corridors, and the inner side of the corridor is a closed room. In addition to the staff, there is no one in the main building lobby. So, as soon as the 5 people stepped into the main building, they immediately attracted the attention of the big man at the front desk. At the same time, Zhuang Xiao was also attracted by the burly man standing at the front desk. It was quite unexpected for her, an outsider. After all, whoever stands at the front desk is either a beautiful lady or a handsome man. A burly man like this? Wouldn't it really make people feel that this is a black shop? Especially the big brother in front of him. His mouth is so smiling that he can almost swallow a child. It's a little scary for some reason. Safe zone number 11? The burly man opened his big eyes, like copper bells, and scanned the 5 people in front of him one by one. For a moment, I was not sure who was in charge. Yesterday afternoon, I received news that Chief Xiao of Safety Zone number 11 would take a convoy to Safety Zone number 6 today, and I thought he would arrive at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As a result, it's dark now. There is no convoy coming. After a lot of effort, I heard the sound of the door opening outside. As a result, there were only 5 people, including a thin and weak little girl. This was obviously not Chief Xiao motorcade. Hu Xiao stood up and said, "Yes, the motorcade of the safe zone is still behind, and it will arrive in half an hour at most. Please arrange separate rooms for these 2 people." Hu Xiao finished speaking and pointed to Yin Ming and Zhuang Xiao next to him. When the 2 saw Hu Xiao pointed at them, they immediately stepped forward like good children. They planned to follow the people at any time. The burly man took the walkie-talkie from his waist, put it to his mouth, and shouted, "Lao Wang, come down to receive the guests." This deafening voice, and the words that came out made Zhuang Xiao suddenly refreshed. What the hell? Suddenly I felt that this was not a black shop, but more like a brothel. It was the girls in this brothel that were really hard to swallow. Just 3 seconds after the burly man finished yelling, a big brother who was also big and strong appeared out of nowhere and jumped down from the corridor on the second floor. Yes, he really jumped down. Obviously, there was a staircase on the right side of where he jumped down. Ah, why is there a little girl? Come, come, come here. I will check you in. The big and strong brother made a gesture of invitation and ran to the front desk. Zhuang Xiao looked back at Wu Xiao and saw Wu Xiao nodded at her. Zhuang Xiao followed Yin Ming with confidence. Wu Xiao and the other 4 began to negotiate with the remaining big brother with a loud voice about the arrangement of the safe zone convoy. When the convoy arrived later, all the check-in procedures had been completed, except for Xiao Yin. The personnel in the convoy, the mercenary team, and the guard team stayed in dormitory-style 8-person rooms, and those who participated in the genetic modification program slept in large bunk beds. Zhuang Xiao and Yin Ming paid for it themselves, and they could live in any room they wanted if they had points. Zhuang Xiao finally chose the 2 single rooms on the second floor, and this single room can only accommodate 1 person, with only a single bed inside, and nothing else. The door faces the corridor, and there is a small lattice window above the head of the bed. Looking through the window, you can see the tall wall of the rest station. You can't see anything outside. The bathroom and shower room are shared, and the dining area is on the left side of the lobby on the first floor. Whether it is the room, water, or food, all are paid for. Even if you want to add more quilts in the room, you must pay. Looking at the single room in front of her, which is only 1 meter wide and can only accommodate 1 bed, Zhuang Xiao was silent. This is still comfortable at home, at least in addition to the bed. Her room can also be used, and she even has a small cabinet. This room, why does it look like a freezer in the morgue? Open the door, crawl in, lie down, close your eyes, and wait for someone to take you to cremation. No wonder she looked at the doors on the second and third floors a little strange just now. It turned out that the distance between the doors was too close. Yin Ming thought that this room was well sealed, and it would definitely not be cold to sleep at night. Zhuang Xiao, isn't it well sealed? Once the door is closed, there is a small vent above the head. It's just one more vent than a coffin. Sister, what are you daydreaming about? Yin Ming threw his things on the bed and moved closer to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao took back the messy thoughts in her mind and said, that is, I want to know what your brother 8-person room looks like. Well, she also wants to know what Xiao Yan's room looks like. Just now it seems that they went to the 3rd floor. Yin Ming said, what's the matter? Let's go and see now, aren't my brother and his group over there? Zhuang Xiao turned her head and watched Wu Xiao and his group enter the room opposite them. Okay, no need to go over there. At this distance, she could see clearly. Her room was considered good, with layers of beds, narrower than a train sleeper. 1 person per layer. 2 rows of 4 layers. 8 people. Sleeping in the room felt worse than sleeping on the train. It was only in the second half of the night that Zhuang Xiao realized how nice it was to sleep in the room. The points were not wasted. Chapter 308. However, the rest station started to provide heating for each room after the outdoor temperature dropped below 0 degrees. As long as you are not the kind of person with particularly poor physical fitness, heating and quilts are enough. Although Zhuang Xiao prepared a lot of warm and cold-proof things, she never took the time to organize them. So if she really slept in the car and organized them when it was cold, she would not be able to sleep well that night. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. The wind was cold, and the temperature dropped sharply. There were layers of white frost on the outdoor objects, as if winter had entered in a second. Of course, this temperature was really cold compared to Zhuang Xiao. And for the Wastelanders, this temperature was not low. After all, the outdoor temperature had just reached the freezing temperature. For the Wastelanders, who have to deal with extremely cold weather, this is still a warm winter. However, even if the temperature dropped today, it did not affect the departure time of the convoy. After getting up early in the morning, Wu Xiao went to Zhuang Xiao's car, and soon returned to the 2nd floor with a pile of warm clothes. Zhuang Xiao was still a little dazed when he was woken up by the knocking on the door. Who is it? So annoying. Mumbling to himself, he was about to turn over and continue sleeping. But he didn't turn over. He was blocked by the wall. Zhuang Xiao, brother Hua, why did you get up so early? Yan Ning opened the door, stuck his head out, rubbed his eyes and said. Hui Xiao knocked on the door to no avail, looked into his eyes, and handed a set of warm clothes in his hand to the young boy. Yan Ning took it and said, Has it cooled down outside? You all need to wear this. At that time in the early morning, he heard the wind outside. Unexpectedly, the temperature dropped so much. Hui Xiao hummed and continued to knock on Zhuang Xiao's door. Even Yan Ning leaned on the door and shouted at the door, Sister, get up quickly. After failing to turn over, Zhuang Xiao's consciousness gradually returned. He raised his hand to check the time on his watch, and his mind was instantly clear. Alas, this is not home. They still have to hurry. She decided to sleep. Sleep. Sleep every day until the end of time after arriving at the number 6 safety zone. This damn sin is all her own fault. She has to finish the journey even if she cries. It was 5:30 in the morning. The convoy set off on time. In the back car, Zhuang Xiao was wearing warm clothes and a rabbit fur hat, testing her mutant Pika. She was talking about eating Pikas yesterday afternoon. In the end, it was really inconvenient to operate, so she gave up. Her and Yan Ning's car completely passed the open road. She entered Xiao Yan's convoy openly. At the current speed, it is expected that they will be able to enter the sphere of influence of the number 6 safety zone at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now there is a wide river on the left side of their convoy, and a hill covered with tall trees on the right side. The high radiation area is on the other side of the river, which is also blocked by the river. It was very peaceful along the way. Originally, the rest stop was so close to the high radiation area that Zhuang Xiao was still worried that they might accidentally enter the high radiation area on the way back. Now it seems that her worry was a bit unnecessary. At about 1 p.m., Zhuang Xiao saw the boundary marker of the number 6 safety zone. Well, it is bigger and newer than their safety zone. Even after crossing the boundary marker, the road is flatter and wider than their safety zone. It seems that Xiao Yan still has to work hard. It was just less than 10 minutes after entering the safety zone that the watch issued an early warning message from the number 6 safety zone. The message is roughly as follows. A cold wave is coming tonight, with the lowest temperature of minus 20 degrees Celsius. It is recommended that people take precautions against cold and keep warm. And the most important point, it is actually recommended that people stock up more winter daily reserve medicines at home in winter. Zhuang Xiao had to say in her heart, it has to be you. The number 6 safety zone is indeed a safety zone known for medical care. This friendly reminder is all about buying and selling medicines. So, the first thing she did when she entered the safety zone was to go straight to the place where medicines were sold. The layout of each safety zone is very similar. Shantytown, quarantine area and safety zone. And then, there is the inner city of the safety zone. After entering the safety zone, Zhuang Xiao separated from the team. Her house is located in Dongcheng district in the safety zone. The watch has a detailed address and house number, and she only needs to follow the navigation. No need to worry about not finding the place. Xiao Yan and his friends will stay here tonight. If the temperature drops sharply tonight, they will have to prepare some more things before going to the number 7 safety zone. Even if Hui Xiao is an extra staff member this time, if there is no other work assigned to him, he can move freely until departure. Zhuang Xiao, this cousin, although she didn't talk to everyone she knew in the team, they all knew that she came to the number 6 safety zone with the team. Therefore, in terms of work arrangements, Hui Xiao and Yan who were also given convenience. Therefore, when Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning stood in front of the house, Hui Xiao was followed by a few little tails who wanted to recognize the door of his cousin. Sister, are you sure this is your house? Yan Ning opened his mouth wide, not caring whether the cold wind was piercing his lungs. Zhuang Xiao looked at the information displayed on the watch, then looked at the house number, and said hesitantly, it should be. Well, you will know if you try it. But before her watch was closed to the door lock, suddenly an old man's voice came from behind her. What are you two doing? Zhuang Xiao's hand that was about to open the door paused, and she and Yan Ning turned around at the same time and looked at the person who was talking behind them. Less than 3 meters behind them stood a gray-haired, thin old man, who should be about the same age as old Manu, looking at them with a vigilant face. What are you doing standing at the door? The old man asked again when he saw that the two did not respond. Go home, Zhuang Xiao said concisely. The old man looked at Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning several times and said, Did you buy this house? Zhuang Xiao nodded, put his hand behind his back, and put his watch close to the door lock. After a ding sound, Zhuang Xiao took several steps back and successfully entered the yard. Old man, it's really a tenant. This house has been empty for so long. I didn't expect it to be sold. The old man saw Zhuang Xiao successfully open the door lock and left muttering, Sister, who is that? You are quite nosy. Yan Ming saw the old man walking away and also entered the yard. Zhuang Xiao, young man, your sister is also the first time to come to the number 6 safe zone. However, what this old man said is so strange. After Yan Ming entered the yard, he began to look around and said in surprise, I didn't expect that this is really your house. Chapter 309. Zhuang Xiao looked around and did not comment on Yan Ming's question. It's not her house. Can she just come in casually? As the most expensive house she bought? There is not much difference in appearance. There are many plants planted under the wall in the yard. Due to the sudden drop in temperature last night, the stems and leaves look very wilted, as if they are about to die at any time. If the temperature drops to minus 20 degrees tonight, as the safety zone warned, then these plants may not survive tonight. Suddenly, she remembered the dancing grass. The distance between the two safety zones is not too far. If the temperature in the number 6 safety zone drops, the safety situation in the number 11 safety zone will not be much better. When she goes back, I wonder if her dancing grass can still survive tenaciously. Dancing grass, Don't worry. The herb is tough and extremely cold resistant. Even if you freeze to death, the grass will not die. In the car outside, Zhuang Xiao brought a lot of luggage on it. Before coming, although she didn't plan to stay for a long time, she also brought everything she could use. Anyway, she had a car, so she didn't have to carry it here. The yard was big enough, and there was no problem for the car to drive in. Just as Yan Ming drove the car into the yard, suddenly, a neat and loud slogan came from next door. Is the school next door? Zhuang Xiao said to herself. She thought it was a pharmaceutical factory next door. After all, after they entered the Dongcheng district, they saw many pharmaceutical factories and a wide range of pharmacies on the road. The main residents in this area are mainly serving pharmaceutical factories and pharmacies. Unexpectedly, her next door was a school, and it was very likely a medical school. Although the real estate agent introduced a lot of information about this area to her at the time, she was also forgetful and had forgotten a lot of information. Now it's not bad. Before, I was a little worried that there would be relatively large chemical pollutants if it was too close to the pharmaceutical factory. Now, there are people reminding us to get up on time, eat on time, and go to bed on time every day. Life in school is so regular. Sister, is there a school next door? I haven't been to school yet. Yan Ming jumped off the car and prepared to go up to the car to take a look. Their family lives in a shantytown, and survival is hard enough. How can they have extra points to go to the school in the safe zone to learn more skills? The first skill he learned was to use a watch, and then to look for edible food. This is the first time he has come into such close contact with a place like school that has only been mentioned by others. Zhuang Xiao saw Yan Ming trying to climb onto the roof of the car and hurriedly stopped him. The wall is so high that even if you climb the roof and jump a few times, you can't see inside. This house has 3 floors in total, and the roof is a sloping roof. At that time, it was said that the top floor, that is, the 3rd floor, was a small attic that could be used as a storage room. Although it was a storage room, there was also a small window on it. From the height, the view must be clear. There was no need to climb onto the car to spy on the next door. They could enjoy the scenery and look at the next door openly. Zhuang Xiao entered the house. The layout of the house was similar to that of the number 11 safety zone. She reached out and touched the table. There was almost no dust on it. It seemed that, as agreed, after the house was sold, the real estate agency arranged for someone to come and clean the house. It seems that I can still find that uncle named Fu, whatever, when buying a house in the future. Fu Jinbao, Fu Jinbao. His name is Fu Jinbao. How can I not remember such an important and rich name? Zhuang Xiao opened all the doors and windows in the house and planned to ventilate it. Then she checked all the equipment inside and outside. Water and electricity are all connected, and they can be used at any time. The electric heater can also be used normally, and there is also heating, but it is not connected for the time being. I don't know if it will be in time for heating in the evening if I go to do it in the afternoon. Otherwise, She can only use electric heating. Or go out and buy a stove. When Zhuang Xiao came down from the third floor, the living room was already full of the things Yan Ming had moved in. Looking at the pile of things on the floor, Zhuang Xiao was silent for a moment. Did she bring so many things here? Sister, where do you put all these things? Yan Ming wiped the sweat from his head, put down the last thing in his hand, and asked Zhuang Xiao. Put it here. I clean it up myself. Don't you want to go upstairs to see the school next door? Go to the third floor. The view is very clear, Zhuang Xiao said. Then, he began to find out the things inside one by one and sort them out. I don't know if Xiao will come back at night. In this case, there are only 2 bedrooms in the house, and Yan Ming can only sleep in the attic or the living room. Fortunately, when they went out, they were prepared to sleep outdoors, so they brought enough cold-resistant supplies. After listening to Zhuang Xiao's words, Yan Ming went upstairs. Looking out from the attic window, there was a large red and green open space. There were several neatly arranged teams standing on the open space. Each team had about 30 people, both men and women. The distance was still too far, and the voices of the teams could not be heard clearly. Only the occasional slogans could be heard vaguely. Looking beyond the crowd, looking further away, there were several neat rows of buildings, which looked bright and clean. Even at such a long distance, Yan Ming seemed to be able to see the clean and transparent glass reflecting colorful light under the sunlight. Compared with the dirty and messy shantytowns, this place was undoubtedly a paradise. Yan Ming's eyes were full of envy. After a moment, he shifted his sight from the direction of the school. Opposite the small building is a large area of houses. Yan Ming guessed that it should be a hospital, and the back wall near them looked like the back wall of the hospital. There was also a small door in front of the gate of the small building. There was a small house of about 2 or 3 square meters at the small door. Sitting outside the house was the old man who had just talked to them. The reason why he guessed that the area opposite was a hospital was mainly because the 2 buildings on both sides of the small door, next to the back wall, had the words inpatient department and dormitories clearly written on the wall. Just as Yan Ming was about to look in another direction, his eyes accidentally swept to the street downstairs. The people approaching. Yan Ming narrowed his eyes, and then shouted to the downstairs in surprise, "Sister, my brother and Brother Hua are here." While shouting, he began to rush downstairs. Chapter 310. Zhuang Xiao was carrying a quilt to the second floor, and she almost bumped into the boy who rushed out from the corner. She subconsciously took a few steps back. If she really bumped into him, she would not know if her hands and feet would be safe if she fell down with her small body. Yan Ming saw that her sister's feet were less than a foot away from the stairs, so he quickly reached out and grabbed the pile of quilts that Zhuang Xiao was holding in front of her chest. With a pull, Zhuang Xiao managed to stabilize her body. Neither the bloody incident that was imagined nor the tragic bloodshed occurred. "Why are you running so fast? You stepped on the floor so hard that I thought there was an earthquake." Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but say something about Yan Ming's recklessness, and then asked, "Where are your brother and the others?" Seeing her stand firm, Yan Ming said, "They are almost at the door. In addition to my brother and Brother Hua, there seems to be Hu Qianli and others. Then you go downstairs to meet them. I go down after I put my things away." Zhuang Xiao raised the quilt in her hand and went to the bedroom. Yan Ming quickly went downstairs and rushed to the door. Hua Xiao and his group stood in front of the small building. The old man who had closed his eyes to bask in the sun at the back door of the hospital opened his eyes a little and looked at the group of people curiously. "This small building is really lively today. I don't know who the buyer of this building is." The girl didn't look like someone who could afford this small building before. "Boss Hua, is this the building that my cousin bought?" Hu Qianli opened his eyes wide, looking left and right in front of the door, and was afraid to be the first to step in. How could it be so mysterious? Their family had never had such a rich relative. His Hu Qianli family was really rich, having such a cousin. Yan Hu, compared with the thickness of the city wall. You should be ashamed of yourself. If it's not my cousin's, how can it be yours? Anyway, it's not Boss Hua, Meng Qingyang said to Hu Qianli. Hua Xiao, why do you have to pull me down? If it's not mine, then it's yours. Hu Qianli, come on. Hurt each other. Xiang Su and Wan He, it's my sister's anyway. Why don't you come in? What are you looking at? My sister is cleaning up upstairs. Yan Ming opened the door and swept his eyes over the 4 or 5 or 6 people in front of him. Come in. Come in. Come in now. Xiangsu pushed Yinming aside and slipped in from the side. Then, the others entered the yard one by one. Yinming stood by the door, stretched his head to look left and right, and then prepared to close the door. Unexpectedly, he bumped into the eyes of the old man opposite. This old man doesn't guard his own door well, and always stares at other people's doors. Yinming muttered a few words, then closed the door and went back to the house. Inside the house. Are you guys on vacation now? Zhuang Xiao came down from upstairs, holding a lot of cleaning tools in his hand, and asked everyone in the living room. The workers are here. Hui Xiao took the tools from Zhuang Xiao and nodded. Well, there's nothing to do for the time being. Just go back before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The time to go to the number 7 safety zone is to be determined. Then you guys will have dinner at home tonight? Zhuang Xiao said. How can this be embarrassing? Hu Qianli touched his head and said a little stiffly. Don't be embarrassed. Work in lieu of meals. There's still a lot of work to do here, Zhuang Xiao said. There is strength in numbers. If we finish early, we can lie down comfortably at home. The temperature will drop tonight. I do it. I do it. Xiangsu raised his hand and shouted. I do it too. Wan He echoed. Zhuang Xiao nodded and said. Okay. So, everyone grabbed the cleaning tools and Hui Xiao hand and started the general cleaning. They were not so diligent at home. At this moment, they all looked like model workers. All they saw was work. Yinming was arranged by Zhuang Xiao to deal with pikas, leaving 2 to keep, and eating all the remaining edible ones at night. However, with the food she brought, it was obviously not enough. So she decided to go out with Hui Xiao to buy some supplies, especially medicines. Now the cold wave is coming. With such a sudden drop in temperature, her original preparations are a bit inadequate. Where do the people in your team live? Zhuang Xiao sat in the car, looking at the scenery outside the window, and kept remembering the route he had taken in his mind. In the North City district. Hui Xiao paused for a moment and added, but I stay at home at night. Zhuang Xiao hummed and continued to look at the shops on both sides of the road. In less than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the heating service center of the safe zone. When the number 6 safe zone was first established, water, heating and natural gas pipelines were laid in the inner city and areas near the inner city. If Zhuang Xiao house is moved 2 or 3 miles further out, there will be no such service facilities. The procedures were handled very quickly. After paying the points in advance, they could immediately arrange for someone to come over for inspection and ensure that the house would be warm before going to bed tonight. Zhuang Xiao paid the points very happily, saying that they could go home now. She and Hui Xiao left the heating center and went to the grocery store to buy stoves, electric heaters, daily necessities, etc. The main focus today is shopping. When buying things in the grocery store, everything went smoothly. Whatever you want to buy, just pay the points. But when it came to buying medicine, there was a little problem. She was actually restricted from buying medicine in the number 6 safety zone. And it was the kind of real name restriction. Even if you want to go to multiple stores and buy some from each store, you can't buy it. Zhuang Xiao didn't understand this at all. When she just entered the number 6 safety zone, the watch reminded everyone to stock up on medicine because the temperature was dropping. Why are there so many requirements when it's really time to buy? This medicine is limited to 3 boxes per person, said the staff of the pharmacy. Seeing Zhuang Xiao obvious confusion, he continued, you are not from our number 6 safety zone. This year is like this. All retail pharmacies in the entire safety zone are like this. And even if we get this medicine from the pharmaceutical factory, the purchase is also limited. To be honest, this medicine is the most effective special medicine for winter colds and sells very well. But what? Something happened in our safety zone today. Zhuang Xiao understood after listening to the staff's explanation. It turns out that the shortage of medicines is not only in the number 11 safety zone, but also in all safety zones. Who let the safety zone that specializes in medicines have a shortage of medicines this year? Upstream manufacturers can't produce them. So how can you expect downstream manufacturers or retailers to ship them to you? Speaking of bad luck, Zhuang Xiao thinks that the attack on the number 11 safety zone by the mutant crows is bad enough. Unexpectedly, the life in the number 6 safety zone is not as moist as imagined. Chapter 311. According to the description of the pharmacy staff, this special medicine was not mass-produced due to the lack of a key Chinese herbal medicine, resulting in insufficient supply. The fundamental reason for the shortage of this key herbal medicine is that Chihua Mountain, where this herbal medicine is produced, encountered a heavy rainstorm this summer, which caused large-scale mudslides on the hillsides on both sides of the road to Chihua Mountain. The road to Chihua Mountain is blocked, and the safe zone cannot enter it normally to harvest herbs. Until now, the safe zone has not found a new route to enter Chihua Mountain. This is why the purchase of this medicine is limited. In the end, Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao bought a total of 6 boxes of this medicine, and then went to other grocery stores to buy food and daily necessities. In short, on the first day of moving into the number 6 safe zone, Zhuang Xiao spent so much points that she felt extremely happy. This is because she lost her family's wealth. Otherwise she really couldn't stand her ho-ho. The solar energy on both sides of the road has lit up, and the sky is dotted with a few small stars. Zhuang Xiao blew a breath on the car window, and a layer of white mist immediately appeared. When the two of them got home, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The personnel who came to inspect the heating equipment had already gone back. The first thing Zhuang Xiao did when she got home was to use her watch to turn on the heating and wait for the temperature in the room to rise. After finishing this task, she had time to look at the results of everyone's struggle during this period. The clean mutant Pika was placed on the table in the living room, and the luggage was placed in the corner of the living room. None of the heating appliances in the living room were turned on. It was not until now that Zhuang Xiao felt that the house was really cold at night. There was still some sunshine during the day, and they were busy all the time, so they didn't feel it. Don't these men feel cold? In fact, it's not cold at all, although everyone is noisy at ordinary times. Cousins, but there is still a sense of propriety. When the cousin is not at home, they are really embarrassed to use the things at home. The effect of the heating has not yet appeared. Zhuang Xiao turned on all the electric heating tools in the living room, and there was also a stove bought at the grocery store in the car, which would be turned on soon. After the door of the living room was opened from the outside again, Zhuang Xiao felt a cool breeze blowing in from outside. Wu Xiao and the others were carrying a lot of things in their hands, and they felt a warm feeling coming towards them. It's so warm. I don't want to go back to sleep in the cold dormitory, Hu Qianli said bluntly. If the temperature tonight is the same as the forecast, whether I can survive it depends on whether my body can survive. Zhuang Xiao smiled and said when he heard Hu Qianli's words, if cousin who doesn't mind, you can sleep on the floor. Then he turned to look at Yinming and said, do you sleep in the living room or in the attic? The attic has heating anyway, so it's not cold. I sleep in the attic. Yinming had been to the attic before, so he naturally chose to sleep in the attic without hesitation. Although there was no bed inside, she found that her sister had bought a heating pad that she no longer needed, which should be used as a mattress for her on the floor. Compared to the living room, the attic is an independent small room. Of course he chose the attic, in order to show that he was sharing a room with the teenagers. Zhuang Xiao said, do you two want to stay too? Then, Zhuang Xiao saw the two teenagers nodding wildly. Yinming said, you two can sleep in the attic with me. It's warmer if 3 people squeeze together. All right. The 3 little ones have arranged it themselves. Then you can carry all these up. Wu Xiao stuck the quilt in his hand to the 2 teenagers and said. Then Wu Xiao turned his head and saw 3 pairs of big blinking eyes looking at Zhuang Xiao, as if to say, what should I do if I have to stay here? Zhuang Xiao spread his hands indifferently. You guys can do whatever you want. After dinner, the 3 of you can clean up and sleep in the living room, Wu Xiao said. There is heating. Electric heaters and stoves can all be turned on, but there are not enough quilts at home. Zhuang Xiao continued. That's enough. That's enough. The 3 of us can just squeeze together. The 3 of them were instantly happy. After coming to safety zone number 6 so many times, this is the first time I sleep in a proper house without having to sleep with so many people. What's wrong with the living room? What's wrong with sleeping on the floor? It's better than sleeping in a cold dormitory. Especially this time. There was an unexpected drop in temperature. A group of people happily packed up their things and started preparing dinner. For dinner, Zhuang Xiao only moved his mouth, not his hands. Almost everyone here can cook, but he is a little stingy when it comes to adding ingredients. He has to add some nutrient solution to everything, whether it is putting the main ingredients or the side ingredients. His hands are shaking and not very skillful. In the end, Zhuang Xiao could only give instructions from the side. This is too little. Add. You are too stingy. No. In short, This meal is more tiring than cooking it herself. Fortunately, the final result is good. A delicious meal, with the joint efforts of 7 men, was finally served. The dining table is similar to the Kong table, round, and a cashmere-printed blanket is spread on the floor. Yes, this is the most expensive item Zhuang Xiao bought today. This is also the most expensive thing she spent since she came to the Wasteland. The cashmere-printed blanket worth 1,200 points is equivalent to the cost of her illegal household registration. 8 people sat in a circle around the table. The cold wind was blowing outside, and the heating was lingering in the house. Everyone seemed to have stars in their eyes, illuminating this long and cold winter night. Somehow, Zhuang Xiao suddenly thought of a fairy tale, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. After looking around, she felt that now, at this moment, they were more like a story of a dwarf princess and 7 strong men. After dinner started, Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt that this was more like a story of a group of gluttonous monsters. At this moment, the plates were shiny with oil. There was almost no food residue on the table, as if there was no food in the tableware. After dinner, the temperature in the room had risen, warm as spring. Zhuang Xiao yawned, said goodbye to everyone, and went upstairs to sleep. Wu Xiao stayed downstairs and continued to entertain his former colleagues. Yan Ming was worried that the sound of them walking in the stairwell would affect Zhuang Xiao rest. After a simple tidying up in the living room, Yan Ming, Xiang Su and Wan Yi went up to the 3rd floor together, and Hu Qianli, Wu Xiao, Ming Qingyang and Yan, who were too early to sleep. So they sat around the stove to roast sweet potatoes and peanuts. These sweet potatoes and peanuts were brought by Zhuang Xiao from his home in the 11th safe zone. Chapter 312. Such a luxurious and wasteful moment lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the temperature outside had reached -6 degrees. The north wind roared, and the coldness raged wildly in the night of safety zone number 6, as if it was going to freeze everything in the world. 2 mutant pikas nestled in a corner of the iron cage and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, the sky and the earth were all white. In the early morning, the north wind brought pure white snowflakes. Ice flowers of various shapes bloomed on the window, crystal clear, and a slender finger passed through the transparent glass window, instantly destroying this unique beauty. "Sister, are you up?" Yan Ning stood in the corridor on the 2nd floor, knocking on Zhuang Xiao's bedroom door. Wu Xiao and his group had left because they had work to do. Yan Ning drove them away. Zhuang Xiao wrote a few words on the window covered with icy flowers, then put her cold fingers on her nose and mouth and blew on them. When she felt warmer, she wrapped herself in the quilt and returned to bed. She looked at her watch. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning. People who have to go out to work in this kind of weather. How unfortunate. Wu Xiao and his group, hit up right away. Due to Yan Ming's persistent call outside, Zhuang Xiao still got up from the bed. She didn't hear the sound of Wu Xiao and his group getting up and packing. However, she still heard the sound of the car starting. But she didn't want to get up. Anyway, they were all adults, and they were just going out to work. She didn't need to see them off. "Sister, my brother and brother who have left." When the bedroom door opened, Yan Ming saw a girl wearing a small flowered cotton jacket and small flowered cotton pants, with a chicken coop on her head, yawning. "Sister, it's quite warm in the house. Why are you wearing a cotton jacket and cotton pants?" Yan Ming was very puzzled. "It's not that cold indoors. If the wind wasn't blowing outside, the temperature outside would be okay." Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but yawn again, glanced at the boy and said, "I think I'm cold." "Okay?" Yan Ming, "Okay. You're my sister. Whatever you say is what it means." Seeing Yan Ming shut up, Zhuang Xiao went downstairs in her slippers. As soon as she entered the living room, a sweet and nostalgic smell rushed into her nose. This smell. "Did you eat roasted sweet potatoes in the morning?" As she said that, Zhuang Xiao sniffed her nose again and looked at the stove in the corner of the living room. Sure enough, there was one of the must-eat winter foods she missed. Hearing Zhuang Xiao question, Yan Ming replied, "No. We all drank the nutrient solution." This roasted sweet potato was placed on top by Brother Hua before he left, and he specifically reminded him to remember to turn it over. Let her sister eat it when she wakes up. A total of 4 were roasted. When the aroma of sweet potatoes began to spread, Yan Ming felt that the most painful job he had ever taken on in his life was squatting in the living room to turn the sweet potatoes over. in the autumn group sweet potato digging operation. Their family also got a lot of edible sweet potatoes. However, in order to exchange for more cost-effective nutrient solution, 90% of their sweet potatoes were sold at the exchange center. Therefore, what he ate was a paste made of sweet potato powder and nutrient solution. He had never eaten a whole sweet potato like this, especially when he sent them to the gathering place in the morning. Hu Qianli also let it slip that they ate roasted sweet potatoes and roasted peanuts in the living room for most of the night last night. Really? It's very annoying. Zhuang Xiao took 2 roasted sweet potatoes from the stove and handed one to Yan Ning. The sweet potato skin was roasted until golden brown. When she peeled it gently with her fingers, the mouth-watering aroma came to her nose. She took a bite and found it soft and glutinous. Sweet but not greasy. Delicious. Yan Ning couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It smelled so good. After Zhuang Xiao swallowed half of the sweet potato in a flash, she saw Yan Ning staring at the remaining half of the sweet potato in her hand, with drooling mouthfuls, like a hungry wolf. That greedy look made people laugh and cry. "What are you looking at me for? Eat," Zhuang Xiao said, and took another big bite of the sweet potato. Yan Ning laughed silly twice, found a stool to sit down, and began to concentrate on eating the sweet potato. Zhuang Xiao was confused by Yan Ning's laughter. Isn't it just eating a sweet potato? As for? However, the sweet potato is really delicious. After eating the sweet potato, Zhuang Xiao went to wash up. After washing up, Zhuang Xiao received a message from Xiao. The message was very long. However, there were only 2 main points. The first was to inform that the future team and the Mandrill team would follow Xiao Yin to the number 7 safe zone at noon today. As for the second main point, repeatedly instructing Zhuang Xiao to stay in the safe zone before they returned to the number 6 safe zone. And Yan Ning also received Yin Hu's message at the same time. The main idea is, if anything happens to her sister, he will be the only one to ask when she comes back. Yin Ming, how can I not listen to my sister? Although, no matter what the 2 people who received the message thought in their hearts, their fingers obediently replied to each other with one word, okay. At 12 o'clock noon, Xiao Yan's convoy left the number 6 safety zone. The temperature dropped, and the snow did not hinder Xiao Yan's determination to leave for the number 7 safety zone as soon as possible. Zhang Lin and the Qilin team, who came with him, were left in the number 6 safety zone to be responsible for the implementation of the subsequent genetic modification plan. This time, the people were successfully sent to the Genetic Science Academy in the number 6 safety zone in advance. Thanks to the friendship between Zhang Lin and the youngest son of the dean of the academy, who exchanged and studied across safety zones. Otherwise, the group of people sent from their safety zone would not be able to officially undergo genetic modification until the beginning of next spring at the earliest. All the expenses during this period will be a considerable expense. Although the number 11 safety zone is not too poor, it is not very rich either, especially in this period of time when coal resources are about to run out and iron mining has not yet started. We should save as much as possible. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ning didn't care about the predicament of the number 11 safety zone at all. At this time, the 2 of them were strolling in the safety zone. In addition to the flowery cotton jacket and flowery cotton pants, Zhuang Xiao put on a lot of clothes before going out. She was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. From a distance, she looked like a big brown bear walking slowly on the white snow. The difference between her and the bear is that she is always walking on 2 roads. Yan Ning went out once in the morning, and he was a native Wastelander, so he had adapted to the current temperature. "Sister, why are we going out?" As Yan Ning spoke, wisps of white air came out of his mouth. Zhuang Xiao shrank her face into the scarf, revealing only 2 bright eyes, and looked at the group of people at the front door and said, "What are those people doing with their tools?" Chapter 313. Yan Ming followed Zhuang Xiao line of sight. The gate of the school next door was crowded with people. There were hundreds of people, almost blocking the school gate. They were all wearing thick winter clothes, scarves, hats, and gloves. Everyone was holding various tools in their hands, such as hammers, fish cages, electric saws, etc. "It seems that they are going to winter fishing," Yan Ming said with certainty. "Every year, as long as the thickness of the ice in the river is thick enough to support ice activities, people in the 11th safety zone will go to the nearby stream for winter fishing. Winter fishing is an important food source for safety zones with waters. and is quite popular among the people in the safety zones. So, he was very familiar with the tools carried by those people. I just don't know where the river in the 6th safety zone is. Zhuang Xiao thought for a while, and then said, "Let's go and have a look." Winter fishing. She had never seen it before. When she was a child, the thickness of the lake ice in the area where she lived in winter was barely enough to support the weight of an adult. However, since the global warming, the thickness of the lake ice every winter is so thick that it can't even support the weight of a child, let alone an adult. Yan Ming didn't say anything. He frowned slightly, thinking of the message his brother sent in the morning. Zhuang Xiao stared at Yan Ming for a long time. Then, the boy finally spoke. "We are not familiar with this place." Or, then, "No, I won't go." Before the last 3 words were uttered, Zhuang Xiao took over and said, "Or, let's go back and drive behind them." Yan Ming, brother, you can't blame me. My sister insisted on going. When they came out, the two walked slowly on the snow. When they went back, the two walked quickly. When Yan Ming drove to the place where the crowd had gathered just now, the crowd had dispersed. However, due to the snow last night, the tire marks on the ground were very obvious. The car followed the wheel marks and moved forward slowly. When sending with Xiaowei this morning, anti-skid chains were installed on the tires of the car. Therefore, the car is driving on the snow at this moment, and there is no need to worry about skidding or tail swinging. Is it the convoy in front? After driving for about a quarter of an hour, Zhuang Xiao saw the familiar car in front. It was the one that was parked at the gathering place. At this time, there were obviously more tire tracks on the road. If they can't catch up, they will probably have to get off the car and ask someone. After squinting his eyes to identify, Yan Ming nodded and said, "Yes, those are the cars." Obviously, at the same distance. Why is her sister's eyesight always better than his? He can only see a blurry little black dot. Zhuang Xiao can already clearly distinguish it. Right? Zhuang Xiao, that is of course. Her titanium alloy dog eyes? No. Titanium alloy human eyes are powerful. An hour later, the car drove out of the safety zone from the north gate. Zhuang Xiao began to check the map on the watch. The north side of the number 6 safety zone? What river is there on the north side? Found it. A blue wide river, winding from the southwest to the northeast. The length is not clear, because the starting position of the river on the watch is a blind spot. The width of the river within the safety zone. From the map, the water area is wide. After driving to the shantytown, the car has been heading downstream of the river, northeast, and there are more and more vehicles on the road. In front of Zhuang Xiao car is no longer the school's convoy, but the vehicles that merged from its road. Behind them are 3 vehicles from their number 11 safety zone. The river we are going to must be very large. During the winter fishing in the stream closest to our safety zone, we didn't see so many cars and people. Yan Ming sighed. There are quite a lot. Zhuang Xiao agreed. As they got closer and closer to the river, people even appeared on the road. Judging from the simplicity of their clothes, they should be ordinary people belonging to the shantytown of safety zone number 6. These people carried all kinds of homemade fishing tools. They walked in groups of 3 or 5 on both sides of the road. When they were close to the river, the convoy in front slowed down. Many cars left the main road and drove into the bushes on both sides of the road. At this time, after a night of snow, the grass and trees withered. After Yan Ming honked the horn, he waited for the pedestrians on both sides of the road to make way, and then he plunged into the bushes on the left. The vehicles behind them then plunged into the bushes on the right. The cars on the road seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. They drove into the bushes one by one, and they were neatly arranged. Yan Ming turned off the car. The 2 men got out of the car and took out the fishing tools they had prepared before leaving. And all, a hammer and other auxiliary tools. The all in Zhuang Xiao hand was given to her by the store owner after she spent more than 3,000 points at the grocery store yesterday. What did the owner say at the time? It was a hot-selling model recently. She was a little confused at the time, but she didn't want to refuse it if it was given to her by others. Now it seems that it is indeed a hot-selling model. Almost everyone who got off the car brought this thing. A must-have for winter fishing. That? Cousin? Just as Zhuang Xiao looked around and studied what fishing tools others brought, a strange and clear male voice came from behind. Who is it? Haven't all the people in the future team left? Except for Xiang Su and Wan He. Everyone else is older than her, so they are all cousins. cousins, and Xiang Su, Wan He, and Yan Ming, the three teenagers, usually call Zhuang Xiao sister directly. This is the first time someone calls her cousin. I don't know which distant relative this is. Zhuang Xiao turned around and saw a group of people standing behind them. There were about a dozen of them. Among them, the one standing at the front of the crowd was a young man with dark eyes. Judging from the skin around his eyes, he should be quite fair. He was slightly shorter than Yan Ming and thinner. Now everyone was wrapped up very tightly. Zhuang Xiao couldn't recognize who this person was just by looking at him. Perhaps he noticed the confusion in Zhuang Xiao's eyes. The man took 2 steps forward and said, "I am Zhang Lin." "Zhang Lin? Who is this?" Zhuang Xiao searched her little brain, but she had no impression of this name at all. The man continued to say, "We are from the 11th safety zone. We came to the 6th safety zone together." Zhuang Xiao still looked at him blankly. Zhang Lin added, Xiao Yin and I are friends." Zhuang Xiao, So he is a friend of the unlucky cousin Xiao Yin. I wonder if he is also very unlucky. Zhuang Xiao muttered a few words under her scarf. Chapter 314. Yan Ming looked at the people on the opposite side for several times. And then he seemed to remember something, and whispered in Zhuang Xiao's ear, "Zhang Lin is one of the only 2 people who entered the blind spot in the Dark Knight team and came out. Speaking of which, he got this news from his brother. The main reason was that the news about Xiao Yin was too explosive. So, he still remembers it very clearly." Yan Ming looked at the people behind Zhang Lin, and one of them looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Lu Feng, who was standing behind Zhang Lin, also looked at the 2 people on the opposite side. Who doesn't know these 2 people? When they came to the number 6 safety zone, they suddenly joined their convoy halfway, and it was Chief Xiao who acquiesced. I don't know what the relationship between the 2 people and Chi Xiao is. After listening to Yan Ming whisper, Zhuang Xiao seemed to remember something and said indifferently, "Oh, it's you. Unlucky guy." Zhang Lin, What? Unlucky guy? Zhang Lin looked at Zhuang Xiao black and white eyes with shock, thinking, is Xiao Yan's cousin mentally ill? How can I say that? Or, take her to the hospital tomorrow. Zhuang Xiao, No. I'm just afraid that you will rely on me. Cousin. Too many cousins is also a kind of trouble. The team is too big. She can't lead it. Seeing that Zhang Lin was hesitant to speak, Zhuang Xiao said, "It's okay. I leave first. Goodbye." Then he waved to the people behind Zhang Lin. After saying goodbye unilaterally, he dragged Yan Ming and started running wildly. Zhang Lin, What's going on? Is he some kind of venomous snake or ferocious beast? Everyone, Unlucky guy? Ha ha ha. What should I do if I want to laugh? The Qilin team standing behind me were really all laughing. Zhang Lin, who was still so arrogant in the number 6 safe zone last night, didn't expect to be defeated when he met a little girl. However, since everyone now only showed a pair of eyes, and their mouths were gritting to the back of their ears, as long as you don't laugh out loud, Zhang Lin will naturally not hear or see you. After Zhuang Xiao ran a distance with Yan Ming, he looked back. Zhang Lin and his group were no longer in sight. "Sister, why are you running?" Yan Ming said, panting. Zhuang Xiao turned her head and looked behind her, then turned her head and said mysteriously, "Stay away from that person in the future." This was her first time participating in winter fishing activities. She didn't want to return empty-handed because of anyone or any accident. Yan Ming nodded and said, "Okay." Then the 2 of them continued to move forward with a large group in front. Less than 10 minutes later, a large flat piece of pure white appeared in front of Zhuang Xiao. In the sun, the snow on the ground sparkled. On the other side of the river was a dense forest. At this time, the branches were full of crystal-clear icicles. The sun shone through them, flashing brilliant brilliance, like a dazzling glass world. In the dazzling scene, the dense forest in the distance was covered with red light, which complemented the white world of ice and snow. In Zhuang Xiao's eyes, the world was divided into 2 completely different spaces, white and fiery red. Is this place so close to the high radiation area? However, looking at the people scattered in groups on the ice, the safety of this place should not be too worrying. After observation, the 2 began to go upstream. There are too many people in this place close to the main road. Zhuang Xiao always felt that there were too many holes drilled on the ice, and they might fall directly. At this time, Zhang Lin and his group who had just arrived at the river bank, also stared at the crowd on the ice in a daze. Team leader Zhang. Are we going upstream or downstream? Lu Feng asked. Alas, if Zhang Lin hadn't given too much, they really didn't want to accompany this young master to participate in winter fishing activities in this winter. Although the dormitory is not warm, it is better than freezing in the ice and snow. Before Xiaoyan left, he specifically told them to take good care of Zhang Lin. No mistakes can be made. Zhang Lin looked at the ice again and again, but he didn't see Zhuang Xiao. He said dejectedly, "Let's go upstream." It was so hard to get a chance to talk to Xiaoyan's cousin, but it was gone just like that. In fact, he was just curious. Having known Xiaoyan for so many years, he had never heard that he had any cousins or anything like that. And Xiaoyan just said it was a cousin, and he wouldn't say anything else when asked. It was Xiaoyan's attitude that made him more curious. The sound of hammers knocking on the ice was already ringing. The knocking sound quickly broke the stagnation in Zhang Lin's heart. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming walked forward for about 200 meters and then stopped. Although there are people around here, the density is far less than that of the river below. The temperature has dropped drastically for 2 or 3 consecutive days. The thickness of the ice surface is already very impressive. Zhuang Xiao has no experience in winter fishing, so the ice cone was handed over to Yan Ming, asking him to choose the location for them to cut the ice at this time. Yan Ming led Zhuang Xiao to the middle of the river while talking to Zhuang Xiao about how to choose the location for cutting ice. The location for cutting ice should first be a deep water area. That is, the middle of the water area, where the water temperature is low and the food is abundant, which is easier to attract fish to gather. Secondly, it should face the sun and north wind. This river does not need to consider this issue. In addition, Yan Ming said, squatting down and sweeping away all the snow on the ice surface, observing the condition of the ice surface. What else? Zhuang Xiao also squatted down and helped Yan Ming clean up the snow around. I didn't expect that there are so many tricks to dig an ice hole and catch fish. Yan Ming stood up and continued, in addition, observe the bubbles in the ice layer. Are there any cracks on the ice layer? If there are bubbles, it means that there may be a lot of fish in this place. And the location with cracks on the ice surface has high oxygen content underwater, which can attract fish to gather. As he spoke, he squatted down again. Zhuang Xiao followed the boy carefully to learn. These are all the survival experiences accumulated by others for a long time. They must be learned and learned seriously. Although she now looks similar on the ice surface, it does not prevent her from blindly following. This place should be pretty good. Yan Ming quickly cleared the snow on the ice surface and said to Zhuang Xiao. Then, he stood the ice cone on the ice surface and slowly turned it twice until the ice cone could stand steadily. Sister, hammer. Zhuang Xiao hurriedly handed over the hammer in her hand. Yan Ming took it, and then hit the top of the ice cone with a hammer. The ice cone went down a little bit, followed by the second hammer. The third hammer. Chapter 315. The hammer hit the top of the ice cone and made a clang 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 sound, which soon merged with the sounds on the ice. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but stamp her feet. But the ice didn't move at all. The thickness of this ice layer was indeed unusual. Unlike the ice layers of the small river she had stepped on before, she could hear the crisp cracking sound of ice cracking when she walked lightly on it. There was always the risk of ice cracking and people falling into the water. At this time, someone not far away had already chiseled through the ice surface. The sound of cheers and joy, from far to near, was sent to her ears with the wind. Yan Ming was still hitting the ice cone vigorously, and the ice cone had just penetrated the ice surface for about 10 centimeters. Let me try. Zhuang Xiao saw that Yan Ming's forehead was sweating, and she was freezing to death just watching. So she suggested that she would chisel the ice layer. After Zhuang Xiao said this, Yan Ming handed over the hammer in his hand with a slightly embarrassed look, saying, okay. After so many knocks, the ice cone was less than halfway into the ice layer. Zhuang Xiao, who took the hammer from Yan Ming, spread his legs, held the wooden handle of the cone with both hands, tightened and loosened it, and then gently knocked it down twice. However, he did not use any force. This was just to wait for the hammer to go down, so that the hammer could accurately find the top of the ice cone and not miss it when it came up. After confirming the angle and force, Zhuang Xiao exhaled a breath of white air. Before the white air from his mouth and nose disappeared in the cold air, the hammer suddenly fell. With only a bang, the ice cone disappeared. Zhuang Xiao, Yan Ming, did I use too much force? Zhuang Xiao was a little at a loss with the hand holding the hammer. The ice doesn't look so unbreakable. She really just tapped it lightly. Then, the ice cone, along with the wooden structure on top, was completely submerged in the ice. Yan Ning looked at the ice cone that was completely submerged in the ice, then looked at his hand, and finally turned his gaze to the hammer in Zhuang Xiao's hand. This, he guaranteed that he really used all his strength just now. Looking at Zhuang Xiao's slightly embarrassed and confused big eyes again, Yan Ning stuttered, No, dig it out. So, the initial work of winter fishing changed from using ice cones to chisel ice to digging ice cones out of the ice. Zhuang Xiao held a small spatula in one hand and a hammer in the other, knocking around the ice cone, intending to dig out the handle of the ice cone first. This way, it would be easier to pull the entire ice cone out of the ice. After repeating dozens of times, the handle of the ice cone was exposed. Zhuang Xiao had smashed the ice cone down, and Yan Ning decided to contribute to the work of pulling out the ice cone. Fortunately, after exerting all his strength, the ice cone finally got rid of the control of the ice layer and escaped successfully. The moment the ice cone was pulled out, the water under the ice layer gushed out like a fountain. In an instant, the small ice pit that Zhuang Xiao dug with a small spatula turned into a small puddle. Yan Ning took the ice cone and followed the edge of the ice hole, gradually expanding its range until it was large enough to put down the fish basket. That's it. Zhuang Xiao put down the fish basket on his body, according to Yan Ning instructions, and fixed one end of the fish basket on the ice surface. Well, that's it, Yan Ning replied, and then continued to look for a place to put down the fish basket with the ice cone. The two of them knocked together and dug 5 or 6 ice holes around, and put down all the fish baskets they carried. While waiting for the fish to bite, Zhuang Xiao also ran to a crowded place to see how everyone fished. People holding buckets, net bags, and ice picks walked and stopped on the ice, squatting down from time to time to check the ice surface. Some places would stay for a while, and then quickly leave. And some places would be chiseled open little by little with ice picks. And then, the net bag would be inserted and moved back and forth. And a white fish would be brought up after a while. Or someone would put the bait into the ice hole, and then tie the fishing line to a wooden stick. And the wooden stick would be placed across the ice hole. This operation was done around him. And several such ice holes were copied and pasted. Someone else was casting a net and marking it on the ice. Zhuang Xiao thought to himself that if the net was not collected on the same day, would it be collected by others? All the way down, there were various ways to fish. The river was still quite lively. There were more and more holes in the ice. Walking on it, she felt a sense of trepidation. Would this porous ice layer really not crack? Half an hour later, Zhuang Xiao slowly moved back to the fishing spot she and Yan Ning had chosen. At this time, Yan Ning was taking one of the fish baskets out of the water. There was no fish in the basket. The boy's face suddenly collapsed from the cold. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, she looked up and saw Zhuang Xiao slowly approaching. Sister, there is not a single fish. Yan Ning looked at Zhuang Xiao with a disappointed face. Seeking comfort. It doesn't matter. It's still early. Don't we still have several fish baskets? I go dig a few more. Zhuang Xiao took the empty fish basket from Yan Ming's hand, picked up the ice cone from the ground, and walked towards the place near the river bank. I go with you, Yan Ming said. Zhuang Xiao turned around and refused. You look after the remaining fish baskets. Although there were not many people in the ice area they chose, there was no guarantee that someone would choose to steal. Although it was hard to say whether they could steal the sheep, her fish basket would definitely be taken away. Yan Ming also knew that what Zhuang Xiao said made sense. So she didn't insist, and stayed where she was and didn't continue to follow. On the ice, they moved back and forth for nearly an hour. Based on Yan Ming's words and deeds, and the experience of watching others fishing, Zhuang Xiao felt that she should try to find the location of the fish school. After all, practice is the criterion for testing truth. As for whether the truth can be successfully verified, that is another matter. Although this winter fishing activity is quite different from what she imagined, it is still quite interesting for someone who has never fished on the ice. I just heard that this river is called Baishui River. And the reason why it is called Baishui River is because there are a large number of large white fish breeding in this river. It can be said that there has never been a shortage of people in this river all year round. Fish meat is also an important source of meat, and it is rich in nutrients, which can be said to be suitable for people of all ages. In addition to breeding a large number of large white fish in Baishui River, there are also amphibious fish such as black snakehead, and even a kind of fish that Zhuang Xiao has seen in the stream of the number 11 safety zone. The rosy fish. A ferocious carnivorous fish. Chapter 316. Given the fierce and ferocious character of the mullet, Zhuang Xiao thought it would be better if they didn't meet in the Baishui River this time. This time she hoped to find a school of big white fish. The sun was rising higher, and the river was covered with snow, which made her eyes a little dazzled. At this time, there is no doubt that fish like waters with abundant sunlight and oxygen. Zhuang Xiao stopped about 30 meters away from Yanming. This place was very pleasing to her eyes. This is it. Then she squatted down and began to clean the snow on it bit by bit. The snow was not thick and had not been trampled by people, so it was particularly easy to clean. The ice surface after cleaning was crystal clear. Through the frozen river water, Zhuang Xiao felt that she seemed to see the figures swimming back and forth below. There are fish here, and it seems that there are quite a lot of them. The ice cone stood on the ice surface, and the hammer knocked it down with a clang. The ice cone was 3/4 immersed. From his previous experience of digging ice holes, Zhuang Xiao already knew that the thickness of the ice layer was between 20 and 30 centimeters. Based on the length of the ice cone that was now immersed, it must have touched the water surface. When the ice cone was pulled out, water rushed out. The school of fish under the ice quickly gathered around the water hole to absorb oxygen. Among a group of 34-centimeter big white fish, Zhuang Xiao saw a very conspicuous fish. Its light brown back passed through the water, and its tail swung back and forth like a fan. It was about 1 meter long, with a graceful body and a beautiful appearance. With the sound of the ice cone poking the ice, the fish fled in all directions. And when the sound stopped, they gathered again. The big white fish, about 1 meter long, always lingered around the ice hole. Soon, Zhuang Xiao dug out an ice hole with a diameter of about half a meter. Such a large ice hole was dug specifically for the big white fish. If she can't get it out later, it will be a shame to the ice hole she dug for it. Zhuang Xiao threw the fish basket in casually. Then she stood at the edge of the ice hole and waited quietly for the fish in the water to emerge. In less than a moment, the heads of prey appeared on the water surface one after another, opening their mouths and breathing heavily. This, one fish and one small spatula went down. If her hand speed was fast enough, could she knock out many of them? Zhuang Xiao hand holding the small spatula was eager to move. But she was not in a hurry, because the big fish hadn't come up yet. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You have to be patient. Yanming saw Zhuang Xiao sitting motionless on the ice from a distance, like an old monk in meditation. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what her sister was doing again. He caught another fish in the fish basket here, compared with the first one that was empty. This time it was better, and 2 palm-sized fish fry were caught. Then he threw it in. As the saying goes, hunting is endless. A big white fish of this size is considered a small fry in the wasteland. It doesn't matter whether it meets the radiation standard or not. Fish of this size will be put back in the end. This is one of the most important rules recognized by everyone in fishing. Let's talk about Zhang Lin. He came out to experience life. He doesn't have to worry about finding fish schools, breaking ice, setting fish baskets, and setting fishing nets. He is now sitting on a small bench, holding a fishing rod in his hand, fishing quietly on the ice. From time to time, his eyes glanced at the Qilin team. In addition to looking after Zhang Lin and doing odd jobs, this group of people are also very obsessed with the activity of breaking ice and catching fish. After all, food, meat, who doesn't love it? Zhuang Xiao stared at the water motionlessly. The big white fish was very cautious. Every time it quietly popped up on the edge, and then quickly dived under the ice. After doing this 4 or 5 times, he gradually let down his guard and let its entire head emerge. Zhuang Xiao seized the opportunity and swept across its head. The fish on the water's surface scattered. The cold river water instantly changed from deep blue to dark red. After a click sound, a hint of white gradually emerged from the dark red. On the snow in the distance, the mouth of the broken fish head was still opening and closing, breathing in fresh air in big gulps. Unfortunately, this air was no longer of any use to it. Zhuang Xiao happily fished out the white in the dark red. After removing the fish head, the big white fish was still about 70 to 80 centimeters long and weighed about 30 to 40 kilograms. The fish head was also picked up by Zhuang Xiao and placed together with the fat body of the big white fish. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation can be eaten. The pleasant reminder sound of the watch sounded. Zhuang Xiao once again turned his gaze back to the ice cave to see if there were any fish willing to come out of the water to live in the oxygen chamber above. However, after waiting for nearly half an hour, no one showed up. As for the remaining stupid fish, Zhuang Xiao planned to call Yan Ming over to deal with them together. Along the cleared ice, Zhuang Xiao walked slowly with her hands behind her back like an old man. Her eyes were fixed on the ice. She saw a white fish quickly passing under her feet, swimming towards the ice hole. The surrounding fish fled in all directions. Zhuang Xiao was delighted. Another big fish came. She ran 2 steps and ran towards the big fish. This fish looked bigger than the previous one, more than twice as big. The ice hole seemed to be smaller. It was just that the fish moved much faster in the water than Zhuang Xiao. And before she could reach the ice hole, the big white fish suddenly jumped out of the water, splashing water, and their slender white bodies drew beautiful arcs in the air. Then a huge fish head stretched out from the ice hole and blocked it. All the big white fish that were supposed to fall back into the water fell onto the ice. Yan Ming! Yan Ming! Zhuang Xiao yelled at the top of his lungs. And then, not caring about the fish still jumping around under his feet, he picked up the ice cone in his hand and hit the fish's gills directly. With a puff, the sharp tip of the ice cone appeared from the other end. The fish stuck in the ice hole struggled twice and then died. And the big white fish in the mouth of this fish were still struggling hard to escape from its mouth. Suddenly, the fish head stuck on it began to fall slowly downwards. Zhuang Xiao quickly held the fish head in his arms, holding both ends of the ice cone with both hands, and pulled the big fish upwards. It was just that the position of the fish head backwards was exactly the widest part of its body, and the fish was stuck in the ice hole again, unable to move up or down. The sides of the fish head were light yellow, which the big white fish did not have. And if you look closely, the color of the fish's back was different from that of the big white fish. Although the two fish are somewhat similar in body shape, the difference in appearance is quite obvious. Chapter 317. However, regardless of whether this fish is a big white fish or not, she caught it with her own strength. No matter what, it can't just slide into the water like this. But soon, Zhuang Xiao noticed something was wrong. This fish, the force of falling was obviously heavier, as if there was an invisible force pulling in the water under the ice. The ice cone across the fish's head, under her strength, turned into a sharp dagger. Zhuang Xiao watched the ice cone slice the fish's head into 2 pieces bit by bit. She thought, even if Yan Ming came, she probably couldn't save this unknown big fish today. And she seemed to hear the sound of water flowing under the ice. This is someone. No. A fish. Competing with her for the prey in her hand. Sister. Sister. Let go. Let go. Yan Ming's anxious and urgent voice came from behind her. If you don't let go, you will be dragged down, Yan Ming said as he pulled Zhuang Xiao close to prevent her from being dragged into the water. At this time, for some reason, the cleared ice surface had slowly changed from dark blue to deep red. The sun shone through the ice. The river water was deep red, as if a group of red flames were jumping in it. With a fast-moving figure, the flames were dispersed and transformed into a strange shape. Zhuang Xiao sensed the strength of the young man behind him. He quickly pulled the ice cone out of the unknown fish head. Bright red blood splashed out with the ice cone, sprinkled on the ice surface and Zhuang Xiao's face. The moment the ice cone was taken out, the big fish suddenly fell into the water. The cold river water splashed more than half a meter high. Then the whole ice cave was dyed red, like a gorgeous rose blooming on the river. Sister, are you okay? Yan Ming helped Zhuang Xiao stand up from the ice and asked with concern. Zhuang Xiao shook her head, and the blood on the ice cone dripped onto the ice. Did you hear any sound? Zhuang Xiao listened carefully, and the sound of teeth biting, which made her scalp numb, came from under the ice like a devil's voice. That's why when Yan Ming called her to let go, she immediately chose to give up the prey in her hand. There are other schools of fish below. The big white fish trapped on the ice is still struggling hard to get back into the water. But they don't know that the world in the water is the real purgatory at this moment. Bright red blood, white fish bones. The aquatic creatures with blood-red eyes and sharp teeth are attacking the prey around them in groups. As if sensing something, Yan Ming looked down at the ice and said in an unstable voice, Sister, look! What's going on here? Zhuang Xiao followed the boy's gaze and looked down at his feet. In this short while, the ice she had cleared had all turned dark red. This color was exactly the same as the one in the ice cave. Even at this time, the sun was shining brightly, and there was no wind. But the temperature was still around -20 degrees. So, in the time it took for the two to talk, a thin layer of red ice had already formed on the surface of the water in the ice cave. Suddenly, with a click, the sound of ice breaking was heard. Several large white fish, about 30 centimeters long, broke through the ice. The body of the large white fish twisted wildly in midair, as if there was some kind of monstrous beast in the water. The broken pink ice burst into the sky and then fell into the dark red water. In an instant, Zhuang Xiao saw a fish head with sharp teeth in its mouth emerging from the water. What is this? Is this a mullet? No, this is not a mullet. The mullet has a red head, black eyes, and obvious teeth. And the fish just now, although it only flashed by, but she could still see it clearly. The fish head was black and green. The eyes were red, and it had a mouth full of sharp teeth. This TM couldn't be a piranha. Sister, that's a piranha, right? Yan Ming's voice was a little trembling. This aquatic creature is 100 times more terrifying than any rosy fish. As long as it's in the water, it doesn't matter whether it's an aquatic creature or not. It's meat, and it moves quickly and in groups, which can be regarded as a meat grinder in the water, the kind that grinds and swallows directly. Zhuang Xiao cursed the national quintessence in his heart, and then said to Yan Ming, "Put away the big white fish detection above. Retreat." Standing on the ice, there were densely packed creatures under his feet. Zhuang Xiao felt his scalp tingling and his heart trembling. If the river ice cracked and people fell into the water, with his heavy clothes, he still wanted to escape? It's probably easier than dreaming. What's more, there are countless piranhas waiting for dinner below. Piranha, eh? Come on. Come down. Little sister, come down and play. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help shivering, and bent down to check the fish that were still jumping on the water. The ice cone penetrated the fish's head and took a little blood and dripped it on the watch. Drip. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Drip. Low radiation mutation. Edible. Drip. Low radiation mutation. Edible. Fuck. This fish. This fish. This big white fish. It smells so good. This edible probability. If there wasn't that monster under the water, she would have to stay here until Huishao and the others came back from the number 7 safe zone. Yan Ming, who was picking up the big white fish nearby, was going crazy. Crazy joy. What kind of luck is this? Every one of them is edible. What a concept of 100% edible probability. I dare not even dream of it. Woohoo. Why? Why are there piranhas in this river? In the blink of an eye, the sacks in the hands of the two were full. All in all, it took less than 3 minutes from Yan Ming's arrival to now. The two quickly went to the first ice-breaking point to collect the fish baskets and baits. Forget about the fish. The two were just thinking about getting a few fish baskets back. After all, they were bought with points. They can't be wasted. The moment the fish baskets were pulled up, there were only a few white fish bones inside, which gave off a chill under the sun. The 2 or 3 people closest to them were still moving on the ice. It seems that the piranhas haven't discovered them yet. Zhuang Xiao didn't dare to shout that there were piranhas in the river. After all, this was the territory of the number 6 safety zone, and she didn't know what the people here thought of piranhas. Besides, if she caused a commotion on the ice, wouldn't it be easier to have an accident? As long as they didn't fall into the water, the piranhas wouldn't pose any threat for the time being. Besides, according to the speed of the piranhas, the people fishing in the downstream area would probably soon notice something was wrong. Chapter 318. As long as they notice it, it is their own choice to leave or stay. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming packed up everything and put it on their backs. They did not choose to leave the river bank immediately, but they walked towards a group of people downstream. This group of people was not too far away from them, and they all looked familiar. It was Zhang Lin and the people of the Qilin team. After all, everyone belonged to the same safe zone. It didn't seem to be a big hindrance to her to say that. My luck? It's amazing. Zhang Lin muttered to himself while sitting on a small bench. It's okay if I didn't catch a fish. But what's the matter with catching a fish bone? Zhang Lin took the bone hanging on the hook, threw it on the ice, rehooked the bait, and threw the fishing line in. Then, he hung the fishing rod on the small bench. He walked towards the Chilean team. You have a good catch. TSK 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 TSK. Zhang Lin looked at the big white fish piled on the ice by the Chilean team with envy. Lu Feng heard the voice behind him and turned back modestly and said, "Not bad. It's really good. Half of the big white fish caught today are edible. The money for clothes lost on the road by the mutant bear has been settled. How is it over there?" Lu Feng asked Zhang Lin with a smile. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Zhang Lin felt like someone stabbed him in the heart. It hurts. It's so hard to catch it. A fish bone. How can I say this? It's not bad, Zhang Lin said with an erratic look in his eyes. Just as the two were talking, Fang Minghui's voice suddenly came. Captain Lu. Captain Lu. Come here quickly. Lu Feng said to Zhang Lin, and went to Fang Minghui's fishing spot. Zhang Lin also took a few quick steps and followed. This sound doesn't sound right. I don't know what they caught on the net. Fang Minghui hurriedly used the ice pick in his hand to nail the fish in the fishing net in place. The fish died with its eyes wide open. When Lu Feng came over, he saw the dead piranha. Then, he walked to the ice cave and saw many big white fishes gathering at the entrance of the ice cave. One by one, the fish heads were scrambling to break through the siege and pop up. The entrance of the ice cave was full of fish heads opening and closing. Lu Feng suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and even a little dizzy and nauseous. After taking a look, he immediately turned his eyes away and silently exhaled a foul breath. This thing is really more terrifying than fighting with a mutant bear. Captain Lu. This is a piranha. Fang Minghui pulled the ice pick off the fish's body and fiddled with the dead fish on the ground a few times. Yes, it's a piranha. Lu Feng nodded and continued. Everyone be careful. Don't let this fish bite you. Although this fish is in the water, it may jump out of the water. If the little fangs bite on their bodies, the thickness of their clothes will not be able to withstand that little bite. As for leaving, Lu Feng really has no such idea for the time being. Zhang Lin, who was standing aside, suddenly had the fish bones he had just caught in his mind. So, all the fish he caught were eaten by this guy. He was a little angry, but he had no way to deal with this guy. After hearing what Lu Feng said, everyone returned to their fishing spots. With such a rich harvest rate today, no one wanted to give up. Therefore, when Shuang Xiao and Yan Ning arrived, Zhang Lin had already sat back on his small bench to fish, and the members of the Chilean team also returned to their respective positions to continue fishing. But before Zhuang Xiao could think of what to say, there was a loud and earth-shattering sound from the lower reaches of the river. Then the crisp sound of the ice cracking drilled into Zhuang Xiao eardrums. Then came the waves of surprise and excitement from the crowd downstream. Sister, what are you doing downstream? There were so many people over there that Yan Ning couldn't see clearly what was happening over there from this side. Zhuang Xiao stood there, motionless. That's subtle. Crisp sound continued. Yan Ming, let's go. Zhuang Xiao pulled the boy and wanted to go forward to find out what was going on. This ice is really unbearable. Zhang Lin and the people of the Chilean team also heard the huge sound and looked up in that direction. The moment Zhang Lin looked up, his peripheral vision swept over Xiao Yan's cousin. Although this cousin was a little cold and seemed to have some unknown serious illness. But it's okay. After all, she is Xiao Yan's cousin. Zhang Lin didn't know what she was doing here. Thinking about this, he didn't care about the loud noise just now. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Hi, cousin. Zhang Lin greeted Zhuang Xiao with a smile. Zhuang Xiao paused as he was about to take a step, and said with a serious face, Cousin, are you going? Zhang Lin, what? What is she talking about? Why is Xiao Yan's cousin still a little moody? Zhang Lin couldn't figure out what kind of personality this girl had, and his mind was full of question marks. What is she talking about? Go. Where to go? Seeing Zhang Lin was stunned, Zhuang Xiao said again, Pack up your things and leave quickly. You can't stay on this ice. There are piranhas below. And, before he finished speaking, more excited cheers came from the crowd in the distance. Fuck. Can you all stop jumping on the ice? Another sound of ice cracking sounded, and then the ice under everyone's feet began to crack at a very fast speed. Like dry land, cracking into countless lines. The ice surface suddenly fell into a dead silence. Hurry up. The ice is about to crack. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the direction they were about to leave, and after evaluating it, He quickly ran towards the nearest river bank. When passing by Zhang Lin, he saw that the man was still in a daze. So he directly picked up one of his arms and dragged him away and ran. Zhang Lin was still in shock and panic about the ice crack. The fishing rod in his hand was still in his hand. As he got farther and farther away from the ice cave, the fishing line was pulled up from the water little by little. A big fish about 60 centimeters long, with a yellow head and a white belly, was dragged on the ice. That, Qilin's, run! While Zhuang Xiao was pulling Zhang Lin, he did not forget to call the people of the Qilin team. The people of the Qilin team, Qilin? Who is Qilin? However, the Qilin team is worthy of being a mercenary team, and the reaction speed is much faster than Zhang Lin. At this time, the fishing net and the fish were gone. A group of people ran to the shore. There are piranhas in the water. They just witnessed it with their own eyes. At this time, nothing is more important than life. Chapter 319. In terms of running, Zhuang Xiao asked herself that she had never lost to anyone since she arrived in the Wasteland. So, the people of the Qilin team followed behind Zhuang Xiao, one step behind the fish in Zhang Lin's hand. If it weren't for the tense atmosphere, it would look like a group of people chasing a fish from a distance. Because Zhuang Xiao was carrying a sack in one hand and dragging Zhang Lin with the other, he had no extra hands to pull the young boy Yan Ming. And Yan Ming was carrying a sack of big white fish. So Yan Ming was now reduced to running with the Qilin team. Are you stupid, kid? Why don't you throw away the sack? Lu Feng shouted at Yan Ming in frustration. Although I don't know what this kid's name is, but I know that this idiot and the girl in front, who was carrying a sack and dragging people, and still running like the wind, came to the number 6 safe zone with their convoy. Here, everyone is considered half a family. How can we let this kid fall into the river? The sound of the ice breaking became louder, and the whole river was in chaos. As the crowd continued to run on the ice broke at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the ice in front of them had obvious cracks. Yan Ming threw the sack on his body onto the ice without hesitation, and immediately felt as light as a swallow. And he didn't even need to breathe when running. The river in this part of Baishui River is about 1,000 meters wide. The location they chose to cut the ice was slightly closer to the river bank beside the dense forest. Therefore, Zhuang Xiao and the Qilin team chose to run towards the river bank of the dense forest at the first time. Zhang Lin felt that his arm would probably be useless today. It hurt so much. He really wanted this girl to run slower. However, when he saw the crowd falling into the river like dumplings downstream, he closed his mouth consciously. In fact, he couldn't open his mouth to speak. At this running speed, the cold wind would probably rush into his mouth at an acceleration of 120 miles per hour. Even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't. His mouth was filled with wind. Zhuang Xiao was so focused on escaping that he didn't see that the ice under his feet was cracked. And it was getting worse. When he was about 100 meters away from the river bank, with a crack, the ice 20 meters ahead cracked. The snow on the ice fell into the water. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Xiao ran to the crack and jumped over with a sack. Then, he was stuck at the landing point. It seemed that he was being dragged by something. Looking back, he saw a long fishing line dragging behind him. He didn't know what the end of the fishing line was, and it was stuck under the ice. Zhang Lin naturally noticed this, and his hands trembled violently. The fishing rod fell on the ice. Seeing that the burden had fallen off, Yan Ming and his team also jumped over and continued to run towards the river bank. Although there were cracks on the ice surface in front, there had not been a large-scale collapse. As long as the people behind ran at the current speed, it would not be a big problem to get ashore. Zhuang Xiao got on the river bank without any obstacles and immediately let go of the person he was dragging. At this time, the ice surface near the river bank began to move slowly downstream under the impact of the flowing water. The broken ice surface behind Yan Ming and his team became more unstable and broke again between the collisions. The exposed river water was faintly red. Zhang Lin sat on the ground, watching the people of the Qilin team running and jumping on the ice. And his throat was almost coming out of his throat with nervousness. Looking at the downstream river, there were people standing on the floating ice calling for help, and people who had just fallen and disappeared on the water before struggling twice. He was scared to death. In addition to the last time he and Xiaoyan accidentally entered the blind spot, this was the second most thrilling experience in his life. Thinking about it now, I am still terrified. Sister. Yan Ming followed the Qilin team, almost crying, and shouted to Zhuang Xiao. He wouldn't fall into the river and be fed to piranhas. Zhuangxiao glanced at the distance, threw the sack on the ground, and rushed out. The boy's physical strength is really not good. He needs his brother to train him well in the future. The physical fitness gap between the mercenaries and non-mercenaries was clear at this moment. The Qilin team felt a figure running towards them. The moment they jumped onto the shore, the man jumped down. Zhang Lin didn't have time to react, and the man rushed down. Yan Ming watched Zhuangxiao jump down and hurriedly shouted, "Sister, go back! Go back!" The moment Zhuangxiao rushed down, the floating ice and the river bank slowly separated. Yan Ming and Zhuangxiao are now on two different pieces of floating ice. The two pieces of ice are about 2 meters apart, and with the impact of the water flow, the distance is gradually expanding. Yan Ming saw Zhuangxiao was still running towards him, and he jumped up without hesitation. He landed on the edge of the floating ice. As he landed on it, the ice tilted a little, and he was about to lose his balance and fall into the cold water of Baishui River. A red, frozen little hand grabbed his collar. "Woo woo woo. Sister, I almost went to feed the piranhas." Yan Ming is now terrified. It was so close. Just so close. The rivers and lakes are really dangerous. But it's so exciting. Yan Hu, my brother is jumping back and forth on the road to death. At this time, Zhuangxiao is in no mood to comfort the boy. The punishment for her impulsiveness is that she is now forced to wander on the floating ice. "Cousin, you guys come up quickly," Zhang Lin shouted at the river on the shore, and then said to the Qilin team in a rage, "You guys think of a way to get the people up." Qilin team, Zhuangxiao looked at the river bank. This distance is enough. Yan Ming jumped over for more than 2 meters just now. The floating ice they were standing on was less than 2 meters away from the river bank. It was time to test her jumping ability. "You jump first. Quickly," Zhuangxiao urged Yan Ming. Yan Ming jumped over without saying a word. This is not the time to be humble. Just be obedient. Seeing Yan Ming jump out, Zhuangxiao immediately followed. The two of them landed on the solid ground one after another. It feels good to be on the ground. In just a moment, they were more than 10 meters away from Zhang Lin. Seeing that the two were out of danger, Zhang Lin prepared to drag Zhuangxiao's sack to find someone. Then, the sack did not move at all. Then, the sack remained motionless. Zhang Lin rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, "Captain Lu, my shoulders are still a little painful from being pulled just now. You carry the sack." Lu Feng, if you can't carry it, just say it. Today, we have been taken care of by you, young master, all day long. Chapter 320. Song Dun glanced at his boss's face and silently took the sack from Zhang Lin. Today was the day to sell himself as a slave. You had to do the work ordered by the master if you could, even if you didn't want to. Seeing that someone had taken over the sack, Zhang Lin ran towards Zhuangxiao with his 2 legs that didn't quite obey his command. "How are you? Are you all right?" Zhang Lin asked loudly to the 2 people who were more than 10 meters away from him while running. The 2 people who were sighing about surviving the disaster turned their heads to the source of the voice after hearing Zhang Lin's voice. "Ah, her big white fish. Hey, his big white fish." The first time Zhuangxiao saw Zhang Lin, he saw the sack in Song Dun's hand. That was her big white fish. Fortunately, it was still there. This half-day's work today was not in vain. And the moment Yan Ming saw Lu Feng, he also thought of his big white fish. "Hey," the sack he abandoned. At this time, I was lying quietly on a piece of floating ice, heading for the next journey. "It's okay," Zhuangxiao responded, reaching out to take the sack from Song Dun and easily throwing it on his shoulder. Zhang Lin, So, what is Xiao Yan's cousin? Treasure? Sister? Song Dun, This sack. So easy. The surface of the Baishui River was full of scattered floating ice, broken ice, and dying people. The color of the river water became more and more enchanting, and piranhas jumped up from time to attack people on the edge of the floating ice. As for the people in the water, after a few breaths, the bright red color spread out, and what floated up were piles of white bones, which were chilly under the sunlight. The people standing on the shore shuddered involuntarily when they saw the scene in the water. If it was a little later, their fate might be similar to that of the people in the water. Although this section of the Baishui River is very wide, the water flow is relatively stable. After a large area of cracks occurred on the ice surface, The speed of the floating ice was not particularly fast. And as long as the people standing on the floating ice did not move around or make trouble, they could buy themselves more time and a chance to survive. Sister, how do we get over there? Yan Ming said in a trembling voice. Zhuang Xiao, young man, is it a bit redundant to ask me this question? At the same time, Zhang Lin also looked at Lu Feng and said, Captain Lu, how do we go back? The cars are all on the opposite side. The safe zone is also on the opposite side of the Baishui River. Both ends of the Baishui River, upstream and downstream, are in the blind spot. He can't possibly enter the blind spot again. Right? No. He is a little scared. And he has never heard of any bridge on the Baishui River? I heard from Du Zhong before that every year they took a boat across the Baishui River to pick herbs in Qihua Mountain. There are boats, but no bridges. And he has no idea where the moored ships or ports are. Thinking of this, Zhang Lin seemed to have realized something. That's right. Fine Du Zhong. Fine Du Zhong. This guy has a boat at home. Faced with Zhang Lin's question, Lu Feng didn't think of how to answer for a while. Then he saw Zhang Lin using his watch to contact someone. Lu Feng thought, okay. It's okay with external help. Otherwise, I can only wait here and see if the people in the number 6 safety zone will send someone to rescue me after such a big thing happened. Beep beep beep. After a few beeps, the watch was connected. A panicked and a little anxious boy's voice came from the other side. Hey, Zhang Lin. Help me. Zhang Lin, Zhang Lin was stunned. Help me. He was also waiting for help. In addition to the panicked voice of the boy, the background sound from the watch perfectly blended with the environment they were in. This is... Zhang Lin swallowed his saliva and said word by word with difficulty, Du Zhong. Don't tell me that you are also on the Baishui River? There was a noisy voice from the other side. And then Du Zhong's response was heard. Fuck. Don't tell me that you are also on the Baishui River? You are floating on that piece of ice? Wave your hand. Let me see. We are indeed good brothers who share hardships. Then, there was a loud laugh from the watch. Zhang Lin, good brother. I'm on the shore. Ah. Piranha. Piranha. Quick, quick, get it down. Don't move, it's going to slide down. After a commotion, the voice of Du Zhong, who had survived the disaster, came again. Don't worry. I've informed my dad that his baby son will soon be fed to piranhas. I think someone will come to pick us up in half an hour. Du Zhong said, stretching out his foot and kicking the piranha that jumped to his feet into the cold river water. In fact, he was scared to death. But he still tried to comfort Zhang Lin. Half an hour? Half an hour later. His father might not be able to catch up with the corpse. Hearing the bluff in Du Zhong's words, Zhang Lin walked downstream while listening. The floating ice with people is now downstream of him. I don't know which piece of ice Du Zhong is on. Lu Feng and others followed closely. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming looked at each other and followed. Du Zhong, why don't you wave your hand and let me see which piece of floating ice you are on? Zhang Lin said jokingly. You wore a big red scarf this morning. Wave that. Du Zhong, Zhang Lin, are you seriously ill? The watch was silent for a while. And then, Zhang Lin saw a ray of fiery red on a huge floating ice near the dense forest river bank, which was particularly eye-catching above the heads of a group of people. This distance. Did you see it? What about you? Where are you? Du Zhong and others are now squatting or sitting on the floating ice. The water flow is steady. The temperature is low. And the waters around the floating ice are calm. And some of them are covered with thin ice. Zhang Lin responded, on the dense forest bank. Upstream of you. Diagonally above. Du Zhong, fuck. I'm in the water. And you're on the shore? I'm a beautiful scenery in your eyes now. After a long silence, the other side said, then you stay on the shore. And when my dad comes, you can go back to the safe zone. Du Zhong looked in the direction Zhang Lin suggested. And there were indeed more than a dozen people standing on the side of the dense forest river bank. Among them, there was a person who looked very similar to Zhang Lin. The floating ice he was on was still 50 or 60 meters away from the dense forest river bank, although there were still a few floating ice in the middle. No one dared to take the risk of jumping. If there were no piranhas, they might have taken a risk. But there was no if. And there was no if. The river was full of piranhas now. If they fail to jump onto the next piece of floating ice, they will really die in the Baishui River and sacrificed to the river god. Sister, why don't they jump? Yan Ning leaned close to Zhuang Xiao's ear and whispered. But before Zhuang Xiao could speak, a person walking at the end of the Qilin team suddenly turned around and said, "Do you want to feed the fish?" Yan Ning turned his head to look at the person, waved his hands and said, "No. No. I don't want to." After that, he closed his mouth. Who is this girl? She speaks so fiercely.